man know what time it is. What time it is. These man know. What time it is. These man know what time it is. What time it is. These man know. What time it is. What time it is. These man know.
Lifestyle Mac 10s and diamonds. Eat good, we ain't doing no shish. I ain't never put skeng in a holster. I do it no order like Mish. Kitchen in the basement, grilling up fish. I'ma never fall off, they wish. I'ma never put trust in the H's. I already take too much risks. I leave the big man and show him my face card. I ain't gotta pay for the food. You ain't gotta pay for the smoke, that's free. I ain't gotta pay man to shoot. Back rolls and tracksuits. One ops might see me in a suit. Weekday I be rags in the hooties. Weekends might see me no roof. Private party, champagne to the face and a Barbie. Got your BM doing up mingle. How they broke and they singing out Cardi. You versus me, that's practice. Me against you in what army? Was it Juvie when I first grabbed handles? Or they told me it was aim for the arteries?
Or they told me it was aim for the arteries.
Or they told me it was aim for the arteries. Private party, champagne to the face and a Barbie. Got your BM doing up mingle. How they broke and they singing out Cardi. You versus me, that's practice. Me against you in what army? Was it Juvie when I first grabbed handles? Or they told me it was aim for the arteries?
Or they told me it was aim for the arteries.
Or they told me it was aim for the arteries.
running so high, I don't wanna be alive. There's never a right time disguising the outside. What's going on inside, losing track of my own mind.
I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, stop it. Quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it.
Hello everyone and welcome to day 2 of VALORANT Masters Copenhagen. 6 of our teams have already taken the stage and 2 more will be in action today, plus the 2 surprise winners of yesterday will be battling it out and see which team is going to be qualifying for playoffs first here at Masters. I am your host Yingsu and I'm joined here by Jess coming back to the desk, and of course we have the egg. Sideshow, welcome.
One of many, in fact, one of many eggs. We need to start assigning labels. You know, someone's going to be poached and soft-boiled.
Oh,
yeah. I mean,
you're definitely scrambled.
Are you scrambled?
Egg.
Okay, we're gonna call you scrambled.
I might be after the games today. I can feel something in the water.
You were in tatters yesterday. Let's be honest. And the reason that you're in tatters, of course, Josh, Optic. They lost their opening game.
Yeah, I mean that was a surprise to, I think, everybody that's been following kind of this group of death that we had in Group A. And everyone's like, oh, the 2 finalists are in there. Wow, what a weird group. Unfortunate for all the other teams. Oh, just unlucky for Gilded Crew, really, isn't it? Unlucky. Wait, what happened? The Optic end up losing that game in astounding fashion. I mean, we've seen this team have a couple of falls, a couple of stumbles in previous events as well. So it's not too far out of the normal, but the manner in which it happened was pretty dominant, and with an astoundingly mortal performance from Ye, who is normally, as I'm sure everyone's aware, in contention for the best player in the world. He just didn't really turn up that day.
I disagree. I actually don't think Ye is one of the best players in the world, because guess who showed up yet again, Marved, and he lost. And I still think that that's one of those players that we don't get to highlight a lot, but continuously we have other players stepping up to the plate, and you'll get to be the ones that bring their LAN debut out and go, hey, well, you might have some of the best players in the world, but we're about to jump on that podium ourselves. And I think there's an opportunity for Leo, Trex, a couple of the other players in there to be able to contend for that in the upcoming events and this one as well, of course.
I mean, who cares about experience when you have Leo on LAN?
Right.
Am I right? Am I right, Leo on LAN? I want to get that hashtag going at some point by the end of this tournament. Yeah.
Okay, I can rock with that.
But it was a day of just, I want to say surprises, but also things that we might have expected when it comes to ruining everyone's pick'ems. You know, imagine if it was Guild and Crew in the upper bracket. But
you kept saying it, Yinsu.
We don't have to imagine because it is going to be that Crew they took down Loud.
I have a sneaky suspicion you write the script.
Yeah, I actually do.
I really do have a sneaky suspicion. For those who are out there don't know, Yinsu was saying, how funny would it be if Loud lost, you know, Optic lost? And I was like, don't be ridiculous. Maybe one, maybe Crew can come through, of which they did. And I think it's interesting because they said in the press conference, they're just concerned that everyone keeps underestimating them, and fair enough. You can come out, you can produce a result. That being said, LATAM doesn't have, you know, necessarily anything to worry about when it comes to Brazilian teams. That's a record they hold firm. And as a result, they're able to walk out with a very nice win. I don't know if like Optic, Loud has had a slow start here. They didn't look like the Loud that I know them to be. But what I can say, Crew looked exceptional on that day.
They're not both making the finals, I can tell you that.
Yeah.
It is not going to be a repeat grand finalists from Optic and Loud. One of them will have to knock the other out, and instead of it being in the grand finals, it'll be in the opening game. One of them is going to go from a grand finals to being eliminated in last place of the next event. There is a curse when it comes to the teams that did incredibly well in the previous event coming into the next one. So it's wild out here.
Yeah, I mean, they might not both make it either. That's the other thing. One of them is definitely not going to be, and we might have a scenario where maybe both of them don't, but I am getting ahead of myself.
Stop with the script. Stop.
Yeah, I am getting ahead of myself. So I'm going to hand this over to someone who you guys know is a big brain on the telestrator, is Bala, to break down some of what happened with Crew yesterday.
Thank you so much, Sue. Yeah, it is a crazy day that we had yesterday. Hopefully it continues today. I want to take a look here at a round from Crew because it shows off what is really good about this team, the fact that they could play in situations that are really odd. So the first thing I'm going to bring attention to, this is Loud's POV, and you can see they have 2 ults. And also KO is putting out his null command at the same time as they try to retake this B site. Crew has already gotten the site, and we'll see the response from them. I think this is where they're really good in situations that are tough to deal with, tough to expect. As you can see, this Viper's Pit is going to be really, really difficult for them to actually fight back in because Les and Loud are going to scale through with it, but they did a great job delaying it so that they're not really right in the face. Mazzino still has a spot on yellow box, and what they're going to do, Delzik has a fantastic but somewhat lucky play. He pings for himself on the spike, trying to find the tap, and Pancata actually reses Aspas at the same time as they're getting another spam kill down, but he will find the KO of Sadak, and that actually makes it so they're more comfortable to sit in here. The delay is, the spike is not being planted, and they're ready actually because the utility is now coming back online with Sadak falling, with all the pulses of the no command out. So they're going to call Mazzino back. You saw him actually try to lurk in a little bit there, but because the utility's back, they give themselves a chance here. So a bunch of delay on the spike. That's a fragment and a shock dart, and at the same time, we actually have Kesnet flashing over the yellow box, and that's going to draw attention here in a second, but Les also gets a molly off to pair with the shock dart at the same time. Should really, really delay them from getting on that spike plant, then the recon bolt, and that's what I'm talking about right here. Mazzino creeps in with Delzik at the same time, and who do they find? They find Les, who's trying to scale up at the same time and put out a molly. We'll see it from Mazzino's perspective, but I think the important part was Kesnet's flash drawing attention away towards the left side of this site, and then the pit falls, and the round is pretty much wrapped up. So let's look at it again from Mazzino's perspective. There's nobody there from Loud in front of Les who is trying to do the job of holding back the players in the Viper's Pit because they're all worried about a swing on the backside of yellow where Les was. So Crew does a fantastic job at wiping this up, and they continue to be the Brazil kryptonite, and I think showed a little form of champions. And if that's the case, all we can do is just watch.
Thank you very much, Baller. I'm really looking forward to his breakdowns of FPX versus Zersha today, because there's going to be, I don't even know if we're going to be able to fully catch things from Pobs, because it's going to be really, really chaotic and exciting. But after yesterday, Jess, what was kind of your main takeaway? You know, we saw 6 teams play. It was a long day, some surprises.
I mean, with only 6 of the teams having played, I still want to sort of count and track throughout the tournament what the agent picks have been. I want to sort of idealize what the agent premise is going to be with the meta. You and I discussed the sort of fade raise meta at the moment, but for me overall, I'm sitting here and I'm saying to myself, is Chamber still the top dog? Is that going to be the agent where everyone sits there and, well, you can see it, the agent picks currently after day 1, mind you, this is just 1 day's worth of the sample data to work with. He's the top pick. There's only one map where he didn't get picked, and that was Ascent. Same with Fade. Only one map where she didn't get picked, and of course that was Fracture that we did not see her on, and Raze and KO sort of right up behind them there. You're looking also just down the bottom left, 52% for the attacking win rate, 48% for the defensive win rate. A little bit interesting. We got a bit of an attacking sidedness so far as well.
Yeah, see whether it follows throughout the rest of it. For me, I've given up on the numbers. I've given up on the analysis. I am simply a narrative Norman from now on. Okay? I'm following Crew. They're never going to lose to a Brazilian team.
Okay.
Optic. They're never going to beat an EMEA team. Any team can win on any given Sunday, and FPX are going to win with subs. Okay? It just follows. Those are the narratives that I've had coming into the event, and they've all come true so far, and that means they're all going to come true in the future, right?
You've just cursed it. You do realize narrative Norman. When you admit you're a narrative Norman, that means you're now the anti-narrative Norman.
Yeah, I mean the world is cursed. Okay, the
You
world
just
is
pulled
cursed.
out the script and she's like, opposite.
We gotta change it. We gotta change
yeah.
it. Yeah. We gotta
Of course.
change things.
Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough.
I'm with you. I respect the bravery to admit that you're a narrative Norman. But I gotta say, I have a theory as to why, a very, very high on copium theory as to why Lao didn't do as well yesterday. It's not because they underperformed. It's not because they had a bad day. It's actually because they are also cursed. I mean, you're talking about your teams are blessed. The narratives are blessing for EMEA, a blessing for Crew. But Lao, they're just cursed because if you guys take a look at the historical second place finishers at every single LAN event we have ever had, they then go on the next event to do terribly. I think we have a graphic here. If you guys look at Fnatic, they were second at Masters 1 Reykjavik. They didn't even qualify for Masters at Berlin. Envy, at the time, they became second. They lost to M3C. They bombed out of groups at Champions. At Champions, M3C comes second. Once again, they do not even qualify to be at Reykjavik. And, well, you guys know what's happening.
Oh, stop it, you two.
They came second in Reykjavik, which means...
Yeah. Okay, I follow. You're now on the Optic train. You're now the biggest Optic fan. That's what's happened here. These teams...
How is that the conclusion you
they're praying to the false gods. That's the problem. They've found their blessings in the wrong places.
That's why it's above your head.
Exactly. Well, no.
False gods.
That's just me. That's just me, false god.
Yeah, well, the bracket is definitely looking very interesting. Probably not what most people expected. I will say, though, Group B, Josh, there's some normalcy so far in Group B. It's too normal.
You're right. It is incredibly normal. But that's also because barely any of the games have been played. As soon as we see more games happening down there, you are starting to get some abnormal stuff. And honestly, even to begin, FPX are not playing with a full roster, so that's bound to invite some chaos into things.
Yeah, I think both of these groups, even though there's a group of death, has now just turned into the group of massacres. I don't think it's death anymore. I think it's just double, triple, quadruple tapping teams at this point with guilds showing up. Of course, upsets happening. Group B, where we get to focus today a little bit more, is something I want to see flesh out a bit more. I want to see what the teams have to show and whether or not it's the day of EMEA.
Yeah, we've had a lot of blessing and curses here, but you guys, you get to join the conversation with us as well. Make sure you use the hashtag VALORANT Masters and hashtag VCT on Twitter, and we'll feature our favorite tweets here on the show. Now, I have a big task for you guys at home if you scan the QR code right now and go vote in a poll, which is going to be, which agent do you think we will see today? We haven't seen Reyna, we haven't seen Phoenix, we haven't seen Phoenix in a while, I would say even just globally, and we haven't seen the Yoru, but FPX and Sasha, they're playing today, so we're probably going to see one of those. What do you guys think?
They'll play anything. I mean, the Yoru is a fairly likely pick if we end up going over to Breeze. I think that's reasonable. We have actually seen a couple of the teams mess around with the Yoru. I haven't seen any teams messing around too much with the Phoenix or the Reyna, though. I wouldn't like it. Let's say that. I'm more happy with Chamber dominating the pick rate than if the teams went into Bizarro land and started picking Phoenix and Reyna every time.
Yeah, no, I don't want the Phoenix. We've seen it tried historically very badly, so I don't want to see that come back. And of course, our Reyna chance was Kesnet, and he didn't run it. So if Kesnet doesn't want to bring back the whole Reyna sort of
You'll
thing,
see Jing later on, though, actually.
We do have Jing. That's true. he will rock it.
Benkai's going to bring the Phoenix. We know that.
No,
That's
he won't.
That's 100% going to happen.
You writing the
That's
script
cap.
is actually horrific.
Can I say, the reason Benkai played Phoenix regionally is because the casters said that Phoenix wasn't getting played.
Oh, so Benkai took the mantle.
So it's
for that.
your fault. You guys just said that you
my
don't
bad.
want Phoenix.
Okay,
No, that's right.
So the Phoenix is definitely
Benkai's
coming.
listening.
But,
He's like, yep.
yeah, we're going to take a quick break here, but make sure to tweet at us as to why you think it's definitely Jess and Sideshow's fault at everything that's happening in this tournament. But don't go anywhere. We're going to be coming back with some action from FPX versus Xerxia.
I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it. Quitting was never an option. Exhausted. This passion is never exhausted. And you cannot stop it. You cannot stop it.
Welcome back, everybody. It's time to talk about our first match of the day, FPX versus Xerxia. Let's start with FPX because this is technically going to be their debut. I am so happy to finally get them here. But Josh, it's been a hard, tough couple of years for this team.
Yeah, you might say that you're happy to be here, but it hasn't been all smiles for FPX. In fact, it's been anything but. This team has been stricken like a Greek tragedy ever since the formation of the team. They're one of the most long-standing cores, playing since 2020, and this team just simply cannot catch a break. They were the permanent second-place team in 2020. They never qualified for Masters in 2021. When they finally qualified at Reykjavik, they couldn't attend. And now that they've finally attended, they still need a sub. It is just brutal. These guys cannot catch a break, and yet they've always been such a lovable team, throwing interesting stuff with great characters, great players. It seems almost insane that this is their first event, and yet it is. This is the first time for these guys to turn up and show us what we've been watching for so long in EMEA. Unfortunately, again, it's with a sub.
Yeah, of course, that sub is going to be Cider coming in here for Suigetsu, who's not been able to make at least the group stage of this event. But Jess, the international audience, they might not be familiar with Cider, but we are back in EMEA.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, it's not a par for par sort of changeover, but what makes Cider sort of the perfect substitute in this scenario is look at all the agents above his head there. Very versatile, very flexible in the amount of agent pool that he's able to operate at, and that's something you need for a substitute. Think about all the different compositions that FPX run, all of the different holes that Cider's going to have to plug as a result of that. That's the kind of thing that they're looking for, and they're lucky that Xiao was able to snag himself to get in here because it's not two players they're having to replace.
I mean, that would have just been brutal.
That would have been brutal. It's just the one, but it is one of FPX's best players, as we showed you there in Suigetsu with the stats there. So it's a tough one to fill here for Cider, but I'm sure he can step up to the plate.
How much does that damage FPX in terms of expectations here?
I think it damages them. I don't think it's the same as Fnatic that we saw at Reykjavik, where they've lost their they have lost their best player, in my opinion. I think Sugetsu's still the best player for FPX, but he doesn't carry the team in the same way that Durka carried that former squad of Fnatic. So I think they should be able to find their way around it, but I think for Cider, it's about putting him in positions where he can be comfortable. They want to go towards maps where he feels good, not where the team feels good. That's how I think you're going to get the best out of him.
Well, Sugetsu is not here, but Angel and Artis, they are going to be competing today, and Saisho and Brent actually had a chance to speak to them a little bit earlier.
Hello, welcome. We've got ourselves a little interview. It's myself and Bren, joined by the guys from FPX. It's Artis, it's Angel. You've finally made it. You are here at a Masters level event. It feels like you should have been here a long time ago, and especially the most recent one at Reykjavik. Your team almost feels cursed, Angel, because so many things keep going wrong. Even at this event, you're using a sub. First of all, though, I want to talk about that Masters Reykjavik, where you guys qualified. You were the #1 team coming out of EMEA, but you weren't able to attend the event. How do you deal with that? I mean, that must have been such a crushing disappointment.
Yeah, it was like pretty disappointed, obviously, but the moment I started blaming Ardis in it, I think it was his fault most of all.
Whatever goes wrong in our team, my fault. We lose a round. Ardis, where are you? It's you.
It's like, and
We're not going to Iceland, Ardis.
It becomes easier after like this, yeah.
Yeah, after you put the blame somewhere.
Exactly.
Yeah. How did you manage to pick yourselves up and qualify again? It must have been, you know, difficult to get back onto it for Copenhagen.
It's like we need everyone in team knew it's not on us, right? It's not something we can affect. So we just keep working, keep doing what we were doing. Obviously, like a bit with a less quality. You probably could see it like on the last tournament. Like the first stage was much better, but it's fine. I understand it. There is reasons behind it. But we managed to qualify again, so I'm happy.
Yeah. Well, this time you guys are here and you get to play. I mean, the circumstances aren't exactly ideal because you know you got the sub situation coming in. But one of the really unique things about FPX, I mean, throughout the history of your team, has been just the creativity, the strats that you guys do. In particular, I mean, recently you've been pulling out the Euro strats and things like that. A lot of creative and cool stuff, right? And you're looking at each other like I've missed something. Like something's going wrong.
Every time I say let's try Euro, you are just no, you're trolling. No, like please, I'm not gonna play.
Every day we start prac, it's a random suggestion that he'll have like a theory for he'll have a plan for.
Yeah.
But he'll be like, let's go Sky on Icebox. Then we'll have an argument for 20 minutes. Then he'll go, okay. Next day it's let's go Euro on Icebox. I'm like, I don't know, you know. But I mean,
it's been working across the board though.
I think honestly, it has like an 80-90% win rate.
Yeah.
The only time it failed is the Euro on Icebox. But I think Euro on Breeze was very good, and I think Euro on Fracture was also very
Phoenix on Ascent.
Nope. We've had this one before. We're not even getting into it.
I want to focus on you a little bit, Ardis, as well, because you've got one of the longest careers in Valorant. All the way back in the day, you were the king of Valorant back in the beta as well. Fish 1, 2, 3. As
the first year of Valorant, I only lost one best of 3.
Yeah, you were.
I was literally on the living life large.
Listen, you walk now.
How you became so bad now?
Yeah, it's like how you so shit.
That is my question though. Everybody's looking at other players this time around, other Premier players, Durkee, whatever, talking about them being the best in the world, an opportunity to prove to them. What's your mentality coming into this? Are you trying to take it to them? Have you got something to prove?
I mean, I've seen a few top 20 lists. I just say, I think I've seen your top 20 lists as well. I just say that.
I had a lot of FPX players in my top 20.
I mean, I've seen a few lists and I was like, I don't know about this, but
was it mine? What do you have?
I can't remember. I think it was yours, but there was a few others.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I think I'm good enough. I think other pro players know I'm good enough. I think internationally people don't understand how good our players are individually.
Yeah.
I think obviously you might rate us, but I think a lot of other people don't like rate Sugetsu, don't rate Xiao, don't rate Zipan, don't rate me, don't rate Angel. Like, genuinely, put Angel in there last year. You put him in there last year.
At least you mentioned.
But genuinely, they don't rate us because they haven't seen us.
Yeah.
And like, we've been top 1 in EU last year, we're second in EU with, I'd say, close games to Fnatic. Yeah. I think people are going to understand how good we are to win this event. I think even with standings, we should get like...
Worst case, not.
No, I don't think. I think in this event we'll get top 4, top 8, like around there. Like I think even with standings, I think.
Well, it's going to be great to watch you. Thanks so much for the interview. Excellent. It's like watching an old married couple. The two of you there on the couch. Thank you very much for the interview. Good luck in your games coming up as well,
guys.
And we'll send things back.
God bless.
I love how you say they act like an old married couple. That's how we feel when we look at you and Brett.
Yeah, that is true.
It's one on either side then, perhaps. But that dynamic in the team is just so interesting.
Yeah, of course. Finally getting Angel on land, which is long awaited. He, of course, is the oldest player in this tournament. He's going to be going up against some young guns today on the side of Xerxia. Of course, they've been here before, Jess. This is not going to be their new land debut, but I think maybe people expected them to go a little bit further a couple of times in the past.
Yeah, look, there's something about Xerxia that draws my eye each and every time, but each and every time I feel like they're in the shadow of someone else, and it's Paper Rex in their region. I almost call them the bridesmaid, never the bride, and they're the maid of honor that holds the ring bearer, the flowers for the bride that is, and I don't think they want to live in that shadow. It's cold, it's dark, and it's not something that gives them the best chance for survival here, and that's something that they really have to break through. They can have these miracle runs here and there, but they need to step out of that shadow, create an identity for themselves that really paints a picture for what they are in the international sphere.
So far, they've built an identity as an upset team. They have been able to find some wins. They've made playoffs before as well. Obviously, they are the perennial rivals of Optic with the wins that they've had over Envy in the past, over Optic in the past as well. But they're now facing a wounded opponent. And I think, while you're watching these kind of highlights of them being able to get the upsets over these big teams in the past, this opponent they're going up against today is more of a wounded dog, and they can sometimes bite the hardest. I don't think they're going to be taking Xerxia off guard. I think that it's just that they are going to be playing differently to what you would expect, and Xerxia always feel prepped when they go up against these big teams. But they've been able to take scalps before, and I think the most important thing for Xerxia to remember today is that you've got to be ruthless. You can show no mercy. It might seem heartless to go and kind of put down the team that's limping their way to the first Masters, but you've got to stare FPX in their puppy dog eyes and take them out back.
Hey.
That is what they need to do today.
Yeah, Fnatic did it to V1 back at Reykjavik when they had a sub, so I think it's definitely doable. But I also want to say that it's the style in which they won those games, right? It's not like they were beating the big opponents where the big opponents had massive fumbles. Xerxia were just good. They are a good team. They should be looked at as a good team. And Jess, at the realm of that is someone, Cruz, who I think some people thought he wouldn't be at another international tournament again, but I'm glad that he is back.
Yeah, there's a little bit of mystery shrouding that, of course, at the moment. And for him, I hope he enjoys continuing to play. But for him, he's just glad that there's not this Envy Optic in the way yet again, because he said, I'm glad we're playing a different team. We think that will be a better experience for us. And if you go back and you look at the teams upon which, Xerxia has gone up against, it's consistently, for whatever reason, stop writing the script this way, please Riot. We need a different one, which we've got here. It's consistently, sort of the Envies, the Optics and whatnot. And these upsets are against almost the same team time and time again. So for them, they want a better experience, they want a new experience. And that's what they're going to get here today. And maybe we get something different as a result.
Yeah, and one of the players I do think we have to talk about is Surf. I think we talk about him every time, but there's a reason for that.
Yeah, and actually, you say every time, it's only been one event for him that he's turned up to, and he was filling extremely large shoes. He did a good job of it, but you could tell that he was still a very young player that was getting to grips with this team. The core of Xerxia, the other 4 players, have been around the longest out of any squad that we have in the tournament, so he is fitting into this, and he's a very talented player, and his stats reflect that as well. You're going to be seeing him play Jet, you're going to be seeing him play Chamber too, and so I've pulled up some of these, the overall stats that we have here from Surf. He is pretty potent. And I think specifically as well, I wanted to draw attention, he is number 2 when it comes to tour de force kills out of everybody that we have at the event. So if you get to see him on Chamber, watch out for the ultimate. It's deadly in his hands.
I mean, day one gave us a plethora of different tour de force players. Safe absolutely blew my mind with some of the quick scopes he was getting. But imagine Surf delivers something just on top of that. I mean, I love Chamber players. I love tour de force. And the operator in his hands is super, as we saw in the B-roll there. That's something I want to look forward to. And now we don't have to compare him to the player's shoes in which he was filling. That's what I like. He has his own identity now, and that's so incredibly important.
I want to see if FPX can shut that down. Well, we'll see if they give him the opportunity to. But another player that we want you guys to keep an eye on is Scary. Xerxia's controller is dangerous, as you guys know from previous events, and he says that you should never count his team out.
สวัสดีครับผมสแกรี่จากเซอร์เซียจากประเทศไทยครับผมก็ในทีมของเราครับมันจะไม่ได้เหมือนกับทีมอีสปอร์ตหลายๆทีมที่แบบว่าเขาจะค่อนข้างเป็นการทำงานที่แบบว่าเป็นออกแนวเพื่อนร่วมงานแต่ว่าของเราเนี่ยมันอยู่กันจนรู้สึกเหมือนมันเป็นครอบครัวครับอยู่แบบว่าเราเล่นกันมานานเรารู้จักกันมานานเราอยู่กันครับค่อนข้างจะแบบว่าสนิทใจกันแล้วครับบางทีมเขาอาจจะมีสไตล์การเล่นที่ชัดเจนแบบว่าทีมนี้จะสไตล์นี้ทีมนี้จะสไตล์นี้ทีมเราสามารถแก้ไขสถานการณ์เฉพาะหน้าเพื่อปรับตัวสู้กับสไตล์นั้นได้ครับก็นี่น่าจะเป็นจุดแข็งของเราครับรอบนี้เรารู้ว่าเรากำลังจะเจออะไรแล้วก็มีอะไรที่กำลังจะเกิดขึ้นบ้างก็ทำให้เราปรับตัวได้ดีขึ้นแต่เป้าหมายของผมก็คือการทำให้วงการอีสปอร์ตหรือว่า VALORANT บ้านเรามันโตขึ้นก็หวังว่าสิ่งที่พวกผมทำอยู่แล้วก็มาเป็นตัวแทนตรงนี้เนี่ยจะทำให้วงการ VALORANT หรือวงการอีสปอร์ตบ้านเราจะพิสูจน์ให้คนทั้งโลกและแฟนๆรู้ว่าที่เนี่ยเป็นที่ของเรา
I'm really glad he mentioned the Thailand community because we sometimes forget how small the actual Valorant resources and communities and opportunities are in some of those regions compared to like North America and EMEA and so on.
APAC's quite, I mean, it's an awesome community because it's a lot of tiny different communities all pulled together into the same place and they go there and they compete. And I think it's awesome to see that they've been able to put together a squad that has so much talent from quite a small player base. And I mean, even if you're just talking about Scary, a guy could reasonably be ranked in the top 3 controllers we have here, as long as he turns up and plays like he does online.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what he can do. But before that, I want to reveal the poll result earlier on Twitter. As you guys remember, we asked you which agent you think we will see today. And most of you voted for Yoru. And I cannot believe I'm saying this, but that was the most sensible pick.
Yeah, that's the first time and hopefully the only time we need to say that. Yoru. That being said, we have seen a few regions try Yoru now, EMEA included, and they have found a little bit of success. I really think it's map dependent. I really think it's stylistically dependent. There is a lot of variables that are dependent here. So please, I'm not saying Yoru is going to be the be all and end all, but at the very least, hopefully we see some innovation.
Yeah, I'd be excited to see it. I just like the fact that even within a team, not everyone's agreeing on whether or not they should be running Yoru. You heard it from Angel and Artis earlier.
My favorite quip about that story is that Angel wanted Artis to play Yoru, and he was like, no, if you want Yoru, you do it yourself. And he's like, okay, fine, I'll do it myself. And in true Angel fashion, it works. But the thing is, we could be seeing Yoru versus Yoru in this tournament. You know, Paper X down the line. Sure. They're going to be playing as Xerxia, maybe. They're going to be...
Victor's tried playing some as well.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. But with that is all from us for the pre-show. It's time to get into the main course and get things kicked off. Coming up next, it is our first match of the day, FPX versus Xerxia. Day 2 of VALORANT Masters Copenhagen. It starts right now.
I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, quitting was never an option. Exhausted, this passion is never exhausted. And you cannot stop it. You cannot stop it.
In every sport, top dogs come and go. This will be a changing of the guard. And we are here to stay. FPX team strength is our flexibility.
รอบนี้เราจะไม่พยายามเรียนแบบสไตล์การเล่นของทีมอื่นแต่เราจะพยายามเป็นตัวเองให้มากที่สุดทางมั่นใจว่าตอนนี้ทั้งโลกรู้จักพวกเราครับเพราะพวกเราก็ได้สร้างตำนานมาเยอะแยะมากมายในช่วงที่ผ่านมานะครับก็อย่าประมาทแล้วกันนะครับ
No, I definitely don't feel nervous. I feel excited. I have nothing to lose.
La experiencia de haber estado en todos los internacionales obviamente nos da una ventaja. Y yo creo que ya no tener nerviosismo, estar jugando adentro de algo tan importante como un internacional.
They look very good. They play very aggressive, and I think they can catch a lot of teams off guard, but no one's going to scare us.
They come here as the third seed from EMEA. No expectations, no eyes on them. And that is them, besting the Reykjavik champions. Leo finalises in 4 kills for him. What a finish!
Crew, I'm going to show you why EMEA is the best region in the world.
Vamos a probar que somos los ídolos verdaderos.
What a trailer! We got Angel in a Masters trailer! I feel really emotional about that. Long overdue, and as you heard from Angel, he's not nervous. He's got nothing to lose, and I feel like that's quite a scary mindset to come into for your opponents.
Yeah, it is interesting, actually. The weird thing about FPX is that they've been able to play with subs before. I mentioned it vaguely at the beginning of the show, but they actually won Stage 1. Their qualification, if they'd been able to make it to Reykjavik, was off the back of rotating people in and out. They had artists come out for a moment. I think they had Angel come out for a bit, as well as their sub, Baddie G at the time, was rotating through. They played Angel on Jet. They were really throwing weird stuff out there. But the looser style actually worked for them, weirdly enough. They look like a very structured team that runs very elaborate strats and comps, but at the base level, I think they're just a good team with a lot of good synergy because that core's been together for so long, and they have a veteran leadership presence in Angel. So I'm wondering what kind of FPX we're going to get today. Are they just going to throw it all out there?
Yeah, you say that, and there's a leader that we've left out of all of this conversation that doesn't necessarily get to be on the player lineups that we show.
I know what you're going to say.
I got to bring up my man, Doom Ross. I mean, come on. There is big brains in Angel, but there's a big overarching mega brain that goes above all of the players, and that's the coaching staff there. And I just think what Doom Ross has been able to say to us in interviews in the EMEA region has given us a really deep insight into how the team wants to operate. And conversely, the way that he's able to tug and sort of give, it's a nice little give and take that he has with these players of Angel and beyond to be able to make the compositions work and then say, that doesn't work. I liked your idea. I liked your innovation. I'm pulling that away. Come up with something else.
I do think, though, while it's incredibly exciting to have FPX at the event, you've got to keep in mind that this should be them playing somewhat at their weakest. And Xerxa's expectations on themselves should be to make playoffs. They've done it before, and they can do it again. This game is so important to them.
Well, it's also going to come down to the map pool because FPX, as we know, have a pretty deep one. And with that in mind, let's take a look at today's map selects. As I said, a very deep map pool here for FPX. Jess, what are you expecting them, in which case, to be taking away? Because they don't have a permaban.
Yeah, maybe after the Fnatic sort of scenario there, although I will say there has been a couple of wounded moments where we will have an opportunity, and yeah, that'll come out of there. That Icebox, that last game.
Thank goodness.
A 5-13 to Fnatic. Yes, Fnatic is a great team, but that was way too much of a thrashing, and ooh, Bind.
I like this.
First up.
I like this as a pick.
Yeah.
Xerxa's going to be able to... Yeah, they're going to go for Bind here to try and punish FPX for removing Icebox from the pool. And that actually means you're going to start things off seeing Surf playing Chamber and Sushi Boys on the main entry duelist. So a very different look from Xerxa map 1. And I think FPX, to me, at the moment, with their full squad at least, look like the best team in the world on Ascent, at least in the conversation. So perfect pick there from them.
Yeah, they've won the last 5 matches on that particular map. So there we go. But no, Breeze comes out of the pick, and that means no Yoru.
Never count FPX out on any agent.
Wait, do you think if we're getting another Yoru on bind, do you think we bring that back?
Angel. If Angel wants to play Reyna today, he's playing Reyna today.
He'll play Reyna on Haven. Angel plays Reyna on Haven, and then Cider will play Smokes.
Okay, sure.
You know, I'll just work out all the other changes that would have to happen for that to make any level of sense in my head.
I think it's probably worth us trying to theorycraft. We know the maps now. Do you feel like the ones that FPX took away is because they don't have Sogetsu and Cider can't really fill in that gap? For example, Breeze.
Yeah, I think that does make some level of sense. At the same time, we don't really know what comps they're going to be running on Bind or Haven. Their Haven comps have changed pretty frequently recently. They used to run Sage on the map. That would make so much sense to have Cider play the Sage on both of the maps that they've selected.
Okay.
But again, we don't really know what they're going to be running on Bind either, because the last time they ran a really weird Cypher comp.
Yeah, they did.
They're not going to run Cypher without Sugetsu.
It
didn't even work. Just don't run it at all.
When is ever an FPX comp not a weird comp, though? I feel like that's just a given. But we're going to take a quick break here, but don't go anywhere. Agent Select is on the way.
Acting like shit in obnoxious. Stop it. Quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it. You cannot stop it. Acting like shit in obnoxious. Stop it. Quitting was never an option. Exhausted. This passion is never exhausted. And you cannot stop it. You cannot stop it.
This is it, the highly anticipated international debut of FPX. They're ready to take the stage versus Xerxia. They were meant to be on this stage in Reykjavik. They couldn't make it. They are here now in Copenhagen, but not the full strength roster of FPX, which means this is a perfect opportunity for Xerxia to take the win. The question is, do you guys feel like that is what's going to happen today? Narrative Norman Does this mean that Xerxia had the better chance?
I mean, I said earlier the narrative is that FPX win with subs, but I think in terms of picking a favorite here, I think Xerxia should be considered slim favorites just because FPX are playing with a substitute. We don't know what side is going to be able to do. He's replacing the best player in terms of fragging output on FPX, an incredibly smart and intelligent player. He doesn't play the same role either. I think if FPX are able to get the win here today, it speaks so much to what they've been able to do with the core four and helping Cider be comfortable in and of himself. Because Xerxia are primed to take a win.
I have to disagree just slightly. Just if they had 2 subs, I would absolutely agree. In fact, I would say Xerxia would come in as the heavy favorites of this. I think a little on par. I think Cider is the perfect substitute to bring into this. And if they make slight adjustments, and Angel's whole fundamental philosophy that the entire team should be able to be, you know, somewhat flexible, if it works into that playstyle and that meta, then sure.
I have a serious win condition as well for FPX. They've got to shut down Surf. He gets like almost 40% of this team's first kills.
Well, we're into the Prime Gaming Agent Select. Now, as you guys said, with FPX, you never know what you're going to get. Cider coming in is going to go straight for that Viper pick here on Bind.
Okay, already something interesting coming out. I mean, we haven't really seen this composition, but they did run the KO last time. Previously, though, it was with a Cypher. It looked extremely unusual, but you have the standard stuff from Xerxia. And I suppose that creates a dynamic where no one really knows what you get from FPX, and certainly Xerxia aren't going to know what they're getting from them. But Xerxia are playing a very standard comp. FPX are going to know the win conditions for this very classic, you know, double controller, solo Sky kind of playstyle.
Yeah, I mean, it's not too much different from their own. There's only a few tweaks they'll have to think about, and I like the fact that Cider didn't have to slot in and take the Cypher role and have to learn all of these new cam placements, etc. I like that he's come in there and said, what are you good at? What are you feeling comfortable? On Bind, I like to play a little bit of Viper. Sure, throw it in.
Well, it's time for us to throw this up to your casters. We have some scrambled eggs on the desk. How about some boiled eggs? Mitch and Tom.
I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it. Quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it. You cannot stop it.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, good evening sa ating mga nanonood again, mga kaibigan. Welcome dito sa VALORANT Masters live here in Copenhagen. We are casting for today. My name is Phil in possession. Together with me is, of course, ang one half ng The Mods, mga kaibigan. Kasama ko pala si Taylor.
Kumbaga, ako yung mod doon sa...
So, ako yung da.
Oo, ikaw yung da. Diba? Pero anyway, andito nga tayo sa VALORANT Masters ngayon. Hashtag Copenhagen kami ni Bill ngayon para sa araw na ito at para sa gabing ito. Pero para sa first series natin, syempre, nandito yung dapat nating ibayas, mga kabayas. Nandito na ang ating representative for Asia Pacific, which is actually Xerxia, playing up against FPX. Sabi nga nung panelist kanina dito, Bill, ito na siguro yung magiging tsansa ng Xerxia na matalo tong FPX dahil nga din meron silang hiram na isang player.
Yes, yun nga yung nangyari dito. Pero for the side of FPX, at least nakita na natin yung draft na ginawa nila, di ba? That is the respect ban that FPX did. Na tinanggal nila yung icebox dito sa mapa na to. You know why? Because sobrang solid ni Surf dito. Knowing na siya yung pumalit kay Patifan, talagang makikita talaga natin yung impact na binigay ni Surf dito is literally just the same na parang ginawa nga talaga ni Patifan back then last year. Yung naglalaro pa siya dito sa Xerxia and extend pa nga ang pangalan ng team nila doon, di ba? Pero right now, dito sa game na to, let's see on who's gonna win. Asia Pacific or yung mga EU teams?
Yung EU teams natin syempre, halo-halo to chineko Actually, kung saan yung mga bansa, kung saan talaga nanggaling ang FPX. And their team is quite a mix of a lot of players. May mga galing Latvia, may Ukraine, may Russia, may Swedish din silang mga players. So it's just a mix of everything pagdating sa team na ito. And from the last time, hindi nga sila nakapag-qualify, or rather nakapag-qualify sila for Masters Reykjavik. Unfortunately, hindi sila nakapunta. But this time around, makakarating na finally sa isang Masters event. And dito nga yung umpisa na yan. And knowing also that this game that we are having right now, especially Xerxia and FPX, ito yung tsansa ng Sersha muli magpakita ang gilas. Kasi last time na nakita nila tong Sersha, syempre, mga panahon na yun, extend pa eh.
Yun nga eh. Dumating pa sa panahon na extend crit pa yung pangalan nila. Pero gusto ko nga palang i-shout out yung isa nating solid na kaibigan. Itatago ko na sa pangalang Neutral na nanonood ngayon.
Ay, kilala ko yan si Neutral. Walang yan ang tunay na walang kabayas-bayas. Neutral diba? Lang.
Oo, men. Pero if ever tatanungin, syempre, bias yan sa mga kaibigan lang din yan, di ba? So, Neutral, kung nasan ka man, tandaan mo, mahal na mahal ka namin. Pero going back here, this game right now, this is actually the game number 1 dito sa ating VCT Masters Copenhagen. Para sa gabing ito. Once again, from EMEA, we have Fun Plus Phoenix versus one of the representatives from Asia Pacific, which is Sersha. This is the top 2 of Asia Pacific and the top 2 of EMEA. Sino ang mananalo dito?
Nakapag-setup na yung kanilang mga wall, yung mga Viper na meron tayo, and also with a jump peak. They were able to spot Swerve. And syempre, makakapag-setup na rin sila ng mga smoke dito. No shots connecting at all mula dun sa pre-fire. Pero mukhang si Sider, masaspatan na rin ni Sushi Boys, pero siya mamamatay. Just a trade-off na nangyari here on Lance. Foxy was able to take one, Angel goes down, and still Sersha, they were able to plant the spike, and ready na sila pagdating sa post-plant position agad-agad.
Pero that's gonna be a really tough one for the side of FPX for sure, because in terms of utilities, wala na talaga sila ditong hunts para lang syempre malaman nila kung saan nasa mga players ngayon ng Sersha. Pero but still, Zaipan pushing in already. Meron pa siyang pain shells na pwede na gamitin, pero yun nga si Kuros ko nababatay, no? Literal na may line talaga with that Molotov right now. Pero nga, Shao pushing in, but serve vertical right now. Pero Zaipan with the pain shells, mga kaibigan na siya makikuha kahit isa. But that is scary. We're gonna secure the round number 1 of this game. Sersha will get that advantage dito pagdating ng game number 2. Pero, round number 2. Pero, kung napapansin mo, si Scary, mainit na mainit. Imbis na mag-Spectre siya, imbis na mag-half-buy siya, hindi siya nag-super-duper full-buy. Vandal agad ang kinuha niya. Pero I have a feeling na ibebenta rin niya yan eh. Feeling ko talagang baka what do you call this? Mag-Spectre lang. Pero actually, ito partner, pwede siya mag-Vandal. Para na syempre makakuha siya ng mga enough kills. Kasi marami naman siyang pera, di ba? Meron siyang 3 kills. At tignan mo, 4 na orbs na lang, may ulti na siya. Para mas mahirapan pa yung FPX talagang post-plant or mag-retake pagdating ng 3rd or 4th round.
Tsaka aside from that, ang dami na palang nag-aabang for the side of FPX. 3 players na nasa long B. Isa ang mababawasan para sa kanila. This is still an eco for FPX's side. Pero rinig na rinig ni Scary kung saan nanggagaling yung mga gunshots na yan. Pati yung reload as well from the site itself. May isang naiwan on A. That is gonna be the Viper that could actually just settle things out para hindi mag-over-rotate itong mga players. Pero the rotation, speaking of rotations, on the way na ang Sersha right now to A site. Nakapag-setup na ng Trailblazer dito, pati na rin ng mga TP out pagdating kay Surf. Pero pag lumabas sila sa wall ng Viper na to, maaaring matagpuan nila si Sider. This is gonna be a future plan for Sersha right now and another pulse plan for sure. But they have to find where the enemies is! Hinabol nila si Sider, napatay na rin finally, but this is still 3-man remaining.
Yeah, 3 pa to. And yung 3 players ngayon, FPX literal na manggagaling lang sa isang pwesto. Which is from Heaven or from CT, backside ba sila pupunta. Pero it's just the players from Sersha. Meron silang complete na lockdown agad-agad para makuha nila ang site na to. Pero kung napapansin nyo, si Cross buhay pa, wala na siyang molly. Paano ang gagawin nilang post-mag dito if ever? But they still have the snake bite of Scary. Pwede lang gamitin yan. 3 versus 3. The car is sticking already. And probably this round will actually go to Sersha. Pero ginagawa din talaga dito ng FPX. Literal na sinisira nila ang ekonomiya ng Sersha. Patay yung 4. At least si Scary, nakuha niya yung Vandal. Siya ang aangkor pagdating dito sa 3rd round. Pero meron ba siyang ulti? Wala pa. Si Cross, best, isa na lang. Meron na siyang orbital strike dito. Isang kill na lang. Madali na ang buhay dito ng Sersha.
In any way, pag iniisip din naman natin, in the hands of Sersha dahil nga si Scary bumili na rin siya ng Vandal a while ago. When it comes to a bonus round, hindi mo na kailangan mag-upgrade. So, kailangan mo lang talaga is exactly mag-ingat pagdating sa mga sites na tinitake natin. And Sersha, they seem to have a better odds pagdating naman dun sa entry nila dahil lamang din naman yung ibang mga team members. Anyway, moving forward, this is finally the bonus round. At kahit pa paano nga na-punish nila yung economy na meron ng Sersha. Just a guiding light to check out and get info. Aside from that, para lang din ma-push out kung sino man ang gustong sumugod rin on B-Long. But a very, very clean map right now. And it's just a play for picks kind of option here on Sersha's side.
Grabe si Angge, oh. Parang
Pinoy yan eh.
Pinoy yan, men. Pinoy lang si Angge. Pero
pinapalitan yung letter L ng 1. Saka kung mapapansin mo pala, Bill, si Sushi Boys, naka-raise pala ngayon, no?
Oo nga eh. Actually, oo nga. Which is, nagpalit sila. Actually, medyo inano ko eh. Tapos siningin ko talaga sa utak ko na nangyayari. Medyo nagpalit sila ni Surf. Sa totoo lang. Pero si Surf naman, pwede naman siya mag-killjoy. Depende sa ibang mapa. Ito ang maganda kay Surf eh, no? Talagang nag-jet siya and at the same time, nag-killjoy din siya. Depende lang din talaga sa mapa. Pero right now, mga kaibigan, ito na yung mga pwede entry na pwedeng gawin ngayon ng Surge sa pagtungkol dito sa may Bido. Inunahan muna ng Trailblazer, but Saifa who can take him down. Ang si Agent nakapatay pa with the Sushi Boys right now with the double satchel. Not gonna catch anyone. Shao, super low on HP. Scary, the only man remaining. This is gonna be really hard for him. 14 seconds, wala na siyang oras.
10 seconds left.
Yung spike literal na na-drop pa. And at least FTX, nakukuha pa rin nila yung mga rounds na kailangan na manalo sila.
In the end, bonus round pa rin naman yun ng Sersha. At least, for this round though, dahil nga na-punish yung members ng Sersha dito on the second round itself this game, wala nga sila magiging pambili. Kahit na itong bonus round nila, ito nga yung nangyari dyan, nakakuha man lang sila ng isang kill. This is gonna be quite difficult for them, especially the satchel in play. Kung hindi magsasucceed, o nauna na yung nasa bilong. Kasi pag hindi mo na pagsabayan, obviously, masiswingan lang din para doon sa nag-aantay sa mismong nasa site. Anyway, moving forward, round number 4, we are onto an eco para sa Sersha. Play for picks pa rin.
Play for picks indeed. Yun din kasi yung naging problema nga dito ng mga players ng Sersha. Pumasok sa Sushi Boys na wala na rin talaga silang detection kung nasa may mga kalaban nila. Yung tipong sige mag-satchel in ako, bahala na if ever meron ako makuha, if ever napatay ako, patrade na lang din siguro. Pero it's just hindi lang din talaga nag-workout sa side nila. For Sersha, ang ginawa nila doon, literal na Hindi sila full save. Hindi sila nag-save. Literal na talagang bumili sila full buy ang ginawa nila para syempre makakuha pa sila ng magandang momentum dito in terms of economy. But Artie's with a jump, catching one. He knows the information already. That nade will be thrown out para ma-delay pa yung mga players dito ng Sersha na makakuha dito ng oras para ma-punch yung spike. Pero Artie's through that smoke will catch one already. Tamang punch sa atin katulad ng mga kaibigan and might as well take on everyone right now with Artie's with a big 2K. 2v4. Cross, low on HP, but si Angel trying to save all the players of FPX right now, but Scary all the way from the backside. Alam nga na meron tao sa may taas. Scary, oh no, mukhang hindi ata. Pero that is Angel with that diffuse. Scary will take one down, pero that is not enough for you to destroy the economy of FPX. Isa lang na napatay mo. Si Angel, kahit napatay mo, 5-8 pa rin ng pera niyan. Ang dami ng pera. Baka naman.
At least nakapag-plant sila dito. Kita naman natin na classic lang din ng mga hawak na itong mga players na to. And that is exactly the beauty of having a KO on your lineup. Isang knife lang, masisettle lahat kung ilan ba ang tao na malapit or close sa'yo or dun sa vicinity ng area nung knife na nakita mo. And aside from that, makaka-cancel out mo pa, masusuppress mo pa yung kanilang mga utilities. And up until then, pre-fire na lang ang labanan na nangyari para sa mga players natin dyan. But this is gonna be a fast entry right now for Sersha as they take one already with Surf getting a kill on side. May nag-aabang sa likod. That's gonna be Ardis with a double kill. Pero napin down na rin siya ni Sushi Boys with the orbital strike coming in on the side. Nandito pa rin naman ang Sersha Boys natin. Ang kaso nga lang, syempre kailangan nila mag-plant ng spike. Merong isang nasa heaven na nag-drop down na. Sushi Boys still managed to survive. Pero tuluyan na nga mamamatay dito ang KO ng kabila. Zipka was able to get one kill out. He gets one, but then he goes down again. Zipan to get the third kill for this round, and it's still around for FPX side.
sobrang ganda ng hold na pinapakita ng FPX kahit na-push nila ng 1v1. Nanalo pa talaga ng FPX dito. Sobrang ina-anticipate nila. Tignan mo yung ginawa ni Ardis, mga kaibigan. Dalawa agad na napatay niya. Isipin mo, it's just the pot shots na ginagawa niya. This is Saipan though. I mean, oo, meron namatay dun sa mataas. Pero sa totoo lang, ang talagang may highlight dito, yung KO. Si Ardis talaga ang may highlight play dito, ladies and gentlemen. Siya talaga. Because of all the kills na parang ina-anticipate lang na meron tao doon no? Napakabilis ng jiggle peak niya. And with that, like, literally half a second, nakakapatay siya hindi lang isa kundi dalawa.
Naswertehan pa nga si Sushi Boys, nakasurvive siya. So doon sa unang nag-drop kanina sa Heaven. Ang kaso nga lang, hindi talaga mabueluhan ng Sersha. Nakukuha naman nila yung site But when it comes to the retake, the potential of FPX is just phenomenal. Pinchels in mula sa lamps just to punish the player. Tinamaan! Si Sider hindi niya ata in-expect matatamaan at mamatay siya doon. The showstopper! It connects! And Scary was able to take on 1 kill as well. Tamang salisigang lang ang laruan dito ng Sersha. Makakapag-plant sila ng spike. Angel on the corner, mamamatay na rin. And last but not the least, Zipan. Siya na lang ang naiiwan on A short. Susubukan niya makapag-retake but this is gonna be quite difficult. Close to impossible dahil nga din sa positioning na meron ng Sersha right now on the post plant itself.
Anong ginagawa ng Fun Plus Phoenix, men? Anong ginagawa nila? Lalong-lalo na doon sa may, lamps? In-anticipate niya na hindi ako tatamaan dito.
Hindi siya biglang tumumbay. Dumapa yung Viper, Bessie.
Ano yun? Anong ginagawa ng FPX? Si Sider. Hoy!
Police pang kalawakan no?
Shider yun,
Shider ba yun?
Shider yun, hindi yun Sider.
Yung police pang
pero pwede na.
Zydo pala yun.
Oh, Sider.
Pura sa GMA lang nanonood kasi. So,
huwag ka maganda sa GMA, hindi na ata ang Shider hindi ko alam Nung bata kasi ako, pinapanood ko Sailor Moon Sorry pero Sushi Boys, gonna push yan dito sa may hook mga kaibigan. Sanchez is waiting patiently. Pero nga si Ardis doon sa taas with that stinger. Pero depende na talaga kung sino una makakapag-contact play dito. Pero that is the players from Sersha waiting patient for them to go in here in A. Pwede pumasok agad si Surf pero ang problema, kailangan niya magkaroon ng trade-off papunta dito sa may short pero walang tao doon. Ang ginagawa ni Surf dito, manginginis lang yan, mangungulit lang yan kasama si Brimstone. And para magkaroon ng posisyon yung mga players dito ng Sersha to go there in B. Tandaan mo, Bes, dalawa ang controller nila. They have the Brimstone, they have the Viper, so pwede silang maghiwalay.
Nako, itong dalawang players here in Showers mula sa Sersha, tamang ambahan lang din. Shao is actually waiting for the perfect moment and using that Prowler, mahahanap at malalaman niya. Playing info game, itong FPX side, napansin mo rin yun when it comes to the Viper. Walang contact play na nangyari. Once he spots out na merong nasa labas ng hookah, he just goes for the smoke! Saktong-sakto yung angle na hinahawakan ni Shao. Patience is a virtue pero mukhang meron pang nasa harapan. That's gonna be scary. He goes down though. Ito na rin ang paint shells. May ipit si Zipan but he still managed to get 1 kill out kahit papaano. 3 versus 3 situation. Gawin natin 3v2 dahil makakapag-setup na rin ang Viper Spit.
Pinatayin niyo ako gamit ang paint shells. Papatayin ko kayo gamit din ng paint shells. Yan ang sabi ni Sushi Boys. 2 rounds na meron siya pinatay using that utility. 3v2, this is gonna be really hard for the side of FPX. But Sider, umiikot na din talaga but Foxy with that perfect angle, perfect position for him to take him down. Ardis, 1v3. This is gonna be really hard for him to do that. At least meron pa naman siya 0 point dito para mag-question idea. Pero wala siyang idea kung nasa pa talaga exact yung mga kalaban niya. Ardis, literal na 1 HP na titira sa kanya. Kahit paikot-ikot ka, wala ka makikita dyan, kapatid.
Alam niya
nasa for sure. Alam niya na, si Crosby na alam. Oh no, pero ano na, pero at least Ardis will gonna save that operator na lang din. Scary if lumabas ka dyan, pwede ka pag mamatay dyan, promise ko kasi tama na. Kasi ang sakit-sakit na. 3-4 in favor of the Thai team.
Exactly. Nakuha pa rin nila yung operator at least for their side. Hindi naman ganoon kalaki yung gap na meron tayo. Pero nakakabigla lang din yung pagpupush ni Shao doon sa loob ng Viper Smoke. Just to peek kung sino yung nasa may A-short. Rinig na actually ang lapit na nung entry ng mga players ng Sersha. This is a 4-3 right now. Sersha is taking it by 1 point lead. But, of course, for FPX, nakasalalay lahat sa operator. Ilan ang mapipitas ni Ardis? Kasi yung iba, naka-ano lang dito. Naka-sheriff lang.
Okay lang yan, men. Kahit naka-sheriff lang sila. Kasi one tap to head pa rin naman. Depende natin talaga sa distansya. 30 meters, matic, one hit talaga. Pero yun nga lang, si Ardis, nang-earth dito ng Suitso.
Yun na, ang una nilang kailangan patayin. Yung operator na nangat-ngat ni Pico okay na Nasmoke na rin ang hook, but the smoke settling in, hindi pa rin naantay ni Surf. Shaw was able to take on the kill with the Sheriff. Nag-aabang pa siya kung merong isa pang lalabas, but this smoke, siya rin ang mamumroblema as Cross was able to see him. The showstopper, will it connect? Hindi man lang naputok. Foxy takes the kill instead. 2v3. Makakapag-plant ng spike si Cross. Si Shaw nag-aabang pa rin sa gilid. Meron siyang nice follow na pwedeng gamitin, but this is an eco round for FPX's side. Sinubukan mag-wallbang. 19 HP remaining for him with the hunt coming in. Isama sa spatan niya, but one he hops out. It's gonna be Foxy. Zider, ang police pang Kalawakan. Siya na lang natira.
Meron silang utilities going here dito sa game na to, pero hindi ginamit ni Zider at saka ni Xiao. Kasi, I mean, medyo mahirap din talaga. Yes, makakapag-ulti sila. Meron silang Viper Pit. Yes, and meron din silang ulti ni Fade. Pero yun nga lang, it's just the firepower na wala sila. Kaya medyo mahirap na din talaga. Once again, ito ang mapang pinili ng mga players ng Xerxia. So, dapat kayo talaga manalo dito, man. Sa totoo lang, there's a chance na baka ma-2-0 ng Xerxia to. Pero, there's a chance na baka maging 2-1.
Xerxia ang pumili nung bind.
Oo nga, sabi ko nga, Xerxia.
So, itong unang mapa, kung makukuha nila to, I really feel like kapag itong best of 3 series na to against Fun plus Phoenix, obviously, hindi to yung original lineup na nakikita natin dahil may isang player nga na hindi nakalipad, unfortunately for them. But feeling ko 2-1 yung magiging score na itong series na to.
Oo, 2-1, men.
Na-focus ko na Yun yung expectations ko, Bes
Oo. Ito Bes. Pag na 2-0 to, swerte talaga tayo.
Tayo talaga yung swerte.
Pero pag naging 2-1 to,
inayos nila yung laro.
Pag 2-1 to, hinanda natin ang sarili natin na 2-1 yung score So okay lang.
Okay lang.
Pag 2-0, iba talaga ang swerte ng table. Ganun lang yun.
Maagang tulugan para sa mga tao dito na nanonood ngayon Pero syempre, magkakaspa si Ray Ray. So, walang matutulog. Araw-araw, dilat tayo. Men.
Men. Magkikita pa tayo bukas.
Magkikita pa tayo bukas. May episode tayo bukas Anyway, moving forward, this is gonna be round 9. 5-3 ang ating score. Xerxia is on the lead right now. And this is finally the buy round of FPX as well. Paano mo lang Trailblazer lang para sa Xerxia side para mahanap kung meron man silang makukuha ang info dito. But hop out mula kay Foxy and it paid off. Nakapitalize niya yung kill na yan on a short as well. 3 players, 4 na players actually from the side of Xerxia. Nandito ngayon sa may showers, but that nade, matatagalan sila pagdating sa showers. Kailangan makuha nitong lamps. And Angel, only with a few HP remaining. He survives but not long enough. Crows was able to get the kill on him. Mapaplant na rin nila ang spike and it's down to the last 2 remaining players.
Alam mo, feeling ko nagulat si Ardis dun Akala niya isa lang yung tao dun sa may showers. Oo.
Biglang 4 bes
So nagulat siya. Hala, ang dami pala kasi ang asim niya, di ba? Nag-nade siya. I mean, ganito ginawa ni Ardis Una, nag-pop flash siya, pumasok siya, pero wala siyang idea kung ilan na nandun. Tapos yung pangalawa, nagparinig yung mga players ng Xerxia, and pagka-nade niya, bigla ulit siya nag-swing. Ang ine-expect niya, 1 o 2, pero joke lang yun, men. Napakadaming tao sa showers kanina. Literal na, na save water, shower together. Ganun ang ginawa ng mga players ng Xerxia dito sa game na to.
But at least nabato niya yung nade ng KO kahit papaano. Na-delay niya yung ibang mga players. Pero dahil nga din sa paggamit ni Cross nung orbital strike, na-clear out yung lamps, na-force out lumabas sa positioning si Angel. And just the perfect opportunity for Xerxia to take on the kill on him as well. Malinis na rounds lang para sa Xerxia side at lumalamang na sila dito ng 3 puntos.
Fast games lang, men. Yun ang ginagawa doon ng mga players ng Xerxia. I mean, objective sila, men. Objective talaga. Pag kanukuha nila yung site, mamba out na. Yun lang ang ginagawa nila. Kasi iba pagkakuha ng site, talagang literal na sinusugod pumapasok sila Parang ako.
Kala nila kasing lakas mo no?
Ganun ako Kala mo naman talaga na nanalo. Pero at least, di ba, itong mga players ngayon ng FPX, iniisip nila kung ano ba yung the best way for us to stop the push of Xerxia. Kasi it's just, hindi nila maisip kung paano ba nila gagawin yun eh. Kasi yung side ng Xerxia, they're literally everywhere. Isipin mo, sino ang magpupush sa showers na 4 kayo? Men, Xerxia lang ang gumagawa niyan. Hindi naman talaga ginagawa ng mga players yan. Na mga pro yan.
Ever since na extend sila, ginagawa nila yung 4-man push na yun eh. Lalo na kapag yung mga eco rounds na meron sila, they typically do that. If you've watched Xerxia or nung extend pa sila dati, ginagawa na rin nila yan. But FPX side, siguro isa sa mga solusyon na nahahanap nila since laging magkakasama tong mga players ng Xerxia Umentry is the judge itself. Nasa kami ni Ardis. Ang problema nga lang dito is it's not gonna be a B-hit at all. Walang tao siyang mahahanapan pagdating dun sa judge na meron siya. Mag-aabang at mag-aabang lang yung mga players. Sinusubukan nilang i-delay ng sobra. And now the decision-making of the side of Xerxia, mukhang B-site ang magiging hit. And totally, na-misplace na o na-displace na yung mga enemies on the site itself. Wala nang silbi. Kumbaga yung judge kung sakasakali mang hindi niya mabigla itong players ng Xerxia.
Kailangan nilang kailangan nilang mag-adjust dito.
Ma-clear yung site muna, bes. Ito yun,
si Ardis, siya ang literal na destroyer, mga kaibigan. Destroyer! Sumabog na yung mukha, pero nakapag-flat pa rin dito. Si Brimstone, mga kaibigan, Sushi Boys winning on that corner. Natamaan siya, literal na walang marinig. Yung mga players sa Xerxia ngayon, 3 versus 3, and now Angel will gonna catch one already. Pero nga ng Surf, oh my God, kailangan mo lumabas dyan. Meron ko to, Uy! Wala na siyang rendezvous paalis! Bahala na si Abatman, sabi niya. Akala niya makakalabas siya, pero for sure ina-anticipate niya na mayroong tao dito sa site. Oo, low sila, pero hindi talaga kaya yun eh. Pero at least, diba, kitang-kita natin si Angel popping off with all these one-shots. One tap to the head na ginagawa niya with just that sheriff on hand. And ito tinan niyo yung ginawa ngayon ng Xerxia. Nag-time out sila. Nag-time out sila for them na makapag-usap kung ano ba yung gagawin natin para maging 8-4 to or 7-5 kahit papano. Kasi pag hindi pa tayo nag-time out na yun, last round na after this for the first half.
Aside from that, yung play na ginawa dito ng Xerxia, pati ng FPX, parang kahit pa paano, almost nandito na tayo sa halftime, but they're still trying to figure out kung paano ba yung playstyle ng isa't isa. Obviously, they come from different regions right here, and magkaiba yung playstyle na meron tayo on EMEA, for example, to Asia Pacific. Magkaiba yan. So, when it comes to disengagements, lalo na hindi pa sila nagkakatapat ever since, mabibigla ka na lang din na actually fast games or fast rounds ang na nakikita natin dito or na-witness natin. And that just basically shows how Asia Pacific as a region, more on talagang firepower, aim duels.
Yeah, aim duels.
Mapa-force ka.
Pero in terms of aim duels naman, of course, itong mga players ito talagang nabuhay sila para manalo sa mga aim duels.
Feeling ko, pag nag-attackers tong FPX, feeling ko slow play to eh. Biglang babagal yung playstyle na meron tayo ngayon.
May chance may chance. So later on, makikita natin yan kung ano yung gagawin nila. Pero ito if ever nag-attackers sila, they can be aggressive din, partner. Kasi dalawa yung initiator nila eh. What do you think? They have the flash KO. And they have the hunt
the thing is, dalawa na nga initiator nila, dalawa pa smoker nila eh.
Yun nga eh. Pero wala silang sentinel.
Well, kaya sila nahihirapan. That just goes to show, kaya sila nahihirapan on the defense itself. Pero kung tutuusin, hindi naman ganun kalayo. Feeling ko, mababalik na to when it comes to the attacker side dahil mahirapan talaga sila. And kahit naman nasa defense sila on a double initiator, double control setup, ang dami mong utilities na pwedeng paglaruan, ang dami mong pang-delay.
Okay. Pero, for the side of Xerxia, mga kaibigan, gonna go in cross. Siya ang first contact dito sa may showers, mga kaibigan. Pero yung hunt will be denied right now. Sider, oh my God! Natunaw si Sushi Boys, ladies and gentlemen! Panis na sushi ang nangyari sa kanya. And Sider went out for the hold na ginawa ni Sider dito lang sa short, men, napaka-basic ng ginawa niya. Bato ng snake bite, mag-smoke ka dyan, then bumarel. Yun lang yung ginawa niya. Wala man lang nag-push dito sa short.
Paano makakapag-entry ng matindi dito? Una sa lahat, mauumpisahan ka ni Sider. Hindi ka man lang kailangan makita. Aside from that, nakapasok na on-site itong mga players. Maliban doon kung hindi mo napansin, naka-ulti yung KO. Wala silang mapaglaruan na utilities at all pagdating sa entry nila. It all just boiled down to aim duels. And they had no idea na may tao pa sa lamps dahil natakpan yun ng smoke coming in from the Viper. Another round, isa na lang ang kailangan habulin ng FPX right now. Sushi Boys, gagamitin yung Roomba. Pan-check lang din kung merong tao. And instantly, this would be the death of the Boombot as well.
Wala namang baterya yung Roomba, mga kaibigan. Yung crash gear, kumbaga. Nagtatamiya ka ba dati?
Oo.
Ako rin.
Pero wala akong pambili. So,
ako rin.
habang
yung
noon lang. Tamang tingin-tingin lang.
Yung Let's Go. Yun, alam mo, best, dati nung bata ako, sa Worlds of Fun pa yun eh. Yun yung pinakauna ko nilaro sa PlayStation 1. Yung Let's Go, yung Tamiya. Wala lang, batang-bata pa ako. Grade school pa ata ako. Bale, mga 6 years ago.
1992 pa yan.
6 years ago yun. 1992. Wow. Oy!
Sumakto yung flash! Pero
na-flash
si Foxy pa! Baka naman!
Na-flash na, nakapatay ba? Baka Foxy yan, men.
Baka Foxy yan.
Oo, baka Foxy yan. Baka Asia Pacific yan. Men lang yan, men. Baka
Biglang yumabang
diba?
no?
Sige mo naman, ang FPX, kala mo naman talaga.
Oh, may isa pang lalabas, oh.
Ay, naku po. Ay, nako, Crows.
Nako.
Ano?
Baka APAC yan.
Baka APAC yan.
APAC ganern.
Oo, APAC ganern talaga, men. Pero ito na yung gagawin ngayon ng Xerxia. Isipin nyo, Xerxia yan. Nasa harapan yung X niyan. Kayo, yung FPX, nasa dulo yung X nyo. O, di ba? Wala namang connect yun, pero ipapasok ko na lang, basta gets nyo na yun. Pero Surf gonna push in. Nilaban si Sider, mga kaibigan ni Surf. Pero 2v5, bawas naman daw kahit armor lang sa side ng Xerxia. Hoy, Sushi Boys, we're gonna go down, pero it's all up to Shao! Surf with a flick! Sai flick, ladies and gentlemen. 5-7 already.
Switching sides.
Sa side ng Xerxia. Sarap pala magpakabayas kahit papaano, pero di ko feel eh.
Pag Pinoy eh, doon tayo talaga magpapakabayas.
Gusto ko magpakabayas pero ginagawa ko konti, pero iba talaga.
Iba yung pakiramdam pag Team Secret, o kaya yung ibang Filipino teams ang binabayas natin eh. Pero wala tayong choice, ito ang bias natin. Asia Pacific region, best. Sakit lang siguro sa damdamin kasi ito yung mga team na tumalo sa atin.
Oo, ito yung tumalo eh. Pero wala naman tayo magagawa dyan. Kasi, itong Masters, para sa mga, ano yan eh, sa mga hindi naman mga galing yan eh. Pero, syempre mga kaibigan, alam ko na gusto namang marinig yung panel. Kaya, direct, i-panel mo na.
Off the back of the pistol round, but they have managed to put together a respectable half.
Yeah, a lot of that came down on the side of Xerxia for Scary as well, Jess, who's been really, really good on that Viper.
How many times are you going to throw to me about Scary in the world of international events that you and I have been to, Yinsu? Yeah, yet again, I get to say his name. Yet again, he gets to live up to his name. And yet again, he gets to show us why he was the top-rated Viper in Reykjavik. He comes back here and he goes, well, that's the reason I get to be one of the big dogs in the controller world. So for him overall, this has been an excellent first half so far.
It definitely has. I mean, Sider managed to double his kills in round 11. He had some level of performance, but it has been the Scary show, I think. And just in general, the level of discipline coming out from Xerxia has been better than FPX. If you take a look at their rounds and the way that they've been playing out, FPX have been the ones making the mistakes, fumbling occasionally, and Xerxia are winning the fights and finding opportunities to punish. If you take a look at this replay of round 9, Fox is able to sneak his way close, find Zipan. The pre-aim is pretty perfect, looking for exactly where he is. In the meantime, they're taking Shower's control, dodge the flash, use that timing to swing, and force Ardis into going for a crazy fight. They also then get into the site off the back of the Brimstone ult, and that collects the kill on Angel. They're dismantling FPX, and that needs to change for the next half. FPX are normally a very structured team, and Xerxia are picking them to pieces.
I think there's an opportunity now for FPX to look at what they've seen in the first half and use that to their advantage, because sometimes you just need to be able to read your opponent and then put the puzzle pieces in place from there.
Well, I do wonder if 5 rounds is going to be enough here for FPX, and it's time to send this back into game for the second half with Tom and Mitch.
Grabe talaga si Direk, no? Ang bilis umaksyon. ang bibilis lumipat eh. Kumbaga, pag sinabi mo, ang bilis pumindot. Pinoy na Pinoy talaga yan.
Basta pindutan, Reggie talaga yan.
Reggie talaga sa kalag.
Oo, Reggie lang, men. Tsaka congratulations kasi ano na siya, talagang literal na parte na siya ng pamilya ng PPGL, di ba? Kaya maraming salamat kasi may
kumbaga,
trabaho.
Meron na siyang,
si Reggie may trabaho na.
may PSA na siya.
Oo, men.
May birth certificate na, kumbaga.
Meron na siyang benefits.
Benefits na.
Kaya Reggie, sa unang sweldo mo, baka naman, di ba? Pero wala siyang jowa, yun lang yun.
Ay, yun lang. Uy! Meron akong kilala naghahanap din eh. Rere ang pangalan. Pero prowler muna para sa mga players dito sa loob ng hookah. Wala rin silang makikita pero si Angel, siya ang makakahanap ng first kill dito. It's gonna be scary. Mawawalan sila ng smoke. Kahit pa paano, dahil meron pa rin naman silang brimstone at least. They are on the defense right now. And so far for FPX, ang gusto lang nilang gawin dito is to play for the pick and move out.
Oo. Tama ka dyan, partner. Kasi babae ka. Kaya tama ka. Sorry, nakaalto po. Pero, yung mga players ngayon ng FPX is gonna go in already. Pero Molotov ang ginagawa ngayon ng search para syempre mahirapan pa yung mga players ngayon ng FPX. Haunt is activated pero wala siya nakita kahit isa. But Foxy with a rotation right now. Surf all the way dito lang sa may labs. Pero nga, Zypan and Angel gonna take everyone right now. And Angel, what a flag behind him will get 4. Ginawang puno si Sushi Boys, mga kaibigan. 6-7. And ang tanong, magkakatotoo ba yung sasabihin, yung sinabi ni Eliza Terror na slow play ang FPX or probably magiging sobrang aggressive sila? Kasi ganito lang yan mga bes ha. Ito, if ever talaga nanalo dito ang FPX, kabahan ang Search next round or next map. Kasi yun ang mapang pinili ng FPX.
Grabe yung mga flick dito ni Angel. Pag binigyan mo ng info, alam niya agad kung saan tatama yung crosser na meron siya. But this KO knife, immediate shutdown mula sa side ng Sersha. But the molly, just to make them go out of place kahit papano. Gusto ata nilang i-farm yung orb right now. Pero yung Patials na paatras sila kahit papano. Sider getting a kill already. Si Scary, pangalawa niya na to. Lagi niyang pinupush yung kalaban and lagi siyang nahuhuli as well.
Yun din yung problema dito. Medyo nagmamaasim na dito talaga yung mga players natin. Pero yun yung tinatawag na high risk, high reward. But Xiao, who's gonna flank right now? Pero Sider, how? Hindi ko alam kung paano napatay. Siguro nasilip niya doon sa may gilid niya na smoke. Pero Surf will do some flanks as well. Kung tulad ng ginagawa ngayon ng FPX, mga kaibigan. Pero nga, Fox, you're gonna push in already with just that classic on hand. Nadik yung ulo. Pero yun nga lang, hindi enough yung damage para syempre mapatay mo yung isang tao na to. Ito si Surf, 5 ang kalaban niya, 5 bullets na lang ang meron sa headhunter niya. 5 lang ang kailangan niya iputok dito mga kaibigan. Pero si Sider, literal na siya ang nakaputok. Hindi man lang naputok ni kaibigang Surf to, men. Walang tutok. Wala, hindi natutok. Hindi natutok at hindi naputok.
Una niya atang magiging swing doon is towards A short. Kaso nabigla siya, may biglang tumalon dito sa may harapan niya. At saktong-sakto lang din yung timing ni Sider. Ito yung mga hindi natin nakikita in real time. But if you think about it, yung mga players na napapanood natin, especially the professional players, alam nila yung movements kahit hindi nila nakikita. Alam nila kung gaano katagal magro-rotate ang isa't isa. Pero sa loob ng TP na yan, isang guiding light ang makikita nila. And 1-to-1 trade lang naman na meron tayo for the sides itself. Pero Surf, 7 HP na lang pala ang natitira para sa kanya. Nandiyan naman si Foxy to heal him away. Ang kaso nga lang, masyado siyang malayo kasi nasa loob pala siya ng A-site habang yung 4 o yung 3 nagro-rotate ng sabay-sabay.
Yeah. Pero yung si Surf is super low right now. Siya lang ang nagbabantay lang dito sa may A. Pero nagpapandig na yung mga players dito ng FPX. So may idea ang Search siya na nasa loob na ngayon ng FPX mga kaibigan. But that is the double satchel play na ginagawa ng Zypan. Pain shells para lang syempre mga cushion enough kasi the Orius we're gonna take down 1. 0 point. Not gonna tag anyone right now outside with the plant as well. Xiao waiting to sa may box. Waiting to sa may backsides right now. Pero nga lang Crows will gonna be down. Sushi Boys dito lang din sa may gilid. Diyos ko pa maliliko ng bata si kaibigang Xiao mga kaibigan. Pero Diyos ko pa na timing. It's just right there. Oh my God. Salisigang indeed. Pero delikado ngayon yung isa. Sushi Boys will take 1 down. Pero delikado rin talaga yung mga buhay ng Xerxia dito kasi dalawang talaga sila. 3v2, grabe yung swing ng dalawang players. The wallbang mga Sider. Bawas naman daw kahit armor lang. But Sushi Boys 2v2 nangyari dito mga kaibigan. Orange will take one down. Foxy on the same position kung saan namatay yung kakampi niya. And Ardis with a 3K. 8-7 FPX. For the first time ever, sila na ang lamang dito sa match na to.
Ganun lang kabilis na comeback nila yung nangyari for the first half a while ago in just a flick. And pag tinignan din natin tong dalawang teams natin ngayon, no, lalo na papalapit na tayo sa double digits na score natin, calculated bawat movements ng FPX side, especially here on the defense. They seem to be stronger on the defensive side instead of the attackers. At napakalaking bagay na napag-anchor na meron si Ardis when it comes to the post-plant positions na pinapakita rin nila dito on the side of FPX. But going away or doing the rendezvous is actually Surf para maiwasan yung knife from the KO. Tamang repositioning lang on A short. But the players right now of FPX, same old, play for picks.
Yeah. Pero dito naman ngayon na pinapakita ng FPX is just medyo tama ka partner, medyo slow, pero at the same time, if ever nakakuha sila dito ng enough momentum, ng enough information, all they need to do is be aggressive. Pumapasok sila. Sa una, mabagal lang, pero pag alam na nila kung nasa ba yung mga kalaban nila, if ever nakakuha sila ng mga kahit konting angulo dito, literal na magpupush na sila. Pero sisimulan muna nila with all the smokes na mayroon sila, with all the utilities right now. Napakadaming AoE damage mga kaibigan, may snake bite na, may pinchals pa. And at the same time, meron pang seize and hunt para mga kaibigan. Para syempre talaga mapati mga kalaban dito sa Xerxia. 5v4 onto this game, walang pera ang player sa Xerxia. Kailangan nilang mabuhay dito with that stinger, with that sheriff na meron si Cross, but this is gonna be a really hard one. Angel will catch one, Orange will another one as well, but that is the Angels right now. Zyphan, are you gonna be dead? And yes, Sushi Boys mga kaibigan will catch one with just the utilities on hand, but it's all up to one. Scary with that stinger, gonna push in, apat ng kalaban mo, the clock is ticking, Zipper will not catch anyone right now, but Scary, literally, sa harapan niya nakakuha ng isa, but Xiao, with that verticality, we'll take one down, 9-7. Nakakuha na ng FPX. Nakakuha na ng momentum ang FPX dito, bes.
Kahit na nakabuelo si Cross nung lineup niya when it comes to the utilities, especially the Molly, para sana sa nagpa-plant ng spike, hindi umabot eh. Medyo offset yung timing na meron tayo. Kumbaga, na-delay lang ng ilang millisecond itong Molly. And because of that, hindi na-delay yung pagpa-plant ng spike, yung rotations ng Xerxia na cut off din. And of course, with the help of all the smokes coming in from Fun Plus Phoenix, na dalawa rin ang smokers na meron dito at dalawang initiators, napakahirap talaga. And I feel like, Xerxia, kailangan nilang labanan to ng aim duel ng mabilisan sa simula pa lang. Pag inantay nila, nalulugi sila.
Hello nga pala kay 2,201 kilometer. Nag-gelo sa Twitch. Pero Scary mga kaibigan with a flick catching one. Pero Xiao! Oh my God!
Walang kaalam-alam.
Ardis, 1v3. Winnable to. Surf! We'll get 4. 9-8 already. And Xerxia, at least hindi nila hinahayaan na lumayo yung score
yun
dito,
nga.
bes.
Ito nga yung sinasabi ko kanina, diba? Kung kanina nag-aantay yung Xerxia, hindi talaga gumagana at all because sa dami nga ng utilities, napupush out lang sila sa site. And kapag nilalabanan nila ng aim duel ng tapat-tapatan, nagkakaroon sila ng maliit na spark, kumbaga. Pagdating dun sa mga entry, doon nila natatapatan sa aim duel itong mga players ng FPX. But when it comes to post-plant position, it seems to be almost as if impossible ma-retake yung mga site na meron tayo. So they have to be really careful. Surf with an operator, he gets 1 kill. Walang pang rendezvous dahil nga rin merong ulti ni Ardis dyan. Nightfall being used right now. Surf very low on HP, natatamaan dito with the ulti and he still managed to get the kill instead. Foxy ang makukuha ng Prowler na yan. Stim Beacon para sa mga players ng Xerxia para makapag-rotate agad. But Ardis with a very low HP. He goes down in the hands of Surf and one man remaining. It's up to Zyder to make things happen. It's a 1v3 situation. Nasa kanya yung spike and itong tatlong players, nakakapaghanap sila ng posisyon. They still have to wait for that plant.
Ito kahit hindi nakakapag-jet si Surf mga kaibigan, pwede siyang mag-chamber kasi yung mechanics niyan pareho lang naman. Magkaiba lang is medyo mas ang tawag doon, medyo mas masarap gamitin si Chamber if really wanna go. Like, kunyari, if ever nakapatay ka, then mamba out na. Ganun lang yan. Mas madaling gamitin ito si Chamber if ever you wanna do that. Pero Crows, mga kaibigan, we're gonna secure the kill. And it's just, I really want to commend yung ginagawa dito na Surf. I mean, yes, nakapatay siya ng isa. Isipin mo, natamaan na ng ulti ni Fade. Nakapatay pa. Ito yun, no? Natamaan ng ulti ni Fade. Nakapatay pa ng isa. Si Surf patay, pati si Fade patay dito, man. You know? Bam! Tapos, nakapatay pa through that smoke, which is nakita naman kasi niya yung katawan. So, in-anticipate ni Surf na alam ko na nandito lang si KO, na kahit tumalon siya, alam ko kung saan siya dadaan, alam ko kung saan siya babagsak. That anticipation enough is huge already for him to get that kill.
Pinagtataka ko rin dun, yung Prowler, hindi siya naspatan eh, no?
Masyadong nakakaliwa. Masyadong nakakaliwa.
Nakabig pa kaliwa. Yun lang yung naging issue doon pagdating sa Prowler. Kaya hindi niya na-realize na nasa harapan niya. Bigla, di ba? So, yung isa yung napatipi nga doon is actually Foxy. But anyway, moving forward, low in HP na nga si Ardis. Siyempre, may Viper Spit silang kailangan tapatan here on B kung sakasakali man. And because of that, mapapakatras sa mga players ng FPX right now. Dalawa ang nag-aabang on A. They also have traps from the chamber right there. So magandang trap to for Sersha right now kung walang mapipitas, especially yung mga importanteng agents dito like the chamber and the Viper as well.
Okay. Nagpakita Sushi Boys dito mga kaibigan, hindi na-anticipate ng FPX for sure, pero nga siya, ang ganda ng ginawa niya, umakyat dun sa may taas. Kailangan na umakyat dun sa may taas mga kaibigan para siya talaga mag-ulto. Pero yun nga lang, Sushi Boys will catch one right now, but Surf. Andito siya sa vicinity ng rendezvous, pero at least pinakita ni Angel yung disiplina niya. Hindi siya bigla-bigla magpipik dito. But Ardis mga kaibigan, waiting patiently, pwede siya mag-pop flash ngayon, pero dahil sa orbital strike, dito lang sa may Cubby, ay dito lang sa may backside rather, but Sider will catch one. Wala silang magalawan kasi meron nga talaga yung orbital strike na pag gumalo siya, malamang talaga mamamatay sila doon. And that is the play na ginawa ngayon ni Angel. But it's all up to Sushi Boys right now with a showstopper! Huwag ka patiis! Huwag ka natin ang showstopper! At so mga kaibigan, hindi tumama, nag-whip si Xiao, sayang!
Mahuhuli niya sana yung dalawang players ata dito ng Sersha kung sakasakali man. Aside from that, tumama din yung showstopper na meron kaya hindi rin nakapalag pati yung nasa hookah kanina. And this is just another take for Sersha's side. 10-9 na magiging score natin dito. Isa lang ang kalamangan na meron ng Sersha, but at this moment right now, yung dalawang orbital strike na nakita natin na punish completely yung mga players na nasa hookah, pati na rin yung sa side kanina na orbital strike na walang nahuli at all. Nahuli lahat, nasa hukay. Para to clear out sa site completely lang naman for that orbital strike and to get in. Ang kaso nga lang, naspatan din sila doon ng mga players. Nilabanan din nila ng sarili nilang orbital strike. Anyway, Sersha, they're still holding on to this operator, especially in the hands of Surf, dahil napakaganda ng performance niya from the previous rounds, holding on to this operator. Lagi siyang may nahuhuli on B-long. And not only that, he doesn't just get one kill, especially in the positioning that a chamber can do, dahil nga din the rendezvous is up and available for him.
Pininig mo na ba ako?
Oo.
Ayan. And then, nakapag-refresh na ako. I am back, ladies and gentlemen. Pero at least, ito sa pinapakita nga naman talaga mga players natin. I mean, sobrang dikit ng laban. Talagang ina-anticipate talaga namin na matagal to. Matik na yun. Pero 2 games lang naman tayo. O ano?
Kasi may aso ka, naalala ko eh. Anong okay, suggest ka daw ng dog food? Actually, yung nag-comment, aso ni Vil.
Well, aso ni Vil, ang kinakain mo ngayon, pedigree puppy na may halong pedigree na wet food.
Oh, wow.
I mean, dry food, ganyan.
Socially.
Tapos ang treats mo, of course, pedigree din. Siyempre.
Samantala sa amin, yung ulam lang kagabi.
Oo, man. Check ko lang. I mean, of course, binibigyan kita ng masarap na pagkain, kaya wag kang kumahol pag nagtatrabaho ang tatay mo. Pero Surf, mga kaibigan,
si Xiao. Paulit-ulit siya doon eh. Yung kulit mo, lalabas ka pa rin utility na-seize yung dalawa, pero mahuhuli pa rin at mahuhuli pa rin dito. Scary was able to take one kill out. Dalawa na lang natitira for the side of FPX. May isa pa atang susunod. Audition.
What? Sabi
6 HP.
What? Sabi ng mga casters na English casters, are you kidding me?
What?
No way. Pero that is is Ardes, mga kaibigan. Gonna fall down to the hands of Sushi Boys again. Angge. Angel. Si Angge. Low on HP. 3v1. Si Angge, nag-iingay lang. Ito na yung Crash Gear. Ito na yung Magnum, mga kaibigan. Angel. Oh, matatamaan pa ata. Oh, hindi. Pero Angel with a spike, Matsushi with a kill. 9-11. One more round for them to get that match point, mga kaibigan. May pera ba ang FPX? Allow!
Nag-comment ulit yung aso ni Bill.
Ano?
Pedigree puppy daw, sinungaling. So, papayag ka nun, Bill, sinasagot ka ng aso mo?
Sorry. Pero wala, yun naman talaga yung kinakain mo eh.
Yung picture niya pa, picture mo, tsaka ni Pico.
Yun nga eh. Yung about niya, anak sa labas ni Bill eh. Pero yun yung baby pa lang si Pico. Pero ngayon, laki na ni Pico.
Laki na ni Pico, guys. So,
Laki
ibig
naman
sabihin, itong viewer na to, matagal na tong nanonood.
Oo.
Diba? Shoutout sa'yo.
Shoutout sa'yo.
Pati yung barong ni Bill.
Pati yung barong ko.
Nag-comment na.
Ano
Full
sa'yo, man?
outfit. Outfit of the day mo. Best, huling-huli lahat. Lahat may account.
Oo nga eh. Kung sino man may-ari niyan.
Wala pa ba yung 20 ni Bill?
Oo, kung sino may-ari niyan, PM mo ako, may pamilk tea ako. Pero eto na si Scary, mga kaibigan, pushing in. Pero that is the birdie. Pero nga ng Zypa with that showstopper, ladies and gentlemen, may makukuha ba sila? Pero that is the discipline na ginagawa ng Search na okay na naman hindi tayo magpakita kasi pag nagpakita sila, malamang talagang tayo pati talaga. Yung mga players dito ng Search pero nilabas na nga si Pico, mga kaibigan, na maghahanap na mga ngert dito. Pero Angel with that molly, para mas mahirapan pa yung mga players kaya ng Search na makapasok niya. Pero ito na, yung pagpasok nila. Pero Sir, gonna push in with that operator. Medyo mahirap dito talaga because of that thing na binawato ni KO. But Sushi Boys will catch one. Sushi Boys gonna push in. So, I guess yung ginagawa niya, si Sir nakapating pa ng isa. Pero that is the sheriff na ginalapit sa Saipan ngayon. At mukhang, Diyos ko po, mani-thrifty pa ata. Pero si Angge, my God! Na-thrifty pa nga because of the ultimates na meron. Ang FPX, mga kaibigan, hindi pa match points ang search siya.
Na Viper spit lang sila doon, Besiwa, pagdating sa site. Alam mo, yung pagre-retake dito ng Sersha, kung napanood nyo, no, tatlo sa kanila nasa heaven. Ang tagal nilang inantay actually. And the goal here of the Raze was to get the verticality. Kaya yung mga satchel in place ng Raze dito na nakita natin is actually on top nung parang tangke. Tsaka yung boxes natin on A site itself. Dahil nga gusto niya makuha yung verticality, unfortunately, hindi nag-work out. Kaya doon naging domino effect yung retake dito ng Sersha. At for the side of FPX, dahil nga sa Viper Spit na yun, naiwasan din ni Sider completely yung mga players na sumusugod. Ligtas na ligtas talaga. Ngayon, hindi pa tapos ang laban. We have a tour de force here in the hands of Sir, pero nasa harapan na niya, mas mabilis pa ang reaction time. There is another one there, but Zepan was able to take on the kill instead. Kayo nag-aarap na pwedeng mga-cancel out eh.
Sushi Boys and Scary. Ito na ang two-man team na ginagawa ni Search ng mga kaibigan. 4v2 na titira ngayon, pero si Artis ang wala ka nila sa kapal! Oh my God! Tinuhog mga kaibigan, ginawang kebab yung dalawa. Pero sis ka, hindi ka makakapasok dyan, men. Pero kaya pa ba? Pati kami wala na kaming marinig, pre. Nasis na, nasuppress pa. Manahimik ka, Crows. Dalawa pa ang kalaban mo. But Shao will get that kill.
Ang hirap talaga.
Ng laban. Napakaganda ng laban.
Yung problema talaga ng Sersha dito, yung nagiging post-plant position ng FPX, once na nakakuha sila ng site, once na set up nila yung post-plant na yan, hirap na hirap sila when it comes to the utilities. Tsaka hindi naman dapat mamamatay kasabay nung Raze yung isa dun eh. Dapat magiging pay-off yun para sa kanila. Dapat magiging trade-off kill yun. Ang kaso nga lang, nasama sa hukay, natamaan din nung bala, yung Sky pati yung Raze. Sersha, right now, they are on a timeout. They have to figure out, go back to the drawing board kung bakit on the defense itself, nahirapan sila on the post-plant positions. But FPX is just a matter of having all those utilities to play around with, especially with the double initiator and double controller setup.
Pero at least yung pinapakita ngayon ng mga players ngayon ng dalawang teams na to, it's just talaga hindi sila nagpapatalo. Once again, this is the top 2 of EMEA for FPX, and this is the top 2 of Asia Pacific as well. And ito yung maganda, Besa, because this is the first time na naglaban sila. Pero, yung game number 1, actually yung game number 1, ganito lang naman yan eh. Sa una, minsan isang team kumukulit, tapos pag nakuha na nila yung parang kilite nung kalaban nila, literal na mananalo na yung kabila. Pero hindi eh. Isipin mo, ito sana yung parang getting to know each other stage nila, di ba? Kumbaga, parang ito yung talking stage ng FPX and Circa. Pero hindi. Isipin mo, game number 1, pareho na silang parang pa-hard to get dito. Ganyan ang ginagawa nila. Akala mo sasagutin kita. Hindi. Bakit? Sino ka ba?
Ang dami sinabi ni Bill.
Sorry.
Pero wala ka naman sa mali.
Oo.
Kasi
Malamang.
ito nga yung first map, kumbaga, unang pahapyaw literal sa lahat ng nila. Ang tagal na nila nagva-Valorant. Isipin nyo, baka simula pa lang ng Valorant naglalaro na to. But these two teams, hindi pa sila nagkakatapat ever. So, hindi pa talaga nila alam yung playstyle na meron. But like you said, ito yung mga second placer natin. 1-to-1 trade na meron na tayo dito on long B. Meron pa katang ibang mga susunod with a jump peek from Surf. He might be able to take one as well. My God! Si Surf, napakakating mag-operator. Lahat ng posible niyang makita, lahat ng mapipik niya dito, tumatama yung mga shots na meron siya. Napakalaking factor nito for the side of FPX.
Oo. Sa lahat ng factors, pinapakita na talaga sobrang laki din talaga ng ginagawa din talaga ng Circa for sure. Kasi, after all, this is the mapa na pinili nila.
This is the mapa.
Oo, tama yun.
Tsaka Bes, makikita mo kapag nakapitas sila sa operator, lalo na dalawa yung napitas, parang natatakot na silang pumasok ng mga sites. And ito yung exactly kailangan dalihin ng Circa towards
Orbital
FPX.
strike,
Nakahanda na, oh. Pag may nag-tap dyan, matik yan.
Oh.
Wala pa.
Yan lang ang kailangan nila maging. Ayan na. Open up the sky! Binuksan na ang kalangitan para siyempre mas mahirapan yung mga players ngayon na FPX na makapasok. Pero yun nga lang, Zypan catches one. Pero merong isang umiikot ha. Medyo may nagpa-flank pero ang Sushi Boys mga kaibigan getting that corner. Alam nyo na meron tayo dito sa may Gedli. Artist just ko pa nag-region na. Pero who's gonna get that kill? Surprisingly with an engagement. I don't know how. But scary. Also that corner will catch one. 1v2. Best winnable to ha. Pwede pa. Kasi medyo marami pa buhay ngayon si Scary. Kahit 85, oh my God, the wallbang niya! 1v1 with a great one. Cider versus Scary. Pero who will win that team? I'm Cider! Siya pa rin na nakakuha noon. Oh no, ito yung mapang pinili ng Thai. Thai Rizal, mga kaibigan. Walang pera ang Circa.
It's so unfortunate. Kumbaga, a series of unfortunate events ang nangyari para sa site na yun. Isipin mo si Ardis, stuck siya sa positioning na yun ha. Ang matindi doon, Raze yung sumisilip sa kanya kanina pa, Vil. Tsaka kung may Raze ka, nakitang-kita ko, kompleto yung utilities niya. Roomba lang yung nagamit niya, which is the boom bot. Meron pa siyang pin shells, meron siyang satchel, but hindi niya na lang finorce out with the satchel. But you know what? It is them. Play nila yon. In the end, what matters right now is to get this round dahil pupunta tayo sa exciting part kung magkakaroon ng overtime.
Ay, nako.
Sayang no?
Oo, sayang yun, men. Na-wallbang na siya Okay Pero sadyang hindi lang din talaga siguro, ewan ko ba, pero malis na ko na mangyari dito. Pero ito na yung pagpasok yun ng FPX mga kaibigan. Isa lang ang kailangan nila ay mananalo sila. Pero yung alam, Foxy, napakagandang read dito. Nakakuha pa ng isa through that wall. Pero scary, oh my God! Just using all the utilities that they have. Specters lang ang meron sila. Kahit Spectre yan, may nakakapatay pa rin yan. 55 seconds and hindi pa sila nakakapasok. And this is super low, but Foxy, look at Foxy though. Taking one down through that wall again. All walls are wangable mga kaibigan. Tandaan yan, Ardis, literal na 1 HP. Piso na lang ang meron siya. Pero Foxy, lumipad yung ulo. Surf, andun na sa may Gedli. Pero Ardis, he's gonna fall down to the hands of Scary. Spray and pray lang ang ginawa niya. Makakakuha pa ng baril si kaibigang Scary dito. Pero sabi ni Cider, pare, ayoko mag-B kasi mag-A ako. Pero ito ang ganda ng posisyon ni Cross. Cross, can he take him down? And yes, he could! And we're gonna go to OT! Overtime sa game number 1 pa lang. Kailangan manalo ng taytay dito.
Ang iniisip ko dito, dahil last round na yun sure na last round na yun. It's either it's gonna be a 13-11 or it's gonna be an overtime kung saan marireset lahat ng pera, lahat ng utilities and everything else. Meron tayong Viper Spit nakikita on the side of Circa. pagdating sa may bilong. Ngayon, buhay na buhay yung KO in a 2v4 situation if I'm not mistaken. And meron siyang ultimate na pwedeng gamitin. And I was just wondering kung bakit hindi niya nagamit yon at all. Knowing na may Viper Spit, maka-cancel out yun, di ba?
Sorry. Ano yan?
Pag nag-ult yung KO sa loob ng B-site dahil may Viper Spit yung Sersha, maka-cancel yung ult. Pero hindi niya ginamit ever kahit last round na. Yun yung iniisip ko kanina pa kasi in a 2v4 kahit pa paano makakagawa sila ng play kung biglang mawawala yung Viper Spit pero hindi ganun yung nangyari. Ang tagal kong inantay.
Sorry daw, pre.
Oo. Pero ganun talaga ang buhay.
Wala naman tayong magagawa kung yun yung pinili nila. Kung kami ni Taylor naglaro yan, ko po, hindi kanina matapos pa. Kala nyo, panalo kami?
Kasi 13-0 kami.
Kala nyo, panalo kami? Ay, alam nyo ba? Alam nyo ba na nakalaban namin ang naos?
Ay, oo.
Oo. Ay, nako. Ay, nako talaga. Hindi naman
kami yung 13-1.
Hindi, pero alam
mga 13-2 siguro.
Yung score namin ni Taylor.
Kami, guys.
Ay, nako, yung score namin ni Taylor.
Naghahabulan tayo sa bot.
Man, 11 tsaka 10. Yun yung deaths namin. Alam nyo, yung kills namin, 0. 0-10, 0-11. Kala nyo? At least nanalo ako ng skin.
Hindi pala mawawala yung ult nung Viper Spit. Pero sayang din yung yung ult ng KO dun eh. Kasi ang dami mo pa rin mapapunish pagdating sa loob ng site kahit papano. But anyway, andito na tayo eh. Andito na tayo sa overtime. Sa exciting part. Ang unang overtime para sa VCT Masters ay nandito na sa ating lahat. Para sa araw na ito. Hindi ko sure kung nag-overtime kahapon. Tulog na kasi ako nun.
Oo, sila tulog natin guys. Nung patapos ng game number 1, humiga na ako katabi si Mrs.
Nag-overtime.
16-14?
Kasi si Ray nag-cast, no? Si Ray, no?
Hindi na bago yun, men. Pag si Ray nag-cast, ganun talaga. Pero shoutout nga pala kay Ginang Meika Villaseran. Hello nga pala sa'yo. Kung naririnig mo ako, titikin mo to. Pero, Shao, will catch one. Yung siko ko ipipitikin niya. Pero, meron siyang hunt mga kaibigan at hindi gumalaw.
Ang aking VMix.
Hindi gumalaw mga kaibigan. Andito lang si Sushi Boys nagbabantay ng pwedeng mapatay. Wala kami nakikita mga kaibigan. Pulang-pula.
Baga.
Dubstep, di ba?
Dubstep. Ay, ito pala.
Ay, nako. Dubstep, di ba?
Sabi ko na nga, ito ang tunay na paramdam ni dubstep. Kasi hindi nyo sinasama sa Masters. Sinasabi ko sa inyo, kung hindi nyo ilalagay, kami na lang ang wawasak. Si Beral ko na ang boom ng tumrabaho, Bessie.
Hindi ko alam kung ano yung nangyari sa Copenhagen. Pero sana okay
dito
lang
sa Copenhagen, okay pa kami. Sana okay kayo, okay lang.
Sim. Pero, Besiwap, at least, di ba? I mean, sobrang enjoy tayo sa nakikita.
Hindi ba ganun yung lumalabas?
Oo nga eh. Pero, babalik tayo ngayon dun sa game. Kasi, tapos nasabi ni Dubstep, okay na, nagkuha na niya yung ano niya. Pero, Diyos ko po, Bes! Panalo ang FPX! Hala, isa na lang, mananalo sila dito. Diyos ko po, direct ulitin mo nga ulit yung nangyari kanina. Baka manalo ulit yung FPX para tapos na.
Nagkaroon lang ng pula sa screen, biglang nabaliktad na, Bessie.
Oo, men. Ganyan kami ka-solid. Men, pati VCT, hindi kami yung kinakaya.
Hindi na kinaya.
Diyos ko po, mga kaibigan. Hindi na kami kinaya, Babalik sa amin, di ba? Game na to, men.
It's a prank.
Pati VCT, Antevil, hindi kinakaya. Ano ba naman yan? Heist!
Basta tayong lahat mag-iingay tayo pagdating ng LCQ, huwag kayong mag-alala. Dadali natin ang bandila.
Overlay, hindi namin kailangan yan.
Hindi namin kailangan yan, men. Tignan natin, no? Ito si Surf, nag-aabang lang to, may sisilip eh. Kita nyo naman, may numberings naman tayo. Pagdating sa taas, kayo nang bahala, umintindi muna dyan. But
1-2-0 yan.
Very, very close. On towards the sky!
We'll go down. Foxy.
Mapapatuloy nyo.
Grabe naman talaga mga kaibigan, nauuna pa ang video kaysa sa audio. Pero okay lang yan. On to this game, isa ang nawala dito sa side ng Sersha, pero dito naman sa side ng FPX, yung isa nila is really low and dalawa pa yung kailangan na dito na na orb para makakuha dito ng showstopper if ever pinangalan Cross. Mga kaibigan will catch 2 already, pero just ko po literal na sulok ngayon si kaibigan Cross pushing it to a 3v3 situation right now, and this is not the rotation na ginagawa ngayon ng mga players ng Xerxia. Yung isa nagpa-flank pa which is nasa likod, which is si Sushi Boys, but right now mga kaibigan, oh no, hindi ka pwede magpakita dyan kasi baka mamatay ka. Pero that is Zyder though with that snake bite will gonna prevent the possible push or the possible rush na pwedeng gawin dito ng Xerxia Best. Pero yun nga lang, delikado ang FPX sa posisyon ni Sushi Boys.
3v3 situation right now. Na-plant na ang spike pagdating sa side ng FPX. It's up to Xerxia on how to do the retake right now. Angel send para sa kanila. And this is an operator in play. Angel was able to take one already. Going for the third on this round. And syempre, to finish things off, it is gonna be FPX or Fun Plus Phoenix taking game number 1. Dito sa mapa na to, Vil, nakita natin when it comes to the attackers during the time of Xerxia, sila yung napakalaki ng lamang nila dito. And dumating sa point na nahabol sila ng FPX. And like I said, when the switch comes in, kapag yung FPX napunta na sila sa attackers, especially na double control, double initiator setup, ang hirap tapatan yan. Lalo na kapag nakuha na nila yung post plant. And exactly ganun pa rin yung nangyari on the latter part, even on the last round itself. The post plant is just absolute perfection.
Oo. Actually, gano'n talaga. Sayang lang din talaga kasi hindi natin nakita yung first game yung first round ng OT. Pero at least, di ba, pwede natin sabihin na naka-comeback. Indeed, comeback ang ginawa dito ng mga players ng FPX. And despite of them na they're just having hiccups dun sa first half, natapos ang first half nung 7-5, pero it's just the comeback na ginawa nila, just literally pushing it to an overtime. And ito sobrang solid yung ginagawa ngayon ng sobrang solid yung ginawa ng Xerxia kasi despite of them not having enough firepower, na puro Spectre lang yung gamit niya because of that Viper Spit dun sa B na ginawa nga ng Xerxia, literal na naubos yung oras ng mga players ng FPX. And ito yung pinakamalaking partner, men. Yung mga wallbangs, yung mga anticipation, yung mga pot shots na ginagawa ng mga players ng Xerxia, kaya nila literal na naubos ang FPX dun sa 11-12 scoreline for them to push it to a big overtime. Pero at the end of the day, it's just the players from EMEA will get that big V dito sa game na to. Pero the problem is, next map, ito ang mapang pinili nila. Ito ang pinaka nakakatakot eh. Pag natalo kayo sa mapang pinili nyo, delikado na dun sa mapang pinili ng kalaban nyo. Pero what if map pickers to? Kasi the next map apparently is
Ascent.
Ito, mapa ng Pinoy yan. So talagang
Taga-Taytay Rizal.
Taga-Taytay Rizal lang yan, men.
Oo, sinasabi ko na nga ba eh. Anyway, pagdating dito sa Valorant Masters, hindi pa naman tapos ang aksyon pagdating sa lahat ng nangyayari. Dahil game number 1 pa nga lang yan nakita natin. Well, there is gonna be game number 2. But syempre, pupunta muna kami sa very short break. Sa pagbabalik natin, there's gonna be panel and syempre, babalik tayo dito with game number 2 and it's gonna be Ascent. So don't go away, VCT will be right back.
Boxes, I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, quitting was never an option. Exhausted, this passion is never exhausted. And you cannot stop it, you cannot stop it.
What I know about? 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 What I know about?
boxes, boxes. I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, stop it. Quitting was never an option. Exhausted, exhausted. This passion is never exhausted. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it.
FPX, they finally make their debut here at Masters on the international stage. And they come out with a win on map 1. But that was a close win, guys. Ooh. I'm back here with Jess and Sideshow. Xersha, they put up a good fight, but FPX, they managed to close it out, which is what really matters when it comes to the results.
It definitely does, yeah. And of course, that wasn't their map pick either. So, you know, we'll be looking towards the next map in a bit. But when it came down to bind, the players that really stepped up, I think, are Artis and Angel. They've got Angel really pulling ahead towards the end and showing that leadership, the adaptation at the end of those rounds. Round 25 in particular, where they had a plan to shut down Surf's op that had previously been such a problem for them. I felt like they really came into their own and started to get into grips with the LAN.
Oh, there's a man on the other side who tried desperately to drag and claw their way into a win. They were close, and then, of course, tried to in the overtime, wasn't successful. The man who I dare say, I'm going to say this right now, you know, there's a lot of players we say who are built for a certain agent. Well, I think this agent was built for certain. I think converse. I think Riot sat down and said, you know what, we can build a certain agent for a certain man out there who can wield it to its best ability.
The weapon might have been built for Surf.
I absolutely agree. And I look at his stats right there. Now, what you don't see on there is that over the past stage of games he's played, 18% of his kills have come from the operator alone. I looked at this match, 55% of his kills, 55% from the operator alone. We're talking 18% usually, which is quite high in a particular. If you're looking at averages, 18% of your kills is very high. I believe 164 of his kills were from the operator. And this man was like, how do I beat that? 55% of my kills with the operator. That's unreal.
Just keep him poor. That's the win condition. That's the win condition.
Oh my God.
Big up for using the Ion operator as well, not something rubbish like the minimum
one.
But,
such a skin simp.
Yeah, I love
she
the Ion
just
operator.
wants to dig at the fact I use the minimum operator.
And also, right, if you want to put the IGX Vandal in my shop sometime soon, I'm not going to complain. But when talking about the weaponry, FPX, Josh, they do something pretty funky when it comes to using said weapons.
They are geniuses. Look at this. This is the bonus round performance. So that's round 3 or round 15 when you've won the pistol. Crew are at the top. FPX are number 2 in terms of their bonus round wins. Why? Because they manipulate the economy perfectly. You can see it in the second half here. They won 4 rounds off the trot by coming in with a pistol round strat that looked fairly good. I'm not going to bore you with the details, but essentially here they're coming in, their players are good, they're able to execute a pistol round. And what's important is they save a couple of those ghosts into the next round, into round 2. They are able to dismantle their opponents using a combination of ghosts and specters, and then the 2 players that keep the ghosts, in this case it was Angel and Cider, those players upgrade to a Vandal. Look at Cider here now in round 3 with a Vandal in hand. This means that the bonus round economy for FPX is way better than usual. Almost every other team in the tournament is taking Spectres, maybe a Bulldog like maximum into the bonus. FPX every time are coming in with 2 Vandals and then a combination of Bulldogs and Spectres to accompany that. And that means that they're the 3rd best team in the tournament at extending 1 pistol round win into 3 rounds on the trot. That's just so valuable.
Yeah,
other teams need to steal that.
Exactly, because they've been doing it for a while. Like they've not been shy about the reasons they've been doing that as well. And speaking of FPX, one of the players, the substitute coming in here, did pop off on a bind. Here he is in the Verizon high-speed moment with a tasty Jess 4K.
Oh, I didn't expect it either. I knew he would be sort of the tip of the spear to stop this oncoming onslaught of players, but he had been using his snake bites to good effectiveness before that. Then when he peaked out, I thought, okay, he gets the one, but he gets traded. But the man just kept it going. And you know what the biggest and brightest and best thing about Cider coming in and having this Verizon high-speed moment? It's that he had a really slow start to this map. He came into the second half of where he was able to thrive holding power positions on the map, and he was able to peak with confidence. He didn't take one and go, oh, I've overstepped my mark, I've got my one, I'll move back. He was confident enough to continue, and that is something Sugetsu would have done. So he is taking into the shoes and gone,
Yeah,
I will do the exact same thing I'm here
He's
to
got a
replace.
shrine of Sugetsu. What would Sugetsu do? And
He
that's
would
just his
think.
driving force and all around.
The issue is Sugetsu would have done that 5 times in a
He
half.
would, and that is so true. We wouldn't have made it to overtime if Sugetsu was here. I
Yeah,
that is
definitely
And Saida is not going to be playing Viper on the next 2 maps unless they go crazy with the comps. So we don't really know what to expect from him even coming up.
Well, before we get on to the next map, let's take a look at Zipan right now in the AIM Lab pre-match shoot-around as he's practicing and gearing up for Ascent. Which, let's talk about it a little bit because, Josh, I know in the pre-show you said you do believe that FPX are the best Ascent team in the world.
Yeah.
How much of that was down to Sogetsu?
I think a decent amount.
Yeah.
Certainly in terms of the firepower, that's where you're really getting your best stuff from Sugetsu, a very smart player. But also just the strategy that they have and an unusual composition that they bring is throwing off a lot of other teams. They have very good executes. I think it would have been more of a blow, frankly, if Xiao hadn't made it to the event when it comes to their Ascent win rate. Because his fade is such a crucial component of how they exec all of their sight hits, you know, his haunt lineups and how he utilizes the Prowlers in these rounds. But I think that crown of the best Ascent team is definitely up for grabs, and maybe FPX aren't up to the task with the sub, but it should still be a very good home ground to go to close out this series. It's going to apply a lot of pressure.
Well, there you go. The big thing for me now, looking at these maps on your screen, is that FPX won Xerxes pick. So you can see there, FPX is able to jump in and go, you know what, that's something that we get to walk away with the bind, and FPX have picked Ascent. I feel far more confident knowing they won their opponent's map pick, they're going into their map pick, and now they were able to walk away with a team that's already won the past 5 Ascent matches, and they've looked good while they've been doing it. I'd say there's a few other maps I have not looked at for FPX, and I've been confident on. This one I can turn back and go, yeah, you know what, there are teams in EMEA you can beat on this, and I can put any EMEA team in front of you to beat on it.
I'm paying attention, I think, specifically to Surf here. And that might seem a bit strange because he played so well on Bind, especially in the second half of the game. But he's probably going to be playing Jet.
Yes.
And I think that also means that he needs to be getting value out of rifling, too. If he got over half his kills with the AWP, what was he doing with the rifle? That's the big question,
Is it an
right?
AWP crutch, or can he do more?
Yeah,
and
well,
normally he's good with the Vandal.
He is indeed. We're into the Prime Gaming Agent select now. As you guys can see, Surf has locked in that Jet. Xiao on the other side with the fade, like you both said, and see. Oh,
we go.
Well, of course,
Okay.
this makes sense. This makes sense.
This is the normal composition that both teams are going to be coming out with. The only question is whether Ardis decides to pull out a Jet, as he has done in the past, but the Chamber is more often the pick. And again, I think it's about Surf finding holes in this. He's the only duelist on the field. If he can run around and increase the tempo and start hitting his rifling shots, maybe he can find holes where no EMEA team has.
You say that, but he gets to start on the defense. Maybe he can crutch a little bit for the first half, boost Xerxes up for the first half, get into the second, and it's already a bit of momentum there, and he can lean back a little bit more, because let's not forget the last time they played this map, Scary went nuclear. So there is opportunity for others.
Well, FPX, as you both said, are the slight favorite here on Ascent, but I still have faith in Xerxes, and I want to know what your casters think. Tom and Mitch, what do you guys think?
I don't know, Tom. It's a pretty tough...
Naging dalawa tayo dun. Munti ka na rin tayo maging dalawa dito. Pero anyway, andito pa rin ang The Mods, ang nag-iisa. Kumbaga, well, we are here for the VALORANT Masters at nandito na nga rin tayo for game number 2 para sa ating first series of the day. At ang nangyayari ang laban ngayon para sa mga kakatune-in lang is actually FPX versus Sersha, ang ating Asia Pacific representatives. Pero bago magsimula ang lahat, syempre, Vil, heading to game number 2, kung saan ang FPX ang pumili nung mapa na to.
Oh, yun nga rin yung malaking problema din talaga, no? Nanalo ang FPX dun sa mapang pinili nila. What more dun... Nanalo ang FPX dun sa mapang pinili ng kalaban nila. What more dun sa mapang pinili nila. Pero right now, ladies and gentlemen, ayun, kinadig natin yung mga audio. Pero that is artist right now. Mambaut na din talaga. Pero malaking problema kasi napakadaming players ngayon sa side ng FPX na nagbabatay din. Pero yan, Xiao daw. With a big 2K, ubos pati patapos yung mga players ngayon ng FPX. Pero nga lang, Sersha, Foxy catching one, Artist with another one right now. And this is the battle of B main, mga kaibigan. But it's scary with a rotation. Pwede siya makapit sa isa dito. Pero si Angel, si kaibigang Angge, baka mali mo, makakuha pa talaga siya ng isa dito, which is pwede na mapatay si Scary if ever. Knowing na ang gamit naman niya is probably Sorry, check ako sa minimap. Probably Astra. So this is gonna be really hard for him if ever kasi kailangan na talaga ng mga players ng search sa itong smoke and utilities na pwedeng gamitin niya. Pero dito naman sa A, it's just nagbabantay na talaga si Killjoy dito. If ever na nagsama silang dalawa, pwede sana para may trade-off na pwedeng mangyaring ganun. Pero if ever na naghiwalay sila, literal na mahirap na din talaga. So wala silang choice dito if ever. Pero everyone will gonna go here and B instead. And this is now the rotation na ginagawa dito talaga ni Killjoy, mga kaibigan, para syempre makakuha sila ng enough momentum dito. Pero that is the kill coming in from two streamers. We'll catch one. Pushing ito, 2v3. The players of Sersha is in a tough spot already. Oh my God, natamaan pa. Diyos ko po. Anong nangyari? Tama ba yung nakita ko? Ay, ito yung laban ng game number 1 to ah.
Game number 1 yan. Oh,
Game number 1 to.
Huwag kayong maglala. Nire-reset lang. Just a little bit.
Tama yung nakita ko. Best tama yung nakita ko.
Bakit? Ano na naman yun?
Kinungkas ni Astra yung kakampi niya. Nagkakungkasan silang dalawa. Tama nga. Basta kinungkas ni Astra si Killjoy. Natamaan siya nung kungkas.
Ang pinaka-factor talaga dito, yung laging ginagawa ng Sersha, yung mga 4-man, 3-man push nila when it comes to the eco. Unfortunately, to FPX, kung sa Asia Pacific, napapagana nila yun, hindi sa FPX eh. Artists just storming in on the side. Pasok na naman sila dito. And of course, bababa lang din itong doors natin. Makakapag-plan sila ng spike. That is gonna be on the KO itself. Habang nag-aabang din yung Sage kung sakali mang may lalabas on towards heaven. Nakapag-setup na naman ng post-plant positioning ang FPX dito. And like I said, when it comes to the post-plant positioning, FPX has a very strong hold of a post-plant.
Yung shoutout nga pala kay Batista, mga kaibigan. Pero...
Nanonood na rin na nga. Pinoy yan!
Si
nasa 20 pesos yan!
Kaya ako siya sinoutout,
yung 1,000 yung pinalitan!
Oo! Hindi pwedeng tupiin! Hindi pwedeng dumihan! Ewan ko ba? Pero... asa ka na naman yun. Pero isipin nga. Best. Words of wisdom tayo. Yung mga perang ganyan, kahit tapak-tapakan mo, pareho lang ng halaga yan, di ba? Kahit gaano kahirap ang pinagdadaanan ng isang tao,
pera pa din yan. Parang
worthy pa rin yan, men.
Parang naalala ko, nung pumunta ako ng Kawasan Falls, nabasa na yung pera at lahat-lahat, pero dun sa gitna ng falls, hindi ka kasi makakabili ng ibang bagay sa ibang lugar dun eh. Literal, nasa kawalan ka. Tapos sabi nila sa akin, sabi ko kasi, ate, sorry basa yung pera eh. Sabi na, pera pa din yan.
Tama, di ba? Oo. Kahit kami guys, kahit yung damods, tapak-tapakan nyo. Damods pa rin kami. Pero pag tinapak-tapakan nyo kami,
tatapakan namin kayo pabalik.
Make sure na hindi kami makakatayo. Kasi pag kami nakatayo,
nakabawi. Ewan ko na lang.
Oo, man. Yun lang yun. Ganun lang yun. Huwag yung hantaying makabawi kami, mga kaibigan. Ganun lang yun. Nagbantahin.
May pagbabanta.
Oo, may pagbabanta. Titigas ng mukha nyo.
Sabi nga ng aso ni Bill, umay sa bagong 1K, di ko na pwedeng ngat-ngatin.
Oo, di ba?
Uy, namatay! Huling-huli sa akto na Odin play ni Kuya mo Foxy. Itong mga nasa B main kanina, pero mukhang papasok na rin dito ang FPX. It's still a 3v2 situation right now. Angel was able to secure 1. Makakapasok siya on A short, but this Odin play is still in place dahil makakahanap pa rin ng kills ang Sersha. It's gonna be a 2-1 and that bonus round wouldn't go this time in favor of the other team. Kung kanina walang pera ang Sersha pagtapos ng mga rounds na yon, ngayon okay na.
Hindi ko alam kung ano nangyayari sa Copenhagen, mga kaibigan. Problema na nila yun. Meron na kami mga sariling problema. Hindi na namin pinoproblema ang problema. Kasi nagiging problema lang ang problema kung poproblemahin nyo.
Tama. Kapag pinroblema nyo, ang dami nyo ng problema, dadagdagan nyo pa.
Oo, diba? Panoorin na lang natin to.
Pinapanood ko to. Balay nyo sa replay, kung hindi man magkasabay yung tunog, balay nyo tumama pagdating dun sa kasunod na tunog, diba? You never know. Pero mahuhuli at mahuhuli.
Surf si Billy, pero meron tayo sa may pizza, mga kaibigan mo, kakain ata si Surf dito ng Hawaiian, pero Cider will get a catch one, pero meron tayo sa may candy, ito ang spray ng mga Odin nyo! Sinampal ng Odin, mga kaibigan, yung nasiwas yung bawas! And that is the flank na ginawa ng Crows will catch 2. Pero si Ardi, si kaibigang Ardi, tsaka si Sean dito sa may B. 2v3, pero that Hunt will gonna catch someone right now. Crows will get 3k. Xiao, 1v3 mga kaibigan. The clock is ticking. That's gonna be really hard though. One more kill for that Nightfall. Pwede nang gamitin to, pero that is the swing. Will catch one, pero yung Alan Foxy will live another day and will take him down as well. 2-2-2 in favor of everyone.
Pantay ang laban ngayon dito. At kung makikita nyo, no, even on game number 1, dikit din naman yung laban ng dalawang teams na meron tayo. The second placers on the respective regions right now, and they're fighting it off here. Pagdating sa ating Masters, the group stage, best, excited na ako makita kung paano yung magiging setup ng Masters, yung may tao na.
Oo nga eh.
Wala pa tayong kinakast o na-rebroadcast na ano eh.
Hindi pa tao yung mga players.
Na may viewers, audience, na tunay na totoo.
Oo, man. Ito na yung mga audience natin, man. Andito na sila, magsisigawan na sila ng secret. Ganyan na sasabihin nila. Tapos makagalit yung mga audience sa Copenhagen kasi hindi kami ni Taylor yung nag-cast doon. Pop flash yung ginawa ni Kayo mga kami, pero nga nasa bit yung mga players ng FPX, pero talagang na ginagawa nila Sushi Buzz will get 2 already all the way from top mid. Pero ito na yung mga ginagawa ngayon ng mga players ng FPX, medyo trikado din talaga sila because of that Sushi Boys na nandito lang din talaga dun sa may base nila, and hindi talaga nila expect those Sushi Boys will get that 3 and might get that 4 as well. 3-2-2 and Xerxia binabawi yung mapa na sana napunta sa kanila. Nakakuha pa ng operator. Maraming salamat, Lods.
Alam mo, halos hindi natin nakikita. Typically, yung mga mapa na nakikita natin sa Xerxia, lagi talagang bind, fracture, icebox. Yan yung majority ng mga mapa na nakikita natin. And this time around, mas nakikita na natin sila on other maps like Ascent, for example. And so far, they're performing so good pagdating dito sa match na to, pero maaga pa para sabihin yan dahil 3-2 pa lang naman din ang score natin. When it comes to utilities, kumpleto ang Xerxia pagdating sa mga ultimates. Ang kaso nga lang, mabablind dito just using the pop flash in. May paranoia pang kasama at mahuhuli pa rin na nasa kaliwa lang si Surf. There goes the shot and mamamatay rin siya as other falls and some will go to rotate. Andito naman si Sushi Boys to actually make salo. Make salo pagdating sa mga kills na yan. Isa na nga mapapatay niya. Going for the second. It's not gonna connect. Artist takes the shot and wala na rin ang mga ulti o wala nang capabilities gamitin ang mga utilities dito for the side of Xerxia. It's still not yet over. Hindi pa naman napaplantang spike but it's up to Crows at alam ng mga players na nasa A side siya ngayon.
Pinagbabaril mga kaibigan ng mga players ngayon ng FPX pero Crows dito lang sa may hell. Hell daw, hell. Pa-hell, para hell daw sa pre. Pero that is Sider will take him down. Anong hell? Hell. Pa-hell. Hell. Napanood mo ba yun sa Fracture? Hell. Tapos pumunta sa hell. Yung pala pa-hell.
Pa-heal pala. Ang nice.
Hello, Jana De Jesus. Totoong viewer po kami dito. Sad face pa shoutout po. Ayan. Hello sa'yo.
Good evening.
Good evening sa inyong lahat na nasa YouTube. Hello!
Tsaka sa Twitch, yung mga viewers natin na nanonood sa Twitch.
Hello nga pala sa Boxer ni Phil, mga kaibigan. Hello sa'yo.
Meron na? Gumawa na? Ayun na, kompleto na.
Ito may mga number na.
O kaya SpongeBob yung DP mo.
Wag mong ituro sa kanila yung mga gawain mo, ha?
Sa akin, heart eh.
Yung mga maliliit pa, yung madami, ganun.
Ay, nako. 3-3. Pantay pa rin ang laban natin pagdating sa mga players natin dito. At utility-wise, kompleto rin yung utilities maliban lang dun sa KO ult.
Let's go, FPX! Usin nyo na! Pero, si Surf mga kaibigan nilabas rin talaga ang patalim. Wala siyang pera. Pero, Ito na yung mga players ngayon, FPX might actually take one down dito lang sa may B main, pero nagpaparinig sila, pero that is the smoke out na nalabas ngayon ni Angge. Pero si Foxy, maganda ang galawan niya, pwede siya Uy, my God, ang ganda nung ginawa nilang hot dito, pero Sider and Zaipan pushing in, and Sider will get 3! Surf as well, nakakuha ng dalawa dito, pero yun nga lang, ito na, ginagawa nila, wala pa lang tinabahan si kaibigang Surf. Nilaban yung dalawa, Bumula yung mga bibig ng mga kalaban niya, nakapatay ng dalawa.
Nalinis eh. Nilabhan yung mga natirang mga players dito.
Kinula sila, pre.
Ano yung kinula?
Oo, di ko lang alam eh. Kinula in Tagalog.
Ano yung kinula?
Di ko alam eh.
Ano, saan ginagamit yun? Anong context nun?
Kulahin. Kulahin meaning Tagalog.
Pinagsasabi mo, di mo naman alam, pero maaga-agang setup ng mga smokes ang meron dito. Mapapatipi yata si Angge.
To bleach, o diba? Bleach ang kula.
Ang dami ko nang sinabi, pero ang isip dito ni Vil ay nandito pa rin sa kula. Ang makukula dito ata si Cross ay nandito lang sa may kanan. Nagbato ng kanyang mga utilities and still saved by the bell mula sa kanyang mga teammates. Foxy was able to secure one. Mapapaatras sa mga players ng FPX. It's just the last 2 remaining players right here, right now. Hawak nila ang spike pero napapalibutan na sila dito as the rotations coming in from Surf. Noon lang ni Omen ang kailangan niya makita, and the last remaining player is gonna be the Fade. Once he hops out, it's gonna be over. Surf to get the kill and finish things off. 4-4. Sersha, sila pa rin ang nakakakuha ng mga rounds natin right now. Alam mo, itong dalawang to, feeling ko, tapusin yun eh.
Oo nga, di ba?
Para bagal nila maglaro, no?
Para maayos na nung mga ano natin, ng mga
prod boys.
Mga prod boys, di ba?
yung sound.
Oo.
Pantay na ba? Naka-mute kasi sa akin.
Ang dami ko kasi
nalilito ako eh. Ang dami ko naririnig eh.
Ang dami ko rin naririnig eh. Natatakot ako, ang dami ko naririnig eh. Bahala na eh. Magulat ako kung meron nila ako narinig na umiiyak, pero sana naman wag. Uy, si Angge namatay na dito mga kaibigan, pero dito ang gagawin, si Angge nakapatay na dito, pero Diyos ko madelikado, this is scary. This is gonna be a really scary position kasi ito na yung speed na ginagawa niya. Literal na nag-audition ang FPX mga kaibigan.
Oh my God.
Nag-isa-isa sila sa crosshair ni Scary, ladies and gentlemen, and Xiao. Mag-isa na lang dito.
Completely murdered on a short.
Dami kong naririnig. I-mute ko muna.
Completely murdered on a short. Itong mga players ng FPX. Pinasok nila. There goes the smoke. Pinasok din ang players ng Sersha. And just a perfect opportunity to get the final kill. Scary with the triple on this round. Securing a round again for Sersha's side. 5-4 ang score natin ngayon at unti-unting nakakabawi, nakakahanap ng magagandang mga pwesto itong Sersha.
Grabe naman, best may nag-chat si Carl Taylor. Muntik nang maging kapatid.
Mag-anak.
Oh men, konti na lang kapatid na ni Taylor yan eh, no? Hello nga sa niyo, pare. Shit. Pare. Pero alam mo, wala ka nakamarinig kasi puro ganito pa yung mga narinig niya, Shita. Pag hindi pumunta sa A, saan sila? B pa.
Pare.
Ako kasi, hindi na so tumitingin sa shorty, pare. Kasi okay na ako dito. May love of my life na ako dito, pare. Itatago ko lang sa pangalan
mo. So may pare.
Oo, pare. Shit.
Kita mo, napatime out din tuloy sila sa pinaggagawa natin dito.
Oo nga, miski sila, hindi isipin namin, pati VCT hindi kinaya.
Hindi
alam mo
kinaya.
ba? Best, alam mo ba? Oh. Alam mo ba? Makinig kayo mga kaibigan, makinig kayo. Meron akong nakausap, gustong sumama sa atin dalawa, bes.
Saan?
Itatago ko na lang siya sa pangalang Kaisam.
Oh!
Alam mo kung bakit?
Bakit?
Para literal na mabuo na ang VCT. Vil, Kaisam, and Taylor. Ang ganda nun, men. Men, ang ganda nun. Tricast, literal na VCT.
Tricast.
Diba? Gawa nga tayo ng tournament, no? Kalabanin natin to.
Yung FPX, invite namin yan. Pagpipilihan namin na, yung Sersha, best yung Sersha, hindi ko pa sure kung i-invite ko eh.
Oo.
Hindi pa ako sure sa performance nila ngayon, guys.
Kasi dito nag-invite. Ang kakapal ng mukha. Pero si Cross, Uy, nakachamba ng dalawa. Pero at least Sushi Boys dire-diretso din talaga papunta sa panalo. 6-4 in favor of Searcha. Okay lang yan, men. Wala tayong marinig. Pati ba yung mga viewers natin wala nang marinig? Di ko alam eh.
Hindi, naririnig siguro nila yan, pero may delay. Ako kasi minute ko na eh, naguguluhan ako eh.
Men, ako rin, minute ko na eh. Minute ko na eh.
May okay na ba yung, guys, pasabi na lang kung okay na yung audio.
Men. Isipin mo, nagplano tayo ng nakakalabanin natin nitong VCT dito talaga sa ang kakapal na mukha natin, diba? Bakit naiintindihan nyo ba kami? Hindi!
Di pa nga kami kasi sure kung invite namin yung Searcha. Depende pa kung mananalo sila sa mapa na to. Kung sakali man, sige, baka. Pag-iisipan namin.
Shoutout nga pala kay Drazen and Tona. Pa-shoutout po, kama-kama. Nagtatrabaho ako ngayon, kama-kama. Pero sa kabilang monitor, nanonood ako. Hello sa'yo, kaibigang Drazen and Tona, kasi nanonood ka sa monitor mo. Shoutout nga pala sa kabilang monitor mo, men.
Kompleto yung shoutout, pati yung monitor kasama. Ganyan, marami kaming time mag-shoutout ngayon kasi ang bagal nilang maglaro.
Men.
Pag kasi ipak, ang bibilis ng lahat, wala na kaming, alam mo yun, sasabi pa lang kami ng analysis, tapos na yung round.
Feeling ko direct sa amin na lang yung camera eh. Podcast na lang tayo, men.
Promise, 53 seconds, wala pa to. Di pa to, guys. Mga 10 seconds papasok tong mga to. But it seems like FPX, they're playing around the 30-second mark or 35-second mark.
40.
Doon sila pumapasok. Kapag nakapag-setup sila na maayos. Ang kaso nga lang, yung maayos na setup na yan, si Surf! He gets the double kill, going for the 30. Tumama! Mapapaatras. It's still a 5v3 situation. And right now with a smoke helping out the people. For FPX side, makakapag-rest sila ng isa. It's still a 4v5. May pag-asa pa rin ng FPX dito. But they have to plant a spike. 20 seconds remaining. It's more than enough. The Nightfall comes out. This is the haunt as well. FPX securing the 3 kills right now. Mapapabaliktad pa ata ang sitwasyon ngayon dito. But Crows with a double kill already. Sisirain yung wall na yan. Kailangan ba Sushi Boys? He doesn't get the kill. It's up to Crows. He goes for the pop flash. It comes in and settles in. Oh my God.
1v1 with the great one right now. Pero Diyos ko po, Crows, nasa likod mo, pre! Pre, tumigil sa likod mo and Arnes will get that 4! 6-5! Nice! Meron pang isang score, meron pang isang round para matapos itong first half, mga kaibigan. For the side of FPX, ladies and gentlemen, they have the money. Pero napakabilis ng round na yun. Buti sana kung meron tayong magandang audio.
Pero una sa lahat, itong performance ni Crows on the site itself, getting a triple already is just more than what he can do already. Ang dami nang naging situation on the site itself to the point na kailangan niya pang i-defuse yung spike. Ang daming tao and still, he managed to get all those kills. Isa na lang talaga and muntikan na rin. Tinuloy niya na lang yung pag-tap ng spike, no? But unfortunately, hindi aabot yon for the perfect defuse here on the side of Searcha. It's still 6-5. Mapapa-timeout sila. I think this is the final timeout that they can use for this game as of the moment.
Meron nga palang isa shoutout. Shoutout nga pala kayo dito kay Hiri ba yun? Hiri. Hello sa'yo.
Ayo, lagi nagko-comment yan.
Lagi nandito
lagi
yan,
namin
men.
kayo nakikita, guys. Hindi lang namin siguro napapansin o binabasa sa broadcast. Pero lahat ng comments nyo, nababasa namin. Mabuti man o masama.
Oo, tama. Parang si John Dominic Perez, ang sabi niya, boss, pa-shoutout po sa aso ko, naiingit sa dog food ng aso mo eh. Yan talaga. Sorry.
Pag pedigree wet food talaga.
Sorry, lie. Tapos yung laban na yung treats niya. Masarap yung treats. Alam mo yung pillows? Yung merong chocolate sa loob. Ganun yung treats niya, men. Meron ding
hindi ba bawal
feeling
yung
sa
tsokolate sa aso?
Siyempre, hindi chocolates yun. Baliw ka ba? Pero yun, men, literal na parang pillows, pero pang aso.
Ano ba Temptations?
Yung ano?
Yung pangalan nung treats? Hindi.
Treats? Hindi, silipin ko. Hawak ko ngayon. Tasty bites, crunchy
What
pockets.
a shot mula kay Ardes. Ngayon, alam nyo na ang pagkain ng aso ni Vil. Pwede na tayong bumalik dito sa match natin. Mukhang advance ata ang gusto nitong gawin ng FPX, lalo na dito sa mid. Pero si Scary ang makakasalamuhan nila dyan. Ang laki ng baril mo dyan, sir. Labas na labas. Pwede mong grepuhan yan, Scary. Baka naman.
Ay, hindi na. Wala nang gripuhan na
Inantay
mangyayari.
niya lang.
Sa Pilipinas
discipline
lang naman
lang.
nangyayari yun, Bes eh. Sa Pilipinas lang yun.
Ay, okay na yung audio, Bes. Pwede mo nang i-unmute. Magkakasabay na silang lahat. Okay na tayo, ladies and gents. But ang ganda lang ng waiting game dito from the players of Sersha. Alam talaga nila kung saan kailan sila lalabas. Trigger discipline is there. And ito na nga rin, yung lockdown na magmumula sa Killjoy. Sushi Boys already waiting on his corner. Kaso nga lang, meron din silang Cosmic Divide na nagamit dito. Sersha already for the retake. But the swing coming in from Xiao. Mahuhuli nga lang siya dito ng Killjoy lockdown. And it's gonna be over for Sersha's side. Sa kanila pa rin mapupunta.
Oo, pero syempre mga kaibigan, alam kong namimiss nyo na kami, kaya magpapakita kami in 3, 2, 1. Ayos mo yan! Ayos mo yan! Ayos mo yan!
Galing nito.
Ayos mo yan, man!
Grabe ka talaga, Direk.
Alam mo, yun talaga yung connection kay Direk, mga kaibigan. Pero ayun nga, hello guys! Hi! Pero at least, diba, nakita na natin yung game natin dito sa side ng FPX and Search. Once again, there's the map na pinili ngayon ng FPX. Pero sa Search, mga kaibigan, at least kitang-kita natin kung paano talaga sila lumalaban dito. Parehas silang lamang. 6-6 yung scores, mga kaibigan. Pero alam kong wala naman kayo pakil sa mga sinasabi namin. Kaya iwabato na namin sa mga panel. Direk, alam mo na.
Jet, as we know, but with Surf coming in, things being juggled around a bit since this sort of year of international play. Now he's back on a set where he plays the Killjoy and where he's able to rain swim across the map. Defensive side, of course, being a KJ is where he's going to be the most effective, but that's where over the entirety of his career as a KJ player, he has been raining on both Icebox and a set. And it's been really impressive from him.
What I really like, though, is that he doesn't play the defensive Killjoy. He's fighting in mid on a lot of these rounds. And that was part of what was really flummoxing FPX, because they're expecting to get the majority of the map for free. They're not playing duelists and triple initiators that can go and grab all of the map control, and they're not expected to get pushed by the Astra and getting pushed by the Killjoy in mid. It's really potent and aggressive, this defense, and it worked fairly well, but I'm not sure 7 is enough.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, whilst it looked good, they had fade combos B main, they had, LMGs through the wall to combo and everything like that. That looks good on defense. It doesn't translate to attack on this map, and they know that, and that's something they've struggled with in the past. Now it's an opportunity for FPX to really give them a taste of their own medicine.
What have you made of the Astra as well?
The Astra, I mean, I think they've been playing so aggressively that it hasn't made too much difference so far. They've found decent value out of it, but let's see how they end up working it on their attack side. They're going to have to try and support Serve as he's getting into uncomfortable fights and seeing if he can get value out of the rifling.
Maraming salamat, Pansy. Maraming salamat, guys, sa pagka-analyze ng mga napapanood nyo. Pero, syempre, dito na tayo sa tunay na cast. Ayan.
Pati yung panel din Rasto. Kaya hindi tayo nakakaalis ng Pilipinas eh. Anyway.
Ay, hindi! Ay, sorry.
With a double kill already. Angel going for the third and it connects. Mukhang apat pa ata. Medyo nagkakaguluhan na on the mid. Pero si Foxy, makakapitas pa rin siya kahit papano ng isa. It's still a 4v1 situation. It's all gonna be over. All in the hands of Angel right here with a 4K on the pistol.
Nice. Lakas.
Ito pala yung talaga yung tunay na cast.
Ito tunay na cast ba?
Nice.
Yung kanina, mga hinire lang namin yun para syempre...
Para hindi na kami magsalita kapag, alam nyo na.
Oo. Para naman syempre, bigyan natin silang chance magkaroon ng trabaho. Diba?
Give chance to others.
Uy, grabe si Angge, oh. Sayang, naka 3K na siya. Sino bang panalo? FPX, diba? Hala, ba't search siya? 7-5 pala. Sorry. Hindi nice talaga. Kala ko 6-6 eh.
Wala.
Sorry.
At least lamang dito ang Sersha boys natin mula sa Asia Pacific. Kaso nga lang, nakapitas na rin si Ardis. Xiao already spotting one. And the entry right now of Sersha is not working out completely. Completely disseminated or complete decimation of the team of Sersha right here. Wala silang nagawa dun.
Pero sana si Kaisam, si Wolf, gustong-gusto talaga niya mag-trycast tayo, men. Gusto-gusto niya.
VCT nga.
VCT.
Kaisam
Taylor. Ganun lang mangyayari. Promise. Tatalunin natin tong tournament na to. Kuha tayo sponsors.
Ilan ba viewers neto sa totoong broadcast? Dodoble tayo doon, best.
Doble. Tapos meron tayong mga watch parties mga barangay, kada barangay.
May naka-setup na projector.
Alam mo parang laban ni Pacquiao.
Yung tipong ultimo, pati yung kalsada ng Pilipinas. Walang krimen.
Bababa yung
tinayo ang BCT.
Promise.
Bababa ang rate of crime. Tandaan nyo yan, kaya sponsoran nyo na kami.
Tignan nyo. Try lang natin one time. Pero ito yung mga players ngayon, Sersha talaga papasok dito sa lungga ng FPX, mga kaibigan. Pero si Xiao trying to play na medyo malapit, pero Surf, mga kaibigan, trying to push in already. Pero maganda yung pinili dito ng barrel ng FPX. Talaga hindi pa talaga sila bumili dito ng mga barrel. Pero once again, Phantom, walang bullet trails yan pag pinutok mo through the smoke ka. So if ever talaga nagpa-shots kayo dito, literal na meron talaga idea yung Sersha kung nasa ba yung mga kalaban nila, and muntik na si Jet dito, mga kaibigan. Pero si Xiao pushing in, pero si Sider will catch one as well. Pero that is a spray na ginawa kayo ni Xiao, pero si Surf nakadalawa pa. And that hunt, mga kaibigan, nakakuha pa rin dito ng mga impormasyon kung nasan ba yung mga kalaban nila. Surf, lower in HP, pero ito rin po siya ginagawa ngayon ng FPX, mga kaibigan. See if ever mananalo ba sila doon sa mapang pinili nila. Pero si Surf, super low. Sinarge na yung dash, mga kaibigan, pero si Foxy nakakuha pa na isa dito. Pero yun nga lang, Surf trying to push in, trying to place low, pero yun nga lang, Surf with a 4K 8-7 winning the buy round na kailangan nila.
Alam mo, iniisip natin dati when it comes to Surf, kaya niya bang i-fill in kung ano yung nawawala after Fatifan left the entire crew of Sersha during the time na X10 pa sila. And to be honest, the performance right now na dinadala niya, especially here in Masters, ang ganda ng performance na pinapakita dito ni Surf. And talagang nag-fit in siya sa Sersha perfectly. How they play around the playstyle here of the players, alam nila yung synergy na kailangan nilang gawin to make everything happen or to make plays happen like that. And with the Blade Storm, they get the first kill here towards the KO. Bawas na agad ng isang initiator mga players dito ng FPX. And with that, they know that there is certain aggressions na pinapakita for FPX's side. This is a slow coming in from the Sage, pero tinatalunan ni Surf. Baka sakaling meron siya mahanap, but he's just playing around the corner. Hinahanapan niya lang kung merong aamba dito.
Nagkakaambaan itong mga players sa ating ngayon, mga kaibigan. Pero ito yung talaga si Surf. At least nakakuha siya ng tamang Vandalan dito from Frenzy to Vandal. Pero 1 minute in, mga kaibigan, si Foxy will catch one. Mukhang magiging trip ata to, pero okay lang kasi masaya naman yung mga laban nila, ginagawa nila. Kasi isipin mo uy, Diyos ko po, literal na pinatay ni Surf si Ardis mid-air. Pero this is the push coming in from the players of Sersha right now. Si Xiao will gonna be traded off by Scary 9-7 dun sa buy round ng FPX. 1-1 ata, Sebi.
Mukha nga. Pero naging ganito na rin yung mga score natin eh. Hindi man exactly 9-7. But in the end, ganun pa rin eh. Uy! Angel is the oldest player in the tournament. 32 years old. Hindi nyo kasi dinala. Hindi kasi naglaro si Vil eh.
Hindi. Baliw. Pag naglaro dito si Jesse Bash, mga kaibigan, siya yung pinakamaganda. 33 na yun eh.
33 ba si Jesse Bash?
Oo. Bale, 10 years yung agwat namin.
Huwag tayo papatalo. Mas matanda tayo, guys.
Oo. Hindi, 23 tayo, guys. Oo.
Oldest player? Hindi, wala.
Ilan taon?
32.
32. Buti pa ang Pinoy, 33. Ba yan? Kala mo naman talaga. Hindi tayo papatalo, men.
Hindi tayo papatalo.
Kung secret ako, hindi na pa 2-0, hindi na pa tayo silaban.
Kaya nga eh, kung pinasok nyo yung Team Secret, baka hindi nyo kailangang mag-set up dito ng matatagal.
Hindi na, men.
Pero itong match na to, when it comes to this specific round, FPX is already showing certain aggressions. Ito yung mga setup na nakikita rin natin. Eco disadvantage ngayon ang FPX. Tignan natin kung mapapagana nila at least when it comes to the guns that they have. Pero hindi pa rin nila mahanap yung mga nasa backside. Merong isang nasa heaven but Ardis was able to spot him away. And makukuha niya pa yung kill. Crows planting already the spike. Dalawa na lang natitira for the side of FPX. It's gonna be Cider who's gonna go down by Fox Z getting a kill and Scary to finish things off. Sersha leads with the 3 points. 10-7 ang magiging score natin dito. Kapag tinuloy-tuloy nila to, yung momentum nila. 2-1 talaga to.
Mainit na mga pinapakita ng mga players ito, mga kaibigan, pero syempre hindi naman talaga magpapatalo yung pumili ng mapa na to, which is syempre yung FPX. Malay mo, gawin ulit nila yung ginawa nila kanina ng comeback or probably ma-push ito a game number 3 kasi game number 3 may talaga ina-expect na natin na mangyari na to. Kasi totoo lang, this is the top 2 of each region, so it's gonna be really hard for us to predict who's gonna win this. This is the first map, this is the first time na naglaban sila in the history of Valorant. Hindi pa naglalaban ang Search and FPX, knowing itong FPX, this is actually first timer to sa Masters. Itong mga players na to ng FPX, first time nila maglaro dito sa ganitong klaseng setup. Tama naman, di ba?
But kung tutusin, kung saang region man sila nanggaling, kahit pa paano, napakahirap din naman nun. So, at least nakakalaban nila dun is yung mga top teams din na nakakatapos talaga ng Masters. But the shot from Ardis connects perfectly with a tour de force. Merong nasa taas on CT side and he wouldn't be able to spot that away. Kaya naman makukuha pa rin ni Surf. Ang gandang positioning coming in from him.
Pero
hindi mo i-expect yun.
It's gonna be really hard for us to expect something na talagang literally unexpected, knowing na Search siya. I mean, hindi ito yung mapang pinili nila, pero at the same time, Ascent is still Ascent. Ano to parang kumbaga, if ever gonna compare it sa CS, the dust to diba? Dust to, dust to. So talagang lahat ng players literal na malakas dito. Oo, hindi nila pinili ito. Pero basic tong mapa na to Lahat ng teams, map. Napakadaming magandang strats dito. If ever gagawa ka ng mga solid na if ever pipili ka ng mapa, doon naman sana sa hindi napaka-basic tulad ng Ascent. Sana itong FPX, sana dami-daming mapa Ba't kasi Ascent pa kinuha nila? 2-0 yun.
Hindi ko na lang maglaro. Nagalit ka pa.
Sige.
My God. Pero balita ko, si Tropang Ral ko, patulog na daw. Gising-gising din. Bawal pumikit. Hanggang gising pa kaming dalawa ni Vil.
Shoutout nga pala sa boxer ni Bill na si Gushon. Si Gushon, mga kaibigan. Gushon boxer, yung
palitan niya yan. Gawin yung
niya,
strawberry.
Kasi actually naka-strawberry ako. Like legit. Actually, pinicture ni Taylor sa kanya no? Literal na hearts? Hearts talaga.
Ba't sa'yo, strawberry
ba't ba?
Wala kay Ray Ray, Mickey Mouse.
Mickey Mouse
Bessie. Nagka-picture na. Kasi guys, ang bayad dito yung upper half lang
Oo. Yun nga guys. Kasi ang bayad sa amin, upper part lang. Oo. Kung binayaran sana yung lower part sa amin, magmamaong kami. Magmamaong kami, pero hindi.
Kung suswertehin, magchichino pa kami. Mga ganon.
Yung mga nagsasabi dyan, feeling ko naka-short lang si Bill. Oh, shorts?
Hindi ka sure. Oh, the shot connects finally for Ardis. Kahit pa paano after a few seconds. Pero itong Cosmic Divide helping them completely. What attack from Zipan. He gets 3 already, but he was completely diminished by Fox Z. With his Nightfall would connect to Fox Z. Mababa ang HP niya, mapapa-atras. Prowler coming out, nasa kanya ang spike. He can just run away and just go on the other side as well. Ang kaso nga lang, wala siyang masasupatuhan with the hunt. So baka sakali, makakapag-rotate pa siya dito. He still has at least 43 seconds to make a play.
Pero, ito na yung mga pinapakita ng mga players ngayon ng Search. Talaga ba nanalo sila dito sa napaka-basic na mapa na to? Pero Foxy, kinakabahan siya kasi dalawa pa ang kalaban niya, pero pwede naman siya pwede siya makapitas dito ng isa. If ever na nag-asim pa si kaibigang Xiao, if ever lumalim pa yung pagtutok dito ng mga players ngayon ng FX. At mukhang ito na ngayon, Diyos ko po, si Xiao nilabas ngayon ng kutsilyo. Uy, Diyos ko, hindi na sila nagkita pero meron silang idea ngayon na meron tao dito sa may B. Meron tao sa harapan, meron tao sa likod. 11 seconds din, meron siyang oras para mag-plant ng spike ngayon. Pero Foxy, we're gonna go down into the hands of Cider. Ang pulis pang Kalawakan, mga kaibigan, nakakuha ng kill ngayon, 11-8.
Kahit pa paano, isang round na lang ang kailangan ng Sersha to actually lock in the match point that we have right here. But the performance coming in from Zipan, to be specific, Zaipan ba o Zipan? Ang tawag natin dito, Justin Villaseran.
Ano?
Zipan o Zaipan? Parang Zaipan yung narinig ko kanina
Zaipan.
Sa panelists natin. But yung performance, especially with the Sheriff, ang dami yung kills na nakuha doon with the help of the Cosmic Divide as well. So kahit pa paano nakakapitalize nila yung mga kills na yan o yung mga baril na meron sila. An immediate rendezvous here on the chamber before he gets spotted out by the knives itself from the KO. Kaya naman itong Sersha, tamang ano lang din. Play for picks ngayon dahil crucial na.
Pero ito, kung pinapakita ngayon ng Sersha, talagang napakainit nila. Kasi in terms of utilities, halos walang pera ngayon ng FPX.
Slow plays coming in from Sersha. They want to make sure, they want to play safe at gusto nilang ma-secure yung site na meron. It's a triple stack, if I'm not mistaken, here on A. Dalawang nasa garden at isa namang nag-aantay lang din on A short. And once everything is set up here, matik na yan. They're using out the ulti, Hunt not containing or actually seeing anyone. Nandito na rin yung mga smoke ng Astra, pati na rin yung lineups na meron sila dito na kayang ihatid. Crows planting the spike right now. Alam nila na hindi sila makakalaban with the utilities, lalo na naka-up pa yung ulti ng KO na yan. But the retake is bound to happen really soon. Walang madedetect ng knife, but still, they have the operator on their hands. 5v5 situation. Xiao, he might be spotting 3 players here. Sumilip siya and those kills is still gonna go in the hands of Sersha. It's a 3v2 situation. The pop flash, or rather the nade coming in from the KO, pero masya-shutdown din siya ni Foxy dito. Tamang silip lang din. He sees the Sage and iipitin lang nila dito yung Sage partner.
Pero ito na rin talaga yung ginagawa nila, and Sersha will gonna end this round with the match point for their team, and mukhang pupunta tayo sa Haven. Mapa ng Pinoy na naman yan. Kung napapansin mo Bind, Ascent, Haven. Ito yung mga mapang pinipili ng Team Secret.
Ay, nako. Pagdating sa second map natin na to, Sersha is kind of a team kasi kung makikita natin yung performances nila even on other, for example, Asia Pacific or kahit sa sarili nilang VCT, they might lose a few or rather one map away. Pero hindi, nakakabalik lagi sila Laging nagiging 2-1 yung score kapag nauunahan sila on the map takes. Saka yung game number 1, kayang-kaya naman talaga nila yun
Kayang-kaya talaga nila indeed. Pero yung mga players ngayon na pinapakita rin talaga ng FPX is they're having the time of their lives right now. And ang problema nito talaga is that not really that working onto their sides kasi once again talaga map pickers ang nangyari dito best. Pero Xiao with that Prowler. Pero Foxy, nagparinig siya na meron pang tao dito sa may T.
Prowler, walang masaspatan on the mid itself. And very typical slow play and safe play coming in from Sersha right now. Hinahanap lang nila kung nasan ba mga kalaban. Xiao already tagged with the Hunt pero hindi pa rin makukuha ni Fox yung kill na yan. Now, they are down 2 players. Down bad ang meron tayo dito for Sersha's side. This wall, masisira lang right now. But they can still try to find a kill. Lalo na ang ganda ng positioning ni Ardis dito. 5 pa sila on the defending as well. Kailangan ng matinding power or firepower ang ilalabas dito ng Sersha. And na-slow pa sila ngayon. They only have 20 more seconds remaining after the slow dissipates to actually make a play happen. And unang masaspatan nila dyan is gonna be the Chamber doing a rendezvous out. Scary was able to pick up on the kill. 14 seconds remaining to plant the spike. And the spike has been dropped. And they all completely diminish in the hands of FPX. Ardis anchoring the site completely.
Ano best? Sa tingin mo ba mag-OT o Sersha uubusin na nila? Kasi ito hanggang 12-11, meron pang pera ang Sersha. Tama. 12-11 tama. Hanggang 12-11 scoreline, meron pang pera ang Sersha. So, if ever na force out ng FPX na 12-11 scoreline, malaking tsansa ng FPX na makapag-buy na manalo sila. And makapag-OT pa na 12-12 to. Merong tsansa. Kailangan lang nila mag 12-11. Kasi pag palo ng 12-11 scoreline, walang pera ang Xerxia, mga kaibigan. Dahil cyberboard, na talaga. Tapos nakakarinig.
Magkano ulit yung keyboard ni Fox?
Ano yan? More than...
60K?
Depende. Depende sa mga mods na nilagay. Depende sa mods na nilagay. Pero...
Dinagdag mo, no? Yung mga switches. Kung ano yung mga switch.
Depende pa. Pero,
ano yung mga keycap.
Tama. Pero kita ko nakakarinig siya na housing eh.
Anyway, isa na lang ang puntos na kailangan ng Xerxia to make this a 1-1. And we are gonna be heading to game number 3 kung sakasakali man. And I feel like itong pwestuhan nila, magiging aggressive play ang gagawin ng Xerxia dito. Mabilis ang push kung sakasakali man. And ito na nga, batuhan na ng utilities already with the Blade Storm coming in. He sees one, he gets the kill. Kaso nga lang mapipigilan sila dito ng FPX. The flash connects completely. And syempre, hindi na makakakita si Sider doon. Pasok na sila on site. It's still a 3v2. May pag-asa pa rin dito ang FPX to make a retake happen. Pero syempre, dahil nga nilabanan nila yung 5 players na pumasok on B main, mauubos talaga yung 3 doon.
Ubos pati pantubos, pero 3v2. Delikado ngayon si kaibigang Angge at si Zaipan right now. Kasi si Zaipan, naka-guardian lang siya. Pero ito na rin talaga yung Nightfall na binabarod nila. Natamaan na nga yung isa. Pero si Angge pushing in. Ang dali sa paranoia, pero napakagad ng seize na ginawa nila para di makapag-push yung mga players ngayon ng FPX. Pero Zaipan all the way dito sa may Speedway! Ooh. He's gonna go down. 1-1. Game 3 it is. Map pickers indeed. And Haven would be the decider map for this series.
Napakainit na matchup yung nangyari dyan. For game number 2, remember, itong mapa na to, pinili ito ng FPX. But the performance na bigla ata sila sa performance na pinakita ng Xerxia on this map. Especially after the second half started already. Ang daming mga times na hindi nila ine-expect. Aside from that, those clutch moments na pinapakita rin dito. Alam mo, during the first game kanina, para sa mga hindi nakapanood, Surf has had 55% of his kills on the operator alone. Operator lang ang meron siya. And 55% doon, nakukuha niya yung kill. Sabi nga nung panelist kanina, yung winning condition dito is probably make them poor. Ang kaso nga lang, sunod-sunod na yung mga rounds na nakuha ng Xerxia, and if they have the firepower, they have the utilities, maganda talaga ang kayang gawing entry dito.
Yeah, tama. And syempre naman, di ba? I mean, if ever you have that operator, all you need to do is syempre hit your shots. Kasi if ever na hindi ka tumama sa first shot mo, yung the position is compromised already. And medyo delikado ka pa na talaga ma-pick off pa ng mga kalaban. Kasi wala eh. I mean, alam na nila kung nasan yung operator ngayon eh. And all you gotta do, laki na, no?
Grabe, yung may-ari nung account na aso ni Vil, picture mo na to ng bago, ang haba na ni Pico, kaya niya nang magsuot ng earphones, guys. At dito naman sa VCT Masters, alam naman natin na kapag game number 3, gising na si Ray Ray. Alam naman nating lahat yon. So, expected na talaga natin to na pupunta tayo sa game number 3, but when it comes to game 3 na yung magiging mapa is Haven, sa tingin mo kanino mapupunta to, Pico?
I mean,
sumagot.
I mean, there's actually a chance na talaga makuha to ng FPX or probably ng Xerxia. Kasi ano na rin, para siyang Ascent, mga kaibigan, na medyo default map lang din eh. And kung napapansin mo, dito sa side ngayon ng Haven, nakadepende na ito sa mga plays if ever sila makakuha ng momentum. Pero yeah, mga kaibigan, we're gonna head on to a very, very short break. Once again, we are Cars for the Day. My name's Vil. Alongside with me is Taylor. And ako, si Pico. Kita-kits mamaya.
Boxes, I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, quitting was never an option. Exhausted, this passion is never exhausted. And you cannot stop it, you cannot stop it. cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, stop it. Quitting was never an option. Exhausted, exhausted. This passion is never exhausted. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it.
Xerxia, they get themselves on the board after a tremendous attack side on Ascent. I'm back on the desk with Sideshow and Jess. I cannot believe how that game ended. The first half, I felt like, oh, it's going to be a bit of a back and forth, but then Surf was like, nah.
I mean, we said this, although I thought the first half would be really where he stakes his claim, and then he comes in the second and he's like, no, 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 I carry that momentum, and I kind of feel nice because I was like, okay, maybe he can do that. Maybe we don't just put him as the op crutch kind of player. He can come in and he can give us more, and he was able to do that. A couple of really nice opportunities of Blade Storms as well, using that ultimate to pull of, I think return on investment there was quite good. But that's the kind of thing that Surf is obviously built to do with the team.
I mean, shots like that are just absurd, but it wasn't even the majority of this map. Like you're saying, it wasn't really the op. This play was gorgeous the way that he played with bots.
Here we go.
A lot of their other engagements, it's either him going for raw peaks, or a lot of the time he's being set up beautifully by the flashes as well.
Yes,
that are coming out from the KO synergy. So I think all in all, I mean, that's the example that had Tom just squirming. So all in all, he's playing weird angles, he's entrying fantastically, his synergy is really good with the rest of his team, and this stat is just bonkers to me. Because when you look at the teams that rely the most on their star players to get first kills, it's Meteor up at the top for North Action. Yay obviously carries Optic with those first bloods, but then it's Surf right there at number 3. And so if he doesn't have a good performance in terms of getting those entries, they're not going to look great. But he does. He turns up and he delivers them Ascent on a silver platter.
It's so funny that you bring that up because my very next point was going to be everyone else on the Xerxia roster went highly negative in their opening engagements. So it goes to your point because Surf goes, that's fine. I can pick up that slack. That's my job. I understand my role. And everyone else who's struggling on those entries, maybe getting picked off a little bit too early, he just fills the gap so well.
There are 5 players. You should expect them to get, 20% of the first kills each. He's getting twice that. So that he's doing the whole job of like Cruz or whoever else wants to get in his backpack.
What an absurd player.
That was actually really bad. I hope you feel guilty.
I'm going to own it. I'm going to own it. You told me one time if I was going to make a bad pun, I got to own it.
That's true.
I'm learning.
You've hurt me, and now I hope your teams lose. Whoever you're rooting for, I hope they lose.
I mean, everyone at home's probably quite happy that I managed to hurt you. You're welcome, everyone. You're welcome. But let's talk about the fact that we're going to move on to map 3. I don't think many people thought we would be getting to map 3, but this is going to be Haven. And again, with a little asterisk because no Sogetsu.
Of course, and also I think the biggest point here is that they lost Ascent and they were 4-0 on that map.
Sure.
So heading into Haven, it's much more somewhat contested territory between the two teams, you would say.
I mean, if I just go look at the stats, I think if I had to put money on it, FPX looks way better than we see Xerxia in their previous results on this map, especially when you think about FPX being tested by some big rosters and still weathering the storm, whereas Xerxia losing quite handily. They either win quite handily or lose very heavily on this map. The last time they played Team Secret, think about that final, it was ugly.
It was ugly.
Honestly,
what was it, 13-3 or something?
It was really bad. So recency bias makes me feel, and I'm sure you won't mind me saying it, that this is probably not a good territory for it to be a decider, but that was when the rest of the team wasn't stepping up. I feel like Cruz is stepping up.
Yeah.
I feel like Scary is stepping up. I feel like back then it was just the Surf show, and the rest of the roster is at a performance right now, so it could be different.
Thing is, both teams, they like to experiment, right? When they come to the team comms, like they both play 3 or 4 times on this map. In terms of team comms, it's never really the same kind of back-to-back. We were talking about this a little bit in the break, but what would you like to see them lean into? Because the last time we saw FPX play on Haven, it was more of the kind of DRX Haven comp.
Yeah, I'm not sure, really. I think FPX have looked good when they've been running the Fade Raze kind of comps. That's been a strength for them, but they don't pair it with the Breach. So that then puts Cider now onto a Sage role, maybe, or some kind of, I don't know, Killjoy pick or whatever. It doesn't seem to fit very nicely with what they've currently got with their team overall. And when you look at the other side of things, if you're trying to come up with what composition Xerxia are going to go for, they've been running Sova Breach on this map, which is a very exec-heavy comp, but it's not meta. fighter. Normally you'd expect double flash comps with the Sky and the Breach. But the more that Xerxia lean into those heavy exec styles, the more similar it will be to their Ascent, where they're all putting their resources into Surf, and I think that's the win condition today. I think you just look at how Surf's playing, give him flashes, he will frag.
Yeah, I absolutely don't think there's any need to move away from those win conditions. Even we saw them take timeouts, and every time we all spotted, they managed to pick the operator after every timeout. I mean, obviously someone's saying that this is a clear win condition. Why should we move away from that? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. So for them right now, play what they know. Yes, the last showing wasn't.
It was a bit broke.
It was a little broke. Do bandage it up, put a bit of super glue, make it work. But what they have been doing when it does work with that composition is nice, and it can work here.
I mean, the fact that Surf is having kind of the performance of his life right now, I think it helps, right? I think it's these times that we want
confidence to the rest of the roster. That's my hope.
He's also a young player that has had experience at one event so far. And we always have the question, you know, are people going to turn up when they come to their first event? I mean, you've got Zipan on the screen right now as well. Same kind of questions about those kind of players on FPX. But Surf showed up to his first event, did pretty damn well. And now he's turned up to his second event and is exceeding those expectations. He's just building on the experience, and now he seems better slotted into the team. Everyone's supporting him, and he's going out there with confidence, and he's hitting his shots.
What I will say, though, is that for FPX's sort of debut here on the international stage, overwhelmingly late debut here on the international stage. I cannot believe how long we've waited. That there is multiple of the members I could have highlighted as star players so far. It's not that I've just turned around and gone, there's a Surf on the side of FPX. It's such a different dynamic to say that, well, I could have pointed out Angel, I could have pointed out Artist, I could have pointed out Cider at moments, I could have at any point pointed out any of the players and been confident in their performance, which, if you want to put the tip of the spear on the side of Xerxia, you have a very clear answer, whereas on FPX, maybe not so much.
Well, we're moving into the Prime Gaming Agent Select, and now you guys, we've seen them both play Haven a few times regionally, but it'll be interesting to see where they're going to shake things up here, especially looking at Cider on the left.
Oh, wow.
Who was taking the over. So where is Angel going to go?
I mean, they could play Breach, I think.
There we go.
No sense, but yeah, you could see it highlighted.
It's been a hot minute since Angel has played KO, but also Foxy on the right. They've abandoned the Sova.
This is the right pick, in my opinion. Going for the double flash comp to support Surf is perfect. I'm just looking at FPX, and I don't know, man. I don't know. It's not a bad composition, but has Angel's been hitting today? I don't know. Has he got it?
I mean, sure. And of course, Zippin, one of the best razors in the world. Yes? No?
I like this from FPX. I really like this from FPX. Let's see what they can do in the server, though. And as we head into the last map of this series with your casters, Mitchman and Tombiz.
Thank you so much, Yinsu. Well, Tom, you know,
New meta versus old meta ang makikita natin ngayon. Nakita na natin yung agent picks pagdating sa respective teams. Pero bago magsimula ang lahat, na mods ka pala as your casters para sa ating first series. And we are heading to game number 3.
Game number 3 it is. And syempre, pwede natin sabihin na talagang in terms of odds talaga, bese, no? Talagang marami ang nag-root forward na panamanalo dito ang FPX. Pero at the end of the day, in terms of experience, walang magagawa ang FPX sa experience na meron ng Xerxia. Kasi matagal na silang nandito, matagal na silang nagma-masters. Matagal na silang nag-champions pa nga sila, di ba? So, meron silang idea kung ano ba ang capabilities ng bawat region. Pero ang ganda nung lead na binuto ni Angge dito. Oh my God, Angge catching one and might get the third one as well. Perfect execution ng lahat ng utilities na nilabas ni RoboCop.
Ganda ng anchor ni Angge doon, ni Angel. Literally, na force out niya yung mga players, lalo na yung mga nag-entry after throwing in the nade, nakakuha siya ng kills. And aside from that, it's just a matter of pressure towards Xerxia kung paano nila kukunin yung kills. But still, it's not yet done and over with. Cruz at saka si Scary, buhay na buhay pa as of this moment. Nasa loob ng B site, nasa kanila rin ang spike, pero merong umiikot dyan. That is gonna be Cider with a clear opening kung paano papatayin si Cruz. Alam nila kung saan yung positioning dito ni Cruz exactly, but he still spots one. It's still not yet over with a very low HP. It still goes to Xerxia. Nabaliktad pa yun?
Si Pico, gigil na gigil. Actually, nagulat nga rin ako no? Pero wala frenzy lang. I mean, alam na natin, pag meron naman talaga frenzy yung mga kalaban natin, talagang pwede natin sabihin na hindi naman higher chance na manalo, pero mas madaling makapatay, lalo na pag frenzy talaga yung gamit mo no? If ever gonna... Pero nakadepende pa rin talaga sa tao. Pero syempre, I mean, of course, pag ghost yan. Ito, man, ito. Yung mga viewers makinig kayo.
Nakikinig naman talaga sila.
Salamat. If ever pag kunyari ghost ang gamit ng kalaban nyo, tapos meron kayong armor, kunyari yung full na 1,000 armor ano yan, men, 2 hits yan sa ulo for you to take him down. Pero pag wala kayong armor, literal na 105 ang damage yan sa ulo.
Literal one hit delete. Kung baka.
Aray ko, Foxy.
Aray ko po.
Aray ko po. Muntik na wala kang Sage. Pero Zypan, catching one. Zypan, literal na piso na lang ang buhay na dito. Pero malay nyo, panalo pa. Pero si Artist will catch one as well. Pero si Zypan, Diyos ko po, buhay pa. Kahit piso na lang ang natitira sa kanya. 2v1. Meron pa silang nade. Walang nades. Cushy Boys catching one. Pero si Artist, nanosam grenade lang. Pero yun nga lang, wala siyang oras for him to pop that nanosam grenade. Kasi nanalo ang FPX dun sa bonus round ng Xerxia.
Dun sa buy round?
Na 350, men. Buy
dun
round.
Nga lang nagkatalo. Pagpasok nila ng
wala
C.
Wala tuloy silang pera. Diba?
Wala. Wrecked. Kumbaga, yung economy dito on the side of Xerxia, nalinis nung ibang mga players, especially how Artist anchors a site. At lalo na, chamber pa ang gamit niya. Ang dami niya talagang utilities. Aside from that, basang-basa niya din kung paano maglaro yung si Sushi Boys. Kung kailan siya magpipick ulit after throwing in the Nano Swarm. And with that good read, comes a good reaction time and a good kill as well to finish things off. 1-1 ang score natin at ngayon, Xerxia naman ang maghihirap pero hindi yan makakapigil para sa kanila as Foxy is already storming in on the site. Itong Xerxia, makakapag-plant agad sila dito ng spike o sakasakali man. Artist still anchoring here on Link as well. Meron siyang rendezvous na pwedeng gamitin. Kung sakali man, meron pa siyang mahuhuli pero merong nasa likod ng gong. Huling-huli. But rather, the ultimate from the breach. Ano nangyari doon? Naupos lahat bigla. Pag tinako na pa,
Parang, si Taylor parang nag-aaway na pusa Ano yung nag-aaway na pusa sa bubong? Bigla-bigla na lang gumagano'n. Pero, ganun nangyari.
Daming ganun sa amin dito.
Ay, kabaw yan Ay, sinabi ko saan
Magkaiba ba yun? Pag sa Cavite ba, iba ba yung tunog ng mga pusa doon?
Oo, ibang klase mga pusa doon. Sa Cavite.
Meow ang sigaw.
Morbid doon. Morbid sa morbid sa Cavite. Sobrang laki ng Cavite. Dapat magkaroon talaga sila ng sariling pangalan sa Pilipinas no?
Goodbye Philippines, hello Cavite.
Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao, Cavite. Dapat ganoon talaga ang pangalan. Pero nga si Surf gonna push into the with an updraft right now with a dash. Pero Surf with a verticality, with a higher angle. Pero he will catch one but again with a quick trade off right now. Pero nga meron tamaan ngayon ng C's, pero yung Prowler na tamaan din siya, pero that effect will not gonna be in his favor right now. Pero nga si Angel napatay naman dito, binuhay para mamatay nga hindi, pero DV2 onto this game right now, Sushi Boys ang titira dito, which is scary lang din talaga.
Nice pull.
Lost that chup-chup mga kaibigan, doon lang sa may sili, pero wala siya manang heal, pero dahil siyaw! Inubos! Si Bayaw!
Minsan, alam niyo, pag nagkakas kami, bumubuo lang kami ng mga words. Kung ano yung nagra-rhyme. Pero minsan, hindi rin talaga siya gumagana
Matatawa ka na lang talaga.
Mababad trip ka na lang Yung isang caster naging aso, naging pusa. Yung isang, hindi mo na alam ko, eto binuhay para mamatay ulit. Ewan ko na lang kung ano nangyayari sa VCT Masters. Basta ang importante, mahalaga. Itong Xerxia.
Pati si Bayaw na.
Pati si Bayaw na damay.
Nananahimik sa Gedli.
Ubus, pati pamilya. Kasama.
Omsim.
15 seconds para sumeryoso ulit ang broadcast. Ladies and gents.
Tagal.
Xiao inubos si Bayaw.
Sorry.
Mitch has cursed two players 2 times during this match. Grabe naman yung info game nila.
Stalker pala ito mga ito. Stalker pala ito mga ito. Ay, nako.
Sisi sa kampi.
Di pa ata narinig ang Tagalog broadcast eh. Vil has cursed even the panel.
1,000 times already in this broadcast. Nate coming out para i-delay itong mga players ng Sersha. Mapapa-atras na lang talaga because that paranoia connects perfectly. Aside from that, ito rin operator shot ni Ardis magko-connect din. And the anchor on the sides itself gumagana pagdating sa FPX. Aside from that, eco disadvantage din naman ang Sersha.
Si Mitch, sabi ni Reggie, mahina daw kasi 2 beses pa lang. Mahina yan? 2 lang? Yan na yun? Max
ba yun?
Max na ba yun?
Bawas naman nga, armor lang.
Ay, naku Mitch, bata ka pa.
Madami-dami ka pang bigas na kakainin, bes.
Bata ka pa, 2 lang ang nasabi mo. Ay, naku. Ako nga, pati yung panel, inaaway ko eh.
Rookie numbers. Sabi.
Oo, Ben. Baguhan ka pa lang, bata. Baguhan ka pa.
2 pa lang.
Oo.
Ano ba yan? Lumalamang na dito yung FPX. 3 rounds na ang nakukuha nila. Hindi pa rin nila ma-punish. Specifically, the Chambers. Lalo na itong si Ardis. Grabe kasi talaga itong mag-contact play. Tsaka yung anchor niya sa mga sites eh. Operator na hindi... Oo.
Pati sa English, may inaaway na. Nananahimik naman ng tao. Hindi naman nangaaway yung chinat niya. Pero pagpasensyahan nyo po si Honey Glaze ha. Hindi po nangaaway. Honey Glaze, mag-sorry ka.
Wala po ata siyang tulog, guys.
Oo, man.
Mainit ang kumukulo ang dugo.
Oo, galit na galit si Honey Glaze. Hindi naman siya inaaway. Hay, naku, Angelica Cortez. Actually, pangalan niya Maria. Maria Angelica Cortez. Yan, Mac.
Data privacy, who?
Ay, sorry.
Oh, the knives. Not connecting at all. Ina-expect niya ata magko-connect sa ulo. Ang kaso nga lang, hindi ganun ang nangyari sa sitwasyon nila. It's still a 3v4. Merong mga na-stuck sa corner dito at mukhang hindi na makakasurvive si Cross dahil yun na nga yung showstopper. And syempre, meron silang smoke para lang madampot yung spike kung sakasakali man. But scary. Binabatuhan siya ng mga utilities dito coming from FPX. Alam nilang merong namatay at alam nila na baka sakali na drop ang spike dito. They're just playing it safe right now for Sersha's side.
Oo. Mitch has curse? Wala yan sa Ray curse. Ay, nako. 3v3. Hop!
One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
Pain shows in. Hindi tatama. Umabante. Scary still managed to get the kill. Makakapag-plant siya ng spike dito. 10 seconds remaining. Sider is the only man remaining. He can play out all the smokes, paranoia. Pati na rin yung TP out niya kung sakasakali man. Pero pagkasuwing mo, patay ka as Scary clutches this round away. 4-2. Sersha finally getting back to their toes.
Last. Last, man. Last. Pero eto na. 4-2 na. Pupuso na ang Sersha. Tandaan nyo, mga ano yan, kasama yan sa region natin, guys. Sa Thailand yan, man. Sawari Cup. Yan. Yun yung mga salita nila, man. Kopkun Cup.
Tay-tay Rizal.
Tay-tay Rizal yan, man.
Malapit 1 hour away lang.
Nung pumunta ako dyan, maanghang ang mga pagkain dyan, men.
Sa Thailand?
Maanghang yan, men. Maanghang.
Sayang.
Oo nga eh. Pero, kala ko rin eh. Pero ito na si Pico, mga kaibigan. Naghahanap na pwede papatingin. Pero nagkahatian na nga ng buto ng Ngert si Sider ngayon, mga kaibigan. Nahihilo siya. Pero ito na yung push na ginagawa niya ni Sersha. Pero Sider with that swing. Pero Faulter who not gonna catch anyone as well. Napakaganda namang aerial yun. Pero Scary gonna push in. Pero si Ardis without operator. Magpupush ba siya o hindi? Pero ito na si Cross, mga kaibigan. Natatamaan din siya ng Kamoli. Pero that is Surf with a big trade off right now. Foxy will catch 1-2. Pero si Ardis, mag-swing siya. Pwede siyang sumili dito with that operator. Pwede nang gawin yan, men. Pero kailangan, if ever hindi siya nakapatay ng isa, men, mamba out ka na. na isa lang ang pwede mo papitas dito. Pero tamang Ecom si Trigan pwede nang gawin dito mga kami para lang sa top 4 pa yung chup-chup dito ni Astra. Pero Saipan with the pinchals right now. Tamang chup-chup lang dito pero yung alam may matatama ba siya with the operator shoot smoke pero mukhang wala ata makikita natin pero si Saipan nakamatay ng isa. Pero that is si Artis would not get catch anyone. Anong oras na pre? Pre, anong oras naman hoy?
It's for time!
Saipan! It's for time! Saipan! May oras ba? May oras ba?
Walang oras, Bessie!
Wala, sayang.
Ang ganda na nung pagkakakill niya sa lahat. Na-borcom time na eh. Anong oras na hindi pa rin natapos yung engagements. And actually, nilaro lang naman talaga ng Sersha yung time frame na meron until kaya nilang makipag-engage dito sa mga players ng FPX and keep them busy. Then they're basically keeping them away from defusing the spike itself. So it still worked in the end. Tsaka lamang naman so far, yung Sersha may pambili naman sila on the following round eh. So why not?
Sorry, may napanood ako. May napanood ako. Sorry. Direct kasi ganito kasi if ever kasi nagkakas kami huwag ka mag-send ng mga nakakatawa.
Ano ba to? Ano ba itong sinend niya?
Check mo sa GC. Okay mo. Wait lang guys ha, may ginagawa ko. Ay, naku. Diba?
Hindi lang pala si Mitch. Ay guys, pagpasensyahan nyo na, may baliw akong kasama. Pero anyway, dito sa Masters,
may pinag-uusapan kami guys. Sorry, hindi kayo kasali. Pasendin sa amin daw. Sige, wait lang.
Pasendin daw. Sorry, memes lang guys, memes. Sino ba yung Mitch sa FPX? Di ko din alam eh. Sino ba si Mitch?
Sino ba si Mitch? Hindi ko kilala.
Baka pa lang nila yan.
Oh, man. Wait,
alauna na. Ang ingay-ingay na naman natin. Kinalampag na ang papag. Mag-iingay na rin ang Sersha dito. Papasukin nila. Karan. E nag-aantay ang Fade. And mamamatay rin siya with a 3v4 situation right now. Sersha is completely dominating the side. And makakapag-plant, makakapag-setup sila dito for the post-plant position after the plan of the spike from Cruz.
Pinoy yan si Cruz.
John Lloyd Cruz eh.
Si John Lloyd yan. Si John Lloyd Cruz mga kaibigan. Pero ito na yung mga players ngayon ng Sersha. Ladies and gentlemen, let's see if ever makakuha ba sila ng mga kills dito or hindi. Pero meron silang mga buhay dito. Sider is super low right now kahit puno pa ang buhay niya kasi 4 pa ang kalaban niya.
Di ko pa rin makalimutan. Di ba wala sa isip ko?
Oh, man.
Guys, yung mga direktor natin, huwag kayong magsasend ng ganyan kapag alam niyong alauna na ng madaling araw. Delikado yan eh.
Hindi ko makalimutan, men.
Kala mo, naglaro lang eh.
Oo. Ay, nako.
Pantay na ang laban, guys. Akalain nyo yun, 4-4 pa rin yung score. Parang hindi ko malaw. Diyos ko.
Ay, nako. Mas masaya. Okay lang. Sana tapusin yun na. Excuse me. Talaga naninindig pa yung tao pag naninindig pa ng tao yung pag-ubo ko eh, no? Ay, nako.
Akalain nyo yun, ang lamig-lamig ng panahon, pero parang ang init. Kakatawa. Naubos eh. Pero mukhang may nag-aabang. Nag-connect completely ata yung Seas. Tapos nasabayan ng paint shells. Ang ganda ng combination na nilabas doon ng FPX from A-main. Anyway, going back, Artis is already dead at 2-1 ang naging trade-off dito na nakikita natin. The perfect pop flash, but it didn't work out at all para kay Angel Zepan with a showstopper and completely connecting as well. Seekers out para sa kabilang team. It's still a 2v3 situation at kung nakikita at napapansin natin yung dalawang players dito from the side of FPX is just on a Sheriff.
Yeah, pero 3v2 right now mga kaibigan. Si John Lord Cruz will gonna plant the spike already. That's gonna be a really easy retake if ever talaga makuha ng FPX yung kahit isa lang. Kahit naka-sheriff lang dito si Xiao mga kaibigan, malay mo talaga makayanin pa rin talaga. Pero Zyper will catch one. It's all up to close. Meron siyang fault line dito, meron siyang aftershock, meron siyang flash, so literal na kompleto sa Ricardo's pa ang kanyang mga utilities para lang syempre mapigilan yung pag-defuse ngayon ng FPX. Pero Crows mga kaibigan, inaantay natin talaga yung top si Spike, pero ito na yung fault lines right now, pero that is the swing na ginagawa niya. May natamaan na isa, pero yung nga lang si Xiao with a sheriff na kapatay pa ng dito mga kaibigan. And the 4-5 indeed in favor of FPX.
Hindi siya thrifty. So, yung iba sa kanila may mga barrel during that round, no? So still a 5-4. FPX, isang round lang yung kalamangan na meron sila dito. Ito yung magandang combination na nilabas dito. Yung C's, pati yung paint shells, pag nag-connect ng sabay, kasi nga gaya ng mini-mention natin, no? Gaya na na-mention mo, Vil, once na mag-connect agad yung C's, pag nasa loob ka ng area of effect niyan, matik agad yung buhay mo. Kalahaf. So, kapag nag-connect yung paint shells na yan, napakasakit niyan, lalo na pinupul ka pa nung C's. And ginagawa ulit nila yan, paulit-ulit, just to let them know, do not go on A lobby. Yeah. But Sersha, nabasa na nila to kahit papano, and I think this is a team where they learn from their mistakes.
Tama yan, man. Uy. Hindi ko alam kung tama yung ginawa ni Angge dito, pero feeling ko tama lang din yun. Pero nga si Pico, may natamaan isa, ito rin si Robocop, mga kaibigan, gigil na. Pero that is Surf, ladies and gentlemen. We're gonna take one down already, which is si pinakakailangan nilang mamatay, which is si Robocop talaga. Pero 5v3 right now, mga kaibigan, mukhang makakamawi at dito ang side ng Sersha. Si Zaipa nakakuha ng isa, pushing ito ang 1v3 right now. Si Ardis, tamang 3-4 lang ang gamit niya, pero mukhang medyo delikado rin talaga, lalong-lalo na if ever nagmintis yung unang shot niya. Kasi if ever nagmintis yung unang shot niya, literal natalo na ang FPX dito, promise yun. Pero Toxie, gonna push in. Oh, yun na nga yung sinasabi ko, men, yun na nga yung sinasabi ko. Kailangan hindi magmintis ang unang tira mo.
Kahit naman nagmintis, nahuli niya pa rin on the second shot itself. Ang kaso nga lang, syempre yung split second na yun, yung millisecond na makakapag-react na sana siya sa mismong tao na nasa site, hindi posible o hindi mangyayari. And just a quick replay on what happened right there on how Sushi Boys just completely obliterated the 3-man on C a while ago para lang makita ng lahat. And as of this moment, syempre, mapapa-timeout ata dito, FPX side.
Time out! Ang gagawin nila dito. Grabe, no? I mean, sipin mo yun, meron talagang mga iba't ibang lengguwahe sa likod nila, no? Kailan kayo lalabas ng time purse yan?
Time purse? Yun din yung hahanapin ko eh. Wala bang time purse?
Oo, baka naman, boss.
TAYMPERS.
Time purse. Mola. Yan pala ang time out ng ano. Hindi ko alam kung ano bansa yun eh. Pero, hindi ko alam kung narinig nyo.
Hindi, nakamute ko.
Si Eliza, mukhang susunduin na ata.
Susunduin na ako, kakatawa ko.
Mamamaalam na ata. Wala na ginawa, di umubo eh. Ako rin eh, ubo na ubo eh. Wala na akong pakialam kung marinig nyo, sama-sama tayo dito, boss. Pamilya naman tayo dito eh. May family. Family. Oh my God. Ay, nako. Si kaibigang artist nakakuha pa ng isa. Taylor, okay ka lang ba?
Nagpapatawa kasi umiinom ako.
Sorry.
Okay na. Nilabas ko na lang, Bessie, kaysa mabulunan ako. At mamatay. So, okay na to. Meron ditong ultimate si Cruz kung sakasakali man. So, kahit pa paano, may lockdown din sila from the Killjoy itself. So, tingnan natin kung paano nila papasukin yung site. They have all the utilities as well. And kahit na merong nahuli yung Trailblazer na yan, papasok din naman yung Rolling Thunder as well. This operator, he needs to take a shot in. And hindi na kailangan mag-connect because Xiao is also on the corner itself. Isa pa ang mauhuli dyan and that is gonna be scary. A quick turnaround of events para sa side ng FPX. Malinis na take. And this is gonna be a 6-5.
Ay, nako. For the side of Sersha naman, at least meron silang dalawang Vandal dito pang anchor, pero at the end of the day, broken ba yung mga players ngayon ng Sersha? Pero wala silang choice kundi they need to make the most out of all the guns that they have. If ever na meron silang utilities, yes, they need to make the most out of it, pero at least si Surf meron naman siyang Blade Storm dito, merong lockdown mga kaibigan, meron din sa ditong kalahat, hahatian ng mundo na pwedeng gawin ngayon is scary. So, itong mga utilities ito, kailangan talaga nila mag-work para lang syempre ma-push to na 6-6 scorer right now. Pero ito na si Pico, mga kaibigan, kasabay ata ni Surf. Pero yun nga lang, mukhang magmamamba out sila kasi nga sa ginawa ngayon ni KO, mga kaibigan. Pero that is Ardis right now, we're gonna take down one. Si Cross, mukhang medyo malayo ata yung pagka-jump kick niya, pwede sanin. Pero yun nga lang, ito din talaga yung pagpasok yun ng mga players ngayon ng Search dito sa may B. Surf, gonna anchor dito lang sa may B-Link, pero at least na-flash naman sila dito, so they have an idea kung nasan ba yung dalawang players ngayon ng Searcha. Pero ng FPX though, pero Zyphan mga kaibigan, andun sa may gilid, pero Xiaomi gonna get that too, pero Scary just inside right now, might as well lose this instead. 7-5, FPX sila ang may lamang pagdating sa second half.
And pagdating naman din for Searcha, and especially for these two teams, hindi mo masasabi kung sino ba yung mananalo sa dalawang teams na to. Pati yung series natin, 1-1 na yung score eh. Kung kanina, nakakalamang yung Searcha this time around para sa Haven, FPX is coming back stronger. 7-5 yung magiging score natin. It's still a good half for both sides of the teams. Para sa Searcha, 2 rounds lang naman ang kailangan nilang habulin. That can be just a pistol and another buy round kung sakasakali man. But moving forward here, syempre, halftime na eh. Ito na yung third map natin eh. Literally, do or die na to for these two teams remaining right now for this matchup. And so far, na-outplay yung Searcha kahit papaano ng kaunti lang. But let's see kung ano sasabihin ng panelists natin pagdating sa mga play na pinapakita ng FPX at saka ng Searcha. Let's go.
Particular man that we really have got to give highlight to that we haven't yet, probably because he's been hyper consistent so far and he's the top rated player in this entire series so far as well. It's your man Ardis, and I think he deserves a bit of a shout at the very least because the kind of space that he's taken, the power position, the power angles more so, and those opening engagements in this half so far, it's been pretty damn good.
Yeah, he also had a massive play for them in round 2 after the FPX lose the pistol, which they've been winning the vast majority of. Yeah, and they shouldn't have, considering what Angel was able to do. And Ardis pulled them back from the breach and was able to recover that round. So he played fantastically in that situation. But then from there, Searcha won the vast majority of the gun rounds. Or maybe not vast majority when you consider the final couple, but they won 4 out of 7 of the gun rounds in this half. There just weren't that many of them because of the mess that FPX had made of the economy. And when you look at what they were doing, it was still fairly good. They were comboing their utility together. They've pushed FPX back in this situation. Exec with a breach ult, Surf dashes into the smoke. They punish on the shower and they exec in. Now, listening to what the casters had to say, though, they're expecting Surf to come alive with the operator in the second half.
How many times have I said Surf, defensive side, things look good. Can he take that momentum onto the second or rather onto the attack? He's done the reverse now. He's set up a foundation to say, I can perform well enough on the first half on the attacking side to get onto the defensive to do really well.
But they have never had to fight from behind. They've always been leading 7-5. It's a different situation now.
And I don't think it's whether we need to see Surf step up. Right. He has to. He has no other choice if he wants to progress in the upper bracket of this group. And Mitch and Tom, let's close out this half and see who's going to come out on top.
Well, Tom, it's
7-5. Sabi nga ng panel, no, it's still fairly fair fight pagdating sa dalawang teams na meron tayo dito. FPX and both Searcha and FPX basically. Talagang maganda yung pagkakasetup from time to time ng Searcha doon sa kanilang mga plant and of course the post-plant situation as well. But FPX has the capability to do retakes na kaya rin naman talaga nilang gawin. Now this flash on to mid, mukhang nagiging aggressive na naman ang Searcha.
Yeah, there's gonna be an aggressiveness na kailangan nilang gawin dito mga kaibigan kasi they really need to secure that win dito. Siyempre, they really need to secure this first round kasi ito ang pinaka-crucial sa lahat ng rounds na pwede natin makita dito sa Valorant, mga kaibigan. Kung sino makakuha nito will get that advantage sa second round. So pwede natin sabihin na meron kayong isang round na libre. Pero pwede nakita ng FPX na kahit meron kayong buy round sa ganitong klaseng posisyon, hindi pa rin kayo mananalo dito kasi nanalo sila sa Thrifty noon. Pero that is si Angge who gonna fall down into the hands of the players from Surfsha. Surf getting damaged, pero marami pa yan, men. Ang problema, walang heal si Foxy dito. Pero 4v5, that's a huge lead already na meron ngayon ng Surfsha. And let's see if ever talaga makukuha nila dito ang A-site. Pero si Zaipan will grab the spike already. Si Ardis, at least meron pa siyang trap dito lang sa may graffiti. Pero, Diyos ko po, yung mga players ngayon na Surfsha, mga kami talaga lumalaban na ata, hindi talaga sila babawi dito. Insider, the only remaining 5 pa ang kalaban niya. Maraming low ngayon, and Sushi Boys will gonna take one down already. 7-6 indeed, and Surfsha might get this one 7-7 yung score. Tignan natin.
Yun nga din. And knowing as well, walang namatay sa kanila at all. So, walang makukuhang pera kahit piso, kahit 5 duling. Itong mga players ng FPX, itong aggressiveness ng Surfsha, especially on pistol rounds, nakita natin yan over and over again sa Asia Pacific. Multiple times they've done it. Kahit nung game number 1 natin, kahit nung game number 1 natin, ginawa din nila yan. And hindi gumana. But this time around, the aggressiveness works out completely on their side. Isa ng round na lang ang kailangan nilang habulin dito. And obviously, may barrel sila to punish the players of FPX here. Pushing forward is scary. He sees another. He's trying to go for the third pero hindi na magko-connect yung final shots na yan. Makakakuha ba ng barrel kahit pa paano itong mga players ng Surfsha? Si Surf nakapulot na siya ng isa, but there's one free gun away from the side of Surfsha na namatay rin.
Pero si Angge, mga kaibigan, kahit he is low, pwede pa rin siya makakuha ng isang kill dito kahit papano. Ang tanong, if that's gonna work for his side, pero we're gonna see it later on if you're gonna mangyari. Pero nga lang, close with that spirit will catch one down. Angge, low on HP, 3v2 ngayon, and less than a minute left in the clock. The spike is going there in A, and narinig na nila, nandito lang din talaga sa spawn comment. Si Angge nakapatay ng isa, oo, and yung ginagawa lang ni Chamber dito. Sige pre, punta ka na sa
winnable,
A. We're gonna give you time. Winnable, medyo mahirap. 1v2 to, walang buhay si Angge. 17 HP literal. Pero if ever naka one shot siya, nakakuha ng Spectre, malay mo pwede pa. Si Pico, walang nakita kahit isa. Ito na si Angge. Op, that jump peak. Pero yun nga, that is a bird right in your face right now. And Surf with a swing and a kill. And Surf with that defuse to end this round with a 7-7 scoreline. May pera ng FPX dito sa sunod.
A very expensive round for Surfsha's side. Tatlong naging casualties nila dito. And also for FPX, multiple times since game number 1, game number 2, kung saan pinapunish nila yung economy na meron yung Surfsha, especially on the second round itself, kung saan sila na dapat yung lamang. Pero nababaliktad pa ng FPX from time to time. Ang ganda ng performances even from the previous games, or when you check up the stats of FPX, maganda yung performance nila on bonus rounds as well. And they're one of the top teams right there. Ang kaso nga lang, makakapitalize ba nila o mabibigay ba nila yan on this specific game? Because like I said, map 3, last game.
Yeah. Pero medyo mabagal ang lakaran na ginagawa ng FPX dito. Medyo mabagal pa sila bago makapasok lang dito sa may A site. Pero in terms of utilities, they can actually easily go in. They have the Fade, they have the KO. So malalaman talaga nila kung nasan ba yung mga players dito ngayon ng Surfsha. Pero at least ang ginagawa lang dito ng Surfsha is medyo nagmamaasim sila. Si Astra tsaka si Killjoy, literal na dumediretso sila dito. Pero nga lang, close makakinig, wala siya makakuha isa. At least though, yung impormasyon na kailangan ni Fade, nakuha na niya dito lang sa may A. Pero Surf, with that verticality, but Cider with a swing and Zypan with a kill right now. Pero ang Surf, mga kaibigan, oh! With a quick scope. will take down one right now. 3v2. Puno pa ang buhay ni Sushi Boy at si Scary, pero ang problema, Spectre lang ang gamit nila. Lamang ang FPX sa head count. Lamang
Check
sila
corners.
sa firepower, pero that is Sushi Boys though. Chinek niya konti, pero nag-hesitate siya. Scary mga kaibigan. 1v3. This is gonna be really hard. Pwede nang kunin yung Vandal ngayon ni KO, pero medyo malayo pa to. Men, kunin mo na yan kung ako sa'yo, pero mukhang ayaw ata. Kasi si Shao's low on HP right now, and he's gonna take him down, and he's gonna go down into the hands of Cider as well. 8-7 in favor of FPX.
Wala maririnig din nila yon kapag pumulot siya ng baril. And for sure, 2 people will swing in kapag nag-swap na siya nung kanyang gun. And he wasn't sure kung ubos na rin yung bala nung baril na yan. So better safe than sorry, kumbaga. Sersha, RA2 when facing 3 or more maps in stage 2. Sabi, cute no? May mga stats na tayong lumalabas mismo sa screen. Tsaka mga random facts. Kumbaga. It's nice to see, especially in a big stage like this, and especially para sa iba-ibang regions na magkakasama na hindi mo kilala lahat, kumbaga, kung viewer ka.
Pero at least, diba, syempre, nakakatulong siya sa atin. Of course, meron tayong nasasabi kahit paano. Pero, ito na yung mga ginagawa nila dito, dire-diretso lang din talaga. Bes, alam mo ba, itong araw na to, alam mo kung nasan tayo?
Saan?
Nasa Capitol Commons tayo.
Bakit?
Tapos pumunta tayo ng Payatas.
Bakit?
Yung nag-get together yung mga VCT boys and girls.
Ha?
Oo.
Ngayong araw?
Oo. Ngayon, yung on this day last year. Tayo na Payatas na eh. Share ko lang.
Akala ko kung sila sabi mo. Di tayo invited, tapos lahat naman tayo nagkakast.
Pero gets mo na.
Gets ko na.
Gets mo na.
Uy, tamang wala lugi ang updraft dito pagdating kay Zepan. Anyway, what a kill from that ano tawag dito? Satchel. Napatay pa nga ng Satchel. Surf has the Blade Storm right now. There is someone on the corner he needs to check kung sakasakali man. Pero mani-ninja defuse ba? Halfway there ang pagde-defuse ng Spike. Pero mukhang flawless round ang ipapakita dito ng FPX. They didn't even need to see everyone in. Kailangan lang nila laruin yung utilities for the post plant and they know exactly where to place it.
And dito naman ngayon sa pinapakita ng FPX, they're actually really starting. It's really strong. Pero at least, di ba, pinapakita ng mga chamber natin na kahit attacker, na kahit defender tayo, we're still gonna use that operator. Kasi if ever you are a chamber, talagang ito talaga ang barrel para sa'yo. Kasi nakadepende rin naman talaga yan. Kasi kunyari, you are a jet, tapos attacker ka, tapos naka-operator ka, medyo mahirap yan. Kasi kailangan mong pumasok. So it's a good thing na sana at least kay Ardis na lang din talaga. Kasi ano yan, native na yan para sa kanya eh. Normal na. Para kay Chamber talaga makakuha ng operator, malamang ultimate niya yan eh. Pero dito naman sa side ng Sersha, at least sa Capitals na isa, wala na sila isang initiator ngayon, pero wala silang idea at all na meron ng tao na nasa taas. Pero nga si Surf na tag out dito ng hunt mga kaibigan, pero nga lang hindi na ata na-damage so sobra ata ni Cider, but Cider will catch one. Meron dalawang tao ngayon na nasa loob lang din talaga ng garage mga kaibigan, so if ever talaga lumabas tong dalawang tao na to, talagang literal na patay ito dahil kay Ardis, mauuna muna si Killjoy if ever, pero tamang double pick lang din talaga, and Ardis will gonna take down one, pero that is a big trade-off na ginawa ngayon ni Scary na napakabilis sa trade-off. Surf literal na 1 HP na natitira sa kanya. 3v2, the clock is ticking. Can they still retake this or not? Foxy, nagpaparinig. Meron pa siyang flash. Pwede rin iba to ngayon, pero muntik na siya makita. Pero that is the ultimate of Astra as well. And Scary will catch one. Cider with another one right now. 1v2. Si Cider na lang natitira. Pero it's all up to Foxy. Literal na nasa kaliwa mo ngayon. Si Jet. Pero, oh my God!
Ninja din!
Na-ninja! Nani mo?
Buti na lang may isa pang smoke si Surf doon, because if he actually wasn't able to pick up on the smoke or hindi niya nababa yung smoke or kahit na wala man lang yung timing niya when it comes to the smoke itself, mamamatay yung nagde-defuse doon. And knowing that Surf was also very low since a while ago dahil ang dami niyang tinapatan, maaaring makuha pa ng FPX, but a very well executed play here for Sersha's side, especially for Surf with the operator. Talagang nakapitalize niya lahat ng kills and lahat ng shots na tinake niya doon.
Pero mainit ang mga pinapakita ng mga players natin dito. Talaga literal na inuubos talaga nila. Ubos pati pantubos ang ginagawa ng mga players ngayon ng team natin. Pero at least, diba, nakakabuhay pa rin sila kahit paano. Pero talagang ginagawa na hindi ko alam kung paano nakuha yung kill na yun. Talagang expect na unexpected dito sa VCT, mga kaibigan. Sider with the plant spike already. 1 minute in. Surf tamang pot shots down with that operator. Meron tao dun sa may literal na corner ng C. Pero Surf, mga kaibigan, wala na siyang mga utilities ngayon. Meron pa siya smoke, yes, pero wala na siyang gagamitin para ma-use din to para makakuha ng magandang angulo. Pero Foxy winning at that corner, pero that is a flash coming in from that feature, but Arius with a kill right hand sa may likod. Pero ito na ang ginagawa ng FPX, literal na tinirada, literal na sinagasaan ng mga players ngayon na Cirque siya 10-8, and FPX tuloy-tuloy na nagsasaya dito sa Haven na to. Once again, ang pinili nila Bind, ano yun men, basic map yun. Ascent, napaka-basic din nun. Paano pa kaya ang Haven men? Parehong team na to malakas sa Haven, pero pagalingan na lang mag-computer to, kumbaga. Pero in terms of experience, men, mas mataas experience ng Cirque siya.
Una sa lahat, akala ko nag-connect pala yung shot dun sa operator ni Surf papunta kay Zipan. Pero hindi nag-connect. Talagang napadash away na lang din siya doon. And Zipan was actually the one who was able to clutch out the round and completely kill them off as well. Scary. Ang ganda ng positioning niya dito. Very close towards the smoke. Very tight corners he's holding right now, and he might be able to get a triple kill kung sakasakali man, but the reload is there and the double peek is out. Sushi Boys, the man remaining here on site itself, tutulungan ng ibang mga teammates, but they were able to take on the kill and a thrifty round for Sersha's side, all because Scary was just waiting patiently in a corner.
Grabe dun sa aso ni Vil. Chinek ko yung profile, parehong jacket pala yung gamit ko nung maliit pa si Pico, tas malaki na siya.
Before and after.
Oo, Ben, same jacket. Gulat ako eh. Huh! Ganun yung gulat, guys.
Pero ang ganda ng pick-up dito ng teammates ni Scary actually Talagang tiis pogi niya yung smoke niya kasi alam niyang hindi naman siya makikita eh. As long as walang nagpi-pre-fire doon, walang bumabaril, sige, pasok lang kayo. Tatlo yung narinig niya doon. Given info, everyone was aware.
Kasi ang problema din talaga, naka-vandal sila eh. Alam naman, pag naka-vandal yan, men, medyo mahirap talaga. Pag binaril mo yung smoke, men, may bullet trails yan. Pag phantom allows. So, yun yung mga kailangan natin i-consider. Pero at timeout, it is kasi, nilabas ngayon nila.
Pinasok nila yung garage ng patakbo. Hindi naman pa-walk eh. So, even if...
Paano?
Hindi naman sila nagwa-walk papunta dun sa... papunta sa garage, bes.
Gulat ako. Okay.
So, rinig pa rin naman sila dun. And it doesn't hurt if you do pre-fires like that, especially in close counters, kung paano nila na-smokean yun. But I guess, FPX, they just got outplayed. They didn't expect that at all.
Sino ba si Mitch? Si
Mitch man ata yan eh, yung caster.
Mitch. Hindi, walang caster na Mitch dito ngayon sa sa binabasa ko yung sa EMEA broadcast. Wala, men.
Sino ba si Mitch, guys?
Wala. Ay, si Mitch man, oo nga.
Si Mitch man nga.
Oo. Nagkakas ba siya? Pagaling pa tayo dyan.
Lahat talang inaaway na ito ni Bill no? Ewan ko na lang talaga. Ito na naman, garage play na naman ang nais. Prowler out, but still not contemplating on the kills itself. Surf was able to take on the triple, and still, buhay na buhay pa rin siya. Cruz on the other end, makakakuha rin siya ng isa dito. And all of them, almost all, with just one man remaining. And this is all gonna be over. Pantay ang laban natin. And itong garage stake na ginagawa ng FPX, this is actually probably the third time na hindi gumana.
Pero at least, talagang binabawi pa rin talaga na Surf ang kailangan nila. Kitang-kita naman natin talaga literal na nag-audition sila kay Surf, mga kaibigan.
Mamaya lalabas dyan, Vil has trash talk the English broadcast 3 times.
Oy, tropa natin yan. Tropa natin. Baka may alam mo na. Papakabait muna tayo ngayon, guys. Mga 10 days.
Mga hanggang 24 lang.
Bakit tayo hanggang 24? Yeah. Tropa natin si Riot, number 1.
Daming arep pala dito ng Sersha. So, when it comes to the economy, walang problema on Sersha's hands. And, of course, they're quite aware that there might be an alarm bot here on the corner as well. And to clear things out, binato na rin nila yung nade coming in from the KO. Merong isa na nasa short, but on towards mid, it's gonna be Ardis. Killing off yung nagbabantay sa rotations, which is scary. But here in the corner, hindi pa rin manguhuli with just a sheriff. Itong si Sushi Boys, ligtas pa rin.
Grabe, no? Si English, pinapayagan nila yun. Nasa stats pa. Tayo kaya, be?
Nasa stats pa eh, no?
Oo, nasa stats
wala
pa.
Wala pag sa amin, guys, natatanggal.
Walang sabi-sabi, no? You're out!
You're out!
Oh, wala ka na bukas, bet. Tanggal sa GC.
Justin Villasiran has been kicked.
Oo, gano'n namin.
Dito na sa stats.
Oo, tapos after mag-tweet ako. Pero ito Pero ito ang ginagawa nila Xiao. They're gonna plant the spike, yes! Pero si Ardis, meron naman siya dito toward the force. Kung hindi na no?
Nandun mismo sa spike yung trap no?
Oo, hindi nasira yung trap
Kailangan nila para siguro, syempre hindi nila makikita masyado, hindi nila napapansinin masyado yung spike So doon nila tatago yung trap. Ang kaso nga lang, may isa pang trap dyan dahil, syempre, nag-aabang lang naman ng tamang timing dito si Ardis and he got it. But there is that killjoy lockdown na kailangang iwasan ng players right now for FPX side. Sushi Boys trying to defuse the spike. It's not gonna happen and at tripty pa nga, Iko Matos.
350 mga kaibigan. Easy. Easy round for the side of FPX. Itong Sersha, I mean, gusto nating ganda. Gusto nating tawag dito, i-cheer ang Sersha. Pero sila ang lumaglag sa secret. Kaya meron tayong pagka-bittersweet sa kanila mga kaibigan. Let's go FPX.
Para maramdaman FPX?
Para maramdaman nila. Oh, bakit? Bakit?
Asia Pacific tayo ngayong bias.
Bakit ko? Bakit ko?
Ano ba naman yan?
Bakit?
Move on din pag may time, no? Baka mamaya mag-tweet ka pa niyan Anyway, sir, operator shot. Ang kaso nga lang siya ang tatanggap ng shots dito. Shots fired para sa kanya. 52 HP remaining. And still, he survived. Kahit pa paano naman with an operator. Tamang lang yan Tamang swing, tamang ikot, and meron naman silang sky. So, tamang lang din. Heal.
Dos na.
Pa-hell.
Hell.
Pero kakita natin ngayon yung mga players ng FPX, medyo delikado rin talaga sila. Uy, si Angge pupush in, pero yun nga, si Surfer lang nakuha kahit isa. Uy, Diyos ko po, anong gagawin mo?
Nilet's go ba niya?
Diyos ko, maghahadukin ata si Cross, mga kaibigan, sa harapan ng kalaban niya. Pero si Surfer with a salty like a melody in my head, not gonna catch anyone right now. 3v2, Zypan is low, Saturn will plant the spike. One-way smoke ang ginalabas ngayon ng mga players ngayon ng FPX para mas mahirapan pa yung pag-push ngayon ng Sersha. Pero si Scary, meron pa siyang 2 stars if ever. Ang ganda ng smoke para makapasok sila. Pero naririnig ni Sider, natanggal yung isa. Pero Zypan will catch one. Scary. Oh no. Ang ganda ng smoke na ginawa nila. Isipin mo, Bes, di ba naglalakad sila? Tapos, nung nandun na sila sa isang smoke, literal na binalik na yung smoke, man. Ang ganda nun, sayang. Hindi lang talaga nag-work kasi pag nag-work yun, nice.
Gandang retake yun. Hindi kasi nila napatay si Zypan sa Hell. Kung napatay nila actually yun, magandang opening on the site itself. 2 ang nilabas nilang smoke doon. Yung isa is a fake and yung isa is actually a real smoke. The connecting smoke from graffiti para hindi sila makita talaga completely. And the pop smoke para bumalik, of course, yung fake na meron si Astra and to actually cover Hell at hindi sila mahirapan. Unfortunately, hindi nila nakuha. Could have been better or could have worked for them. But not this time. 12-10 ang score natin. Isa na lang ang kailangan ng FPX to finish this and close things off para sa series na ito.
Ito na yung gagawin ngayon. Pero ito si Cross, si John Lloyd Cross, meron pang let's go dito Medyo ito dapat i-consider ng FPX. Kasi meron siyang let's go. Pero, Surf, medyo mainit yung datingan na dito pero ang ganda nung ginawa ng Tony Prowler mga kaibigan para syempre mapamambaot siya pero pop flash, kailangan mo mag-flash kapatid. Kita na nga, oh no, mag-swing ka, oh no, delikado siya na paranoia na nga, literal na hinabol ka parang daga.
Nakaligtas pa rin.
Nakaligtas pa!
Mala Tom and Jerry lang ang galawan. Makakaligtas at magkakaligtas pa rin tayo dito. Yan ang sabi ni Surf. And especially with the help of Fox Z, kahit matag yan, bubuo pa rin yung buhay niya with the help of course, the heal itself. But other than that, nakapag-TP in na nga dito ang isang membro ng FPX. Right above, it's Cider. Pero wala siyang info kung saan magagaling. Aside from the back end of the side, magkatabi lang ba sila sa gong?
Oo, magkatabi lang sila sa gong, literal. Magkatabi lang kayo, pero Diyos ko po, pinagtagpo, pero dili tinadhana. Cider with a 3K right now. 2v2 mga kaibigan, hindi pa rin nila napaplant yung spike. Hoy, pre, pinaplant yung spike mga kaibigan. Yung kamote nasa na. Pero tamang need lang talaga, pero meron silang oras para maplant yung spike mga kaibigan. Pero meron din tao dito sa may A-Link, meron tao dito sa may C-Link, parehong link, meron talagang tao doon. Pero ano ang gagawin nila? Yung isa nagpa-flank pa, nag-iingay lang si Foxy para makadalo yung nasa likod dito, pati yung Sushi Boys. Pero, oh my God, muntik na! Pero Ardis, ikaw, para hindi ka pwede magkamali. Dalawa pa ang kalaban mo, pero ano ba magagawa mo? He will catch one, pero wala siyang idea kung nasa rin sa balones! When I flick! We'll take down 1-1 in favor of FPX!
Pero, itatype ko yung sinabi mo Ito ang sinabi mo. Itatype ko sa chat mismo ng Facebook sa mismong comment section. But congratulations right here on the hands of FPX. Sila pa rin talaga ang mananaig para dito sa match na ito. And you could just see how the setups worked out for them all throughout. Itong mga plays, lalo na dito sa back-end ng site na magkatabi lang naman. Si Scary, pati si Cider. They could have cleared that out. Unfortunately, hindi sila aware.
Nagulat ako, pareho sila ng pinuntahan pero nagkatalikod sila eh. Kumbaga, away-away sila, men. Away-away sila. Pero at least, diba, nakita natin kung paano dinurog ng FPX ang Search. Tropa natin yan, men. Tropa natin yan. Pero sila nanalo dito. Pero ito I mean kung napapansin mo, yung isang player, di ba tinakpan niya yung pangalan sa likod? Kasi syempre mali mo ginamit niyo yung jersey ng isa, di ba? Pero ito hindi ito yung official 5-man lineup ng FPX. Best hindi pa to. Kasi nga yung isa, hindi siya makapaglaro. Oo, hindi siya makapaglaro. So, kailangan nila makakuha ng stand-in.
And ang nakuha nilang stand-in, if I'm not mistaken, chinek ko kasi sa Wikipedia, is actually from Alliance. No? So, itong isang
Admiral Bulldog
team member nila, which is actually Cider, who's performing exceptional dito sa team ng FPX. He's actually the sub that we have right here. Pero how he plays with regards to the team, it seems like there's not much lack of a synergy kung sisilipin talaga natin ng maayos. And he's been performing quite great.
Yeah, really great indeed. Pero dito naman sa side ng FPX, at least, diba, nakakuha pa rin sila dito ng mga kills. Pinakita ng Search na meron silang ibubuga. Yung 3 games, men, literal na dikit. Yung isa nag-OT pa. So, ang gagawin ngayon ng FPX, men, feeling ko yung game nila sa isang araw pa, for sure sa isang araw pa. So kalma lang sila, men, kalma lang sila. At least talaga nakakuha sila ng mga leads dito, ng mga kills dito. Pero syempre kahit nanalo sila dito sa game number 1 nila, this is just the start of their journey.
True.
Marami pa sila kakaining bigas, men. Napakadami pang games dito, and this is the start para mag-aral sila ng matindi.
Ang tagal pa nitong Masters natin at kung tutusin, abutin pa tayo ng July 20 plus, no? So, magkakasama pa rin tayo dito. And so far, it's a good start for FPX side. Para sa isa sa mga representatives natin from Asia Pacific, which is Sersha, it was such a close match na nagkaroon na lang kumbaga ng differences when it comes to the mistakes that the players do. O kaya dun sa mga take mismo when it comes to post-plan position. Kanina nung nag-start yung match natin on game number 1, FPX seemed like a team kung saan hindi pa rin nila mahanap yung footing. Nagkakamali pa sila. But moving forward and along the way, along the rounds na nakikita natin, mas napapolish nila yon. And all throughout, Sersha, they just had to keep on finding something new na kailangan nilang gawin para lang maiba at para lang mabawi nila yung mga puntos na nawala.
Yeah, nabawi naman talaga nila lahat ng kailangan nila. Nabawi nila yung mga rounds na kailangan na punta sa kanila. Pero this is gonna be a really tough fight for these players lang din eh. No? Wala tayong nakitang reverse sweep na nangyari sa side ng Sersha. And it's just a better team lang din talaga who's gonna win every single match that they're gonna play. And once again, this is a start for FPX. Pero this is not the end for the side of Sersha. Don't worry kasi meron pa silang isang match. If ever natalo sila dun sa match, dun sa next match ng Sersha, it's gonna be over for them. Ganun lang yun, man. Ganun lang yun. And if ever manalo ang FPX sa susunod nilang laban, they're gonna be qualified for the playoffs. So,
important matches along the way ang maabangan natin dito. But aside from that, speaking of important matches, next up is gonna be Guild Esports and Crew Esports. Hindi na-expect ng ibang mga tao na Guild Esports ang makaka-advance going up against Optic, but it's happening. And syempre, iiwan namin kayo sa mga kamay ng mga ibang casters natin dito sa PPGL. Kaming The Mods ay magpapaalam na muna and see you guys again tomorrow. Don't go away because when we come back, it's gonna be a new game, a new series para sa lahat. And syempre, makakasama nyo rin ang ibang casters natin onto the panel later on as well. So don't go away. VCT or VALORANT Masters will be right back.
Boxes, I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, quitting was never an option. Exhausted, this passion is never exhausted. And you cannot stop it, you cannot stop it. I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, quitting was never an option. Exhausted, this passion is never exhausted. And you cannot stop it, you cannot stop it.
to be on this stage in Reykjavik. They couldn't make it. They are here now in Copenhagen, but not the full strength roster of FPX, which means this is a perfect opportunity for Xerxia to take the win.
Down A.
Nice!
Oh, what are you doing, bro?
One enemy remaining.
Nice! FPX are picking up their first map on LAN, and that was Xerxia's map pick.
One enemy remaining.
13-9. Xerxia take map 2. They've guaranteed themselves a haven.
Spike down mid. One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Grenade!
One enemy remaining.
What? Oh, that's just ridiculous.
One enemy remaining.
It wasn't quick, it wasn't clean, but FPX, they found success here in their LAN debut.
And that was the Prime Gaming post-match highlights. As Mitch said, FPX on their debut, they have found victory already despite being a man down. I'm back with Jess and Sideshow. It was a very hard-fought one, though, in the end.
Oh my God, what one of the closest matchups we've had thus far throughout the tournament. And to say it was a close one, I think is probably putting it right to the very thin line upon which was probably going to see another overtime if it wasn't for FPX really pulling it together in those final rounds. Some B hits, which can go tragically wrong sometimes, are what we were able to push them over the round. And look at Zippin. It was that risk for them to change over. What would he play? What was going to happen compositionally? Well, I tell you what, one of the best raisers in the world, he gets to step back up to that mantle.
He played phenomenally, but on the other side of things as well, you've got Surf just dunking. He had, over the course of this series, 48% of his team's first kills. And almost half of the entirety of his team's first kills are coming from Surf. Played a blinder, it just doesn't end up being enough. And I think I want to put the attention on Ardis because that round 2 save allowed them to get the edge in the first half, and then he wins the 1v1 to close out the map. It has been a spectacular series from Ardis. He's coming back for that old ancient throne that he had. And look how awkward the whole of this round was.
This is what I mean, this B hit, it's such a risk, things can go wrong. They know what side it does. They know what his MO is. And he's holding hands. Who's he holding hands with in this moment?
I can't even remember, to tell you honestly. It was scary.
It must have been scary.
Yeah, scary at that gong. Just at the same position as him the entire time. But Ardis was so clean,
It was
so
the
crispy.
nightfall that made it so scary. Couldn't tell there was someone right next to him.
Yeah, incredibly
Unbelievable.
awkward.
That is awkward.
Those are the moments that win or lose you matches at this level. It's crazy.
It's quite fun, though.
Oh,
It's fun from where you're sat.
Loads of fun.
It's not going to be fun from where the players are sat. Can you imagine you look at the replay and you're like, that's how he lost, is it?
Yeah, I said if they win this way, I went, oh, geez. And to be the sub, the one that's subbing in, a lot of pressure on your shoulders, you know you got to make a bit of impact. I mean, for him to just stand there and be like, oh, I'm sure there's no one behind me. They've got that right. I mean, shout out to him. He had a great match.
I mean, the problem is even if you think you know where Ardis is, you don't know where Ardis is on this map. And Jess, especially if we take a look at the heat map here, he had a hell of a performance.
I wanted to bring out the brand new heat maps that we want to be bringing you on the desk every now and then. These are where his kills are coming from. And the reason I wanted to show you was because it's a little bit splotty, blotty, you know, paint shop kind of all over the map. You want to see where this man's getting kills. Yeah, I can't isolate one particular spot, although there's a little bit of a red spot, and that's on that B side. And that's the one we were talking about. That's where he was making most of the impact over towards the B, but C-Long as well on that attacking side. There's areas of this, and if you want to take a look at those heat maps throughout this tournament, I'll keep bringing them back whenever I can. We can have a big look at where these big hitters are taking a lot of the mass amount of these kills, and I want to do a few plant heat maps as well to see where teams are trending towards when they're going for these plants. So there's been a little bit of discourse around teams planting and then having one-sidedness on one plant, and other teams knowing this and countering it. So we'll see whether or not that shows up as well.
He needs to work on his spawn kills. There was why was he not getting any kills? A spawn?
Yeah, of course.
What is going on?
Well.
What fair and reasonable criticism?
Yeah, that's what Doombros is telling him right now. I bet you. Speaking of artists, he was up in contention for the InZone fan vote for the MVP. You guys voted on Twitter. I can now reveal the results to you guys, and you guys went for Surf.
Oh wow!
Do you know what? Fair enough.
I'm not mad at it, honestly.
enough.
Like I said, he had almost half of his team's first kills. He goes plus 12 in first kills to first deaths. He was massively positive on the series, just dominated map 2, and played a blinder still in map 3 once he warmed up, so he was a great player. It was a close game.
He was the highest rated player in the server throughout the series, so it's not necessarily underwhelming, or rather overwhelming, that he is the MVP, but I think that just goes to show what we said before about Xerxia really having that one player, like Surf and friends, and that's something that they could not put on the board in the last map. They needed everyone to step up. Scary did, I will say, Cruz in the first half as well, but if you want to win matches, it can't just be that front runner all the time. It can't be the guy we expect Surf, well, if he doesn't, like he did, and he had a really slow start in the first half, that's what happens. You lose by 2 rounds. That's what happens.
Yeah, they do a good job of supporting him and extracting the maximum value out of him as well, but the rest of their team does amazingly in like clutch situations and finding those impact frags when you watch them play in APAC, and it's just about bringing that to the world stage. I think. I mean, even Scary, he plays even better than this when he's in APAC, so that's what you're looking for.
Yeah, bring Surf to EMEA. That's my message for everyone today. Wait, we need to steal him. We need all the firepower we can
have
get.
3 MEA teams here.
Speaking of firepower, let's hear from Artis right now, who is with the Doug for the Verizon post-match interview.
Thank you so much, Inti. Yes, I'm here with Artis. Artis, first and foremost, congratulations on the win. I've got to ask, given the history that FPX has had, given the fact that you're here with 1 sub, which was almost 2, how good does it feel to get this first win under your belt?
I mean, honestly, I'm happy for all of us because we qualified for the last event. We should have been there in Reykjavik.
Yeah.
We got hard done by. We had 3 subs ready to come in, and we still couldn't go. I'm just happy all of us, like, we're all meeting each other for the first time as well, so that's like good for us. Like, we've never met each other as a team.
Sure.
So I think it's just a good experience, and yeah, let's just keep the wins coming, I think.
Hopefully the first of many, right?
Yeah,
At least that's the expectation for a lot of people. I want to ask you about a cat you just went head-to-head with. The guy's nuts. He won the MVP vote. Surf just kind of feels like a different breed. What was your perspective having just gone up against him?
I mean, Surf played really well that game. I think he was doing some crazy stuff, some stupid stuff, but like, because I think he had so much confidence that like the stupid stuff worked.
Yeah.
I think other games it might not work as well, but honestly, like if you're feeling it, you're feeling it. And you're like, if I was feeling it, I'd be doing the exact same stuff that he was, but it was tilting a little bit, but honestly, individually played lights out. Like I don't want to say it, like I didn't know how good he was, but like I didn't know he was this good. So I'm just happy. I'm just happy to play against him, and hopefully we play in the future as well.
Now, I want to very quickly ask you about that 1v2 at the end, because you and I were chatting about it, and you said there was something a little bit more than just meets the eye that went down there.
So in the 1v2, I killed the first guy, and I went to reposition, and I've heard Xiao in the background go, this to your right. I've instantly flicked to the right. As soon as I flicked, the guy's peeked, and I killed him. And as soon as the match ended, I was like, Xiao, you're the man, you're the man.
So you didn't hear him? You had no idea he was there?
I had like white noise in my ear, nothing, and Xiao was screaming, right side, look right. And honestly, I think that whole win is on Xiao. I think that's all on Xiao.
He played super well. Last question I have for you, then I'll let you go. In the pre-show interview we aired earlier today, you talked about how people rate FPX and the fact that they don't rate this team individually, that they don't rate it as a unit. What should people think about FPX now that they've seen you play and now that they've seen you win on the international stage?
I think people should put us as the title contenders. Like when we're going to events, I think we might not be the favourites for every event, but I think we should easily be top 4, top 3 of every event. The individuals as 5, even as 4, we're too strong to not be rated the top 4, in my opinion. I've saw other people's rankings, I don't really agree with it, but I think we're that individually good and as a team good. Like even with 1 standing or 2 standings, I think I think we should be like people should be looking at FPX and thinking top form. The same way that people look at Loud or Fnatic or Optic, they think, listen, like they might not win the event, but they'll finish top 4. I think we should be in the same bracket, and I think we're going to prove at this event, even with a standing.
Well, hopefully not Loud or Optic, given how yesterday went.
Yeah, I mean, one of them's going home.
Thank you so much, Artis. It was a pleasure. Best of luck to you for the rest of the tournament. We have a banger up next. Group decider for Group A between Guild and Crew. You're not going to want to miss it. Don't go anywhere.
nauseous, nauseous. I cannot fit in obnoxious. Stop it, stop it. Quitting was never an option. Exhausted, exhausted. This passion is never exhausted. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it.
Welcome back to VALORANT Masters. We showed you guys a banger already, but I'm about to raise some stakes because we have our first qualification to the playoffs game to play right now. Crew versus Guild. The winner will be the first team. I know. I can't believe it.
Sorry?
Wait, where's Mitch?
Where's Loud and
Why are you here by yourself?
What's going on?
I thought you were confused as to where you were. I was like, this man doesn't know what match we're doing.
Wait, why did Sideshow change his clothes?
Also, I don't understand. You were just casting.
Brent?
My apologies. Honestly,
Wow.
what is going on?
Wow. That's an insult, Jess. Don't let him do you
You
like
know what?
that.
I'll meet you out back after.
Yeah. But as you guys saw from Tom's confusion, Crew versus Guild, the match that we didn't expect for the upper bracket. But let's talk about Guild first, because Tom, we expected them to make it through.
Did you, Tom?
Yeah,
I did.
sure. Well, I did actually have them going through my lower bracket game, but ultimately I think the fact that they showed up yesterday was just so impressive. I think ultimately we saw a performance from pretty much every single player on the team, even Kodamenta sort of kicking things off at the very beginning. But honestly, Jess, I think there just seems to be so much depth within this roster at the moment that anybody can pop off.
It's not even depth. Okay, there were moments, I don't have the clips for you, but I promise in the future, given the fact that we want more games from this roster, they had already had pre-planned crosshair lineups for where their opponents would plant. They had wallbangable, smoke bangable, and everything. How many smoke bang and wallbangs they got to deny plants? I mean, if you're that micro level prepared and counted for your opposition, I can't say that there's another team that is as prepared as I saw Guild, and I've sat in a lot of international desks now.
Yeah, we talk a lot about Leo, but this man, Tom, he has been popping off.
Yeah, I feel like these stats are almost understated just because of the different roles he actually played within the series. Like, you had his KO, which a lot of the time was very aggressive with pot flashes, and then you move into what he was doing on the Raze, which a lot of the time just seemed crazy. Like, it was blast packs into sights, but then you even have his stats, which were still positive in first kills.
I mean, the man took over half the map in a matter of mere seconds. I mean, we've spoken about blast packs and EMEA not always being to perfection. Sometimes we have really good Nookie type level of blast packs. Then we get Trex level, and then some other players not so much. But he's come onto the international stage, staked his claim, and dare I say, blast packing into the top level of Raze players in the world now.
Yeah, well, he's going to have to blast his way into the back line of Crew if he wants to go through to playoffs today. And Crew, Jess, again, a lot of people had questions for them. A lot of people weren't so happy with how they performed this year. But I feel like all of that has just been thrown out the window.
I think maybe by underestimating them a little bit, and I will put myself in that camp of saying I did not expect them to go too far in this, and I didn't expect them to show up the way in which they did in their first game here. But I think that comes down to the fact that the Latin American region didn't necessarily have a lot of teams that were staking their claim internationally, and they were the team that just kept coming back, the only team to make international claim, of course, time and time again. But I think overall Leviathan and whatnot stepping up, maybe we're underestimating Leviathan as well. Maybe we just don't realize that the whole region right now is stacked, and maybe as a result now we put a little bit more respect on their name, and I certainly have, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, I think especially when you look at the group there, and we had to almost underestimate them. Like, you're basically, to get out of this group, we expected them to have to beat the champion and the runner-up to actually get anywhere near, and instead, well, they will beat one of those, the runner-up, but potentially could make it through today if they face off against Guild.
Yeah, they could. And one man who was kind of at the helm of everything was Kesne. I think we expect him to. Much like Surf, he has to at times. And what a performance he had. But also, the players that were surrounding him too. Tom, look how much they can achieve when every single person is performing.
Yeah, I think Mazzino had one of the best games I think I've ever seen from him, especially on the defensive side. Like, he was even in KD on attack, and you're like, okay, for like Sage and whatever he's playing, that's pretty good. He was plus 12 when it came to defensive rounds. He got an ace. I think he got a 4K in like clutch scenarios, and then you've just got this man on your screen. You spoke about one of the best Razes in the world just moments ago. This man is making another claim for it.
I mean, I can't wait to see two of the best Razes in the world go head-to-head. The fact that you've got Kesnet, who we can almost certainly rely on to almost always have some kind of flashy appearance at an international event, no matter what. Now there has been a little bit of a claim, which I think we can slightly dispute now, that it is Kesnet and friends. We can step back a little bit and say there was a lot of teamwork on a few of those maps there that didn't require Kesnet going quote-unquote nuclear to be able to get it done, but he was the standing man, the front man for them, and I don't think that discontinues. I think we start talking about the likes of Mazzino and other players on the roster.
My question is, yesterday with the games, everybody kind of thought Crew and Guild, they won the favorites. But how evenly matched are they now that they have to play each other, given also how great and similar their map pool is too?
Well, that's the thing. It's like either side, you could kind of see where they're likely to go in like what sort of direction. But at the same time, there's a lot of crossover maps for either team, which I think they're going to be quite happy to play, especially with Guild adding in the likes of Icebox into their pool as well. Quite recently, you go, actually, I don't know where either side is going to want to take this, and we're going to get a lot of middle ground maps.
Yeah, like I said, I feel like it's a little bit more evenly matched, but with Guild picking that Icebox yesterday, I had to rip up my notes and just throw them in the bin because they're not doing anything I'm expecting them to do.
Split out the window. What a shame. Again, we keep seeing it sort of banned out.
Okay, Guild, what is happening? What are you doing?
Okay.
What are you doing?
The Haven ban's really interesting.
What are you doing?
Because that used to be Guild's best map. Yes. Even though they lost it 3 times in a row in EMEA, every single time it was 11-13, and that was against like FPX and against Fnatic. So I never saw that one coming.
Me too. I mean, everybody wanted to dodge. Okay, they picked Fracture.
Fair.
I feel like, especially recently, they've had some pretty poor performances on that. They got banged out by FPX, but then looked really good when they played it versus Mech. I do think this is a team that is maybe the best in the world at countering.
Yeah.
So I think they're almost just trying to play with the map pool in such a way that Crew are just going to be like, well, we kind of expected Haven in this pool, so why are we now ending up finding
They've also got a VOD on it. Let us not forget that
True.
if they have predetermined minutia micro plays like shooting through walls at default plans, that if they've already got a fresh out the womb VOD, then I would play off of that as well. I think that's fair.
If I hid the names from you for this map and said, guess which 2 teams have picked this map, or I personally wouldn't have said Guild.
The only way I would say that, though, is I guess if you hide both and it's neither team, I guess I would agree. I think the fact that Fracture coming through for them, though, is actually not a bad thing, because I think even Crew themselves came out and said, like, yeah, we don't feel particularly comfortable on that map.
And they're not.
And I would say that's not a great thing to say when you're about to play the next day against a team that seems fairly happy to play Fracture.
I think the counterplays on that are going to be brilliant. I cannot wait to get to that one, of course, but I was wondering where Icebox would be in all of this, the fact that it's a decider, but I truly thought going into it, it would be a close matchup. I'll be a little bit upset if it's not, but one thing that'll sort of maybe soften the blow is if Guild is able to pull out just a world-class show again, come in, and if they do wipe the floor with Crew, it'll just turn around and just show the depth of EMEA and then, of course, Guild as a team.
Well, the maps, they have been locked in. We know where we are going. You guys have seen the players already yesterday, but the stakes have been risen here at VALORANT Masters Copenhagen. It's time for us to throw it over stage and to meet Guild and Crew once again. This matchup is more than just pride, more than just regional rivalry, but a spot in playoffs, and to prove to everybody that yesterday was not just a fluke. Tom, you were cracking up a lot there. I kind of want you to share what your thoughts, at least going into map 1, if we're going to see more comedic.
I really hope Coldamenta's planning on stealing the limelight in the game as the way he just did in that matchup. No, I think that going into this map, especially on Bind, it's a map where I think that it can definitely be a confident one, at least within their region for Crew. The only real loss, though, that we've got, although there was a close game versus BBL, was to Fnatic, though, for Guild. And I think that ultimately, any loss to Fnatic on Bind is not really that much of a loss. No, it was 13-9. It's not that harsh.
I mean, oh yeah, we got him through Champions as well. It's not a good history. If you had to put your money on it, you would look at it just on the map history of both of these teams, I firmly believe. And as a result of that, it means Crew must win this map if they want to win the series, because I don't see them going into the second map having a chance. At least off the fact that I know they're probably going to be counted down to their first step off the block.
I feel maybe a little bit opposite in a sense that I see a world where both of these teams win on each other's map picks, if that makes sense.
Okay.
I don't think I would be super surprised if it happened, but then at the same time, everything that I thought I knew about Guild, I feel like I don't anymore.
Same as Crew. I feel like I can say one thing about Crew and then it just be the complete opposite. So the script is really flipped on its head recently. I think to make a proper prediction on this match would be not doing it justice, because we really don't know until we finish this first map.
Well, yeah, I think as well, some of the mirror matchups here could be quite exciting, but I imagine we're just about going to get there.
Yeah, we're into the Prime Gaming Agent Select. And now, as I said, a lot of these teams have been bringing surprises here. Would you guys like to see something different?
No, I wouldn't.
Okay.
Well, I think we've already got it. Actually going in onto the Astra. You've also got Sky coming out for safe. He was someone who was previously, I believe, playing the Chamber on this map. So interesting to see some of those switch-ups. And the big one is probably Russ. Like, Russ has always been on that initiator role.
Yeah.
Now switching things over. So maybe that's just a comfort thing.
No Chamber?
I was actually going to say, going into this, one of the things that I really used to enjoy from Russ was his Sky. So the fact that that's actually gone out of this is a little bit disappointing, but I do feel like Safe is going to play it much more aggressive.
I wonder whether or not we're just talking about sort of like Hex over and B. Like, is that the reason you've got that? Is there power positions on the map? You've really seen them push hard? Is that why you want to take that agent instead? I don't think it goes down that micro level, but to get rid of the Chamber specifically, you've got to make a big decision to move that out of your composition.
It could also just be counters again, because you
you
have to think about what Crew like to do with having the likes of Nags, like taking map control. Okay, you've got extra flashes, you've got stuns, there's so much more to basically shut that man down.
Well, there's a lot on the line here and a lot on the line on this map as well. Let's go into game right now with your casters for the match, Doug and Baller.
Hi guys! What's up? Good morning sa inyong lahat. And we are down on the second series here in VALORANT Masters Copenhagen 2. Ako nga pala si Raiden. Siyempre, kasama ko ngayon si Honeyglaze at kami maghahatid sa inyo ng bakbakan nga sa dalawang team na to. Pero siyempre guys, kanina bago kami mag-cast, nag-warm up kami, nag-karaoke kami. Kaya ang playlist namin ay siyempre yung pambansang awit ng Pilipinas. Alam nyo ba kung ano? Kagome.
Ano yan?
Paano kung hindi ka nakilala? Shoutout nga pala sa dalawa naming direct na ginigising lang din namin yung diwa ngayon. Pero Crew versus Guild. Sa totoo lang, wala naman ako ganong pakialam kung sino mananalo dito eh. Kasi ipak lang sa kalam. Kaso nga lang, syempre, looking forward ako sa Guild. Wow, sponsor nila yung Subway. Sorry na pa. Sana all.
Kahapon ba yan Sana all talaga. E di, panigurado niyan, may mga Subway sandwiches nila dito, no? Sana all.
Sana all, mahal. Ay, sorry, iba pala. Sabi sa inyo guys, pag 2:50 AM na, naglumalabas yung pagiging sad girl natin. Kaya, kung ako sa inyo, ayusin nyo. Pero sa mga viewers natin dyan sa Twitch, sa YouTube, at saka sa Facebook, shoutout nga pala sa inyo. Kami magkakas. Kaya kung may mga katanungan kayo, mag-watch party na lang talaga kami. Hindi namin magkakas. Hindi, joke lang guys. Joke lang yun. Ba, kung ano mang sabihin nyo. Pero, yap. Yung aso ni Bill, gising pa. Diyos ko, akala ko tapos na.
Yung amo mo.
Akala ko start na. Ba't hindi pa kami nagkakast? O si Tenzo?
Wala.
Pero latam.
Guys, kung gusto nyo makita kung paano yung ginawa namin kanina na warm up, mga rituals, follow nyo na kami sa Twitter kasi doon namin nilalagay yung mga lyrics na kinakanta namin nila Rayray, siya ni Direk. Nakikita nyo dyan. It's at Honeyglaze. Kasama ko dito, syempre si Rayray pati. Pero ito na nga, it's Guild versus Crew, yung mga teams na
nag-deny ng mga odds na akala natin Optic yung mananalo, akala natin Loud yung mananalo, pero tingnan natin ngayon kung sino ba yung unang lalaglag sa kanila going into our lower bracket dito sa group stages. Ito na naman tayo eh. Mabagal pa to, Ray. Sa talagang siyam siya maabutin dito na mapapasok, pero mas bibilis naman din ang paggamit ng headhunter ni Nugset. Mabilis ang pick-off kagad with ang laban lang dito kay Saif.
Direk parang ayaw talaga ng magpa-music dito.
Ayaw talaga.
Lagyan natin ng music. Ayan na. Lalagyan natin ng sound effects to. Ganito lagyan ng sound effects habang kasmahan ni Glaze ako mag-sound effects. Dali.
Oo.
Toxic
Sige.
screens.
Pero ito na guys toxin screens, inopen na kaagad nila. Pero wala pa rin talagang pumupunter yan at nagbibigay ng opportunity na makapag-retake. Nandito kasi si Nugset. Ross naman dito, on the other hand, waiting into that corner. Pero nandito na kaagad si Nadelsik. Oh no! Tumatalo siya, pero hindi siya nakakuha ng kill. Nugset naman dito, buhay na buhay pa. Pero dalawa na lang ang natitira sa dalawang teams natin ngayon. They're trying to defuse it. The strike kalahati na. Ray, mukhang mabubuhay pa nga ba siya? Pero it's all up to Delsik to make sure na madedenay nila yung round na yon against the side of Guild Esports.
Ayan na. Diba? Binigyan ng sound effects. Kami muna. Walang audio eh. Ako muna guys. Yun talaga yung ano natin dito eh. Yun talaga ang ating trabaho. Shoutout nga pala kay Ren Bisiero. Yan. Kami muna maglalagay. Nakakaya naman eh. Kami muna maglalagay guys ng audio. Pero nga nun yung crew. Nakuha nga nila tong pistol. Pero pistol pa lang naman. Marami pang pwedeng mangyari. Ako looking forward ako sa guild. Pero gusto ko manalo yung crew. Alam mo kung bakit? Kasi yung guild, walang, di naman sila, galing naman sila kasing Imeye. Pero sino ba ang paunahan sa airport? Pero ngayon si Klaus, kinuha na kagad si Coldamenda, binatian niya ngayon ng Merry Christmas. He gets the 3K kagad pang highlights TikTok challenge. At ngayon, si Leo na lang natitira. Alam mo yung mga Leo? Wala lang. Ayoko yung sign na yan eh. Alam mo yun sa...
Paano na kaya si Leo Gaming, di ba? Yung cancer na ibang
hindi hindi ka, mga Leo, yung mga zodiac signs, yan.
Zodiac sign, hindi IGN.
Oo, yung mga meron akong alam na zodiac sign na napaka-red flag, ay yun po talaga ay ang mga mga Libra po or Virgo, ayan. Mga ano po yan, red flag. Been there, done that po. Sorry po sa mga, ayan.
Sa mga nanonood dyan, alam niyo na kung ano ba talaga ang mga flags niyo ngayon. Sorry, pero pawang katotohanan lang daw, sabi ni Ray Ray.
Pawang katotohanan lamang, guys. Ganun talaga yung Leo. Uy, yun. Wala pa rin sound effects, guys. So, okay. Ikakas ko tapos ikaw maglalagay. Ay, ikaw na, Kaniglis, magkas ako maglalagay ng mga sound effects kasi baka mag-complain yung mga viewers natin. Syempre, ayaw natin silang bigyan ng inconvenience sa buhay. Kaso nga lang, yung mga taga-crew gising na nga. Pero go, Kaniglis, kas mo ako maglalagay ng sound effects.
Ito, nakita na kaagad yung Trailblazer near Church. Wala siyang mabibigyan na slow or delay dito against sa side of Crew Esports. Papasok pa rin sila. Kukuhanin na kaagad nila dito yung last. Uulanin ng mga paint shells. Kaboom, kaboom, kaboom. Dagdagan mo pa kaagad ng mga toxic screens. Pero Saif dito makakuha na kaagad ng isa. Wala na makakapag-line up sa kanila. Pero Ras dito, hindi maka-counter out si Delsik dahil basang-basa na daw siya. We have 2 members na isa tuloy dito sa mga teams natin ang tumumba na. But on the other hand, kailangan ipanalo ito ng Guild Esports, lalo na this is already their buy round. We have the ultimate retake na ginagawa ngayon ng Guild. Kahit naman galing pa ng bats dito si Mazino, it is all up to Leo to clear things off. Buti na lang din at 3 pa yung natitira sa kanila.
May nag-comment si Justin Lim, damay pa nga kaming mga Libra na matitino. Justin, red flag, kala mo kung bakit?
Nanonood lang daw sila.
Letter J ka kasi. May trauma sa mga letter J. Uy, pero totoo, mga red flag yung mga letter J. Alam mo kung ano yung mga tamang nasa tamang tao? Yung mga letter R. Reggie, Really? Riley, si Wits, di ba? Nasa letter R ang true love. Amen, amen. Red, di ba sabi sa inyo, nasa R ang true love. Pero ngayon, ito mga taga-crew na nalo nga kagad yung guild sa previous round pero okay lang daw sabi nila. Binulungan ako ni Kesnit, sabi niya got you fam. Kaso nga lang, yung mga counter flashes pa, uy, hindi ko usually nakikita ang feed X Sky. Pero sige, kung saan sila masaya. Sabi nga nila, follow your heart. Kaso, sa side ng crew, mas lalo silang nag-invest sa double ecoms. Pati rin naman ng guild. Pero ang nagtataka lang ako, ang wala silang sentinel kasi sa side ng guild. Kasi basically sentinel made na tong si Viper tsaka si Astre. Si Viper Melody. Mahilig ako sa mga controller main. Uy, pero wag ka magna-knife out close kundi babatiin ka ng Merry Christmas ni Trex. Toxic Siren's coming up.
Dito. Nandito na kagad si Coldamenta. Papasok at mauunahan niya si Delsik. Unfortunately, sasabugan naman kaagad dito si Coldamenta. Gatilan daw, sabi niya. Pero nandito na rin naman na. Dalawa na lang din ang natitira. Sayang yung mga na-secure nilang mga bundle dito, Ray. Makakapasok pa nga ba sila? That is a question. Pero ito na, naririnig ko na. Yung mga sound cues, buti na lang din dahil inaabangan natin dito kung magti-TP out na ba dito ang crew esports. Dahil yun na lang din eh. 3 na at 4 na pala ang nakabantay dito sa B. Tapos meron pang nakalungga all the way from Hookah.
At ngayon, 10
10
seconds na lang, crew, naipit. Inipit ng mga taga-guild, pinakitaan kung paano mang-ipit. Kita mo na, save na lang sila. Mag-e-fast na lang sila ngayon. At tatandaan nyo guys, map-pick to ng mga taga-crew. Kaya kung natalo sila, mahihirapan sila sa fracture. Kasi versus Loud, medyo medyo parehas nga sila ng parehas sila ng skill set pero dating sa guild, tingin ko ang hirap kalabanin ng team na to. Malakas tong guild eh. Alam mo bakit sila malakas?
Bakit?
Wala lang. Feel ko lang malakas sila.
Alam ko, sasabihin mo si Rizzoy Racket eh. Ready na ako.
Na-trauma ka na ba sa Riz kong may racket? Huwag ka mag-alala. Dahil graduate na tayo sa mga Riz main na yan. Shoutout nga pala yung Super MJ. Miss you, Beshi. Kaso ngayon may sabi ni Nick Padino, kakanta lang namin ng kanta na kanina, Neneng Beyond title. Kaso nga lang ngayon, mga taga-crew may pera pa rin naman sila, nag-force pa rin sila sa round na to, okay lang daw, palong-palo pa rin naman daw sila. Kaso nga lang, finally may sounds na tayo. Kasi kanina pa tayo nawawalan kasi sinamahan ng Cosmic Divide. Ayaw silang papasukin. Hinati ang mundo. Mundo ko at ako yan ang tinatawag na LDR. Alam mo kung ilan kayo sa LDR? 3 kayo naglolokohan, pero si Nagjet walang tinamaan sa one tap, nag-ADS na nga, hindi pa sumut.
Hindi pa nataman, hindi pa umukay talaga, hindi lumapit sa crosshair pa mismo. Pero ito isa na lang ang natitira sa loob ng B, which is going to be hard if ever na umarangkada na kaagad dito ang crew esports na pumasok. Imagine yung mga satchel ins, tapos yung mga ecoms, sa daming ecoms ng game na ito dahil imagine 4 na controllers dito in the side of Guild Esports. 2 na kaagad na makakuha nila. Safe! Going in for 3 and potentially going in for 4 pero it cancelled by Nagset. Pero at least nandito rin naman na yung pang finishing factor ni Leo. 3-2. Sayang daw yung mga nabili ng crew esports dito. Riri, pinilit na lang yung round na yun.
Kaya nga, wag yun na ipilit pag hindi naman nag-work na. Bakit pa pinipilit pag mag-break na kayo? Sabi ni Robby Caliano, nasa R ang true love kaso kaka-break lang namin. Sabi ko it's a sign, wag mo na balikan. At speaking of, I think that's a big punishment sa side ng crew to actually try to push it once again sa B kasi it made them somewhat complicated. Pero sige, nag-a-adjust pa siguro sila sa pag-iinit sa guild. Pero I think the amount of defense na meron yung guild, especially with this type of controllers that they have, are much more balanced. Mas gusto ko tong Astra X Viper compared sa Brimstone X Viper, no? Hindi talaga ako sobrang fond by it. Pero it has its own perks. Pero Guild, looking at this lineup that they have, they played this noong kanilang qualifiers, noong kanilang VCT sa kanilang region at sobrang nag-work to sa side nila. Mahirap talaga sila i-defeat dito. Pero bakit ka silip ng silip? Sabi sa'yo, huwag kang sisilip kundi mamamain ka niyan.
Naunahan ka agad. Nawantapan. Tapos dagdagan mo pa dito ng pagiging aggressive siguro ni Coldamenta, kaya naman na-pick off siya all the way from Bats or all the way from Bilong. And now, kompleto Recados pa rin dito ang aatake ngayon against side of Guild. They are stacked up all the way from A
30
short,
seconds
pero
left.
papasok na nga ba sila? That is a question dahil available ngayon yung ultimate ni Syph. This is the question kung paano nila yung ipapanalo yung ating retake dahil malilikuran siya kayo pa ni J. Rizal, si Syph. Nandito na yung pagpasok ng mga Spatials, hindi makakakuha ng pick off. The blinds won't be getting in info, pero at the very least, Crew Esports dito, ito na yata yung ganti nila. We also have here the ultimate na meron nga dito kay Trex. Meron pa siyang OP na hawak, pero mukhang naamoy ko na to, Ray. Save na lang daw sila muna dahil dalawa na lang silang natitira.
At paano nga ba ang gagawin ngayon ng Guild out na? Uy! Wala na. Tayo ulit yung score. Alam mo, mata na naman tayo eh. Ang didikit ng mga matches ngayon pagdating sa play-ins, alam mo yung nakaka-shock lang na we all thought it's gonna be an EMEA dominance or kaya lat or kaya mga katulad ng Optic, 'di ba? Sobrang different talaga yung feels ng ginagawa ng mga teams ngayon. And nakakasabay yung crew. At tatandaan niyo yung crew, tunay na lason niya ng VCT. Pero gusto ko lang i-shout out syempre ang mga ang idol kong si manager BFF na si Vince, na si Backstab from Naos yun. Shout out sa Naos, miss ko na kayo. Yan, miss ko lang kayo, wala lang. Pero miss ko na rin yung mas miss ko na siya. Yun!
Puro patis, no? Si Ray, tipo sabihin ko sino yung pangalan. Tapos, nga, no, shoutout sa Naos pala na iba't ibang bagyo na yung dumating sa kanilang mga players ngayon. Pero on the other hand, walang darating na muna ng mga players going into hookah. Makakagat ka agad na Trailblazer, guiding light para makakuha ng info. Pero nakatakas pa rin naman dito ang crew. Walang info na nag-gather but at least nakaabang dito si Trex. But unfortunately, yung guiding light dito yung makakapag-reposition sa kanya. So sayang yung pinanguhawakan niyang angle kanina. Pero at the very least, crew, indecisive sila, Ray. Mukhang hindi pa ito talaga yung tamang desisyon na pasukin nila muna.
Talagang dapat hindi sila magkakaroon ng kamalian pagdating sa kanilang mga desisyon, pero ready ni ultimate ni Klaus eh. So if they were able to secure yung A site kagad, plus with aggressiveness coming in from Kesnit, or maybe just some early pickoffs, maging posible. Pero nga lang, sinabayan na din nila. Pero sabay-sabay ng ultimate, wala gano'n na pula. Ay, nabitin na pull. Ang sakit-sakit mo, Astra. Kaso nga lang, he tries to clear out everything, hindi nagamit, pero buti yung nagkita sila with Syph, and now pulls off that Viper's Pit para lang talaga makuha ang post plant. Pero isi-secure pa nga ba to ng Guild? Talagang ipupush pa nila? Yep. Kaso nga lang, pinaglolo ko lang nila si Nick Bazino. Kita mo, akala niya nag-TP, kala niya kung sino-sining kaharap na, pero yun na nga, pinick off na din siya kagad. At ngayon, Coldamenta, Leo, and Trex na lang. Time is ticking. Leo gets the frag. Kaso nga lang, I think very impossible na to para makuha nila. Dahil may pang post plant pa si Cross just in case they want to top it. Kaya hindi na rin na-risk to ng Guild and goes for a save round once again. Kaso si Kesnit may mami-meet up. Kaso may nakatingin sa kanya. Ay, kaso yun lang.
Ayun, buti na lang nag-jig.
Buti na lang nga din. Hindi na nila pinush pa to. Kahit si Kesnit, he tries to get one. Nope, hindi. Hindi na pinul, and that's just it. Okay.
Well, may pera pa rin naman sa banga kung sigurong isi-secure pa kaagad ni Kesnet yung round na yon to get in the exit frags. Pero ito, muntik na tayo manghinayang sa showstopper niya. Pero at least, trinabaho niya talagang makaabot siya hanggang bats. Unfortunately dito kay Ross, nabait siya dito, nag-TP out ng chamber. Alam natin kaya naman din kaagad ni Nagset na makakuha ng pick-off na yon in case na may mag-pick out all the way from CT going into Lams. Pero ang nangyari lang din is talagang nilaro nila yung pagkakataon na akala nila mag-isa lang dun yung taong nagbabantay ng Lams. And ngayon, binabantay pa rin naman ito ni Russ, pero the problem is it's still him na nandito pa rin sa loob ng site ko. Alam na kaagad ng crew dito kung paano sila i-counter. Dahil nandito na kaagad si Kesnet. There's also the Nightfall to counter them out. Mas delay yung pagpasok nila, pero at least maririnig kaagad natin yung pag-prop up ng Showstopper. Trex getting in one. Papangalawa pa nga dito si Russ, pero on the other side of A, there is also as well the trade-offs, but unfortunately dito kay Crew Esports, hindi na magwawagi yung pagpasok nila. Natugpa pa yung spike. Tako po.
Yung spike niya pagod na. Napul pa. Pero buti na lang na-trap. Diba? Ang sobrang galing talaga ni Coldamenta mag-timing parate sa mga between niya. And especially, I haven't seen him much of those plays na nagpa-pop off, pero napakalaking impact talaga parati ni Coldamenta. He never disappoints. At yun naman yung kailangan ng guild para to balance it out eh. Kaso ngayon, post-plant na naman, mariditik ba ito na napakaayos ng guild? Because it's gonna be a 4v2. It's gonna be a big advantage that they have. It's up to Kessie to save it. Pero nga, it's basically low on HP. And baka i-push na nga lang din siya kagad. Yun, na-distract siya. Akala ko, patay ni Safe. You be safe here. Alam mo yung katang yun? Yun yung pangalan ni Safe.
Hindi ko na naman.
4-4.
Ang alamang kanta na itong hindi ko alam.
Uy! Wait lang, hindi mo alam yung kantang yon? Direk! Hindi alam ni Honey Glaze yung kantang yung You'll Be Safe Here? Diyos ko, Honey Glaze, okay ka lang?
Maglabas-labas ako ng bahay,
siguro matanda na ako. Okay, pwede. Pwedeng ganun nga. Pero sige. Okay lang, tatanggapin naman kita. Kasi hindi mo alam yun. Siguro ang tanda ko na lang din talaga. Uy, Honey Glaze, 1 year lang yung layo natin, ha?
Uy, hindi. Baka ano,
Ilang
baka
taon
hindi
ka
ko
na?
lang, hindi lang ako familiar sa ano.
Anong
Hindi
year
lang
ka
ako familiar
pinanganak?
sa title. 1999.
Oh, 1 year lang layo niya sa akin, guys. 1998 na ako. Kaso mukha lang akong tita. Kasi ganun talaga. Mahilig na sa medicates. Kaso yun nga lang. Kahit ito-double pick ka, sabi ni Safe, okay lang. Ako pa rin ang sasagot ngayon ng mga problema mo.
No, hindi rin nakapuelo dito si Saif. Dagdagan mo pa na pwedeng pagpasok na nga dito ng Crew Esport. Dikit-dikit yung laban dito ngayon, Ray. Pero on the other hand, didikit na rin naman na yung Prowler dito. The operator won't be getting in any value. Pero pagpasok dito ng Crew Esports ay malalagasan na agad dahil si Leo nakapag-hold na nga going in for 3K. Nag-Z, ano bang ginagawa mo dito? Operator na pa, gagana pa ba yan? Dahil mag-jumping pa nga makukuha yung info sa kanya ni Russ. Tapos pwede pa siyang gapangan dito ng mga tao na nanggagaling na all the way from Bilong. But the question is it safe pa ba dito ni Nag-Z? Yung operator mukhang yun na nga lang din yung plano niya. But the problem is also available for Nag-Z dahil baka hanapin siya ngayon ni Leo na umiikot na nga galing ng Lams. Nag-iingat pa rin naman siya. This is a 4-4 scoreline. Ibang klase yung mga pinapakita ng mga teams na ito. Ito yung mga teams na nagbigay ng parang haka-haka na kaya nilang makapanalo dito against the top tier teams mula nung first stage ng Masters. Dagdagan mo pa ng opportunity nilang makapagbigay ng overwhelming plays. Kahapon nga, Guild Esports na 2-0 nila. Yung na 2-0 nila dito kahapon yung Loud, or I think that was Optic Gaming na hindi natin ina-expect na yun pala yung mangyayari.
Naku po. Itong guild, I think, pagdating sa mga EMEA teams, kung ang Haven, paborito ng ano yan, ng mga taga-APAC. Itong Bind, paborito yan ng mga taga-EMEA. Kita mo naman how they're improving so far, and it's very dangerous to see that Crew is actually losing sa first half. First half. Very important kasi yung first half ng Crew to actually pop off. Pero as for Guild, they're much more disciplined on how they handle yung kuha ni Nexet together with Kesnet. Kasi yung dalawang yan, malaking problema yan eh. Pero ngayon na may pa-timeout kagad, talagang, is it me or wala akong naririnig? Wala naririnig, no?
Ako wala rin na naririnig.
Wala din ako naririnig eh.
Akala ko yung, yung earphones
yung headset ko yung may problema eh. Ba naman po, pa-sponsor lang ng headset dyan. Pero ngayon, yung Crew, nagsa-struggle nga sila ng malaki ngayon. Kasi, they play it so well. But the problem is they get early pick-offs coming in from Guild. But all in all, okay naman. Medyo balance lang. Kinakabahan na ako kasi they started nga sa attacking side. Which is, they're much better pagdating sa attacking side kesa sa guild.
Mm. Kaya ang pinagtataka natin dito ngayon, no, kung paano pa yung pag-commit talaga ni Nugset dito with this operator. Dahil nakita naman natin kanina na ubos na kaagad yung mga tropa niya dito. Try to get inside. Pero he's still the flanker dito for Crew Esports. So most probably, talagang kuha muna siya ng info bago siya makapag-rotate at bago niya mabigyan ng go signal kaagad yung kabilang team or yung mga players na dito na pumasok na lang tayo dito in the other side. Dahil habang nagpaparinig sila dito on the other one, pwede sila makakuha kaagad ng mga pick-offs dito once na maging over-aggressive yung Guild Esports. But Guild, mukhang sa mga nakikita natin, why sa paggamit ng mga utilities, Rayri, tatulad na lang nito ng mga Prowlers na nagiging reason kung bakit delayed ang Crew Esports na pumasok ng site.
Open nga ang Crew. Kaso nga lang, look at how Coldamenta has his angle. Sobrang laking laso na naman to. Kapag hindi siya na-pick off ngayon ng mga taga-guild na manggagaling sa huka, then that's gonna be the next problem that Crew has to face off. Kaso nga lang, location has been revealed. Iniisip ng mga taga-Crew, paano nga ba tayo makakapasok muli? Ang ganda ng lineup ng vibe. Ang ganda ng play ng guild. Sobrang natutuwa ako kasi handled nila. Itong slow plays ng Crew, walang nasasayang na utility. At kita mo, delayed na naman sila. 20 seconds na lang bago sila makakapag-burst through. Wala silang choice to actually pop it off like that. Kasi they try to get the frag. Baka may ipit na nga kagad si Leo. Nakagat na nga din kagad. Pero nga lang, nag-Zed finally sees out Coldamenta. And as they go for a plan.
Salisigang!
Oh my goodness! Nasakto ang Paneras together with Scythe ngayon ng dalawang miyembro. Now it's gonna be a 2v2. Alam na kung nasaan. And now it's gonna be Scythe versus Nugset. Goes with a flash. Isa pa. Alam na kung saan nakatingin. Paglalaro sila ng patintero. Sa taas magagaling. Nakita niya ulo. Ay, hindi niya nakita ulo. He's gonna get it. Scythe saves the day. Sabi na yung mga ganyan na pangalan. Mananalo yan.
Scythe ka talaga.
Oo, Scythe na Scythe talaga yung round na to sa side ng guild. Super Scythe na Scythe. Diba? Pabi ni Scythe, alam mo ka na sasabihin niya, I'm not like the other guys. Or I'm not like the other girls. Paboritong linya ni Direk yan eh. Sinend niya sa akin yung meme na yon. Sabi ko, hindi ako nagsasabi ng ganyan ah. Hindi ako ganun, no? I'm not like the other girls.
Para at least, maliwanag, di ba? At least alam natin kung anong dapat sa hindi.
Nag-chat si Sanmig Pale Pilsen. Hello, casters. Namamansin ba kayo sa Twitch? Kapag deliver mo ako ng Pilsen, sige. Namamansin kami. Pero kayo may mga ngert-ngert. Ayun, may nakagat. Gets track. Sinabayan lang niya ngayon. Sige, mag-audition kayo sa harapan niya. But Coldamenta very confident about taking that shot. And now, it's gonna be a 4v4. Bilis naman nun. Mas mabilis pa sa
gusto niya talaga may trade, no? Mabilis pa sa quick ang ginawa dito ni Coldamenta. Alam niya kasi may follow-up ng hunt para i-wide swing niya kaagad dito yung opportunity. Makuha din yung kill na yon against sa kapwa nila Race on the other side. They are gaining a lot of momentum in this game, in this round. Pinili ito, by the way, ng Crew Esports. So, ito pa yung most played na mapa nila dito all throughout VCT. So, really curious to see kung ano ba yung magiging answer nila dito dahil unti-unti na silang nabibeluhan kaagad ng guild. 2 rounds in the leading, tapos si Nugset dito makakuha pa rin naman na ng pick-off using in already his tour de force. But with that orbital strike, mababawasan na kaagad ng isa dito. Russ went down. There's the smokes. There's also 2 members remaining. But the problem is, how will they be able to survive? Dahil 4 pa ang natitira dito for the postman na ilalaro na nga sa kanila ng training.
Hirap na. Ito na yung sakit ng guild na naman. Sakit na mga teams, pa isa-isa. Wag kayong mag-audition. And Crew still gets the advantage out of the hands ng guild. And talagang dikit pa rin naman ang bind map nila. Shows so much na Crew still perfectly plays it. Sinagsit sobrang nagpa-pop off na rin siya. Buti na lang nakatakas sila, pero nagamit nila halos lahat yung mga ultimates na ready sa kanila just to secure this round. And that's not bad after all. Pero ano kaya ang next na lang magiging entry sa next round ngayon. Pero looking at that, Boombot, ginamit na nga, control na naman sila sa B. They've been just switching kung anong workable sa kanila. Kung nakabawas sila ng isa, ano ba ang pwede natin gawin? Pupunta sila sa ganong part. Kaso speaking of, ako po, sinabayan pa sila ngayon ng emo na Rolling Thunder. Yan ang pang sad girl, sad boy na Rolling Thunder, guys. Kaya ngayon, wala na rin kagad. Di na pinush in pa ng crew papuntang B-site.
Ang swerte niya yung Kisnet dun, no? Di pa siya na-pick off nung natamaan na siya ng Nightfall. Nasundan pa siya dito ng mga blinds. And was really unfortunate na lang dito kay Guild. Kasi syempre, at least nakasurvive nga sila. Pero sayang din yung pick-off na yon. We have full-on force na pwedeng na nga maganap dito all the way from A-short. Pero si Ross, unti-unti na agad na umiikot. Kung lason daw ba ang players dito ng group, pwede niya rin naman lasunin dito yung dalawang nakaabang na nga sa kanya. But the problem, meron na nga dito kaagad na trademark. Nag-aabang na nga sila for the reposition. Sobrang daming echoes na umuulan. Dinedivide na kaagad yung wall dito or yung mapa para makapag-plant in sila ng spike. Pero parang pumamon pa nga dito sa kanila. Oh no! Nandito na kaagad yung gravity wall para makapagbigay na naman ng pressure ng delay ng mga hindi makapag-plant kaagad ng spike dito ang crew. This is a 4v5. Still doable for crew para mahabol na nga dito ang equalized scoreline, but will they survive throughout the aggressiveness dito ni Trex at mukhang makakaisa na nga sila. Ultimate na with his confidence to get in one. The operator won't be connecting as much. Na dito pa naman yung pwedeng maging opportunity ni Delsec na makapag-line up, pero ang nagiging problema lang is makakakuha ba sila ng magandang pick-off at hindi na nga ito naging maganda for Crew Esports dahil ito ang ginawa lang din ng Guild. Sobrang ganda ng lineup nila, Riri, pagdating sa double controller setup nila with Astra and that combining it with the Viper as well.
Buti na lang na-handle nga ng Guild yung ganong paraan na ginawa ngayon ng Crew against them. Very perfectly used yung kanilang cosmic divide to their advantage. Di na nga talaga nakapag-post plant at all ang mga taga-crew. Pero nga lang to, di ko kilala si San Miguel Pilsen eh. Sino ba? Sabi niya, schoolmate ko daw siya. Hindi ko alam. Ganyan yung pangalan mo, paano ko malalaman? Pero sabi dito, Ray Mireto, ako sa'yo, letter Arden. Pero, mukhang habang mag-start ng ating second half, putamuhan natin yung mga panelists natin. Ayun pala, casters nga pala. Nakalimutan ko. Direct, sorry akin. Pero yun na nga ang nakita nga natin sa first half between these two teams. I think that's really great coming from them. Pero ngayon, throw na muna natin sa panel.
But I think that's what that half required. Both of these teams are fleshing out what the other is going to have to offer, and I really don't think you're going to know going in. We did say maybe Fracture, there's some counterplay coming into that, but Bind was going to be a scrappy affair, and we knew it going into this.
Yeah, I do think there were a lot of rounds, though, for Crew that they overplayed. Like, amount, I think there was a time where we saw Mazzino run out of a Viper's Pit when you have an advantage. Like, we saw some pushes that just didn't necessarily make sense from him. The one thing that was good, though, is the fact that Mazzino's normally someone who comes back in that second half, but someone who had a very good first half, Leo, his utility was on point.
It's the utility. He might have been the top fragger for his team in that half. That's all well and good. That's very impressive. But the proactiveness of his utility is great. But then you know what's even better than the proactiveness of his fade, of which he hasn't played this tournament thus far? He's played the Sova, he's played the Breach, and now the man is showing that he can be that triple threat, dare I say quadruple threat, depending on what comes in this tournament. And that's the kind of thing that I think, if he keeps up that proactive, reactive utility usage and couples it with his mechanical skill, oh baby, we have a world-class initiator on our hands.
I think that is the talking point here, right? We talk about the great fades that we have in the tournament.
Sure.
Enzo, Shell, they've had practice for months on fade. Up until like the close to the grand finals of EMEA, Tom, Leo had not touched fade in a competitive game at all.
No, I think he's been incredibly good in this map so far, being reactive with it. Like the way he's using his prowlers to sort of deny the space, the way that you've seen the C's combined with a lot of Coldamenta's utility, which even excluding just that last round, which was sick, the fact that he was basically just slowing and making the explosiveness of Crew, well, neutered, as Doug put it, because they basically want to be running into these sites with Kesnet at the helm, and instead they go, well, oh, we've just run into like 15 pieces of utility, they've slowed right down, and then they come in at the end, and there's a stack up of players there.
Crew's map pick, they gotta win it. Yeah, they do. Let's see if these many rounds will be enough for Guild as well. Doug and Bala take us away into the second half.
Thank you so much, Sue. Yeah, it'd be my pleasure to take.
Alright, talagang pinag-usapan nga ng mga panelists natin na it's really good to see Crew stepping up on the first few rounds, but then Guild really got the upper hand nga pagdating sa mga pagtatapos on towards the first half. Pero ngayon, nag-switch tayo. How can you actually maximize that fade? And how can you actually get also Scythe to get those pick-offs? Pero nga lang, speaking of, kumuha na nga rin kagad ng maraming impormasyon ng mga taga-crew. Kaso hindi pa talaga nagsiset ng Guild kung saan sila pupunta. Onting ingay lang ginawa nila sa A-side. Pero may 3 man stack. Ngayon, ang crew mas binabantayan nila ang A dahil alam nilang pagdating sa A-side, it's much more weaker mula sa side nila because of how controlling nga ang mga lineups ni Russ, ang mga double ecoms nga ngayon ng Guild sa attacking side nila. And with that fade, I think it's gonna give them so much impact, syempre.
Dagdagan mo pa kaagad kasi dito ng mga utility si Coldamenta, no? Ang laking value ng ginagawa niya kanina with his gravity wells to prevent any kind of aggressions dito ng crew na nadedelay nga nila dito yung pagpasok nila Kesset at hindi siya nagwawagi kaagad. Pero Scythe dito, magiging ligtas pa nga pa sa kanyang mga kamay sina Nagzet. There's also the following skirmish na manggaganap na nga all the way from Gordon. Pero ang nagiging problem lang dito ng Guild Esports ngayon ay nabawasan na kaagad sila. So that gave them the go signal na umikot na kaagad, TP out. We have the numbers already in favor of Guild na pumasok sila kanina in B. But this time, this is a 4v5. We have here the paint shell. So ulanin kaagad sila ngayon. Leon na naman makakakuha ng isa. Down to 12 seconds remaining. At nakaabang na kaagad dito sa demise nila si Klaus na nag-aabang na nga. Hello, my friend! Oh my gosh, that is a good follow-up na ginawa dito nila Mazino. And it's Christmas all over again for the side of Crew Esports para ma-secure nila yung pistol round ng half na ito.
And importante talaga na makuha nila ang pistol round, syempre, dahil it's gonna be a tie against Guild. Kaso napakalaki ng mistake ng Guild na ginawa nila dun eh. Kasi why push? Pwede naman nilang hintayin kagad yung oras, pero that's what happens when you play so slow and you can't actually get the perfect timing. But next problem na kailangan harapin ngayon ng crew is kapag full buy ba, maka-counter pa rin nila ang mga taga-Guild. Kasi it's just pistol, yep, mapatayin yung scoreline. But once na yung Guild nakakuha ng full buy, di ba? Will it be different? Kasi to si Klaus, may mga inaabangan siya, umi-swing pa. Yan, alam na nga niya, kagad na marami silang magpo-push those out that Molly, pero based out of it, and the members of crew, sabi nila kailangan natin ngayon ng disiplina dahil ang mga taga-Guild, konting ingay lang, pero ngayon magkakasama sila, tatagal, kunin nyo na! Pero sige, naghihintay pa. Sim. Yan na, ganda ng clutch ni Mazino. And now we'll be able to get them one by one. And now mag-audition nga sila. Mazino got talent. Sinabayan nga na ni Leo ngayon with the pistol. May pag-asa pa kaya sila makuha tong round na to, pero wala na ang ata. Dahil nga advantage pagdating sa baril. And si Mazino, tinalo na naman ni Scythe, pero that's still a good kill mula sa kanya. And Delzik finishes him out. It's gonna be a tie between Guild Esports together with Crew.
Sobrang halaga talagang mapanindigan mo dito yung elbow spot going into B side dito sa mine. Nakita natin yung wild execution si Mazino kanina to remain standing tall doon sa spot niya para ma-deny niya dito pag entry na nga ng Guild Esports. Ito yung nakikita nagiging problem ng Guild eh. Kahapon pa lang din, sobrang bagal mag-decide ng Guild. Although understandable na kailangan nilang kumuha ng info, malaman nila muna dito kung ano ba yung mga utilities na ginagamit, binabasa bumato sa kanila. But the question is, kaya pa ng oras ngayon na lalo na we have so much surprise na ginagawa dito ng crew. Ray, 4 ang nag-aabang dito ngayon in B. Buti na lang din at hindi muna pumapasok dito yung guild. Ito yung mga nagiging upper hand. Kapag mabagal kayo pumasok at kumukuha lang kayo muna ng info.
At mga taga-crew, pistol, one sheriff is enough. They try to push it, pero wala sila. Besi Bops, wala sila dyan. Sila patuloy yung nalamangan. There's just a trade coming in. Trex takes down together with Coldamenta, mga member ng crew. At si Klaus na lang ang natitira. Oh, sayang yun. I think, if you don't get much info kung saan yung mga kalaban mo, and you get that high risk, sabi ko nga, if you have high risk, high reward siya. Pero paano kapag nasa low reward ka? Yun ang nakakagambala pagdating sa ginawa ng crew on this round itself, and looks like Guild will be able to tackle this. Klaus doesn't have much of that choice, just try to contest it, and Guild finally secures yung 1 round difference against crew. Kaso sabi dito, good morning Ray, isa ngang love advice dyan. Ay! Alam mo ko, di ko rin nga mabigyan sarili ko ng love advice ngayon eh. Kahit ako nalilito eh. So alam mo pinamaganda, pag nalilito ka na sa label, i-shot puno mo na lang, Beshi.
Yan na lang yung pinaka-advice mo.
Yan na yung pinaka-advice ko. At saka sa mga nag-aaway dyan, tas ayaw mo na, mag-break na kayo. Alam mo yan ng mga ina-advise ko sa mga magjowang ayaw na talaga. Parang, Ray, ayoko na talaga sa kanya. Parati yung advice, sige, mag-break na kayo, mag-break na lang kayo, nakakainis na kayo eh. Ayoko na yung parang nilalapitan ako parati pag nag-aaway kayo ng jowa mo. Pero nga na si Tex, talagang ginalingan niya. Sige, okay lang daw. Kahit mo, tiso. O sino mauntog? Walang nauntog. Pero nga na si Tex, saan siya makuha? Ano ba talaga gusto mo gawin, Tex? Ano ba talaga? Pipigilan mo pa pa yung sarili. Hala! Tex! Anong ginagawa mo, Tex? Puti na yung mga teammates mo, mababait. Puti na, hindi sila pabuhat. Pero bakit pa nag-flip? 1 HP na yung kalaban mo, hindi mo pa natamaan! Gigigil ako sa'yo! Okay lang, tao lang.
Dagdagan mo pagpasok nila, Trex. Tapos dalawa na lang kaagad na natitira dito. Operator pa yung hawak na nag-set. There's one all the way from pocket. Pero with so much echoes ngayon na natitira dito sa lineup, sa players ngayon na buhay pa for Guild Esports, mukhang hindi na muna kaagad magmamaasim pa sinanag sa dito. Dahil operator yan, tol, ang laking bagay nito kasi kailangan nilang makapagbigay ng mainit na comeback dito once na magkaroon sila ng momentum dito against Guild. But a round is a round for Guild Esports. Ray, another one for the count para ma-secure nila itong second half na ito.
Gigil na gigil daw. Hindi mo pa pinatama eh. O yun. Abot hanggang langit eh. Pero to, ano ba naman di pa tumama? Low on HP na. Di mo pa pinuntahan. Bessie, nakaka-stress. Pero okay lang. Ibig sabihin daw kasi niyan, tao lang sila nagkakamali rin. Maging mapagpatawad naman kayo. Ano po top team ng NA? Optic. Joke lang, hindi. Hindi Optic, hindi Optic.
Pero yun ang yun ang Champions last stage.
Yun yung hindi. Yun yung panalo nung Masters 1.
No Masters 1.
Ate Riri nyo, gigil. Nakakagigil. Di mo ba naman pinatama eh. Alam mo yung wala ka nang ginagawang tama. Yun na lang sana yung redeeming factor mo. Di mo pa ginawa. Parang yan lang yung pinost ko kanina sa Facebook. Yung 80-20 daw.
Ay, nakita ko yun!
Sino yung sino mo magpasimuno ng mga baliw-baliwan na yan? Ako hindi ako sumasali sa ganyan kasi real talk lang. Taso nga lang, ngayon, yung mga taga-crew, sige, magsisiksikan na naman sila. Pero mapaboga ata sila ngayon. Tingnan mo, bibigyan ng highlights si Trex to. Boga. Pero wala. Uy, si Klaus goes for defuse.
Nagde-defuse?
May narinig ba kayo? Hello?
Nagde-defuse?
Hello? May narinig ba kayo?
Holy!
Oh my God. Nagde-defuse na kayo matalo sa ganon, may idol. Kaso na half, may pag-asa pa sila. Dalawang nakatingin. He gets the kill. Goes for a spray down. And buti na lang, Diyos ko po kayo. Gila, sakit na sa ulo. 10-7. Muntikan pa. My goodness. Pagagalitan na ako ng barangay tanod ngayon.
Ibang klase yung deciding factor dito ng guild kanina para makapag-reposition, para mapanindigan nila yung mga nagiging crucial points sila angles. Pero sobrang close nun, Ray. Isipin mo, nakalahati pa nila yung spike bago pa umulan ng mga mollies. There was the smokes, there was the poison clouds. Pero hindi pa rin pala ito magiging sapat against Guild Esports. Or rather, nakita rin naman kasi natin dito talaga na ang laking bagay ng mga mollies na ito against the postlands, against the retakes, but at the very moment, may ipit at masasaraduhan na nga kaagad ngayon ng guild. A short is already closed off with the Viper's Pit, pero at the moment naman na gumagapang na ngayon ng Guild Esports going into hookah, makakatapat lang naman nila dito Great Wall of Delsik. Makakapag-deny ba siya ng entry ngayon? Dahil siya mismo nag-reposition, nakaamoy siya, Ray.
Nakaamoy, lahat-lahat na, nakatingin kung ano-ano. Lahat na lang sinasalo. Kawawa naman si Dejic. Wala na siyang no choice. Pero nga lang sila Zeno tries to get the second one. But there's the trade coming in from ngayon. Nagsiselebrate na sila ngayon. Kala mo talaga nagpa-party-party na sa may urban. Pero nga lang ma-realize ba nila na nag-jet nasa likod nila? Hindi nila na-realize yun. Nagmadali na naman ang mga taga-guild. Sabi ko sa inyo, bawal magmadali sa bind. Pag nagmadali ka, olats ka.
Goods na sana eh. Ang ganda na ng umuulan ng mga utilities dito. Pero yung hold na ginawa ni Mazino, ito yung replay oh. Kung saan, chilling like a villain nga lang siya dito. Nagatihan niya kaagad yung dalawa. Even though na masisist na siya, even though na nag-connect na nga siya sa kanya dito, yung mga mollies, yung mga paint shells against him. Pero hindi siya talaga nag-worry. Hindi siya nag-fret dito na baka bigla siya, baka mabigla na naman siya dito sa pag-entry ng guild. Pero guild kasi dito, nag-audition sila, Riri. Kaya hirap tuloy sila makabawi once na maisahan sila kaagad dito ng crew within the holds, within the standings. But still, dalawa pa rin naman yung rounds na leading sa kanila ngayon. Kaya pa rin naman nila itong i-secure against Crew Esports. But Crew, on the other hand, baka ito na rin yung start off ng momentum nila.
Momentum, it is maybe yan ang inaabangan natin nga mula sa mga taga Guild Esports together with Crew. Kaso nga lang, that was just a little bit of mess up mula sa side ng Guild. Alam mo, they are very consistent. Matalino sila maglaro pagdating sa bind map. Pero nagtataka lang ako, yung mga rounds na dapat panalo na sila, tina-take for granted lang. Example, yung mga gano'n na moments, you need to check every single thing, especially you don't have a Sova, you don't have that recon, you don't have that Aldrone. Kaya, dapat much more careful ka. Diba? Pero ngayon, oh no! Hello, Klaus, bakit ganun? You can't do that the second time. Hindi dapat nangyayari yung ganun na bagay. But okay. Klaus, he was just pick off like that and mawawalan nga ng napakalaking anchor ang mga taga-Crew Esports dito sa B-side. Pero ano nga ba next na magiging desisyon nila? Pero Tex, alam niya, meron siyang matatamaan pero buti na lang hindi natamaan at all si Nagzet. He will be backing off, getting that perfect timing against the members of Guild. But mukhang malaki yung chance na sila ay mag-i-A-site. Ngayon, Nagzet, makikipaglaro lang agad kay Saif. Dahil si Saif nag-iingay lang para ma-bail in ang mga taga-crew sa kanilang pag-fake. Kaso preparing na nga ang mga taga-guild papuntang A-site ngayon, Honey Glazer.
Seekers nga lang daw ay ginamit na ngayon. So now, this is a go signal at kailangan na kaagad magmadali ng Guild Esports to get inside of the site. Delsik, hindi niya alam kung saan niya papatamain na i-angle yung kanyang orbital strike dahil merong na nga dito Cosmic Divide. Uulanin ng mga Cs to the close angles para maisigurado na nga ng Guild Esports na okay nang makapag-plant dito. We have the orbital strike. Tamang-tama lang din ang pakiramdaman dito na ginagawa nila Delsik pero uulanin pa rin naman siya dito ng mga utilities. We have the page shells naka-up and the top side corner naman dito sina Trex, but he will be getting in. Will he be getting in that kill? Dahil mablinded by the lights pa siya dito. Delsik holding on. We have the CP ko na ibibigay niya nga para flying saucer pero it's all up to Safe. Napakakapagbigay rin naman ng trade. It's all up to Naxet naman na natitira dito, but I think another save na naman yung gagawin niya dito. Ray, lagi na lang siya nadadali dito na siya yung natitirang player sa side ng Crew Esports.
Alam mo, ako lang mismo yung nagsasabi na pagdating dito sa map dito, it's favoring Guild so much compared sa crew. The fact that you leave a bind for crew to actually pick this, medyo naging skeptical talaga ako about it. Pero okay, it is what it is. Okay lang naman. Dalawa na lang before Guild can finally manage to secure this map against map pick ng crew. And pagdating sa Fracture, I think pabor din talaga to sa Guild dahil nakita nga natin yung particular place nila. Pero sa mga nagtatanong, ano nga ba yung map statistics ng mga taga-Guild pagdating dito sa Fracture kung sakasakaling mananalo nga sila sa bind? Well guys, hindi sila ganong experience sa pagdating sa kanilang Fracture, pero on how they work it, mas okay yung win rate nila. Kahit sobrang few lang, compared naman sa win percentage ng crew. I think much more happy ako to see Guild winning Fracture like that kesa pa sa crew. Kaso ngayon, hindi pa naman tapos. Pwede pa rin naman makahabol ang mga taga-crew. But if they lose this, hindi ko alam kung magtatagal pa sila next round. At ngayon, Kaznit, bakit yung inasip na gano'n? At sa garang work with Pink Shells. Pero mukhang nag-aasim na sila ngayon. Sumunod na nga si Mazino. Pero si Delphic saves the day. Ang ganda ng spray na nagmula sa kanya. Pero ito, lugi pa rin siya dito at the same time. Only 2 of them are left. And he still need to make the impact work. Pero ngayon, may natuhog! Oh my goodness, sa fishball! Nag-quick-quick! Ng ngert-ngert! Lahat-lahat na. Anong ginagawa nyo? Guild, di ba? Kanina nyo pa nila ginagawa yan. Pero nga lang si Leo, makapatch na to. With a 5 HP na dream. Onting wallbang lang sa kanya dito. Mababaril talaga siya pero nakatutok. Delzik gets the third. Dahil lang kay Delzik, nag-ibang ihip ng hangin. My goodness, what an impact player. Di pa tapos ang laban.
Crazy play ang ginawa niya na naman dito. Sabi naman sa inyo, may great walls. Dito ang Crew Esports defending in the sides, defending in certain places and side of the sides. Katulad na lang ng elbow kanina ni Mazino. Tapos lamps naman dito kay Delsic. What just happened over here is nag-ulan na naman na ng mga utilities dito. Umulan na rin naman na ng opportunity na ni Nagset na nakakuha din ng kill. Tingnan mo naman, collateral damage yon mga tol. Hindi sila nakapag-react on time. Kaya naman ngayon, it was down to a 1v1. Even though na nakakuha nga kahit 5 HP na lang din ang natitira dito for our Leo to survive. He was able to pick down onto 1 kasi hindi rin naman naging ready si Nagset. But on the other hand, para at least nakita naman dito yung info kung saan na siya makakapag-reposition. But this round, Ray, uulanin na naman tayo ng mga ultimates. Walang magiging value yung orbital strike pero at the very least, makakapag-delay naman sila kaagad dito ng mga pagpasok from Guild Esports. Down to 1 member but still, nakapasok pa rin naman na dito si Trex. Trex na may showstopper. Nagset na makakakuha ng isa. Trex dito na makakatalon pa nga, makakalundag, makakakuha ng isa. But yung pangalawa, hindi na nga maibibigay sa kanya. It's all up to 2 remaining members from the side of Guild Esports against 4 na nagtitipid na ngayon ng ekonomiya na hawak-hawak na pinag-iipunan ng crew. Mula kanina pang kumukuha na nga ng consecutive rounds dito ang Guild.
What is gonna happen? Sa side ngayon ng Guild, will they win this? Pinapahabol niya pa. One single mistake can shift Crew's dictation of the game. And now they get it. 11-10 na nga. At Guild, anong nangyayari sa inyo? Malakas pa ang Crew ngayon na dapat tinapos nyo na kanina pa. But I gotta say, Crew, galing ng performance nila. Yung mga individual plays nila, yun talaga yung nagiging malaki. Lalong-lalo na sa ginawa talaga kanina ni Kesnit. Nakatuhog nga niya, but I think it's not just Kesnit talaga. It's the guys of like Delzik winning the most out of that previous round. But then here it is. Guild, mapapa-timeout na nga nila sila as they need to make it work. Pero Ras, napakabigat mo. Ang bigat-bigat mo, Ras. Kung dati si PTC ang sinisisi natin, si Ras din napakabigat.
Ganito yan kasi talaga ang Guild Esports mula kahapon pa na si Ras, even though na hindi siya nagiging impactful sobrang lupit naman din nung binibigay ng mga strategies ng ibang mga players na, sige lang, ikaw na maging walking recon ball dito, kumuha ka ng info muna, tapos kami na lang muna bahala dito when it comes to the pickoffs, when it comes to the trade-offs. Guild Esports, hindi man sila wais pagdating sa numbers or hindi man sa kanila pabor yung mga percentage win rate dito in the map of Bind, pero Crew naman dito has the upper hand din naman kasi pagdating sa defender side here in Bind. Nakikita ko dito ngayon in their stats na 64% yung percentage win nila in our defensive side dito. And this half pa lang naman ito na kahit na nalulugi na sila from the first early stages of this game, of this map, nakakahabol naman sila dito pagdating sa depensa nila dahil imagine yung mga utilities, imagine yung mga pang-slow at pang-kuha nila ng info. Although close naman sa same lineup ang mga players na yun against Crew, nandito makikita natin yung mga holds talaga ni Mazino, ni Delsik pa nga mula kanina, but still, it was a good punishment na Ray. Eco round na ngayon ang Guild Esports.
Ang hirap kasi kapag finors pa nila eh. Matatalo talaga sila most likely if that's gonna happen. Pero as of now, we try to get so much value ngayon sa kanilang mga utilities. Pero nga lang, Kesnit, he just won't stop at all. Sabi nga ng mga taga-Twice, I can't stop me. Kaso, while waiting for it, they want to secure that plant pero stuck pa rin sila ngayon sa pagbabantay sa may lamps or sa may mga sa U-Haul banda. And Crew, sabi nila, we can take our time. We have the advantage pagdating sa mga baril. Pero si Desdic, gusto pa talaga niya kayong gumawa ng Meralco. Ng Meraglo pala, rather, Meralco, Sprack, please. Diyos ko po, namimiss na natin siya, tulog na siya. Kaso ngayon,
hindi na napaparamdam.
Ayan na nga, sabi ko sa inyo, they need to be careful about what they want to play with those pickoffs. Dahil si Saif na lang together with Coldamenta, pero nakita na nga din kagad ni Nagzet, nagko-collect lang ngayon si Coldamenta ng mga frags. And now, kailangan niya magpapunish ngayon and makakapag-save pa nga siya ngayon ng kanyang baril. And that's just it.
Spectre lang!
11-11. Make a wish.
Kailangan niya mamatay.
Mula sa side ng Guild together with Crew.
Kailangan niya mamatay.
Wala. Hindi na. Hindi naabot eh. Awit.
Hindi naabot. Di siya inaanap eh.
Gege.
11-11 tuloy. Ibang klase itong mga rounds na pinapakita ngayon ng Guild Esports. Mula kanina pa, pero ngayon kasi ito na yung opportunity naman ng Crew na ibigay talaga yung mga mollies, ibigay talaga yung mga reasons kung bakit hindi sila kaagad makakuha ng plant, makakuha ng site. Ibit ka na yun na sila dito in lamps. Dahil nga alam nila at nire-respeto nila dito yung capabilities ng Crew Esports na alam nila kung ano yung babantayan at huling-huli na rin kasi sila kaagad kung ano ba yung gagawin nila. Seekers at this round is already activated. Dagdagan mo pa kaagad ng ultimate ni Ras para naman daw makabawit, magkaroon naman siya ng magandang role dito. Makakapag-plan sila na ngayon in this round pero most probably mahihirapan sila pagdating sa retake dahil kompletong-kompleto pa ang mga tropa natin dito from Crew Esports.
Kaso, meron pang pangkuha si Kesdit ng pick-up at napaka-importante nga na kanyang ginagawa. He gets safe. And now, the last moment na pwede na lang i-save ngayon ay ang Cosmic Divide. Pero nga lang may pang-post plant. Kesdit goes for a defuse pero pwede nang gawin ngayon ni Leo ay i-delay. Pero nga lang hindi na nabibitawan na siya set. You gets it. Walang nangyari. Anong post plant? Post plant ang lalayo niyo masyado. Now it's a match point going sa side ng Crew. Oh my goodness, Guild. Anong nangyayari sa inyo? Napakabigat ng Viper nyo, 416. My goodness. Wala. Kahit impact plays, okay lang. Kaso wala eh. Dito siya showstopper. Hinanap na kayo mo. Guess he just randomly through that, ha? He just randomly through that. Ano nangyayari? Walang info, diba? Walang info kung nasan si Ras. My goodness. Ba't ganun? What is happening to Guild? They could have just done it already. Oh!
Ayun.
Oy!
Kalma! Coach! Pwede pa overtime! Kahapon pa to. Kahit talaga mo kay Azure, kahapon pa talaga siya nagdadamag. Pero alam na natin kasi talaga yung intense pressure na binibigay dito ngayon ng Crew Esports. Isipin nyo naman guys, sa sandaling nakita natin na ipit na kanina ang Guild Esports, they were trying to make sure na makabawi sila, makakuha ng magandang post lands. Pero pagdating kasi sa mga ganitong situations, talagang parang rabbit hole to eh. Ito yung patibong ng crew. They can win out the post land, they can win out the retakes. Ngayon naman, one member down already kaagad yung Guild Esports at hindi pa nga halos nakakapasok dito yung crew. We have here the shorty na makakuha ng isa. Hello daw, my friend. Pero blind na nga dito si Delsec, hindi pa rin pala magiging sapat pa. There's the Seas, pero nakatalikod pa nga sa kanya. Ross will be getting in the kill gamit lang din ng kanya mga dura. Pero mukhang hindi na rin pala makakahinga pa dito ang Crew Esports dahil isa lang din ang natitira. We're going in for our first overtime dito sa ating series ngayon.
Alam mo, hindi ko napapansin na may overtime eh, pero okay lang.
Mabilis naman daw.
Mabilis naman sila maglaro. Oo, okay lang. Kaso for an overtime, it will come to this. Pero I think yung round lang, natalo lang kasi yung natalo lang yung guild dahil na-punish si Russ. Yun lang yun. Yung Viper's ultimate, that was just so randomly thrown. Pero to, Guild R20 and facing OT in stage 2. Oh! Fun fact, fun fact. Kanina daw may nagpa-curse na. Ay, sawa ka si Ras. Gumalaw na rin yung score. Alam mo, kung nagpa-pop off din si Ras, this will not be like a 12-12 game. I swear. This will be like a 13-8 or 13-7. Kung sobrang laki ng... May setup siya, kaso kasi yung kills napaka-importante sa post-plat. Hindi mo man lang magawa, nai-stress ako. Kaso ngayon.
Oo.
Wag ka nang mag-asim.
Ay, naku po.
Doon ka nagkamali. Doon ka nagkamali, nai-stress ako. Kabado ba kayo?
Pumitik agad.
Pumitik siya agad. Pero ang galing din ang ginawa ni Coldamenta doon eh. Somehow expect that there's someone who wants to pick him off sa may bats. Pero ngayon, sabi ni Mazino, hiling-galing.
Healing for everyone.
Ay, talaga? Nakita naman ng aso. Nakita ng aso ni Sky. Sorry sa perspective. Hindi ko napansin. Sorry, guys. Pero, sayang lang. Nice comms, though. Mali na kami. Sorry, Anna. Thank you sa inyo, guys. Ang gigigil na ako sa guild siya sa crew, eh. Apat sa guild na to, eh. Lakas-lakas nila sabay. Nagtataka ako na ganito yung well, kasi sobrang sobrang lakas din talaga ng crew sa bind eh. Kaya, pero mas gusto kasi yung lineup ng Guild Esports pagdating sa agent selection nila. Kaso ngayon, retake is on. Crew gets the frag. At ngayon sa mga post-plant, Cross gets the second. Merry Christmas nga naman talaga. Mukhang mapupunta tayo sa second map. The third map. If mananalo, pero hindi pa pala. Dinedenay pa ni Safe together with Leo. Ngayon, kaya time is ticking. They need to get it. And that's all to get it. Kasi nga lang matutopos din siya dito most probably dahil kailangan niya magpahit.
Oh my God!
Oh my goodness! No time! Pwede siyang mag-tap ngayon. Kaso nga lang ba-fight time. Kaso wala na siyang oras to actually get it. Pero ba? Walang oras. Wala. Oh, nice try. No time.
Magdadabog yung coach nila, Riri.
Nagdadabog? Oh, wait. Ba't nagdadabog yan?
Huwag ka nagdadabog yung kahapon pa nagdadabog dito yung coach ng
anger management issues ata yung coach nila.
Eto na yung replay. Pero sobrang bigla nun sobrang close na rin ng flick management niya dito para makuha nila yung first overtime round na ito. But the problem is, it's just the holes of claws na nagmula na nga ng hookah safe dito. Sayang na sayang yung round na yun. Hawak na na lang din talaga muna dahil yung opportunity na mapunta na kagad sana sa kanila yung round na yun ay hindi talaga nagwagi kahit na unahan na nila ng pick off dito yung Crew Esports and Crew. Hindi na sila pwede mag-i-complay sa dito dahil anytime pwede itong mahabol ka agad ng guild. Cheeky! Ang galang inawakan niya ni Mazino para makakuha ka agad ng 3K! Ma-activate niya ka agad yung kanyang Seekers. He has already compromised in the position of the spike. And now, dalawang players ngayon for Guild Esports trying to clutch this one out. Ang problema ng din dito, Ray, kompleto pa yung mga tropa natin ngayon from Crew Esports.
Anong nangyayari? Okay, hindi pa imposible. Okay. Kaso nga lang, I think this won't work already sa side ng mga taga-guild. Lason talaga ang crew, pero may pag-asa pa. Hindi posible, pero okay, that's just it. 24 HP.
24 HP.
Kapag na-clutch siya to, idol ko na siya. 35 seconds for the next flash. Tapos, ipit pa siya ngayon. Oh, yung
30 seconds pang
spike is the
natitira.
problem. He picks off Delzik winnable eh. Kaso dalawa na nakatingin sa kanya. Si Mazina pwede na ma-pick off. Kaso nga lang, ang kailangan lang harapin si Delzik. And...
Di na nakita si
Oh no! Matatimingan niya.
Uy, narinig!
No! Kaso nga lang, masisigan niya! Ang ganda nun!
Seekers?
Already the
15
Seekers. Alam niya na
seconds?
kung saan magagaling kasi yung oras kailangan na tapusin na pwede na lang gawin ngayon ni
10
Mazina is
seconds
maging
left.
disiplinado.
Hindi siya
He needs to contest this against him. And now, as he tries to go with it, wala na. Mina-mind games na si Scythe. Well, just it. Bye-bye! Sayonara! Mazina gets the fourth. Sayang na sayang mula sa side ng mga taga-guild. Pero nga lang, the win rate itself, the experience. Crew has it. Ang tunay na lason pagdating sa EMEA at NA teams. Ito ang face ng LATAM crew once again. Defies everything. We all thought that kid is gonna win that, but then naniniwala ako sa sudden change talaga ng mga shiftings dito pagdating sa performance ng crew. And hindi in-expect yun ng guild. After all, nagulat sila, pero nga lang di niya sa akin sinabi na si Phoenix pala ay player na under sa guild esports.
Napansin mo pa yun? Pero balikan muna natin yung mga replays na kaya nating bigyan ng pansin. Crew Esports, parang nilagyan nila ng punishment kaagad. Nilagyan nila ng taring ng buhay dito, players from guild. Now, once na maging complacent kayo, yes, you'll have already our 11-point advantage. Pero, naging matino naman na din dito yung mga naging sagutan ng Crew Esports. Once na kung ano ba yung uunahin nila, kung ano ba yung mga utilities na kaya nila ipang-delay, yung mga overtimes dito. Ito yung round na sobrang crucial. Hindi kasi alam talaga kung nasaan. But dito, na nagtatago na nga ang tropa nating si Mazino. Crazy angles for the defender side. And again, nasabi ko nga kanina, ang ating percentage win for the side of Crew Esports is overwhelming sa defender side. 64% ang winning rate nila dito. So, by all means talaga. So, kahit na hindi sila naging ganado pagdating sa attacker side, they were able to compose themselves para makuha yung comeback naman pagdating sa second half.
I think that's just really shocking. Wala sa guild kasi excited ako anong pwedeng mangyari sa Fracture. Will guild finally set the pace for them or will it be a map pickers katulad nga ng mga nangyayari nga kanina din sa first series? But then, Honeyglazed, excited nga ako sa pwede pang mapakita ng, syempre, ng mga taga-guild esports together with Crew as we're gonna go in at the Fracture later on. Hindi ko alam kung itutunan ba natin sa breakup, pero ang mas sure ako ngayon ay syempre ang manggagaling sa performance ng mga taga-guild this time around. Kasi yung bite, I could have been for them, but then nakakagulat lang that in those moments where kailangan na kailangan mo talaga ang magtapos ng isang series, rather ng map, hindi pa rin nila nagawa at all. But guys, we're gonna go for a short break. After that, magiging panel nga, and syempre, it's gonna be Fracture map. We are your Shotcasters Radio, and I'm with Honeyglazed. See you right after the break.
Boxes, I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, quitting was never an option. Exhausted, this passion is never exhausted. And you cannot stop it, you cannot stop it.
What I know about? 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 What I know about?
obnoxious. I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, quitting was never an option. Exhausted, this passion is never exhausted. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it.
It's another overtime here at VALORANT Masters Copenhagen, but this time it went to the side of Crew. I'm back here with Jess and Tom. What a match that was. I feel like we got given everything that we ever asked for.
No, yeah, we had all of the sort of cool executions coming out from the likes of Guild, like having these sort of mega big brain plays, and then on the other side of things, you had these explosive rounds from the likes of Kesnit, like basically just upsetting everything that was being attempted on the other side. No surprise to see that man right at the top of the board. It's the man on the other side that's sort of the bigger surprise, not because it's him, but because of the agent he's playing.
I mean, even I got to give a shout out to my man Delzig as well. He is someone that has underperformed time and time again, and it's someone who hasn't been able to step up in the international sphere. He came into the first match, also had a little bit of a trip and stumble, but
this was hilarious. It's the fact that they actually win this round as well. The amount of utility that was just thrown in, like pushing him into this nade as well, and just basically from then onwards, you just see the firepower of this roster. Mizzino on the defensive side always causes them issues, but Guild just got caught multiple times by these cheeky little angles, these off plays. Like you can go into OT Mizzino's 4K towards the end where it's just like he's in a position that he basically hadn't played for the majority of the game, and so Guild are like, well, he's not going to throw that in now, is he?
I mean, look, predominant amount of damage going to the side of Guild as well, but Crew coming out and showing, and that's something we actually attribute to Crew 9 times out of 10. If we're talking about damage, we're speaking about Crew in the server. Now we get to sit here, and again, I get to say that it is a team effort from Crew. It is not Kesnit and friends. This is the kind of performance that we needed from them. They did turn around and say there has been coaching shifts, there has been a little bit of shifts around for the roster, but they can come out and they can perform as a team.
Yeah, and things could have been a lot differently if Guild could just win a pistol.
Yeah, I feel like we've said that a few times about different teams throughout EMEA, all of us on the desk right now. Not entirely sure whether or not this is over a mass amount.
I guess the way we could almost say it is that this is what they played during the season, and what they're currently doing at this event, the percentage is much higher.
Yeah, what about, like, look, my stat skills off the top of my head are not, but they've lost 1 pistol so far.
What, 8?
8 out of 8, and that's a pretty good turnover. And actually, we can use that graphic to sort of convert and saying, well, usually they win around 60% of them. Now they're winning over 90% of it. That's converting a lot of these rounds. And when you're talking about OT, I'm sure you agree with me here, Tom, one singular round, maybe moving it into the second and converting, that's huge in a match like this.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about if it was enough for a Guild when they were on the first half, and clearly, in the end, it wasn't enough. But one man who tried his best for his team, of course, is safe here in the Verizon high-speed moment. I'm going to take you guys back a little bit because this, Tom, was also nuts.
Yeah, I feel like we had so many different plays like this throughout, but it was just the fact that, especially in that first half, Safe was able to just basically lock down positions just off his own individual skill. And we saw that throughout from the likes of Leo as well in post plants. Like, I think he had so many 3Ks just throughout this map, but honestly, I think that they had those explosive plays, and it kind of come down to if they just won one of those pistols, they probably close this easily. Like that's the problem here.
You just got Mizzino, the kind of second-hand man, the duo of Kesnit, and the more, I would say, cerebral player on the roster compared to Kesnit, who just runs and guns. It's Mizzino who's trying to balance both the mechanics and the kind of pre-thought to reactive and proactive is really good from Mizzino there. And he himself, you asked me about the the triple kills, the double kills here. That was shared around the server simultaneously by almost every player. So every player was putting up the numbers in, double and triple kills.
I mean, this is what we spoke about with Crew when it's not just Kesnit and friends. They're able to put out, achieve results like this. But before we talk about the second map of Fracture, let's take a look and check out the AIM Lab shoot-around with, drum roll.
At the back of the head, can you tell?
It's Nags. Yeah, that's Nags.
Why does he need to do tracking?
I'm doubling down it.
Why does he need to track when all he needs to do is point and click?
I was about to say, like, the man playing the operator is tracking. That's going to be interesting, but I think actually going into this next map, it's going to be fairly interesting watching him in particular. I think he's the perfect highlight because that was the one thing that really shone through on Fracture was his defensive start to that map. he was a menace. That was the only reason that map was even close. Like, they probably should have got bodied out by Loud when they played it, but he did so much. I think it was like 12, 13 kills in like the first, like, I don't even know, 6, 7 rounds.
Yeah, he's having really the tournament of his life so far. I feel bad for ever criticizing him at any point. We are moving on to Fracture, which is Guild's pick. We've seen Crew play Fracture already, and it did come down to pretty close results against Loud, Jess.
This is why I think Guild have picked this. They've turned around and they've gone, what we were able to show on Icebox, for example, is a perfect read of our opponent to a T. Same on Split, same on other maps like that, where they've been able to show they understand quite down to the micro level what their opponent's going to do. What better thing to do than sit all of last night after watching Fracture and going, you do this, you do this, you do this, you don't have time to change this, but we have time to put something in place to counter you. I wonder if that's it.
The only thing I will say, though, is that if a team loses, they're more likely to try and fix stuff. Like, if they'd won the game and you go, I'm now going to counter everything, I feel like that's a very smart move because you're not going to adapt much to stuff that worked.
But do they have time?
Yeah, that's the only real problem for Crew. I do still think they had a lot of very solid reads when it came to their defensive side, and I highlight him a lot, but I really want to look at Mazzino on this map. I think the way he was using his wall was one of the most irritating things. He shut down Les like it was absolutely nothing, and I'm telling you now, Les is an excellent Fracture player. He was my highlight player going into that map, and he got obliterated by Mazzino.
We're going to head to the Prime Gaming Agent select very soon, but when it comes to the compositions, you know, Crew, they run something very, very meta. Guild, on the other hand, I'm not sure if I want to see the Astra come back in once again.
Astra Viper?
Yeah, I think they can definitely have their combos. Like, we've seen it in the past where you have it alongside that Raze and Breach. Like, you can basically have the nastiest combos possible, but I do think just like the pace of which you can move at with Brim, it's one of the maps where I actually think the stim is useful. Like, it may be one of the only ones because of those stairs.
Well, so far, everything looks pretty like how we expected on the side of Crew. They're not changing anything. But Calder has changed it up, and we're going to have a mirror matchup. Okay, Guild are going with a meta.
All right, we'll get rid of the Viper. We don't find it necessity. That's fine by me. Also, that Astra not being in play for me. I mean, the Brim coming in and being the player, I don't mind. I did wonder about the sort of combo with the Raze, and that's going to be the Breach for them. And then Russ bringing out the wall in combination. That was something Crew went up against. They had a counter wall to go up against with that barrier from the other Sage. So is it going to be a Sage diff here? Russ had a pretty abysmal map, number one. That's the player I'm actually going to look at here to make a bit of a difference, both in utility and presence.
Yeah, for sure. I think that this is definitely going to be an exciting head-to-head matchup. I think you've got the likes of Leo and Klaus playing almost polar opposites in the way that they actually look at this Breach. I think that Klaus is so good at actually setting up the likes of Kesnit in particular on this map, so definitely going to be worthwhile watching when it comes to that attacking side. But again, have to highlight Mazzino, and I think his counterpart in Russ had a rough map in the first one, so there could be a Sage diff here.
There really could.
I mean, they changed things up, right? Russ was on the Viper on the first map. Wasn't his best performance, but over here on the Sage, just we'd expect things to be a little bit easier for him.
Yeah, I would hope so. I think maybe there was a lot of expectations on his shoulder on map number one, and of course he's not meant to be the star player either, but he also didn't have the impact at the very minimal level that you should have. So I think moving on to the Sage here, I think his job will be very obvious as to what he needs to do, and set plays maybe with the Viper, Snake Bites and everything. It's a lot to deal with in a round, but he knows what they need to do. And do you guys know if they're starting on the attack or defense? That might change my little...
Looks like Crew is starting on the defense.
Well, there you go. That's going to be the attacking. Yeah. Thank you very much. I think the attacking, sort of get the walls in, get the job done, and then become the gunner for the team. I want to see it.
I mean, also, if we look at the wider story here, the winner here, if Crew are able to take this map, they become the first team to lock in a playoff spot out of the group of death, Tom. That's going to break everyone's pick'ems.
Yeah, mine are already broken.
Yeah, mine are gone.
They're already broken. I did have Guild going through, but I had them going through in the lower bracket match. I thought that it was going to be plain sailing for the likes of Loud or either Optic, but the fact is, hasn't been the case. That's the elimination match, and honestly, you don't want to be in that decider because Optic are known for coming back, and Loud, they're always a team to fear.
I'm just a little worried that map number 1 wasn't as clean from Crew as I would have liked it to be. We said they needed to win. They did that. Check that off the box. There's a little dot point to that in my mind of you also had to really claw it back in an OT fashion just to get it. Am I sold on your performance there? Not 100%, but do I think Fracture can bring us as prizes? I think that just comes with the nature of Fracture, does it not? So there's opportunity there for sure.
Well, I do think of any team though, like I would agree with you if there was like maybe an FPX on the board. It's like winning your map so as cleanly as cool. If it's Crew though, winning an OT, you see them screaming, passionate at the end. They're going to come into this one goes, it doesn't even matter what map is. I'm running at them. I'm killing them all like Kesnit. You can see in his eyes. He's going for them.
I will say on the other side of this, after the results of FPX, Guild, they have to finish top 4 now in this competition if they want a direct invite to Champions.
True.
So the pressure is even higher for them. A brilliant debut yesterday, but Jess, do you think they can pull it back yet?
I think if you pick this map, you've got to plan and it has to be confident. The same thing, we could actually put the same statement onto Guild here that we put onto Crew on map number 1. Obviously, if they don't win this map, they lose the series. But conversely, if they don't do it confidently, map number 3 is gonna be a sort of stickler for them, I think, moving forward.
Well, thank you very much, guys, for being the guests on my podcast here. I'm going to throw this to Doug and Vala. We're in game.
Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you so much. So you're happy. I mean, if you want.
Welcome back you guys! Nandito na tayo kaagad sa pagbabalik natin in which we can see here kung sino na nga ba ang unang makakapasok into our playoffs. I'm Honey Glazy Doble, kasama ko ngayon si Riri and we're going immediately dito sa Fracture na pinili na ngayon ng Guild Esports.
Mirror matchup Paano nangyari na to nung kahapon lang Crew versus Logis ko. Pero alam mo, pinag-usapan nga ng panel kanina na yung Sage, you don't usually see that here, pero they are able to maximize it. Well, it really cuts off a lot of angles kasi, but then Chess is the first one. Sige, tapusin nyo na! Tapusin nyo na! Mga taga-crew, Diyos ko pa, nagpa-trade pa kayo, pero, ay, ayan, si Phoenix pala nandito na sa ano. Dahil hindi siya maging, dahil 0% na kanyang selection. Pagdating sa professional scene, naglaro na lang siya ng Valorant. Kaso ngayon, they try to contest it still sa side ng Mazina together with Kesnit, but then it's all up to Kesnit to do it. But I think it will be a harsh thing for him to survive this. Tandaan nyo, Fracture, pinili nga ito ng mga taga Guild at may rason kung bakit nga nila to pinili. Kaso nga lang as for Crew, nakahabol din sila sa load, di ba? Nakita natin, sobrang tibay ng team na to. Tigas talaga eh. Kaso kay Kesnit, kukuha na lang siya ng frags nito. Papasama na lang din siguro siya para wala lang magpa-extrang mula sa side ng Guild.
Pasabog na panimulan kaagad dito ng Crew, pero ang naging problema lang is hindi nila lang panindigan kaagad yung bigla ang pagpasok or bigla ang pag-aarangkada na nga within the trade-offs dito ng Guild Esports. Pistol round will be secured by them, so they have enough eco para ma-secure naman nila as well is their Spectres. Look at this round. Ito yung naging opportunity nila kanina na hindi agad nag-plant dito yung kanilang Sage. Hindi kaagad sila nag-decide na eto na kaagad yung gagawin nila for the very moment na they are already committed in the site. Kundi, kumuhan muna sila ng mga pickups dito dahil alam nilang may hihirapan ang Crew once na overwhelmed na kaagad sila dito ng Guild. And now the slow orbs won't be affecting as much, pero tatama rin naman na yung mga Spectres sa hawak dito ni Leo. One member down already for Crew Esports. Make it 2. Mukhang hindi na kaagad sila magwawagi pa dito dahil nakungkas pa nga ang mga tropa nating nasa under health pa. It's all up to Mazino to get in someone from the other side. Pero magiging question na lang din dito is matatagpuan niya pa nga ba ang mga players ngayon ng Guild Esports.
Napakalinis lang din na execution mula sa side ng Guild para sa round na to. Kaso nga lang, Crew, hahayaan lang ba nila talaga ang Guild mag-pop off ng ganito? Pero just a little bit of the something lang. Pagdating kasi sa Fracture, I think it's really more of an attacker-sided map. Especially when you have this composition. You have a Breach. You have a Sage. And you also have that raise. So talagang particular nga pagdating sa side ng pare sa teams ito. Pero kasi kapag may breach ka, isa lang yung initiator mo compared sa double initiator dito sometimes with the KO, it gives so much so much time to actually push aside ng guild. Kaya nakakagulat na ganito ka-formidable yung strat nila sa attacking kasi dapat talaga mabagal ang laro nyo dahil naka-breach lang ang info na kailangan nyo kunin. Pero ngayon nagtatapo na nga sila kagad ng kung ano-ano. Pero nga lang, still guild gets this. Na-punish na naman muli si Kesnet together with Delzik. It's up to Mazino and Exet and Klaus to get this all together. But the control itself, it's on A site. Leo goes for the plant sa may A. Kaso nga lang, pinagsabayan na rin kagad ng pagyanig ng banig. Nag-Zet and Klaus. Kaya pa ba nalang maipanalo to? Wala nang flash, wala nang anything talaga ngayon. And Guild, they can just play along the lines here in halls. Kaso nga lang, crew, mahihirapan talaga sila i-contest to dahil alam nilang planted for halls eh.
Tsaka may lineup pang kasama dito kaagad si Coldamenta. Kaya mahirapan na muna mismo dito. Players from Crew Easters to try and clutch out this one. Kaya naman si Saif dito, he's trying to get in. Info, exit frags dito from Crew. Pero talagang hindi na ito ibibigay muna ng Crew dahil wala na silang pera in the next few rounds. So they need to save up. They need some firepower pa para makakuha na nga ng slow start dito against Guild. Speaking of, slow start talaga yung gustong kinukuha dito ng Crew, no? Parang inaabangan muna nila kung paano yung magiging laro ba dito ng Guild Esports pagdating sa attacking phase sila, yung mga slow and rushes sila bago sila makapag-warm up, makapag-stretching dito against them to have their comeback.
3-0 Crew. Talagang messed up sila. Pagdating sa win rate, hindi talaga to best map ng Crew. Although, mas marami silang experience. But then, Guild, they know their weaknesses. They know their strongholds. Kaya, kita nyo naman, maximize talaga nila yung effort na pwede nilang gamitin on the first half itself. Kaso, atong Crew, pwede nyo tong gawing 2-0 eh. Gusto nyo pa bang pumunta sa next map? Just going to be here in Icebox. Dikit din to between Guild and Crew. But then, pagdating naman kasi sa stats, sa Icebox, sa dalawang team na to, mataas din yung win rate ng Crew eh. While on the side of Guild Esports, it's just the same, 75 to 71. So, sobrang dikit talaga. Shows so much potential on what they can do. So, it's up to Crew to move forward already with a 2-0 and head on already for the next week. Pero Mazino gets the good tap na naman. Kaso Trex, it's up there to get the Zet. It's gonna be a 4v4 pero everyone is falling apart. Kaso si Klaus may pera pa and looks like it's gonna hit it. 2v2, hindi pa imposible sa Crew. Coldamenta and Trex. Buti na lang na kay Coldamenta ngayon ang spike. Pwede ba na itong i-plant? Ready pa sila. Pero si Kesnet, ready na rin ang kanyang showstopper. Kaya sadyang careful lang ang Guild because you don't know when Kesnet will be able to take the time kaso there's the delay. Pinadali lang sila ngayon. And speaking of, sinabayan na nga niya kagad. He gets wonders to trade off. Kaso hindi natamaan ni Zelzi kaso wala na ring oras. Ay, may oras pa siya to plant it. Meron pa. Kaso there's just the gun. He gets it. Mati 350 ngayon ang mga taga-Guild. Is this the time for Crew to actually pop off? Pero that was really smart. Puti na lang si Delzik. Hindi na niya muna inasiman gamit ang kanyang sheriff, kundi kumuha muna siya ng baril while si Coldamenta is actually busy planting the spike.
Decision made na hindi muna sila makapagbigay ng aggressive pushes here inside of the site. They went in for someone muna. Napakaganda ng decision na ginawa dito ni Trex to get in info, to get in someone. Nakakuha nga siya ng info, pero ang naging problema lang din dito talaga is pressured na rin by time dito para makapag-plant ang Guild Esports. And what just happened there is yung wide swing nga. Tama ka doon, Rayri, na decision making is also one of the best things dito para mapanindigan nyo yung nagiging momentum nyo. And this may be a start. Dahil crew kanina, again, guys, it was just a save round. Dalawa lang sa kanila yung may Vandal. So most probably, yun na rin yung pwede maging starting point nila dito para hindi na muli na makakuha ng magandang composure ang Guild. Still, 2 rounds lead ang Guild Esports. Pwede pa nila ito mapanghawakan, pero they need to win this one out against the side of Crew Esports.
And 1-3 it is. Slow lang muna yung pacing ngayon ng mga taga-guild. Sabi nila, wait lang, hintay lang tayo ng onte. Imagine, pag natalo sila dito, they have to face maybe Optic once again. So, it's thrilling to see that. Pero tomorrow pa yung match kasi ng Optic. And here it goes. Slow push lang muli sa guild. Dahil alam naman nila magiging posible sa pwede nilang gawin ngayon. Kaso nga lang, Delzik will be able to know na magagaling na ang guild kagad. Nahaharapan na rin kaagad nila to. Sinabayan pa ng ultimate para lang talagang madelay sila. Delayed na ang guild ngayon. And they don't have any ultimates left. Talagang pinapadali lang. Walang matatamaan with that showstopper. And now Mazino gets one. Pero nga lang there's just a trade-off. And now, it's all off to Scythe to get this. Kaso nga lang wala sa kanya yung spike. At wala na din siyang honest. And finally, Crew gets this round against a guild. And now, ang ganda ng delay na ginawa nila. Sinamahan nila ng orbital strike. Sinamahan pa nila ng counter wall. Walang nagawa yung guild at all.
Especially yung factors na hindi sila kaagad makapag-decide kung ano ba yung uunahin nila. After getting in the info against Kesnet, yun na sana yan eh. Yun na sana yung go signal nila to get inside. Pero the problem is, hinintay pa nila mag-prop up dito yung orbital strike. Look at this replay na talagang napanindigan kaagad na maigi dito ang Crew Esports na, sige, mag-stack up na dito tayo in the defender spawn, waiting for something to happen. And now, kakawait tuloy ng Guild Esports, wala silang napala. This time, they have no guns. They don't have any they don't have any eco para makakuha na nga ng magandang firepower dito against the side of Crew Esports. Pero let's not hold back into the fact na meron pa rin naman silang isang Vandal dito kay Leo na nakakuha na nga rin ng value. 1 member down, Mazino pa ang nawala sa mapa.
Sino pa ba ang mawawala talaga sa mapa ngayon? Dahil si Mazino, don't tell me it's gonna be a thrifty. Crew, hello? Ganda na sana ng advantage if you get this round. You just don't want to play with those dry picks after all. There's the headhunter. There's the perfect timing. Pero narinig ata. And now Nagzet was able to take down Scythe. So nga lang, ma-remove ang kanyang armor. It's time already sa guild to punish here in A side. Pero may cross nga mula sa mga miyembro ng crew. Pero Leo gets the head against Delzik. Kaso delayed na naman muli sila. He needs to call the backup coming in from his teammate. Pero may mababawasan ba si Kesdit? At ngayon matatrap nga niya dahil nga si Klaus makakuha. Sinabayan na rin ang pagyanig ng banig. At
20 seconds.
Wala nang baril gano. Kailangan na lang tumakbo puntang B. Pero will that be enough? May nakahalang sa kanila ngayon. That's Nagzet. And now Klaus gets the third. Will he be able to get the fourth? No, because Kesdit, mapipinda nila si Trex. Ang ganda ng play. That was a 3v5. Crew manages to get their all together. Pero si Klaus, ang talino ng ginawa niya. Yung ecoms, ginamit niya to his value. And he just delayed so much sa side ng guild. Although winnable, but then the advantage din ng baril nasa side din kasi ng Crew Esports.
Sa mga delay lang kasi talaga dito ng guild, talagang masasabi natin na magre-reserve lang din ng mga utilities dito ang crew. Lahat na ang binigay nila dito against the side of Guild Esports to make sure na hindi sila agad-agad na makakapasok, hindi sila makakakuha ng magandang opportunity dahil most of the time, post plants lang yung kaya nilang i-secure dito against the players of crew. Buti na lang din at hindi na tag dito si Nagset. So, he has full potential para makapag-hold pa aggressively, but now, Nagset, nakakuha siya ng value with his operator. Dagdagan mo pa ng opportunity nilang madelay at magkaroon ng haka-haka ngayon ang Guild Esports kung nasaan na nga ba siya. But Trex was able to get onto one. Nagset, on the meantime, buhay na buhay pa rin naman na. It's a 4v4. Parehas sila dito magiging komplikado kung ano pa yung pwede nilang gawin dahil nakapag-plant na ng spike ang Guild Esports.
Oh, nasaktuan si Leo. Magbaback off talaga si Syph ngayon. 3v4. Time is ticking. They're just waiting for Syph to pick off at them. Pero nga lang, hindi na niya i-force pa to. Kaso, on the long angles, Guild has their advantage. Talagang makakapanish siya. And speaking of, hinabol, hindi siya nakita. Higay maglaro-laro lang kanya ng laron-laron Sintakes net together with Delzik na ipit na nga rin. And it's up to Nagset to make the clutch. Pero nga lang, mas maganda pag sinave na lang niya kagad ang kanyang operator. He gets the wall back. And that's just it. Hindi pa siya nabawasan at all ni Ross. And crew, matatalo sila sa round na to. Kaso nga lang, asyado silang naghintay sa may ropes eh. Asyado silang naghintay. Hindi na dapat nila ginawa yun. Marami naman silang advantage with the manpower that they have. But, Guild gets the first round. I gets the 1 round lead rather against crew.
Para naman at least mahirapan na muli dito ang Crew Esports. Nahabulin sila pagdating sa first half. Consistency na lang ang kailangan dito ng Guild para makuha nila itong game na ito at maipuwersa for a game number 3. But on the other hand, katulad ng nangyari kanina in the first game, there are some complacent games or situations kasi dito ang Guild Esports na nakocommit nila unfortunately kaya hindi sila nakakakuha ng magandang straight off match point. Now, with the advantage of close-range fights, Coldamenta will be getting a kill. Nabigla dito si Nagset. Akala niya malaya pa sila tol. Pero on the other hand, makakapasok na rin kasi dito ang Guild. We have the smokes already covering up the side. So the answer na lang dito ng Crew Esports is try to win out the retake instead.
And here it is, praised by Sprays. Gusto talaga ng Guild makakuha ng malaking kalamangan. Okay, magsisave na sila. They won't bother. They just give the round. Ang powerful kasi talaga ng lineup na to pagdating sa attacking. Kaya yung crew siguro kung maka-4 sila or maka-5 rounds, wala na yun. Napakalaking impact na nun sa first half nila against sa Guild. Swerte pa nga sila kung na 6-all nila to eh. Kaso Guild talaga, gustong magpa-map trip, gustong mag-icebox. Pag pumunta tayo ng icebox, it's just really gonna be close once again against Crew and Guild. Pero as for Crew, kailangan nila tapusin to. Malaking advantage nila. But oh no, where are you looking at? Ayaw na magpa-save. Kaso na yun lang. Si Delzik lang natitira. Okay. That's it. The 3-5 save na naman ang mga tropa natin wala sa Crew.
Sayang yung round na yun for Crew Esports, no? Ang gastos man, pero at least Guild, makukuha nila yung mga succeeding rounds sa kailangan nila. Nabigla lang din talaga si Nagset eh. He's just really close to an angle na is trying to be aggressive para ma-delay nila yung pagpasok dito ng Guild. Nakaabang na pala sa kanya dito si Coldamenta. There's also the following members pa na ready na rin sa kanya to disrupt his crosshair placement. But now, we have the rush na manggagaling na ngayon sa Crew na mapepersa naman na din na maparusahan dito kaagad ng Guild Esports. Most will be denying in so much flanks. Pero at the very least, isa na lang din kaagad ang natitira dito. All up to Nagset. Nagamit niya lang din dito yung Headhunter at alam pa dito ng Guild kung saan siya manggagaling.
Oh, Nagset. Cheeky with those Headhunter. Kasa nga lang, 4 pa yung kanyang kalaban. Komplikado nga to para sa kanya. At naghihintay lang siya ngayon nang pwede niyang mabawasan. Kaso nga lang, all the angles, hirap na sa kanya para makapag-pick off pa ng isa. Dalaway nakatingin sa'yo. Medyo mahirap yan. Alam na natin kung saan siya manggagaling. Nakonkas pa rin. Paalam. Paalam sa EU. May idol. Hindi ba nakasurvive pa siya? Okay. But Ross, hinabol na nga siya ngayon. 3-6 in favor of Guild, leading by 3 rounds against Crew.
Di rin kasi talaga maganda ang win rate advantage dito ng Crew and this map. Kaya nakikita natin so much flows committed here against the side of Guild Esports kung saan nagkakaroon na rin naman na sila ng confidence. This is the one exact team na nakapagbigay ng magandang games dito against Optic, against Loud na natumba sila at pumunta sila kagad in the lower bracket of our group stages. And that is the one stakes dito na pinaglalaroan at nilaglalabanan dito ng ating mga teams. Kung sino ba yung agad na makakapunta, i-secure yung slot going into the playoffs at sino ba yung magkakaroon na naman ng isa pang series in this group stages. Now, 3 rounds na ang magiging lead dito ng Guild Esports. Pero parang hindi pa rin talaga nakakatakot, no? Dahil Crew, kanina nahabon nila yung close to a match point na play na game number 1 dito ng Guild and the map of Bind.
At sabi dito sa Twitch chat natin, ano to mga pre? Anong tour nito? This is VALORANT Masters Copenhagen. So ito na yung pangalawa sa leg ng Masters natin. After ng Masters, LCQ, then it's gonna be Champions. So, Crew right now together with Guild, nagaling sila sa parang what so-called play-ins. So, kung nanalo yung either of sa teams na to, pasok na sila for next week. Kasi may seeded na kagad eh. So, napakalaking halaga sa ano ngayon, na manalo ka sa mismong region nyo. And, looking at it, Crew, ipit nga sila ngayon dahil sa lead ng Guild against them. No room for mistakes. They need to make that into a 4 or 5 and that's already a big advantage. So ngayon, makakarinig, there's the counter wall just to deny them. Kaso papasukan na nga kagad ni Trexto. Won't be able to pick off one. Kaso nga lang, aware ba siya na si Mazino nasa gilid na ng canteen na umu-order ng pagkain? Dahil sa retake, pinalabasan na rin kagad ng pagyanig ng banig ngayon ng mga taga-guild. Together with Crew rather. Ang pupuntahan nila. And speaking of, si Kesdit pinabitawan si Ras. Masyado ka nagmamadali, may G. Kaso there's the refrag. Once again, lahat sila tumalon sa kanilang mga pagmumuka. And it's all up to Nagset na naman.
Should have been a good round for Crew Esports na madali. We had the Rolling Thunder pero ano ang nangyari? Talagang nakapag-abang lang din dito. Patience is a key for Guild Esports para makuha na nga yung pagiganti nila mula doon sa naubos na rounds mula sa kaninang game. We had the utilities, we had the ultimates pero hindi pa rin pala ito magiging sapat for Crew. Parang talagang nag-ipit-ipit sila eh. Na-i-secure pa dito ng Guild Esports yung orbital strike na iyon to push out players from the side of Crew outside of the corners na dapat yun yung safe space nila. Pero talagang pinasa sila palabas, hinanap sila dito ng members ng Guild Esports and now, punishment is really there once again for Crew dahil parang nangyayari na lang dito is papalit-palit na save and then magbabay, save and buy and now Guild Esports, throughout momentum, nakuha na nila yung runs natin to a 3-7 scoreline.
Naku po, mapapako ata. 90 curse pwede. Pero 3-7 already. Guild pa ang nag-timeout ngayon. Dahil nagagalit na yung si coach nagdadabog na. As yung sa crew ko siya, chill lang siya.
Chill lang
Gagalit pa natin coach ng Guild eh. Di ko din alam kung bakit eh. Pero ba't ka gagalit? Gagalit ka. Ba't ka galit?
May second man pa naman.
Pero,
second chance pa naman sa lower bracket nga lang.
Ano?
May second chance pa naman sila, pero sa lower bracket nga lang. Kung if ever na mahirapan sila dito makuha yung game na yung series na ito against Crew.
At, Crew reset time or 8-4 or 9-3 curse? That's the question. Pero kung 90, I think it's possible for Crew. Nakabawi sila sa mga matches nila parati sa fracture, so hindi naman impossible for them to get that. But oh, nag-set. What a discipline. Kaso nga lang, hindi na nga din mag-work. Mazino tries to get the second one. Nope, won't be able to connect it. At tatlo na lang kagad natitira sa side ng Crew Esports ngayon.
Wala rin kasi silang pera eh. May disiplina naman sila, pero anong may ipapalag mo sa mga Vandals na nakaabang na rin naman na sa'yo? Aftershock, repositioning and a player from the attacking team, pero buti na lang din nakapagtago sa smoke dito. Si Trex is still alive, but still may advantage pa rin naman na dito yung crew na makapasok sa loob ng site. There's the Fault Knights, makakakuha ng blind dito. Hold the Menta and Leo trying to get this opportunity against the side of True Esports. Hindi man lang sila nakabuelo. Pagpasok nila ng site ng mga utilities sila dito, talagang nag-connect. Sobrang synergized, sobrang coordinated para mahirapan na nga dito. When and then, the frag wins against Crew Esports. Sino mo naman, Rayot, nakakuha na naman na magandang, hindi nakakakuha ng objectives dito ang Crew. Walang pagde-defuse ng spike, walang makakuha ng magandang retakes, and it's all up to Guild Esports na maubos talaga yung mga nagiging succeeding rounds na momentum ditong bumabase na nga against Crew.
O nga, hindi sa moonbot daw yung APAC. Okay, papataman. Thank you guys for actually doing that. But Guild, ang daming pera ng Guild. Diyos ko, abot pa ata sila hanggang next 4 rounds. Kaya mag-reset na yan after the second half. Kaso, Mazino will be picked off by Saif. And quick na naman ang balita mula sa Guild ngayon just to be able to secure so much for the first half on their attacking. It's really powerful. I think pwede na lang i-restructure tong fracture. Or siguro sadyang hindi lang mag-grasp ng Crew how Guild plays this because they're much more weaker when it comes to this. But oh no!
Boy pa. Ganda.
Medyo nagmadali ang mga tropa natin. Nag-flights pa sila, flights toward. Kaso nga lang, may rest pa naman. Kagad mula kay Russ. It's up to Nugset na naman to win this, pero wala nang posibilidad sa kanya to get this. It's gonna be a 9-3. Either a curse or a big win mula sa side ng Guild, but good half.
Really is a good overwhelming half na in-execute dito ng Guild. Akala natin mapaninindigan na ng Crew yung first 3 rounds na inusunod-sunod nila dito against Guild. Pero on the other hand, napaglaruan sila dito overall by Guild Esports. Dagdagan mo pa no coordinated play sila dito pagdating sa mga papasukan nilang sites, yung mga entry points. Nahirapan dito ang Crew Esports to get in something on their hands pagdating naman ng postmans, and that's just really such an overwhelming factor para makakuha na naman tayo ng game number 3. Pero yun nga yung tanong mo, Ray, no? Will it be a 9-3 curse or will it be something for Guild Esports na ma-welcome na nga natin yung game number 3?
Talagang tignan natin kung mangyayari yan. Pero pakinggan mo natin ang side syempre ng ating mga panelists.
Tear, but he's also just causing them problems. Like, we've literally seen him like jump over people's heads and stuff. Like, it's got a little bit ridiculous.
That was something we said on the desk. I think it was mentioned multiple times about how much space he was taking with the blast packs. I mean, that was the kind of entry that they need. A lot of teams don't have. I don't know why G2 is coming into my mind of not being able to take space on the attack, but it's the kind of reference point I have, and that Trex is able to be so successful at.
Yeah, I'm glad Vola mentioned the word adaptation, because there were a few rounds, Jess, where we were seeing the EMEA Guild that was kind of tilting us a little bit because they just ran out of time.
Oh man, if you watch EMEA, you'll know my death segments. I mean, look, this man is trying to mitigate. I get what he's trying to do is taking the space, but by the point of them taking the space, if you look back over their past stage for Guild and how long it takes them to get into the site historically, I'll be nice. Actually, you know what? It's actually not going to be nice. It's going to be a little worse. I'm going to just pick up their fracture stats, and look at how long it takes them to get inside. I have listed here that they don't take their pre-planned attacking first kill usually until the 82nd mark. I don't know any other team, and I've done a segment in EMEA that reaches that long, except for Fnatic, and they're positive.
I will say, though, after those first, like, 4 or 5 rounds, they completely adapted away from that. Like, the pace changed. They went far more direct. It meant that a lot of the aggressive plays that were being made by crew just didn't really work out anymore because they were already taking space into the site. They mitigated Mazzino. One of the things I highlighted at the beginning was how good he was with his walls. Well, he does it reactively. They were just dry peeking him. They shut down Nags and every push he tried to make. So it was poor from Guild at the start, but they adapted, they came back, and they had a great half.
Yeah, they were paying off indeed. They have a great chance here to push this to map 3 over. Back to you, even, Dark and Bala, to see if they can.
Thank you so much, Insu. Bala, I hope...
Such a good round talaga and a good half na ginawa dito kaagad ng Guild Esports para ma-secure na nila yung 9-3 scoreline, pero hanggang dyan na lang ba ito? Yun ang magiging tanong natin dahil Crew Esports, pwede nilang bailikan ito when it comes to the second half na sila na ngayon ang magiging attackers. Ray, we're down to a 9-3, but the question is, will it be a curse or will it be something to believe para dito sa Guild Esports to welcome themselves a game number 3?
Talagang handa na nga ba ang crew para umabol ng 6 rounds against Guild? Make that work. Talagang ano nga ba ang magiging movement nila na shutdown, yung complete momentum na gusto nilang ipakita. At ngayon, magdodominate nga ba sila sa attacking side, which is they're really good at it. But here it goes. Oh no, there's just Scythe. Pero nga lang, Mazzino already being so aggressive. Leo gets the upper hand. There's the paint just popping off. 4v4 ngayon. There's the retake mula sa stack ng Guild. And if they want this, oh no, there's the backstab mula kay Delzik. Pinaglaruan lang sila ngayon.
Uy,
and now, ubus lang sila. Ha? Nalito rin ako. Anong nangyayari?
They're all over the place, Ray Crew. Nanggaling na nga dito all the way from downtown. Nakakuha sila ng mga pang-backstab. And Guild Esports, oh no, kabahan na talaga sila dito ngayon. Dahil look at this one. Delzik dito, para siyang hindi nalamangan ng Guild Esports throughout the first half. He was really confident to make something happen all the way from the backline. Sayang yung ginawa dito ng Guild. Ready na sana sila dito para mabigla ang Crew Esports all the way from the other side of the map. Since halos 4 yata yung nakapag-flank sa kanila dito galing A. So now, Guild Esports, they need to decide kung ano ba yung dapat na gawin dahil may nakuha ng info dito si Nagset. The Headhunter is already propped up. Meron ng info dito na may nakaabang sa kanila pero walang makukuha na kahit na sino man dito ang Crew Esports as they go and secure in B side and plant in the spike. Naku, nakaligtas si Nagset.
Mahirapan na ata to. Pero nga lang, nagulat na lang ang mga taga-crew na sama-sama pala ang mga guild. Pero, pagdating sa barrel, alam ng crew advantage nila. Mazzino gets the 2, tries to get the 3rd, pero still makakuha ng barrel ang mga taga-guild. Kaso alam na nga rin ng crew saan manggagaling itong mga kalaban nila. Kaya ang kailangan na lang nila gawin dito ay mag-ingat. And now, there's just a experience mula kay Claus. And wala nang ang oras to si Russ together with Scythe. They can just go with that exit frag.
Hindi nga lang ito mapaninindigan though dahil umuulan ng mga paint shots dito against Scythe. It's all up to Russ pero he needs to die on the spike. Really is unfortunate dito for Guild Esports dahil alam ko na na-acknowledge naman natin yung mga nagiging flank sila, yung pinanggagalingan nila dito, mabulaga nila ang players from the side of Crew Esports. Ito pala kami makakapag-rush all the way from their holes, all the way from the sides, pero ano ang nangyari dito? Wala silang natagpuan, so sayang yun. Sayang yung surprise factors nila dito against the side of Guild Esports or against the side of Crew. Pero now, they have the buys. Meron na sila dito mga Vandals. Mag-iingat na lang sila doon sa mga magiging rushes ditong i-commit ng crew sa kanila dahil syempre, ano ba ang advantage ng Spectres kundi yung mga close range fights?
Gaya sabi mo, close range fights talaga ang kailangan nila ngayon. But I think that how they're popping off like this, hindi imposible sa kanila magkaroon ng esin na score. against Guild or kaya talaga mag-proceed pa sila kung gaano sila magiging pop-off. Kaso nga lang sa crew, kapag ito nabigay pa nila sa Guild, medyo mahihirapan sila. But buti na lang si Coldamenta, medyo maasim siya sa part na yon. Porket may advantage ka sa baril, mag-aasim ka na. Ngayon, alam na ng crew kung saan sila pagpupush through. Kaso nga lang, there's just a trade-off. It's gonna be 2v3. But Ross saves the day. Pwede silang lumipat ng A. Kaso ayaw na atang gawin ng crew yun. Dahil sige, gawin na natin to. Atin na lang tong round na to. Kaso marami pa silang oras para makalipat sana. O yun, alam niya. Inabangan na niya. Kumuha lang siya ng info ngayon.
Nakaikot naman na din ng dish dito si Kesnet. So, opportunity given na pwede na kaagad sila makapag-plant, win out this 2v2 situation. They have a slightly advantage when it comes to the guns. Pero alam naman natin na kaya ito i-clutch out ni Trex. Makita lang natin ngayon na magkaroon ng value yung pag-iikot ngayon ni Ross. Kailangan mag-ingat ni Kesset dito. He only has the Spectre at hand. So he needs to get in the info dahil pwede siyang ma-wallbang kaagad dito. He is trying na ma-wallbang na. Pero Trex dito makakakuha na kaagad ng value. He is down all the way from Sands. Magkakaroon na nga dito ng magandang duels when it comes to a 2v1. And that is finally a double-digit scoreline for Guild to push this half na pwede pa na naman sila makakuha dito ng magandang momentum. But the question is hanggang kailan ito nila mapaninindigan dahil ang gastos ng round na yun, Ray, dalawa lang yung natira sa kanila.
Speaking of, dalawa na lang natira sa kanila. Napakalaking impact pa rin naman itong gawin ng crew. Hindi pa naman imposible sa kanila. Siguro pag hindi sila masyadong far to stretch sa kanilang post plant or siguro kung may advantage din sila sa baril, pwede pa nila makuha tong Guild pero talagang niipit nga sila pagpasok nila sana ng side. Pero here it goes the make or break factor sa crew para makahabol sila. They win this, very big of an advantage especially with the guns that they have against Guild.
And speaking of Guild, kamunti ka na rin talaga kaagad mabaluhan dito si Trex. He was able to reposition away from combat and any kind of casualty. Pero anchoring onto another side dito from crew is syempre si Nagzet. Naghahanap siya dito ng info kung mag-easily rotate or magre-react na ba dito yung Guild. Pero he needs to be careful though dahil hinahanap na kaagad siya dito ni Ross. Si Ross na makakauna sa kanyang buwelo panimula kaagad ng Guild. 4v5. Will this be still doable dito for crew na makapasok sa loob ng site dahil unti-unti na kaagad sila ditong nagkakaroon ng hesitations dahil tingnan mo naman yung minimap natin, 4 dapat ang pag-ikot daw mula A going into B. Now with those blinds, they have the go signal. Slow orbs naman dito is already being thrown out. Pero ngayon, all the way from hell naman dito pala. Ayun na ang objective nila. Pero nakaabang na rin naman nasa kanila dito. Sive going in for the strafe, winning out the duel, going in for 2. Tumatulad dito na bahagya. Pero naku, makakaabot mga close to an ace dito si Sive. He is on for the hunt. Pero wala silang ka-idea dito. Kung nasa ba dito manggagaling si Kesnet na may dala-dala ng Vandal. But one more kill. Meron siyang showstopper dito, Ray. Naku!
Excuse me? What? Hello, Saif? Well, we've seen him pop off kanina, but then, ang aasim nyo. Look at that one.
Ayun, no?
Two, just playing along. Lahat, sige, isa-isahin nyo pa. Ang kukulit nyo. Oh my God. Saif, you're a monster. What a discipline. Although, hindi siya yung ace na talagang, like, the usual raise or duelist type of ace, pero crew, that was really crucial. Bakit ganon? Ano sa'yo, Russell Cruz? Yan, naiwan na naman si Boy, hello sa'yo, Mr. Limson. Pero to, crew, that was really disappointing mula sa kanila. Guild, they still got it. And now, they're just 2 rounds left bago tayo mag-icebox.
Pero, Ray, baka ito na rin talaga yung mag-miss ng deja vu, Guild Esports kanina, ito rin yung round kung saan hindi sila nagkaroon ng magandang momentum against Crew. Parang the moment na makakaisa dito ang Crew into their 11-point lead, parang doon na sila magpapatuloy na habulin yung 11 points na yon against the side of Guild Esports. So, Guild Esports, hindi sila pwede mag-choke. Hindi sila pwede mag-hold back now. They have enough eco. So, kailangan nilang ipanalo itong round na ito dahil itong round na ito ay mapupunta to a match point, yes, pero mawawalan kasi ng visa yung pagpo-force dito ng Crew Esports. Nag-set with only just one more orb for his ultimate, pero magkakaroon ba siya ng opportunity na yon dahil mababalo na kaagad sila dito ni Trex going in for the wall. 2K, dagdagan mo kaagad ng assist sa City Call the Meta, mag-uubusan na kaagad ng lahi dito dahil wala na matitira sa kanila. Rolling Thunder is still available for them to use, pero now it's not going any much further into the side of Crew Esports. Walang nangyari sa force buys nila.
Oh no! Crew! Wala na atang mamamanage na money sila para sa next round. And I think this is just gonna be a one-sided match. Pagdating sa mapang ito, at malaki nga yung chance na pupunta tayo ng Icebox. Trauma na yung Icebox na yan. OT yan. Lahat ng dikit na laban nasa Icebox. Nakakainis kasi 71% ang win rate ng Guild. Walang Crew 75%. O diba? Sobrang dikit lang. Nag-zet together with Claus. It will take a miracle for them to clutch this, but it's not impossible for them to get those. Pero nga lang, they still have a flash, they still have a concuss, they can basically get this, but then, yung post-plat, hinihintay na sila yung oras pa, wala na silang oras talaga, they can just go for a save, yeah, most probably, save na lang talaga.
Oo, yun na lang din talaga yung punot dulo ng kaya nilang isave dito para mahabol na nga yung mga rounds na ito, na hinabol at napanindigan na ng consistency dito ng Guild. Ito yung naging problema sa kanila kanina na buti na lang din at nakapag-adjust na sila. They have been reserving in their utilities and their ultimates once na sobrang crucial na kailangan na nila yun. Ito yung simula pa lang ng round na nakabuelo na kaagad ng maganda. Dito yung dalawa sa kanila. Inubos sila talaga dito ang players ng Crew from trying to get inside of the site at nagkaulanan pa dito ng pang-distract sa mga crosshair placements against Guild Esports. Now, we're seeing here just two Guardians and a Spectre. How long will it last? Dahil matchmate na already dito ng Guild Esports.
And this is it. Pansit ata. Pupunta tayo sa... mga direct hanggang 6 a.m. tayo. Period. May PPGL cooldown pa ako. Call time namin na alas 3. Ayaw magpatigil, ayaw magpapahinga naman kayo. Pero di pa imposible. Kaso ka lang, binalikan lang. May kasama pa kagad orbital strike para masunog sila.
Pasok naman sila ng site, pero dami pang ultimate dito for retake. Roaring Thunder pa. Saka may 34 pang hawak dito si Sype. Meron din naman katihan ng Rolling Thunder dito, pero ayun na nga, magkakalampagan na ng papag, magkakayanigan na ng banig. The Shockers are already there, pero nandito man din yung mga mollies. It's down to a 4v4. The walls are the very main reason kung bakit sila delayed for that retake. And now, makakakuha na nga ba ng isa dito si Mazina, and will he try to survive and their tournament nights and this combat? And they will. 6 na lang ang kailangan nilang habulin ngayon. They still have 3 members na nakasurvive from that combat and so much casualties na binigay sa kanila dito ng Guild, pero buti na lang din at may gantihan, may pa-counter sila kasi ng Rolling Thunders dito against the retake na gagawin na sana ng Guild.
Talagang mahihirapan pa ata ang mga taga Guild tapusin to Pero tingin ko they can just take their time. Kaya humabol ng Crew. Pero mas mainam pa na bigay na nila to kaysa sa masaktan pa. Kaso nga lang nagulat ang Crew. Hindi na in-expect yun na si Leo together with Raz. I think they got distracted. In a way na naging aggressive sila masyado instead of thinking that they can still make this into a tie. Pero seems like gusto na lang tanggapin na pupunta tayo ng Icebox.
Uy, nagiging complacent though. Guild Esports down to 1. Dalawa na lang ang natitira naman dito for crew. It's down to a 2v4. Sila na naman dalawa dito yung nagsama, tol. Naghahanapan na lang naman na yung iba pang players dito from Guild, pero this will be really hard for them to secure, lalo na they have already given out the info na nandito na nga yung fault lines, jiggle picks from Russ, Aftershock to delay that retake. Now they have the opportunity to plant in the spike. Low on HP naman dito si Klaus. He cannot ho any much further dahil mapapawasan na kaagad sila dito ng isa sa pagpa-flank. This side with his 34s down to 1 remaining member. And now we are going to welcome you guys in game number 3 sa Icebox Guild Esports. Kumpiyansa na maipanalo ito laban sa kabila.
Talagang sabi ng guild, ito ay ang map pick advantage na meron kami. Pero alam mo kung nanalo lang talaga ang guild ng first map, it could have been a clean 2-0. Pero nga lang, yung power talaga ng crew kapag alam na yung advantage nila pagdating sa map. Dito, kapag sa kanilang map pick, you always make it favorable sa kanila. Kaso ngayon, napupunta tayo ng Icebox, is the biggest question. Magiging kasing dikit lang din ba ng may bind map ang nangyari or may pagod na nga ba sa mga players natin ngayon? But all in all, I am really impressed with how Guild played their Fracture, especially the first half. Hindi sila sobrang passive. Hindi din sila sobrang aggressive. Sobrang talino ng setups nila. Maximize lahat ng capabilities, and I'm happy to see that Russ is back on track. Sabi ko nga, di ba, kung nag-pop off siguro si Russ, kung mas komportable siya sa ginagamit ng agent siguro, or kaya sa map, kayang-kaya niyang manalo, kayang-kaya niyang makipag-battle sa kanila ng tutok. And I'm happy that now that he's back, it's a one-sided map, and we're gonna go into Icebox.
Parang ang nakita ko lang din talaga kanina is hindi siya comfortable with the agent pick that he has earlier. So now, ito na yung pagbabawi niya para ma-secure nila finally yung game number 3. Tama ka doon, Ray, no? Na-realize ko lang din na should have been a 2-0 for them kung natapos sila yun with an 11-8 scoreline yata yun against the side of Crew Esports. Pero it is what it is. Naging comeback potential nila yung bind, at nakita naman natin talaga within the numbers pa lang, within the books, talagang Crew Esports ang naging pabor in the first game of this last series. Pero speaking of the series, we'll be going into a game number 3. Honeygrade si Dodobli, kasama ko ngayon si Ray. Magbabalik kami after ng ilang sandali. Huwag kayong mawawala.
Boxes, I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, quitting was never an option. Exhausted, this passion is never exhausted. And you cannot stop me, you cannot stop me. enough of it obnoxious. Stop it, stop it. Quitting was never an option. Exhausted, exhausted. This passion is never exhausted. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it.
What a response from Guild there as they bounce back and take map 2 versus Crew. I'm back on the desk with Tom and Jess. That was much better. They looked really, really comfortable there compared to Bind.
Yeah, I would hope so, given the fact that they chose the Fracture. We heard the casters reference the fact that they banned it against Optic. You go there, you pick it, and you hope that there's something up your sleeve for it. And whilst I have the thin sleeves today, I can absolutely tell that if I was picking Fracture, I'd have something up my sleeve. And we heard Baba scream a couple of times there. So it was excitement from the whole team, regardless of where they were sitting.
Yeah, I think a slightly different scenario, obviously, to yesterday with Optic being one of the almost trendsetters when it came to Fracture. And now you sort of go into this matchup, and I think it was an overall team performance. Like, yeah, Trex led the charge, but I think ultimately the credit I want to actually give is over to Coldamenta and Barbar, because I think that it was almost like Coldamenta was calibrating for the first like 5 or 6 rounds of the game. It's like, I'm just working out, gauging what they're doing. And the problem I had here for Crew, I think they are one of the best intuitive teams in the world. I think when it comes to reactive play, almost feeling what they should be doing within the server, they are brilliant. When it comes to almost adapting to a team basically just running at you, I don't think they're very good at that. And I think one of the things that Guild basically did to adapt was they picked up the pace. They stopped letting that clock run low. They started really moving into those sites quickly. They started using that brimmy stimmy, and I just don't think there was anything they could do. You had the likes of Nags getting shut down, and well, there was definitely a chamber diff in this game because Safe was, well, he had an ace almost 6k. It wasn't quite there.
Weren't we sitting in the pre-show, Yinsu, and we were talking about the best chambers in the world? I think it was Buzz, we had Ye, of course, in the list. Durka was in the list. I think we might have to sort of move it over, squeeze the spot over and add Safe to it, because what I saw from him so far on the chamber specifically, he said in the press conference, it's not about me being flashy with the chamber. He can be flashy, oh my goodness, against Optic on Icebox, my God. But he said, I make sure I get the job done with my role. It's not the flashiest, and I want people to know that I have impact with it regardless. And I love that he can make that statement, get into the server, and then make it come true.
He's been saying for like the longest time since he switched to Jewelers that he is one of the best. He's like, guys, I am really one of the best. And I fully believe him at this point, Tom.
Yep.
He's been super consistent since getting to Copenhagen.
Well, the fun thing about the next map as well is that I feel like he actually does need to be a little bit more flashy, because it's the one map within the series that we're not going to have that like raise on raise action. You're not going to have Trex basically taking that space. He will do it to an extent with the KO if they stick with the composition, which I'd be surprised if they don't. But both chambers in this map are going to have to be the entry point. They're going to have to be the ones taking that aggressive stance and getting the openers for the team, and he is going to be one of the focal points.
I just cannot understand, and maybe you might differ with me here, Yinsu, and Tom, you've casted a bunch of their games, but I feel like out of all of the chamber games I've seen from Safe, that opening and that debut for their international debut against Optic was one of the best showings from Safe.
He was great.
Look at his tour de force usage, his power control across. It was unbelievable, and I could probably safely say that we were talking about Leo's best Breeze the other day. Well, now we get to focus on a completely different player and say, well, that was his best Icebox we've ever seen.
I've seen him play Jet a few times where he's absolutely cracked. So it's going to be hard. There's been many Safe games throughout the last, year and a half on Guild that he has been phenomenal. But I will agree, it was a brilliant performance and against the best opposition.
Yeah,
so
that's the thing. The caliber is so high.
He's going to hate me for saying this, but very Durka-esque almost. I do want to say, though, as we head into the Prime Gaming Agent Select very soon, is that I have high hopes for Crew purely because Guild, they haven't played Icebox all that much before coming here to Masters.
Correct.
They made a team composition into the Crew comp. Like Crew, they played this comp for a while. They know what to do. So surely, Jess, they know how to counter it as well.
That's my biggest fear here. I actually think that's the biggest loss condition here for Guild, is that they have this false sense of security that after what they've done to Optic, it can be replicated against Crew. I think they are two different beasts. You've referenced the fact that they are very reactive. They are one of the best in the world at that. I actually think Optic aren't that. I think they're set play-esque. They're the ways that can play off of their tip of the spear. It's very different. I don't think you know what is about to hit you on Icebox. And I'll never forget Kesnet on the Reina on this map, running around and stealing scalps. This is the map they love to run on.
I think the thing with this map that's interesting for me is I think we have almost a few head-to-heads that are going to be really interesting. I think the Sage battle, Mazino was unreal in their game versus Loud. He was the reason they won it. It wasn't even a competition. It wasn't Kesnit this time. I think the 2 KOs, both raises switching over to the KOs, is going to be really interesting. But I also think that we need to see the best from Nags, because I have faith at this point the Safe is going to put up numbers, and he is going to be that almost star within the team. A lot of the time, Nags isn't expected to be, but if Safe is popping off, he needs to match him, because I think in every other battle other than maybe Mizzino and Russ, I think the Guild actually win it out.
I also feel like that Guild's comp against Optic yesterday, it made a lot of sense. It was, you could see why they won, but when it comes to a mirror matchup, Guild, they haven't been tested there on Icebox ever before with their new comp. So I don't know. I'm leaning a little bit towards Crew just because they've had more reps on it. And again, surely with the preparation they've been doing, they know how to counter it.
Pistols as well. How many pistols?
They're probably going to win both pistols as well.
That's the thing, is that you think about that, you think about the leg up. If it's a close game upon which it's already been, think about it now going into the final map. This is their debut on an international stage as well. There's a lot of pressure, and Crew have been to every international event. It's polar opposites.
Yeah, it is indeed. And as you guys can see in the Prime Gaming Agent select, we are going to get, we're going to get that mirror matchup. No changes on either side.
Yeah, I think one of the things to note is that Codamenta had an unbelievable start in the game yesterday, and it still came incredibly close. So there are a few sort of caveats that I'm going to put in that, like, I'm not sure some of those plays are necessarily repeatable, especially as a team as good as the side of Crew. It can be said, though, so far we've only really seen them beat Brazilian teams on this map.
You know what? We've put a lot of head-to-heads, Nags. We put, you know, the likes of the Chamber. I'm going to say Delzig and Leo. I'm actually going to put the Sova diff on the board here. Not something we get to do very often. I'm going to put that halftime and see where we're trending at halftime, because that's where I'm feeling it.
Well, Leo Sova diffs everyone, so I know I have the answer already, and I'm sure Doug and Bala would have loved that one. Over to you guys.
Hi guys, it's 5 a.m. in the morning and nasa second series pa lang tayo. Na second series naman na talaga yung last series natin between Guild together with Crew. Quick summary nga is 1-1 and we're gonna go into Icebox. Mirror matchup na naman. Nagkaroon lang sila ng changes ng first map, pero here in our second and third map, kilala talaga nila ang isa't isa. But then, both of these teams are practically good in Icebox. But who's gonna be the better one to maximize the utilities and get the perfect timing? Kaso nga lang ang Crew, they'll be starting on the defending side.
Bagal na magiging place ito, Ray, dahil wala silang mga duelists dito in their composition. Pero, syempre, meron pa rin namang advantages yung mga composition nila. Again, you mentioned it with their utilities. They need to use it wisely kung hindi talagang malilikuran sila dito. I'm talking about the flanks na pwede talagang maging viable in Icebox. But it's down only to 50 seconds. Ito yung talagang nagiging mismong laro. Burning some time talaga ang Guild Esports dito para makapag-decide na kung ano ba yung aatakihin nila. There's no trademarks here in B, so most probably easygoing and to B site na lang ang pwedeng gawin dito ng Guild Esports kung ito ba talaga ang gagawin nila. They're slowly still waiting in for something to happen. 30 seconds na lang ang natitira dito. Burning some time talaga ang gagawin nila dito, Ray, after using in their Aldron.
Using their Aldron, yep, but that's gonna be big. Kaso, wala pa line up lang. But, Saif was able to get that. Sabi nga ng mga direct natin, pag hindi pa daw nakuha ka ng dinaya. Kaso nga lang, kinounteran lang, naging X. Parang album lang ni Ed Sheeran, yung letter X, yung multiply. 0-1 in favor of Guild. Wow, that's pang TikTok wall na. But yep pa.
Ang objective sana dito ni Mazzino to counter to delay in that plan, pero ang nangyari lang din dito is pumabor pa yung wall na yan. Tingnan mo naman, maganda yung panimula kaagad dito ng Guild or ng Guild Esports dito to deny that retake is yung panimulang bala kaagad ditong binigay ni Saif. It was an overwhelming pick-off with his headhunter, but now another deny for that aggressiveness na pwedeng ibigay dito ng crew dahil may umuulan na naman dito ng mga slow orbs. So by means necessary na makapag-disengage siya kaagad dito yung defenders from crew, madedelay sila. Kundi magamit na lang kaagad nila dito yung mga TP para makasecure sila dito ng numbers lead at once again. Down to an eco, down to an save round lang dito ang Crew Esports. Kaya nagsistep sila dito sa B-side.
Settle na nga sila ngayon papuntang B-side. Napalaking opener na. Open yung A. Oh, di ba? Na-bait pa nila yung stock sana ng crew ngayon. And with how direct it is, that's just it. Planted pa para sa ano. Sa may anong tawag dito? Sa may belt. Yun, planted for belt. Kaso nga lang, lahat nasa likod na. Alam na nila saan naman gagaling. And now, they already know. They have the total control. There's the recon. But always check your corners. Mazino is up top. 4v3. Nako, hindi pa imposible ma-counter to. Pero patap na lang, pre. Paping na lang. Nasabihin lang naman sa kanila. Pinush na ni Mazino. May counter wall. Pero naging imposible nga for him to do that. Pero nga naman, didistract pa sila. And now, it's gonna be 1v1. Good eco pa rin to kung sakasakali. But Trek still wins that with a tap. And it goes into the hands of Guild. Although very expensive.
I don't know what just happened. Si Ross dito nag-zipline pala papunta doon sa nest. But hindi pa rin pala ito magiging pabor talaga sa kanya. 2-0 was really just an expensive round. Question is for Guild Esports kung i-anti-eco na ba nila dito ang crew or talagang i-rely na lang nila yung mga possibility na kaya nila ditong mapanindigan yung kanilang mga sheriffs, yung kanilang mga specters, and they will force out the buys against Crew Esports para hindi na ulit dito magkaroon pa ng opportunity for them to have and gather in their momentum. The suppress will be getting in the info. Back away na lang din muna. Mid-take yata ang gagawin nila dito mismo. Kukahanin ba nila yung opportunity dito na kapag outro na kaagad dito si Delsec, but on the meantime, parang ang decisions na lang ditong ginagawa ngayon ng Guild is just waiting for someone na maging aggressive na nga dito. Impatience na pwedeng ibigay sa kanila once again ng crew.
Talagang itong mga taga-crew, manlalaban na nga ba sila ngayon or hindi? Kaso, talagang slow pa rin yung pacing ng Guild at mukhang praktisado na yung attacking side nila with that KO. Pero nga lang, nabati ko ata yun dahil si Kesnet may kita na nga kagad si Trexter. Just call the menta with a trade. May counter wall, ginamit pang boost at talino mo, Nick Mazino. Kaya ka talaga sikat na sikat. Safe na lang together with Leo na natitira. And mapapa-eco round tong mga taga-guild. Nag-force sila ngayong round na to dahil nga naubos silang 4 sa retake kagad ng crew against them. So much talent for crew to show it up to them. And that's just it. Crew, disiplina lang ang kailangan. Maging praktisado sa mapa, kaya-kaya na rin. Kasi Mazino, you don't usually see that type of walls, yet he risked that after getting good information kung nasaan ang iba pang miyembro ng guild.
Tsaka hindi rin siya talaga ina-expect dito na manggagaling all the way from the backlines. Kaya ngayon, Guild Esports, mangamba na dahil they don't have enough eco to begin with. Full-on armor ang sinecure dito ni Coldamenta, but he only has that classic at hand. Matatagpuan siya dito ng suppress daw all the way from yellow, pero no actions naman din ang kinocommit dito. Parang follow-up na inaabangan dito natin ng Guild to make sure na may mapatay nila sila dito against crew. But will they be successful though? Dahil sinagset dito, he can just rendezvous out away from casualty after niya pwedeng matag din dito ng Aldron. Wala makakapansin sa kanya. But still, he is holding into that corner na mapapansin naman din siya kaagad dito ni Saif. He is nowhere safe around yellow, so needs to back away. But in the meantime, kasi nung nagbabuy time na naman dito ang Guild, mukhang probability pa talaga dito is really close for them to rotate back into another side of the map.
Honey Glaze, paano nga ba magagawa ng paraan to ng guild? 38 seconds. Although you have that 2d4s, pero nga lang, dinidistract lang niya itong mga crew para kainin ng pain. Pero si Kesnit mukhang may realize na nga din niya na may magpapakita sa kanya kaso pinalipat pa niya yung kanyang mga teammates kung saan pwede na sila kagad mag-A-site. And here it is. Saif tries to go with an opener pero buti na lang may setup na rin. At alam mo, pagdating talaga dito sa Icebox, even if there are patches already in this map, it's very important to still have that sage. And speaking of, mali yung wall. At nawala na kagad ang plano sana ng mga taga-guild. And now, this just called the menta galing sa may kitchen side. But then, after finishing some 2 kills, hindi pa rin imposible yon dahil ang crew will get the upper hand, di ba? Even if you have that wall advantage, isang kamalian nga lang ng wall na yan, tapos ang round na yon.
Wala eh. Talagang nataranta na sila kung ano pa yung dapat nilang gawin dahil nga, imbis na saglit na lang mapaplant in yung spike, they don't have enough time. He needs to reposition to plant in the spike. Sa mali nilang wall na yon. So, that little bit of an error can be a reason kung bakit na nga pwede magkaroon ng magandang execution dito ang crew in the following more rounds. One member tag din, makakakuha ng pick-off kagad, hindi makakakuha naman ng trade ang players from guild. They need to make sure na makakapag-rotate sila safely, makakuha ng magandang decisions dito para makaisa ng mga players dito against crew. Dahil once na mapatay nila dito or makakuha sila ng mga pick-offs, they can still have another round na pwede nilang mabawasan yung eco kaagad yung crew.
Gusto ko lang sabihin kay Direk Chutes na salamat for bearing with me. Guys, dikit talaga yung laban eh. Mabito pa lang alam ko. The fact that Gil didn't win sa first map, we all know it's gonna be a map 3 din in this series. Sobrang slow pace nga. But then, ipit na naman si Coldamenta together with the Trex. Trex is like one of the companies I work with. So, natatawa lang ako sa name niya. At yan, hindi ako iniiwan ng trabaho ko hanggang dito sa Valorant. 3-2, finally Crew takes 1 lead. And tulog na ang mga bata. Sabi dito, quadruple overtime dito sa map, then triple overtime sa map. The OT curse talaga ni Madam Rere. Hoy guys, grabe kayo. Dalawang series naman ha. Dalawang series ngayon. Puro map 3 ha. Kaya ayun. Di, walang Rere curse. Sad. Pero okay lang naman sa akin kung may Rere curse. Tanggap ko na yan. Naganto yung kahantungan ko. Akala nyo ba? Madali lang? Nahihirapan na ako.
Alas 5 pa ng umaga ngayon, di ba? Dami-dami ng parang nag-combine na yung mga curse na inaabangan natin dito. Dahil dalawang series naman na din, yung talagang sulit na sulit ng mga teams nating makapasok, makuha lang yung upper lead when it comes to our brackets going into our playoffs. But now, hindi sila nagmamadali talaga. Parang ito ba yung nagiging reason kung bakit hindi nagiging maganda ang playstyle ngayon ng guild na they have been burning a lot of time to get inside of the site. Yung attacking pace talaga nila dito is really not much of a good placing, lalo na sa icebox. Ang dami mong kailangan ikutin, hindi ka pwedeng magkaroon ng pagdadalawang ASAP and 1 round kasi it takes halos 15 seconds to rotate to another site.
Talagang it takes so much time to do those rotations. Ayan naman si Mazino pero natuto na ata ang mga taga guild once again kung saan siya magagano. But still, he takes the risk. But there's just Trex with the frag. And now, they all know where Crew is hiding. Nagzet has that 2d4s, pero di niya magagamit yan para magkaroon lang ng control against Guild. But Guild, they need to plant the spike na medyo matagal-tagal. They just went for the rest muna. But while being Surprise ngayon, nilabas na nga din kagad. There's just a counter. But will Coldamenta finally take this one out? Pero hindi na nga kagad talaga nila pinabayagan na din si Delzik para makuha tong round na to. But then Crew manages to win this pa rin against Guild at talagang nagkakaroon na sila ng malaking kalamangan.
Dagdagan mo pa talaga rin kasi dito yung Great Walls of Mazino once again na na-activate na for Icebox. Kanina hindi siya naging effective but dito alam nila yung mga crucial points na kailangan nila ng mga boost, kailangan nila ng pambulaga. Kaya ngayon, sobrang delay na ng Guild Esports to get inside of the site to plant and so much commitment and site para makapag-plant. Pero sa pagbabay time nila, ito na tuloy ang nagiging punishment. They went in for the timeout para makapag-reset, makapag-refresh. They need to have mental stability on this one dahil may lamang na ulit ang Crew. 2-4 ang scoreline. Dalawa lang din naman, pero at the very least kasi pwede natin masabi na ito ang momentum shift na naman na pwedeng ma-secure ng Crew against them.
Talaga nga namang galit na si coach ng Crew na naman muli mainit na naman ng ulo. Pero hindi naman saan sinabi na yung coach pala ng Crew, Honey Glaze, ay vocalist ng Coldplay.
Tiko nga, ay si Saif! Kamukha niya nga si Zayn Malik Pansinin mo si Saif mamaya.
Hindi yung coach ng Crew. Ay, ng Guild pala. Yung coach ng Guild. Kamukha yung vocalist ng Coldplay. My gosh. Ay, naku, sorry. Hindi rin alam ni Honey Glaze kung ano yung Coldplay. Direct please lang. Hindi niya alam.
Oy! Wait! Alam ko! Sorry!
Direct hindi niya alam,
I promise, Ray, pansinin mo mamaya si Saif. Kamukha niya si Zayn Malik. Mamaya. Abangan natin yan kapag narinig na tayo ng ng director natin ngayon. Or yung in-game spectator natin. Pero habang in-inspect natin, si Nagzet was able to tag and kill onto one member. Down to a 4v5. Slow plays ang ginagawa ngayon ng Guild Esports. But yun lang din talaga ang kaya nilang gawin dahil they don't have enough money, they don't have enough guns. Yung mga sheriff nila dito hindi magwawagi dahil si Kensnet makakuha na rin agad ng isang pick-off. He doesn't know where Russ is, pero this is a good opportunity for Guild Esports na makuha at ma-take over na kaagad nila yung site.
Sabi ni Direk, kung tayo sa morning prod natin. Napapagalitan ako, wala namang sinasabi. Si Direk talaga, natakot mo ako. Kanina din Nag-bad word daw ako, wala namang sinasabi, hindi pa ako nagkakas. Nasa nga si Nagset, nasa likod na nila. Ano yun, nalinis ng Crew. Nilinis squad. Alam mo, okay lang. Kung Crew yung mananalo dito, okay lang. Para sila talagang sakit ng ulo ng mga malalakas na teams. Sentinels, sino ba ba?
Lason, no?
So marami silang nilason talaga. To, Guild, susunod na sila sa yapak. Yung loud din.
Nagkakamomentum na yung Guild Sabi nga natin kanina, di ba, if matalo pa dito talaga yung Guild, ewan ko na lang din. Dahil, ang ganda na ng game nila in Fracture. So, ano ang nangyayari ngayon? Parang, ang win rate overall or experience overall ba ang nakakapagbigay ng landslide against them? Kasi Crew, 75 win rate nila, di ba? In Icebox. So, ang laking slump nun against the side of Guild Esports.
Talagang ngayon kaya ano ang pwedeng magawa na naman muli ng mga taga-Guild na trap na nga sila. Sinabayan na nga din nila ng ultimate coming in from KO. Walang KO, sabi nga ni KO. Kaso nga lang, on the control concept, they have it. Pero for the Hunter's Fury, it tries to deny already ang Guild with the plant. Pero hindi pa naman talaga kaagad magiging successful yon. Dahil bakit? Marami pa namang oras ang mga taga-Guild to actually plant it. Pero sa ngayon, Coldamenta tries to Coldamenta, wala nang tower si Coldamenta. Wala ka nang makikita ang kalaban dyan, promise. Purper. Yung lahat ng crew nasa A-site na mismo, na-lead ka na. Pero nga lang yan palang purpose sa Coldamenta. Buti na lang. Pero nga lang, there's just a trade-off. It's up to Leo together with Trex. While Delzik goes for a defuse. Hindi niya binibitawan niya ng gusto ko. Hindi ka binibitawan kasi mahal ka niya. Pero nga lang, may kill pa agad. At kamunti ka na nga ma-defuse ng crew. Pero hindi pinayagan ng guild. It's gonna be a 5-3. Tumira ng tres na hulog, pati ang Riz mong may rocket. Oo nga, si Cypher looks like Zane. May kamukha nga si Phoenix dito eh. Taga-guild. Yung isa sa kanila.
Nakita ko kayo naaway ka nga sa GC ni Dere. Game number 3. Pumapower kanina pa kay Crew Esports, but this time around, Guild, parang nakita na nila yung footing nila for that round na kailangan nila talagang ma-secure yung mga momentum shifts and also have in their advantage once na kaya na nila ditong maipagpatuloy yung kanilang momentum. We are seeing here nag-Zet, even though blinded for a split second, was able to tag and kill onto one. Wala nang info na makakapangkuha dito and suppress in someone. Pero he was in for another. 2K for this guy, 1 bullet remaining. Magkakaroon pa nga ba ng value ito dahil wala pa siyang pa-TP dito. The spike is already been compromised. Alam niya na kung nasaan ito. Pero the problem is, pwede na siya ditong i-rush din ng players from Guild Esports. Pero most probably, hindi ito mangyayari. They are hesitant dahil sa sobrang bagal nilang pumasok ng loob ng site. Siyempre, nagtawag na ng tropa dito, ang Crew Esports.
Kung may tropa peeps talaga eh, no? Oy, pa-backup naman ako dito, pre. Pero pinakamatinding backup talaga ay si Ching. Ito ko yung highlights sa kanina. Ultimate trash talk for the gulan. Pero mo nag-rank kami, nag-aaway na gano'n. Nakakatawa, parang kala mo mag-jowa nag-aaway. Shoutout nga pala kay Georgie dyan. Kaso ngayon, trap na naman ang mga taga-guild. Binabatuan na ni Keznet. At ngayon, wala na din silang oras. Save nyo na lang yan. Nice one, Singularity na skin. Gusto ko yun yung Singularity. Parang ako, Singularity.
Yung Spectre ng Singularity, hindi ko gusto eh. Parang hindi...
Talaga?
Oo, hindi ko gusto yung Singularity Spectre kasi parang hindi tumatama yung mga shots or parang walang damage yung mga shots nung Singularity Spectre sa akin. Sa tunog pa lang kasi. Diba? Yung tunog niya parang ang liit. Maganda yung Phantom. Maganda yung Ares. Pero yung tunog kasi parang nakakadagdag ng pressure na bakit parang hindi tumatama or parang walang damage. Pero that's just me.
Shoutout nga pala sa 100 viewers natin. Good morning sa inyo. Sa mga papaspunta pa lang sa trabaho, mag-ingat kayo dahil kami gising pa rin. Oh, Diyos ko. Si Taylor at si Bill, tulog na ako, hindi pa. Kaso ngayon, si Mazino, uy, sino makakapitas na ko po? Huwag yung sabihin makaka-counter niya, pero si Kesdit, nilabas na nga din kagad ang kanyang glitch na Phantom, and now, that's just Leo, pero Kesdit gets the refrag. Don't tell me this is gonna be a thrifty round, pero Crew, they still have a lot of utilities that they can get against Guild just to be able to win this round. Mag-ingat lang kayo sa baki na yan. Matindi yan.
Oo. Lalo na sa loob ng Viper's Pit pa.
Oo. Controlling yan.
Oo. Naulanan. Dagdagan mo pa ng Snake Bite down to 10 HP. Coldamenta, blinded by the lights, was able to survive. Oh my God! Pareha silang blinded! 4K for Kezin! He doesn't know where Safe is! Pero now, bulaga ang sabi dito ni Safe. Hello, my friend! He cannot go in for the ace dahil he is cancelled out by Safe. That is such a good clutch, especially sa round na yun na kailangang ipanalo ng Guild na thrifty. Ang mga kuponan ngayon for Crew Esports, they should have had it. Pero kasi may Viper's Pit na talagang naging kasama dito na alalayan kagad yung winning conditions ng Guild Esports.
What a clutch coming in from him. Talagang minamipula niya ang buong site. Pagdating kay Saif Malik.
Ay, nako. Diba? Kamukha niya talaga.
Mahilig ka sa ganyang mukha, no, Honey Glaze?
Parang na ano ko lang, na familiarize ko lang. Familiarize?
Nice.
Familiar sila sa angle na to, but now Ross was able to rest and revive and save. 3v4 still really doable for the side of Killed Esports, but they need to be careful dito sa maninang hold na naman ni Mazino. He still has the rest. Meron pang ang wall, pero bulaghan na lang din, my friend. Sive na naman ang gumagawa dito ng trabaho. Slow orbs, oh my god! Once up to the head with that Sheriff, makes it down to a 3v2. Pero still doable pa rin talaga dito for Crew. Ang magiging problem lang dito is they are already walled off.
Speaking of walled off nga naman talaga ang pwedeng mangyari, but Trex tries to play it all around na naman. 3v2 pero walang barrel gano. Mahuli na nga din siya kagad. Susunod na lang si Delzik ngayon. He wants to get the tap pero na-crouchan nga lang siya ni Trex. And now, humahabol ang guild. May pag-asa pang maging 6-all to.
Di malabo. Talagang naging reset nila dito yung timeout na kinol nila kanina. They were able to hold on to the momentum na kanina pa talagang binubuo dito ng Crew Esports. Sobrang ganda ng composure na ginawa dito ng kanilang KO to make sure that he can still hold in yellow. 6-5. Really nice of a half. Dagdagan pa natin na opportunities ditong napigilan na nila yung momentum na binubuo kanina pa ng Crew. Now, powerless sa mga kahit anong utility, nagkukuha ng attention dito. Si Trex was able to tag or was able to gather in 3 members from the other team pero talagang hindi magpapa-bait out. Hindi magiging patola dito si Nagset dahil nakakuha na siya kaagad with his OP. He also has the info na meron na rin close sa kanya. So he needs to back away from any kind of casualty na pwedeng ibigay sa kanya ng guild.
Talagang humahabol pa ang mga taga-guild ngayon. Ang ganda na nang biglang nag-shift in just because of those delays that they can get on the post plant. They are able to maximize it. But then, Crew, papayag na nga ba sila na ganito magiging kalaki yung loss na gustong ibigay sa kanila? Kaso nga lang, as Ross goes for your plant, hindi nga lang tumama, hindi na nga lang nag-connect ang kanilang mga shots. But it's up to Nagzet to make it 5v4. Posible pa naman sa kanila may rest just in case mabawasan sila pero sasabihin nila pre-popping. 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 At dito mo naman, popping sila na popping pero hindi na nga mag-work at all. And now they've been eliminated by all of the Crew guys. And now Crew leads by 2 rounds against Guild.
What a round indeed. It was really just explosive to see na hirap sila eh. Kailangan nga nila iping yung spike, pero ano pang gagawin mo kung mag-free fire ka nga, pero nag-a-advance na rin forder sa'yo against the players here from Crew Esports. They have the replay kung saan walang katakot-takot. Ho daw sabi dito nila close to get in 7-5 scoreline for that first half. Na yun, natin makikita kung masasagutan ba tayo ng players ng Crew Esports na kayang ibigay na nga dito ang kanilang side. Pero babalik na muna tayo syempre to our panels in just a bit. 7-5 ang scoreline natin.
Keep going neck and neck this map. Both teams are kind of slipping and then catching up again. But Tom, I really can't call where this is going to go. But I can't help but feel like Guild, if they just plant, it would have been okay.
Yeah, I will say, I think obviously we have to criticize a bit, but I also want to give credit where it's due to Crew. I think they've been very good with a lot of their counter utility. Like, I think the walls out from Mazino again have been slowing them down, but also it's like Kesnit's knives and even just his ult, the way he's been able to just remove all of their utility. There was a round they lost on time because they had to wait about 15 seconds to just get their own wall back to actually be able to plant. And then you had all of that bombardment of utility back straight away. So I think Crew have done a really good job of delaying them. But yeah, some of the rounds they have just straight up run out of time.
I mean, and it's because I felt like I was watching a tennis match at some point. Speaking of tennis match, you might as well spring your eyes left and right on this screen here. You got Nagzed and Safe. We spoke about the chamber players. I think there's a little bit of a diff here. I can count pretty well. That's what I'm an analyst for. And the left-hand side looks to be better.
one of the things that we always spoke about with Nags in previous tournaments is he would always come alive at the 3rd hour. Like that was his thing. It was like he'd have map 1, map 2, that guy we don't really need to talk about. Map 3, Nags comes up and he's the best player. And it's happened many a time within series that when his team needs him the most, he steps up to the plate. I will say it's unfair to judge Safe just yet because he's about to go onto that defensive side. And that's where we expect both Chamber players to be better. So if Nags can keep it up, okay, this is a done deal. I don't know if he can.
I think defensively as well, that's something that when I speaking about the Sova diff, there's no reason for me to bring it up because the Chamber diff was way more important to speak about. But at the end of the map, given the fact that we have Leo moving on to the defensive side, Safe as well, you're speaking about his defensive prowess. This is where, if Gil lose this, something has gone wrong in the Matrix for them. All of the strategy play has gone down the drain because defensive side should be a comfort if they have prepared. If they have looked at it and they've gone, we know what to expect from you on attack, there's not enough time for you to change it. So we can really counter you on this. If they've countered them, this is the half we see it.
Sounds like you're both on the guild copium here.
Maybe.
Oh,
Maybe.
Okay, Jess is on the guild and copium. Jess, guild, they have to win if they want to go through today. This is it, guys, the final half of this series. Doug and Vala, I'm very excited to be throwing this back to you.
Okay, narinig niya nga ang sinabi ng panel that it's still possible for Guild to take their own advantages. Pero ako, kung ako lang crew tapusin. gusto ko pang mabuhay. Magkakajowa pa ako next year.
Next year na.
Next year pa. Alam mo, dapat hindi ko, alam mo ba, deal ko sa kadiliman, pag nakapasok sila ng VCT Stage 2, hindi ako magjojowa ng 1 taon. Pero parang, bakit ganon?
Wala pa rin.
Parang wala pa rin. Hindi naman sila nakapasok. Diba? Nakakatakot lang. Pero, may palay na po. Sige, wala. Pang! Nakaiwas po si Mazino. Sabi niya, ble, ble, ble. Pero, retake it is onto the side of Guild. They're already expecting. There's 2 guys. They already know. But the off angles that Nelzik tries to take on, he won't be able to secure that. Woo! And it's up to Nexet together with Klaus.
Ito na yun.
Kung na-clutch to ni Klaus, idol ko na siya. Pero Happy New Year ang sanabi ni Coldamenta sa kanya. Ayan, serious kamukha na si Phoenix. My goodness. Phoenix na may beard. Yeah.
Parang nagkaedad lang ng konti. Pero, magkakaedara na kaagad dito ng momentum since it's already, might be positioning back in favor of Guild. Dahil kanina nakuha nila yung magandang retake na ito nang nanggaling na nga sa mga flank. Na-disrupt nga dito yung capability sana ni Delsec na ma-hold niya yung mga manggagaling na nga dito from a main. And now, with that being said, they have what it takes to secure in the second round for this and this final last half na ito. But now they need to be careful kasi syempre baka ma-350 round sila dito ng Crew Esports sa mga cheeky angles nila at kailangan na mag-ingat ni Saif, but unfortunately Saif hindi siya nakinig sa atin ngayon. He was one tap to the head. That said, we have down to a 4v5.
Coldamenta. Picks off kagad si Klaus. May nag-comment dito yung Ray Rakers. Alam mo, hindi nga ako natutuwa pag ganitong oras. Pero okay lang. Chillings lang naman. Kaso hindi din talaga ako natutuwa. Hindi, okay lang to kasi isang series lang. Yung format dati ng Masters, maiiyak Kasi 3 games parate. Tapos, alam mo yun, yung diwa mo, nagpa-process may processing But now, it's still possible for Crew to win this. They get the early pick of mula kay Safe. That's really a big of an advantage, but they're quiet. Silent at alam na nga nila. Pero the fact that Vegeta just goes for a plant, malaking bagay na nga din to ngayon. And there's the retake once again na nagbumala sa Guild. Magiging successful ba ngayon ng Crew or hindi?
That is the question. And now nag-set, ang laki ng pressure sa kanya mga balikat ngayon to tag into someone. Pero buti na lang walang nagpa-flank sa kanila. Rust though, getting a hold of their angles. Now, quickly down to a 1 member remaining. Nagzet with his headhunter. Matatag in ng Spectre. Run and gun ang sabi dito ni Coldamenta. And now, that is the equalizer round na ginuha na ngayon ng Guild Esports against Crew. Na syempre, we are down to eco deficit din kasi for Crew Esports. They have only the Sheriffs, pero now, buy round na nila Guild Esports dito. Question na lang is kung i-force ba nila itong buys na tayo, itong round na ito against Crew Esports.
Si Leo, seryosong seryoso. May kamukha na si ano. Wala kaming kamukha no?
Kung di pogi ang hanapin, talagang hanapin natin yung makakamukha talaga nila kasi di nalalayo eh.
Sorry, may nakita lang ako. Meron na palang, may shirt na pala yung... OMG! Ngayon ko lang nakita, sorry. Ang happy girl ko. Well, hindi naman ako super fan. Sadyang, wow! Great! Sorry guys. Sorry, medyo, na talaga kami. Alam niyo na, 5:35 na. Anong oras ka nagising, Haneglis? Ako hindi pa sakto ng Copenhagen yung time ko. 7 p.m.?
11. Kasi umalis kami kanina, umuwi ako ng 6. Tapos natulog ako ng 7. Tapos nagising ako 11. Muntik nga akong hindi magising. Buti na lang may alarm ako. Tumawag yung bebe ko.
Sana all. Direct,
Ayoko sana sabihin ng bebe.
Direct. Wait lang, sino ba magkakaboses kasi mga... Si Direct Shoots ba yung nag-ano sa atin? Nagka-coms? Pero ngayon, kung si Direct Shoots, okay, taken yan. Pero pag si Reggie sana, tsaka sabihin kayo, wala kayong bebe, dinaig pa ni Honey Grace. Pero ngayon, post-plant, nag-work sa side ng Crew just to delay ang mga taga-guild. Ayan na nga sinasabi ko sa inyo. They tried it. It's just all up to Trex together with Coldamenta. Winnable pa ba to kay Trex? Nope. Wow. Because Kesnet will be denying him. But still, expensive na naman to sa Crew dahil 4 sa kanila ay na-pick off.
Really is expensive. Tapos buys pa nito ng Guild Esports. Although they have a slighter edge kasi nga parang mas lamang sila dito pagdating sa mga full armors. Pero on the other hand, operator kasi dito really is another expensive round na pwedeng i-commit sa kanila dito ng Guild Esports. So Saif, we are just relying in the early aggressiveness na meron siya. He can go in for that early swings, pero pag kasi natag in kaagad siya dito ng suppress, it will be over for him dahil pwede siyang i-rush kaagad dito immediately ng players ng Crew Esports dahil compared dito sa guild na sobrang hesitant pagdating sa pagpasok nila into their rushes, Crew Esports kasi dito talagang di sila nagdadalawang isip kundi parang decisive talaga sila. No, once na B yung gusto nila, it's just going to be B. Once na kapag kumpleto pa rin sila dito in the certain round.
And here it is. Safe. Good frag mula sa kanya pero may rest lang naman si Mazino na hinihintay niya. Ngayon, kaso nga lang, Trex of Floppy makes it work! And it's gonna be a 2v2. May counter wall. Kaso nga lang, pwede pang ma-wall bang. Kaso nga lang, it's up to Kesdet to save the day or else it's gonna be a tie and he needs a discipline. 7 bullets. He gets one. Kaso wala na kagad siyang bullet at all and Trex gets the 4th. And it's gonna be a tie score once again between Crew together with Guild. Wala talagang gustong umuwi pa sa lower bracket na naman. OT yan. Patrick, hindi ako natutuwa sa'yo Ayoko magsalita. Pero stay strong sa inyo ng jowa mo. Pero alam ba ng jowa mo, nagising ka pa ngayon?
Ala ka. Ito yung mga tipong nag-go-good night pero may ginagawa pang iba. Pero kakaiba rin talaga sinecure dito ng Guild Esports. Oh, kung kanina nagdadabog siya, ito na! We have here the wild celebration dito ng coach ng Guild Esports. Kasi syempre, ang haba-haba na nilakbay nila dito para makuha lang yung 8-8 scoreline. We're just really hoping for the best na ma-secure pa ito ng Guild Esports kasi syempre they have what it takes para mahirapan na nga dito ang crew na makapasok para makakuha kaagad sila dito ng slots going into the finals. Pero now, nag-set. Unfortunately for him, hindi niya man lang nagamit yung kanyang tour de force. Leo though, he is unexpected. Safe naman dito for the follow-up. Crew distracted na ngayon ng Guild Esports. Sinaglit na naman ang crew ng Guild Esports sa pagkakataon na ang dami nilang anggulong kailangan titigan, kailangan abalahahin. And now, it's down to an 8 to 9 scoreline.
Miss ni Hanig is yung 6-9 scoreline. Nice
Muntik na eh.
Muntik na eh. Ako din eh.
Wala eh.
Kaso tong crew, nagkakamali na naman sila pag kailangan nila magmadali. Ay, ang ganda ng tattoo niya oh. Sa leeg, kita mo? Sorry. Alam mo, gusto ko na talaga magpatato. Kung nanonood yung mami ko ngayon, me please. Gusto ko magpadagdag ng dalawa. Kaso, there's just a timeout because crew, they can't fail like this once again. History might be repeating itself, but maybe after getting those few refresh lang, wisik lang tayo ng onte. Baka oras ng
Stretching,
na lang
stretching.
makipaglaban na naman at maikaya pa, syempre.
Sobrang needed nila ng timeout na ito kasi akala natin pwede nang pumabor kay Crew Esports yung mga nakuha nilang early rounds for this half. At unfortunately, napaninindigan dito ng Crew yung kanilang mga holds. Syempre, sa pagdating sa lineup nila, it's purely defender-sided. They don't have any duelists, so they have so much utilities to deny those entries. Nakita natin na may mga nagiging hesitations dito ang pagpasok ng Crew dahil nga sa factors na may nagko-crossfire na nga dito in favor of the players here of Guild Esports. I'm talking about here Leo, I'm talking about here him combined with Saif angles, kaya naman hindi kaagad maging complacent dito sa pag-entry ang Crew even though that they have the suppress from that KO and those expos na manggagaling nga kay Delsec.
Talagang gusto pang humabol ng Crew. Syempre, diretso ka na kagad next week. Pahinga ka na eh. Pwede na kayo mag-tour sa sa Copenhagen, sa Denmark. Kaso sabi nga, you are powerless ngayon as the members of Crew wants to take this round. Gusto lang nilang hindi mag-pop off ang guild sa defending side. At ngayon, hindi nga na na-contest yung pag-hit ng shots. Pero nga lang, si Mazino goes for your plant. And they are just gonna be denying kagad si Safe from actually getting them. Pero sinabayan na nga din kagad ng Hunter's Fury ngayon ni Leo. Meron ba siyang mababawasan? Wala. Pero may kasama na nga din kagad na Viper's Ultimate mula sa mga taga-Crew. And they try to go for the top pero won't be able to. Nakaping na nga kasi yan. And they can just play for the lineups. But here's the flash. But Safe gets the second kill. Na-counter ni Delzik and it's up to Mazino together with Floss. They can take their time. Kaso nga lang, Mazino still wants to get it. Yes, he gets the clutch! Mazino nyo naging neneng B! 9-all pa nga! Ayaw pang umuwi ng mga taga-Crew sa lower bracket!
Anong neneng B?
Si Nick Mazino, gets?
Okay.
Oh.
Nag-line up sila! It should have been a good round for Guild Esports para magpatulong yung momentum. But unfortunately, Coach, it really happens na magla-line up kayo pagdating sa mga ganong klaseng crucial rounds. And sobrang pressure din kasi na nakita natin na may ganitong klaseng aggression na naman for the side of Crew Esports na nakapag-reposition kasi, nakaikot siya from mid, was able to take down the players na hindi siya ine-expect out of nowhere, and now 9-9. Kabahan na talaga ang mga players ngayon from Guild kasi unti-unti nang nababawas yung ekonomiya nila. Look at this, they're just leaning towards into the frenzy and the tour de force na gamit ngayon ni Saif. Pero at the meantime, wala na magiging value dito sa Trex. No info gathered. There's also no more suppress. Wala na pang mga mollies dito to deny the plants. Pero speaking of plants, Since they are already in yellow, parang ang gagawin na lang dito ng Crew Esports is wait in for any info or somehow try to find someone muna bago makapag-secure na nga ng site. Nag-aabang na lang dito si Raz na pwede niyang i-revive dahil na-tag in siya, but the Hunter Fury will be connecting into one, trying to tag in as much, pero he is down to suppress. 30 seconds na lang natitira dito for the side of Crew Esports, and they are still denied from any kind of entries dahil ultimate is already propped up by Trex.
Talagang itong katulad ni Trex, ayaw pa niya patapusin itong Crew from dominating, but time is ticking. Crew, they need to go for a plant. And the retake, naku po, low on HP si Mazzino together with Claus. Kaya pa ba nila tong may panalo or hindi na? Dahil isa-isa sila pinag-audition ngayon ng mga taga-guild. At talagang nakita tayo ng volleyball rally, and it's up to Mazzino. Pero after getting that huge tuog, looks like this round once again will be getting an advantage sa side ng guild. One round against Crew na naman muli. Honey Glaze, ano ba naman to? Talagang nahilig sila magpalitan ng masasakit na round sa isa't isa.
Kumbaga, kapag alam mong nasa tama ka, talagang ipaglalaban at ipaglalaban mo. Katulad na lang ng ginawa dito ng Guild Esports. They know that they have everything on their hands, so nalaman nilang madedelay nga dito ng pagpasok ang Crew. Nandun yung mga slow orbs. We also have here the suppress. We also have the overwhelming factors na may respawn kasama dito yung Guild Esports. Binuhay ang patay. So now, hirap na tuloy ang Crew once again. They're down to an eco round. We have here the TPL of Scythe. We even have here the opportunity for them to tag in someone from the back lines. But the problem is, will they be able to plant in the spike? There's the Recon Bolt na inabangan dito ni Trex. Wide swing. Oh my god. Guild Esports is just really doing it. Rampaging out to the players here from the side of Crew Esports who wasn't able to react on time. And now, finally, we're down to our 11-9.
Yung Crew, ito na naman yung problema nila eh. Nangyari to kanina eh. Diba? Na nagpa-pop off. Ay, nangyari sa kanila to kahapon against Loud. That Loud is just popping off and then hindi na naman nila maklose yung series na maayos na pabor nila. Oh, kaso nga lang ngayon, si Direk naririnig namin yung mga sinasabi niya. At hindi ko alam kung paano niya bakit hindi siya nakamute, pero sige, parang galit na siya. Kaya nga walang duelis Direct, tama. Bakit walang duelis tong mga to? Kaya ang bagal ng laro eh.
Sorry na.
Agagalit na si Direct. Magko-coach na siya. Kaso ngayon si Rosa gets already Kesnet. Diba? Kapag wala kayong duel, sa bagal talaga ng laro. Dito pa sa Icebox, dito pa talaga sa Icebox. Pero, wala eh, sinimula ng NA yung walang duelist meta. Lahat, tagsigayahan na eh. Dito ka lang makita sa APAC na may duelist parati isang jet. Tignan mo yung PPGL, dalawa na.
Minsan, dinadalawa pa nga eh.
Pang VCT Stage 1 nga na pinakauna eh. Pero nga lang si Scythe, klinika na lang kagad ng dalawang miyembro. Gusto na nalang tapusin nyo na. Para before 6, makakatulog na tayong lahat. Pati makakauwi na yung prod team natin. Kaso nga lang si Klaus, may inaabangan pa. Pwede pa itong maging winnable turn sa kanila. Pero Guild, they just want to take this into a match point. Kaso nga lang, caught off guard. He's not gonna tell me, goodness, 3v3 pa. 3v3, make the spelling count. Call the Menta, Leo, Trex, Guild 4. The clutch, kaso nga lang, Mazzino works his thing once again. Bakit kayang paisa-isa? Oh my God! Ano to? Hindi to kompe! Tournament to! Walang paisa-isa sa tournament!
Ray! Isa-isa sila dito natumba sa ating Santa Claus Crew Esports. Even though that he was jumping all around the map, nakakuha siya kaagad ng magandang factors na na-deny nila yung retake agad to happen. To make it happen na, ito yung pick-off na yun, oh. Doon pa lang nagkaroon na kaagad ng momentum dito. Ang Crew Esports na kaya to. Kahit kulang tayo sa numbers, kahit kulang tayo sa security, na kaya nating ipanalo yung round na yon. And now, it's down to a 10-11 scoreline. Mangamba na talaga ang lahat dito for Guild Esports dahil unti-unti na naman nakakabangon sa banga ang crew. And speaking of crew, they're just waiting, chilling like a villain, waiting for those aggressive pushes. Na pwede manggaling in mid, pero we all know how patient Guild is. Kailangan lang naman nila dito is maghintay. Kailangan na lang nila dito is mag-pick out. Hindi na nila kailangan pang lumabas pa mismo ng mga sites. At yun na lang din ang ginagawa dito ni Sai. He has the operator at hand, pero he is immediately tagged in by that Aldrone. So now, aatras nga ba siya or kukuha muna ng kill?
Atras ba nga ba? Mapipigilan na nga ba ng Guild Tor? Hindi pa. Dahil one round, Honey Glaze, just one round will be a round where crew can get this. And kanina na-witness natin na naman how crew manages to save it. 2v4s, no problemo. Clouds goes for a plant, pero nga lang si Ras na penetrate na nga niya kagad si Nugset ngayon. Ito picking him off, pero the post plant itself, yung Viper's ultimate, ang ultimate cancer ng lipunan ng kanyang ultimate. Kita mo si Mazino!
Oh my God! Mazino!
Mazino sings it all once again. Claws works all together. Bakit kayo lahat pumunta kung nasaan si Mazino together with Claws? Magagamit lang kayo. Now the fans makes a wish. 11-11. Crew ata to with a 13-11.
Oras na para talaga ibigay ang lahat dito ng Guild Esports para makancel out na naman. Dahil ito yung nangyari na lang din mismo from game number 1. They are stuck and they are clamped into 11 points, into 11 rounds sa lead against Crew Esports. Tapos, napipigilan na kaagad sila dito. Tingnan mo naman, 11-11. Ito na lang din talaga yung pagkakataon once again ng Crew Esports na it's either the overtime or talagang kanila na yung match point. Kanila na itong icebox. So now, we are calling it for the timeout for Guild Esports. Very well needed para makapag-reset once again. Makausap nila dito si Coach. Kailangan talaga natin makapag-reset na kailangan natin makita kung ano ba yung dapat na munang gawin. Saif hasn't been really getting in so much value once na nandun na siya inside or kumukuha na siya dito ng mga info, kumukuha na siya dito ng mga pick-offs dahil alam na mismo ng Crew Esports kung ano ba yung gagamitin against him. Aldrone together with the Suppress, so now problematic for Saif kung paano siya makakaligtas after getting in either one or no kill with his operator.
Crew. Katulad na nangyari ata sa bind to, Guild. Ano na? Kapag natalo pa sila dito sa round, natalo na sila. Yun lang yun.
Most probably.
Kapag nanalo pa sila sa round na to, baka mag-OT pa to.
Pwede. Lahat na ng util.
Oo nga, lahat tinapon na eh, no?
Ayan na. Safe. No!
Bye-bye!
Bye-bye!
Bye-bye! Sayonara! Diyan
Parang ang naging go signal niya dito siguro, Ray, is may mga utility na umuulan in A. So, why not i-push na natin ito going into garage? But the problem is, binayit out lang ng crew yung mga utilities na yon to make sure na lumabas mula sa mga nilulungga dito ang Guild Esports. At lumabas nga si Saif out of safety, out of comfortability, and now, ang hirap nito, Ray. Kulang ng isa ang Guild Esports. Sabi mo, kung may ipanalo ito ng Guild, sige, pwede pa nila makuha yung overtime. Pwede pa sila magkaroon ng enough ego. Pero kasi, this is the final round kung saan kaya nila makabili ng full-on bundles and full-on utilities.
30 seconds left.
Full utilities. Kaso nga lang, Neo, hinampas ng loob
Leo!
si Mazino tsaka si Kesnit.
Wow! Okay.
Oh my goodness. That recon, that Hunter's Fury. Saktong-sakto talaga to take down crew and nag-set na lang ang natitira. He tries to go for a clutch but with all people looking at him, Trex gets him. And it's gonna be a match point sa guild, pero hindi pa rin imposible to sa crew. Pero sino ba ang nag-save ng araw ngayon sa side ng guild? Well, it's Cypher talking about. He started it all, pero nga lang sa flank flat ng members nagpagulat. Kaso nga lang, yung Hunter's Fury. Alam na nasa nakapwesto si Mazino together with Kesnit. Kahit ba inasim niya, nabuti na lang na-save ng mga taga-teammates katulad ni Ras at ni Leo. Grabing Hunter's Fury. Ano ba ito? Game changer.
Doon lang biglang nasampal kaliwat kanan dito yung crew na yes, you may have the comeback pero nasa amin pa rin yung match point. Guild Esports again, match point na ito. Tour de Force, Scythe is already in a different hold, in a different site. 3 members ang mag-aabang dito in B. They are already pushing in, pero they will be welcomed here by the Aldon. Hindi matatag in si Coldameta, and Coldameta goes in while going in for 2, hopefully. But unfortunately, hindi ito magiging sapat pa sa kanya. He's down to 1 HP. Klaus, he needs to back away. Dahil isa siya sa pinaka-viable member dito para ma-clutch out yung round na ito for crew to make the overtime happen for them.
Oh no. May pag-asa pa nga maging OT to. Dahil parehas sa teams malakas nga sa defending nila. Unless there's Trex who will save the day. Kaso Leo pa dinanayan na siya. Yes, gonna be a 2v2. Marami pang oras para sa guild to make this work. Pero nag-Zet goes for a plant. Ayaw pa siyang pikan ngayon ni Leo dahil may nakatingin sa kanya ngayon. And he's just waiting for Scythe to get ready. But on the flank itself, masiswingan ba niya yung dalawang to? May sisilip ba sa kanya? Sino ang mauuna? And now he has a TP. He tries to play it along pero alam na nga nalang information ngayon. And now, Bessie to be able to take him. It's all up to Leo to go for the clutch. But it's gonna be an overtime!
Tapusin nyo na! Guild, ano na? Match point na yun! Ano pa? Guild Esports in a slump once again. Really is just very unfortunate kasi bakit? Crew, they had the rest. Even though na makabawas na nga sila ng isa, they had the limelight na pwede nilang makuha yung round na yun na nga. But again, in a 3v4 scenario, it really is not going well for them since most of them are conquered by crew from B side, tapos may mga nakuha pa from the flanks. And now, overtime, round number 1. Nag-Zet, Reserol with his operator. Sabi mo kanina, Ray, parehas silang magaling in defender side. So, Guild Esports, question is, kaya nyo bang makapag-sustain ng ating first round in this overtime?
Umulit lang Feel ko 14-12 to
Again, no?
Kung mananalo yung crew ng defending side nila, baka 14-12 na to. Nang matulog na tayo lahat. Gusto daw nila sakto hanggang 6 o'clock AM daw kasi. At ngayon, Delzik gets the perfect information already as to where Guild will be coming from. Kaso nga lang, may inakaabang din si Mazino. Sige na, Guild, magpatalo na kayo. Tanggapin nyo na magaling yung crew. My goodness. Kaso syempre, magaling din kasi tong Guild. Kaya tong icebox na to, dikit.
Oo. Parehas sa parehas.
Okay
best map okay lang. At least, good place naman yung nakakas natin ngayon. They are suppressed. The Recon won't be spotting in anyone pero walang availability of utilities dito na magagamit ang Guild Esports. Muulan ng mga players. Mazino goes in for 1. Mazino goes in for 3. Dalawa na lang. Isa na lang kaagad na natitira dito. Magpa-flank ka pa. Hindi na pwede yun dahil nakaabang na sa'yo dito kaagad si Klaus. That is our 30-12. Mukhang nakikita ko na nga na magiging Nostradamus na dito. Si Ray, my friends. We are down to a match point once again for crew.
Looking at the replay, Mazino. When you need Mazino the most, Buhay na buhay talaga siya. Tuwang-tuwa ang mga taga-crew ngayon at isa na lang.
Ay,
Mapapa-watch
Ray,
party na naman
si
mga to.
30 Gonzales may sinasabi sa comments.
30 naman maganda kung nanahimik na lang talaga eh. Pag ayaw niyong ma-ban dito sa PPGL page, kayo lalagay ng mga salitang masasama. Lirikers kaya nga eh. Nakaka-inis na eh. Crew, ayusin nyo at panalo nyo na to. Naiinis na ako eh. 3 hours na kami nagkakasiyahan ni Glaze. Makasilip lang sinagzet ng isa. Ay, matalino itong guild. Ayaw magpasilip. Eh di don't. Sino ba namilit sa inyo? Ayun lang. Lilipat ba sila? Nag-mid-take ba sila? Nakakatakot. Oh no! Si Saif, magpupush siya.
Saif na naman, Saif. Saif,
alam na nila, aware siguro yung crew na may magpupush na. Kailangan nila ng trade. At yun na nga, guys, we'll be able to get him. A-side is available already para sa side ng crew. Let's go! Talunin niyo yung mga Imea na yan. Lahat suprema silang. Pa-line up ka pa ng fragment. Talaga, gigigil sa Mazino. Sige, flat ko na. Good game, well played. Oh no, and that's just it. Delzik gets 1, 3. Pero yung flank. Oh, yung flank.
Ras! Flank!
Gets it. Buti na lang kasi it's gonna be a 2v2. Kinakabahan nata itong mga crew. Tatapusin na nga lang. Ayaw pa. At yun na nga, nakita na ako nasaan. Si Klaus pinaglalaroan. Paso nga lang may... Kasi pa! Ay, nako, guild! Ang galing niya masyado!
Retake talaga! Ray, nakikita ko na to.
Sabi dito ni Tom Jefferson, salamat sa Masters. May pinapanood ako habang nag-work. Salamat! Yay!
Kakatuwa naman. Thank you po. Sabi sa inyo 30! Kumukos ka talaga. Akala ko magka-holding hands yung mga coach. 13 is to 13, 30. Kasalanan mo tong lahat. Guild Esports, pagdating talaga sa retakes, even though na humahaba ang ating umaga ngayon, hindi na gabi, umaga na talaga, may araw na nga sa labas ng bintana, pero we see here, kasi talaga ang Guild Esports, we have witnessed so much retakes for them to secure in this overtime, to secure in those few rounds na lagi pumapabor against them, especially na second half natin talaga nasa kanila yung momentum. Nakakahabol lang din ang Crew Esports dito, but at the meantime, sino ba yung kukuha na naman dito ng magandang attacker side since nananalo sila pareho in the defending? So, kailangan nilang ma-i-concise yung mga sarili nila kung ano ba talaga yung mga decisions nila. Kala ko wala ka. My God.
Hindi ako nawala. May konting lang tayo. Tahimik lang. Ang silent voice is still a noise. Dahil lang mga taga-crew. Pag natalo pa yung crew dito, wala na din. Okay, please lang pag tapusin nyo na. Baka naman, anong oras na? 6 a.m. na. Time check lang.
Good morning.
Baka naman, ito na nga, crew. Sees out 1. Throws the slow orb. It's up to Mazino to make things work. Kung siya natamaan dito, that's just it. Ras goes for a plant. Tapos na ba? Ngayon ang mga taga-guild or tapos na ang crew? Oh my God, si Keznit, gigil na! Gigil na si kuya mo, Keznit! Kaso yun lang, nagmadali. Dapat hindi mo minamadali ang mga bagay-bagay katulad ng number 1 relasyon. Dapat hindi mo kinukuha yan. Kaso nga lang, okay. Nagdi-distract ngayon si Mazino together with Klaus. That's just it. Congratulations. Crew, match point na ulit. Yehey! Yehey!
Baka naman. Baka naman, crew. Again, another match point, another round lead, another overtime. We're seeing here the replay kung saan naipit nila potentially dito ang players ng Guild Esports. Sobrang concise lang din at sobrang composure lang din ang pinakita kanina ni Kesnet. Diba? Nakita natin yung pagwawala niya to get in those 2 kills para mapanimulan nila kaagad yung numbers advantage, their leading points, and now sobrang laking risk nito. Ray nag-set. Operator, nor armor. They need to make something working for them. They are not rushing in things. Walang makukuhaan ng info. 3 ang nakabantay and isa pwedeng makapagbulaga sa kanila and they will be Ross dito going in for 2, hopefully going in for 3 pero hindi na nga ito makakuha pa ng ganti dahil ito na nga rin din.
Mazino!
Si Mazino once again going in for 3 as well, reviving in another player in their team para magkaroon sila ng upper lead and this is finally the time. Matatagpuan nila dito kung nasan si Mazino and Leo goes in for 1. 3v2 at the very moment, still doable for Guild Esports, pero we need to see the compromisation of Guild Esports para makakuha na nga nila ng denying capabilities of them na hindi makapag-plant and ng spike dito ang crew. Pero at least they still have time, Ray, makakapag-rotate pa sila going into B.
Mali yung ginawa ng crew. Ba't pa nila pinilit mag-alam naman nila yung dalawa nasa A-site? Simple lang yun. Napaka-simple. Alam na silver yan. Patay ito. O, diba? Pag eto nakachiklas, papakasalan ko na siya. Promise. Okay.
Christmas talaga araw-araw.
For a plant. Ay, naku po.
Oh, no!
Yun lang. Na-delay.
Sige, habulin mo.
Okay, nice one. Very smart. Alam
11
niya kung Fury.
seconds.
Alam niya kung nasaan. No! No way! 40-30. Crew, 2B for yun! Crew! 2B for yun! Bakit yung Pinos mag-A? Pwede namang mag-P. Alam ng mga silver yan!
Ray, sayang ang naging effort ni Mazino. Yun na lang ang gusto kong sabihin. 3 kills yung nakuha niya kanina. Nakapag-rest pa sila. It was down to a 2v4. I don't know what just happened. It's just really scattered sila dito pagdating sa attacker side. And now, let's welcome you guys to our turn overtime!
Kanina, ang gagaling sa attacking tong mga to. Ngayon, ang gagaling sa mga defending. Ewan ko ba sa mga to? Alam mo, pagod na ako. Siguro kung sino na lang. Wala naman akong pailam sila.
Kahit sino na lang.
Kahit sino naman eh. Natalo sir siya, doon ako nasasaktan eh. Ano Mazino, kaya pa ba magbuhat? Hirap bumuhat din. Okay, yun na nga siya talaga, nagbubuhat pa, di pa tapos ang boxing. Oh, yun, no 1 HP. Sige, kumakain siya niyan. Nalito na. Nawala na sa sync ang mga crew, antok na.
Oh, down to 4v1.
Natilt sila doon, natilt sila sa 4v2 na yun. Maling-mali. At saka hindi
close
ko lang
na
alam,
yun,
hindi nag-check si ano eh. Hindi nag-check si Mazino. Expected mo may tao doon sa cross mo. Nakakatilt talaga yun, nag-rest pa siya. Siguro naiwan siya sa comms sa dapat BB sila. Tilter yun. Siya na nga nag-rest, mali pa niya. Pero hindi ko lang din gets, namatay na nga siya. Pinilit pa rin na lang mag-A-site. Ay, Diyos ko po. Yan na, match point na.
Match point na. Kahit sino na lang din talaga dito, no? Kasi Guild, they have been proving to us na talagang kaya nilang mahabol na nga opportunity sila dito hindi mabigyan ng momentum ang crew. Saif has been really having his momentum as well. Dagdagan mo pa ng mga follows dito ng kanyang mga tropa, pips, para makakuha na nga ng magandang lead and magandang composure. Composure and consistency ang nakikita natin dito ngayon for Guild Crew Esports. Tama nga, Ray, para talaga ang laking factor nung isang overtime na yun na yung match point na yun talaga. Na dapat na kanila na yun eh. They have the numbers lead pa naman eh.
It's really like this. Ito yung kahahantungan talaga ngayon. Galit na ang coach ng crew nyo. Kaso nga lang, gigil na rin ang guild to actually finish this already. Susungit na ang mga taga-crew ngayon. Ano pa bang pwede nating i-improve dito, bro? Di ko din alam eh. Kaya bahala.
Wala na
Pero
nag-risk
panalo
ng
na ata
operator,
ano dito eh. Panalo na ata tong guild. Tilter yun. Tilter yung 4v2 na yun.
Totoo.
Dapat di nangyari yan.
Parang
Oh,
lagi
well.
nilang sasabihin dun, sayang.
Sayang
English na
talaga.
sayang.
Ito, may kinakontest si Ross. Okay. Kaso nga lang crew,
May
tingnan mo. Iba-iba na sila ng plano sa buhay.
Oo, inaabangan
Unless inasim sila ng guild, which is probably di nila gagawin yan.
Unexpected angles lang itong hinahawakan nila ngayon. Mid, dalawa ang nakakuha at nakasecure na kaagad ng space dito. We have your Scythe, even followed up by Leo. Pero nakaramdam na sila dito si Ross. Was able to reclaim his survivability back, but he is already using in the wall. Goes in for one. A nice pick off. Numbers lead for V5. Pero makikita natin sa minimap natin ngayon is open up for grabs na dito ang B-side. Crew Esports still trying to get inside of A, but the question is parang nakakaramdam na aamoy ito ng guild. Buti na lang din that they are already backing away. Hindi sila nagpapabait dito, Rere. Dahil dalawa itong umiikot at nakabantay na nga ng mid dito si Scythe. Scythe was able to tag NA player, very low on HP, and now down to 11. 4v5 ito once again, and now Klaus is very low. Paano pa nila ito gagawin ngayon?
Posible pa to sa guild. But take one step at a time. And it's gonna be okay. But then, lahat sila.
Ito sila.
Oh, London Beach is glowing down. Ross gets the
let's go.
kill. There's the trade-off. Nagset na lang together with the Zik. At
Kalahati.
na-defuse na. Panalo
Na-defuse
na
na.
ang kill dito.
Panalo na to.
sila.
Let's go!
Finally killed. Takes this series 2-1. Close matchup. And after that, the 4v2 na naging bato para sa ibang crew, Guild Leo won that game. Together with Ross, you guys are the real MVPs, but total. Grabe naman kayo, Guild. The beating crew is one of the biggest factors na kailangan mong harapin. Pero nakasurvive nga sila at may kita na natin sila next week sa mga seed. Kalaban ng mga nauna ng seed kaagad dito sa Masters.
Congratulations once again to Guild Esports, proving to us that they have been really good in their rounds. They are really good in their halves. Nakuha nila yung consistency kailangan nila ngayon. But still, we need to worry pa rin naman. Makikita pa rin naman natin dito ang Crew Esports, pero bababa lang sila dito in another titan of a battle. Abangan natin kung sino ba ang makakalaban nila. Syempre, kasi maglalaban po muna ang Cloud at ang Optic, ang Loud at ang Optic Gaming. But here is the replays relay na kung saan nakita natin na akala natin nasa crew na ito, pumapabor bigla sa guild, pumapabor din kaagad for the other side. Pareha silang defender-sided lineup, and now we have been seeing here so much of good execution, lalo na given to us by Mazino,
Yeah, Mazino was pretty quick to catch it all up, but then Mazino talaga is the real MVP, kaso hindi mag-work yung pag-a-anchor niya kung yung round kanina na dapat sa kanila na pinakawalan pa nila. I think yun talagang sobrang particular dito, yung 4v2 na yun. Pwede kang maging OTP eh, kaso hindi eh. Sayang na sayang talaga, but Guild.
Let's go. Cute.
Ang galing nyo. Idol ko kayo doon sa 4v2 na yun. Si Phoenix, oh. And congratulations nga pala sa mga guys na to. You guys are really good, Guild. Alam mo, after a lot of tries coming in from EMEA, and now they're here in Masters, I'm so happy for them. na nagbabalik at na finally nakamit na nga din nila ang kanilang dream na maging part ngayong LAN. It's their first LAN and yet they're popping off real good. So much expectations from Guild this time and now they manage it. Si Crew ay isang team na literal na dark horse. At yan ang magiging wall nila, pero buti na lang they are able to survive kahit nagagalit parati ang kanilang coach sa Guild. Buti calm and composed naman sila sa mga crucial na situations. Although yung bind sana kung naipanalo nila yun, magiging 2-0 sa ano yun, Honey Glaze. Pero hindi na nga nila, medyo napabayaan nila. Pero at least ngayon, nasolusyonan naman nila sa pinakahuling mapa.
Oh, yun talaga yun na makita natin na kung maipapanalo dito ng Guild Esports yung attacker side nila, it will be good enough for them to secure in the following rounds from the overtime. Nakita natin na sobrang complacent kanina from the first game down to our second game na nakuha nila yung security for that reverse sweep, and karasay na sobrang sobrang nail-biter ng series na ito, Ray.
Taong what a nail biter, what a close series, and especially guys, lahat ng laban so far ay parating may map 3. Shows to us na
Masters na
throughout
talaga.
the years na meron tayo ngayon so far in the VCT professional scene, a lot of teams are stepping up, and it's not just about the meta anymore, it's about the chemistry. It's all about also the strategies that you guys have. So talagang nakakatuwa na ang mga teams ngayon ay on par na din aside from sa mga iba pang mga plano nila. Pero guys, that's just it for us today here in VALORANT Masters. Once again, ako si Radiant, kasama ko si Honey Glaze, at bukas magkikita-kita muli tayo dito sa VCT Masters Copenhagen. See you guys.
I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, quitting was never an option. Exhausted, this passion is never exhausted. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it. Noxus, noxus, I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, stop it. Quitting was never an option. Exhausted, exhausted. This passion is never exhausted. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it.
This matchup is more than just pride, more than just regional rivalry, but a spot in playoffs, and to prove to everybody that yesterday was not just a fluke.
Down B.
A decider for Group A, right here. The stakes haven't been any higher than they are right now in this tournament.
One enemy.
12-12, baby.
We go overtime.
What a way for the map to finish. And of course, Mazzino with the 4th at the end, the hero for Crew when they needed him most.
This is domination right now.
13-6 win for Guild as we turn our gaze to Icebox.
Vamos!
Mazzino looking to single-handedly will his team across the finish line.
Planted.
One round of overtime is not enough. We're dancing again. Guild, you're gonna do it. Welcome to the knockout stage.
And that was the Prime Gaming post-match highlights. Guild, they make it to playoffs. They are the first team to make it out of the group of death. I'm back here with Jess and Tom. We always throw one of these off a Crew every time they're here, but Guild Gang. So
I can't make a Guild
Gang.
What if you? What are you doing?
You have
with
to
that?
do it. Well, it's backwards. It's a G.
And that's why I didn't do it.
Well, you're the head of the Guild Gang fan club. So I feel
you
like
are
you
the
should be
president.
repping
As the
them.
president,
Yeah.
what is our next move moving forward?
Win. Just win.
Wow, this is why you're the president and no one else is.
The other thing we have to do is fix Barber's chair after the amount he
Yes,
beat it during that game.
Can someone check if he's okay? Because and also, can we just get a perma Barber cam?
I don't want a
to.
high five from Barber. I feel like he's too.
Did you
wham.
see the
It's just-
moment
yeah, it's
he
gonna
flexed? I thought I
break
was
my
going to
hand.
die from across the arena. I was like, okay, I'm staying
That's
away
why
there.
they had to put them downstairs before, because they were scared of the guns.
Oh dear God, Tom. Well, let's talk about that game because another overtime with Crew versus Guild. At this point, I feel like we're owed an overtime, and it really could have gone either way. It was one of those overtimes. It was back and forth, back and forth. It can't have felt good to throw that 4v2. That 4v2 was really hard.
There was like a million rounds that we could talk about here, like the Mazzini running, spraying 3K. Like I feel like there were so many just huge plays from this match. I think Mazzino had a fair few of them though, and you have to feel a little bit gutted. I feel like he might be the most terrifying player to play on Icebox at the moment.
Yeah,
I can't think of anybody else, especially just with the fact you know what he's going to be doing around the Sage Wall, and it just seems like there's absolutely nothing you can do about it. The amount of like A-site holds he had where it was, okay, it's just Mazzino here. All they have to do is kill him, and it's like, no, it's not that easy.
I think overall, the best thing we can say is that the very first team that's gone forward is an EMEA team, and not necessarily in the fashion that we expected. The upset of this group, the group of death upon which we've been slowly sort of whittling away at and trying to give you guys insight. We have looked wrong the past 2 days, just through and through. We've said this team should win, they are the first, they're the second, so on and so forth. Well, now we just flip it all on its head and we say, enjoy the chaos that ensues. That is Group A thus far, and I've been pretty damn happy because EMEA came out up on top, and we have the EMEA desk to welcome them in.
Third seed, by the way. That was only
I mean, like, that's the, just wait for the second and first.
Our first seed hasn't even played yet, so you guys know what to expect. But I'm very excited for this interview that's coming up. It's Leo on LAN standing by with Saisho in the Verizon post-match interview.
Thank you, Yinsu. Leo, there are major congratulations in order. You are the first team to qualify through the groups to the playoffs, and you did not make it easy for yourselves. You really didn't. It was overtime after overtime. The pressure was mounting. I could hear you guys screaming at the other side as well. Talk me through some of the stuff that was going through your head as you finally get that round through, call them into sticks, and you know that you're going into playoffs.
No, it's a great feeling. We coming here, first round for many of us, 4 people in the team, beating 2 very strong teams. And I mean, the overtime, it was honestly everyone. We were coming up with ideas that we probably never done before. Everyone was giving ideas. Russ was doing some crazy stuff, and I was just, yeah, it's overtime. It's a time to pull out these plays that probably seem a bit not the most percentual place, but yeah.
Do you feel like Gildra are the kind of team that are thriving in that atmosphere? Because there's been a lot of anticipation for your team and yourself to come to LAN, but it's always difficult to know what you're going to get out of the team, out of yourselves. You're now maybe going to have an opportunity to play in front of the crowd as well if you make top 4. Do you feel like your team is thriving in this new environment?
I mean, it's hard to say. I mean, obviously, it's for me, it's a lot more exciting than playing at home. But yeah, I think we're thriving good. We're doing good results, and yeah.
What's the secret to the Leo utility? Okay, are you practicing lineups all across the map? Is it just grinding ranked all the time? How are you? You know, other people aren't even putting you in the conversation, globally speaking, for the best initiator, but people that have watched you play absolutely are, because we know what you're capable of in EMEA, and now you're demonstrating it on the global stage. Is there some kind of secret sauce going on there?
I mean, it's a combination of everything. I think playing the game, watching the game, learning from others. I mean, I think I play the initiator role different from how people see it. I don't like to sit and do lineups. I mean, I have lineups, but I intend more to play reactive with my utility, and I think it shows.
You are going to be into playoffs. You have an opportunity. I mean, you're not going to be able to select your opponent, but there are a number of different opponents that you could potentially meet there. Is there a specific team, specific player that you particularly want to go up against? Perhaps somebody that you've watched compete before while you were stuck at home?
I mean, I just want to play different regions. I don't want to play the EU teams or, I mean, in the final or anything. But Paper X in an official environment would be fun. We played them in some practices, but yeah.
That would be fantastic. I would love to see how those styles would match up as well. Yeah. The slow, disciplined guild against the chaos of Paper X. I wish you all the best. Again, absolutely the biggest congratulations for performing here when everybody was doubting you. And we'll send things back to the desk here as Yinsu ponders that potential guild v Paper X game.
Why you gotta do this to me, Sideshow? Why you gotta do this to me? But also, I'm gonna call you out because I'm pretty sure you, since the Bonkaziz days, have been saying that he's one of the best flex players in the world.
I don't think I'm the only one. I think definitely, that's the thing. I agree with Sideshow because he said on a global scale, and I think that's true. Leo is not getting anywhere near the clout that he should have for how good he's been within EMEA for an incredibly long time. The one that's sort of more surprising to me at the moment, though, is the fact that Trex, I feel like, really has burst onto the scene. Like, at least at a tier 1 level. He hasn't even been there in EMEA for very long. And in this series, he was godlike.
Yeah, I think he really made a big difference. We can talk about Leo all we like, but he's just kind of like the sort of silent assassin behind him that just blast packs, flashes himself in and goes, I got the job done. And then Lee goes, yeah, mid to late round for me. Just let me do the mid to late.
I'll clutch.
Yeah, ice cold on LAN, these players, by the way. You will not be able to tell that they've never been to a LAN before. This is their debut. We can speak about who we think the best player is, but we asked you guys at home to vote in the InZone MVP fan vote on Twitter. And I can now reveal, surprise, surprise, Leo on LAN takes it. I have a feeling that this is going to be first or second of many, many more MVPs.
Oh, no doubt. Like, I think you genuinely could have given it to anyone, with maybe even within the series. I think you could even look to the likes of the other side of Mazzino. I think Kesnet still put up a fantastic performance, and I think overall this was just an incredible game. Like, we could be looking at 3 completely different names if just 1 or 2 rounds went in the other direction. So a worldie of a match, and that's the problem now, is because Crew now have, no matter which team they play, an incredibly tough road to make it back through into this matchup. And that's why it's the group of death. It really is disgusting that we have to lose 2 teams.
Could be rematches, could be all of these extra chaotic areas that I've tried to look at the script that you keep hiding from me, and so I would like to look at it. You give me a sneak peek.
Hey, I told you it was crew versus guild.
I mean, you did. I want the next days to come.
All right, I'll tell you after.
Okay, cool. I'll leave you guys.
I feel like we've been here for so long. Does anyone remember Surf? You know, that guy?
Yeah.
He was kind of good.
Yeah.
I like that guy.
The op. Yeah, I remember that.
Let's revisit him right now in the HyperX Reflex because, I think you did cast this. And what was going through your mind when this happened?
He's a nutcase. Like, I couldn't believe... The thing is, what his teammates did was not a good play at all. Like,
Correct.
They completely... Either that or he made a very bad play and decided to stick around because ultimately they had a setup, and this was something that Xerxia were doing all the way through, having these wonderful setup plays, and he just stayed behind and then just hit an absolutely ludicrous shot. And honestly, I think that's the case with both games today. That I would have been happy. I would have been happy with whoever won. Like there wasn't a game where I was like, oh, if they win, they don't deserve it. Like every team deserved to win. Unfortunately, 2 had to lose.
It's funny with the HyperX Reflex moment as well. I wish I could pull the stats. I can't. I don't have access to them about how much of a headshot percentage he has with the operator. I actually quoted throughout the game. I was like, I would bet good money it is Surf in the global rating of headshots with an operator, which is a ridiculous stat that you probably don't need.
Probably higher than most people who are not using an operator.
Well, it is ridiculous. I think all of today and yesterday has been ridiculous because if we revisit the bracket, you guys at home, make sure to tweet at us about your pick'ems. I want to see if anyone in the world actually had this out as the scenario of what is happening in groups.
I want it dated as well. Like, I want it, like, legitimate.
But more impressive on the other side is that in Group B, we could have another EMEA team making it out tomorrow.
That's unreal. Can you imagine all 3 of the EMEA teams who will come to this?
We've done it before.
That's true. We are not, unknown for being able to do it. But furthermore, this rings a little bit of doubt. I mean, obviously, we're looking at the 2 finalists from the last, Masters. They're going to have to knock each other out. That's a rematch way earlier than we expected.
Has Brazil ever not made it to the playoff stage before?
True.
Rob? You with us?
Hello?
But I'm pretty sure that we've had them in at least the majority of cases in some regard. Maybe towards Champions, I don't know if that was the case. But I think that even still, with Loud, it would be way more of a surprise, especially with how good they were the last event.
Well, I think that's about it from us. We've had a very, very exciting day. But don't worry, you guys. We're going to have more exciting matches tomorrow as FPX take on DRX. Xerxia, they're going to be playing Northception as well. And, of course, the rematch of the grand finals of Masters Reykjavik. Optic versus Loud. You guys are not going to want to miss this. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you then. They were meant to be on this stage in Reykjavik. They couldn't make it. They are here now in Copenhagen, but not the full strength roster of FPX, which means this is a perfect opportunity for Xerxia to take the win.
Down A.
Nice!
Oh, what are you doing, bro?
Enemy remaining.
Nice! FPX are picking up their first map on LAN, and that was Xerxia's map pick.
One enemy remaining.
13-9. Xerxia take map 2. They've guaranteed themselves a haven.
Spike down mid. One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Grenade!
One enemy remaining.
What? Oh, that's just ridiculous.
One enemy remaining.
Nice! It wasn't quick, it wasn't clean, but FPX, they found success here in their LAN debut.
This matchup is more than just pride, more than just regional rivalry, but a spot in playoffs, and to prove to everybody that yesterday was not just a fluke.
Spike down B.
Vamos!
a decider for Group A right here. The stakes haven't been any higher than they are right now in this tournament.
One enemy.
Nice! 12-12, baby.
We go overtime.
What a way for the map to finish. And of course, Mazzino with the fourth at the end, the hero for Crew when they needed him most.
This is domination right now.
13-6 win for Guild as we turn our gaze to Icebox.
Vamos!
Mazzino looking to single-handedly will his team across the finish line.
Planted.
One round of overtime is not enough. We're dancing again. Guild are gonna do it. Welcome to the knockout stage.
I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, stop it. Quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop me.